Brother, your Gomoku skills are really terrible. I can go in either direction, how can you block me? Zhao Yi and Shin Feng were hiding under the desk playing Gomoku. On a piece of white paper, crooked lines were drawn. Zhao Yi's black stones had already formed 2-3 in a row, making it impossible to block. Shin Feng scratched his head anxiously, sweating profusely. You've gotten so good at Gomoku all of a sudden. That's not scientific. Zhao Yi said proudly, I didn't listen to a single word of Mei Shirtai's lecture. I spent all my time studying Gomoku techniques. You can't beat me. Ahem. The two turned around and were terrified out of their wits. Standing behind them was precisely Mei Shirtai. Very good playing Gomoku during class time. It seems you are both very confident in your studies. Mei Shirtai. What? The homeroom teacher with a freckled face and a slightly stout figure widened her eyes, wrinkles on her face twisting together. The surrounding students couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Yi quickly changed his words, pointing at Shin Feng. He insisted that I play Gomoku with him. He's bad at it, but addicted. How could I possibly play Gomoku during your class, teacher? It was this guy who corrupted me. Please see clearly, teacher. Shin Feng was stunned. This guy is not human, he lies without even thinking. Teacher, this fellow is talking nonsense. He was the one who asked me to play. Mei Shirtai was not so easily fooled. She looked at Zhao Yi coldly. No matter who started it, since you played it means you already know everything. More or less. Zhao Yi scratched his head, his eyes darting elsewhere. At this moment, claiming he didn't know would be suicide. Mei Shirtai folded her arms. Then tell me, when encountering a wormhole, how should the interstellar route be altered? At what speed should you jump to avoid danger? What? Zhao Yi was stunned. What the hell kind of question is that? Is this class science and nature now? No, our school doesn't even have that subject. And even for science and nature, this question is absurd enough. Teacher, who could possibly know that? Don't mess with me. Mess with you. Mei Shirtai looked at him with contempt. Zhao Yi, I thought, even if you were uneducated, you'd at least have some basics. But you can't even answer this question. His good friend Shin Feng couldn't bear it. Zhao Yi, come on. That question is so simple, it's basic knowledge. Stop pretending. Pretending what? Aren't we in Chinese class? Is this a Chinese class question? If you asked me what emotion the author is expressing when encountering a meteor shower on an interstellar route, I could say a few words. But you asked me about wormholes and space jumps. How the hell would I know? Do you know? Shin Feng smiled slightly, looking calm and relaxed. Of course I know. When encountering a wormhole, the interstellar route should be deflected by 30 degrees, adopting the alpha route, and perform a jump at a distance of 0.3 light years around the wormhole. Zhao Yi was dumbfounded. Was this guy talking nonsense, or did he really know? You make me feel like a stranger. Shin Feng finished proudly. How about that? As for the Chinese class you mentioned, I've never heard of it. Are you hallucinating from playing too much Gomoku? Seeing that the other wasn't joking, Zhao Yi looked around. This was his classroom, but everything felt wrong. He glanced out the window and was instantly shocked. Skyscrapers were flying. Flying cars, spaceships, interstellar carriers. Was that SpongeBob floating in the sky? The outside world was no longer Earth, or even a planet. Zhao Yi saw no land, only metal. There was also a shield in the sky, as if the entire world was in space. Oh my god, did I time travel just by playing Gomoku? Seeing Zhao Yi's feigned madness, Mei Shirtai shook her head helplessly. Zhao Yi, pretending to be crazy won't work. You're leaving tomorrow, and your state worries me. Leaving? Where am I going? Zhao Yi's eyes widened. He had just time traveled and hadn't even settled in. Of course you're going to the front lines to join the war against the Soro Empire. War? Why me? Because you have the worst grades. Every year the last ranked student goes to the front. Unless we win the war, you won't come back. Shin Feng explained. Zhao Yi was speechless. What the hell kind of rule is that? What use is a slacker like me on the front? Shouldn't the top students go to war? You want someone who knows nothing to go to the front and fight. How can I win? Shin Feng shook his head. You don't understand. The capable ones stay to build our planet. The incapable go to fight and protect us. It's been a tradition since ancient times. If not you, then who? That actually makes some sense. Then how are we doing against that Soro Empire? Zhao Yi asked back. Not too good. We've lost 3 or 4 resource planets, but we can hold on for 100 or 200 years. Shin Feng replied. Zhao Yi was speechless. You keep sending slackers there. How can that work? Can they command? I think this rule needs to change. To win against the Soro Empire, we must send strong people. I'm not going. Mei Shirtai interrupted the two. Enough, Shin Feng. Don't mess around. After Zhao Yi leaves next year, it might be your turn. Shin Feng broke into a sweat and stopped talking. Zhao Yi raised his hand. Is there any use in studying hard now? No use. You're leaving tomorrow. Sit down now. What if I don't go? Zhao Yi asked quietly. Classmates around looked at him in shock. Mei Shirtai's eye sharpened. If you don't go according to Article 132 of the Solar Federation's war law, you can be summarily executed for desertion. I was just joking. Zhao Yi smiled and sat down. He could still tell the difference between dying now and dying later. Going might not mean death, but not going would definitely mean death. Shin Feng leaned over, drew a Gomoku board on the paper. Come on, let's play 2 more rounds. I'll definitely beat you this time. You're leaving tomorrow. Mei Shirtai won't bother you. We can play quietly. Play your head. Zhao Yi was losing it. I'm going to the battlefield tomorrow, and you still want to play Gomoku with me? Is this how you treat a brother? And with your advanced technology, why do you still play Gomoku in class? Shin Feng retorted. What else would we play? How the hell should I know? Going crazy. That Gomoku has survived so long is already absurd enough. What's more absurd is how I ended up time traveling. No, I must read a book. Even last-minute cramming might help. In books there are jade-like beauties, in books there are. Zhao Yi flipped through the textbook and immediately felt dizzy. After time traveling he could recognize the characters, but when they were combined, he didn't understand them. What the hell is this? Ridiculous. Since I've time traveled, why don't I have this knowledge? Where the hell is the system? Zhao Yi put down the book and took a deep breath. Come on, let's play Gomoku. He couldn't understand the book anyway. What else could he do besides waste time with Gomoku? I knew you were addicted, Shin Feng said as he drew a circle on the paper. Ame Shirtai looked at the two and shook her head helplessly. The current war against the Soro Empire was not optimistic, with a commander casualty rate as high as 30. Zhao Yi's situation looked grim. She decided to let him enjoy his last moments of happiness. Zhao Yi asked while playing, what kind of soldier will a slacker like me be? A cannon fodder. In this high-tech era, do we still need people to charge? Shin Feng rolled his eyes. Cannon fodder. Don't mess with me. Hurry up and tell me, or I'll make a foreign arrow. Shin Feng saw that Zhao Yi already had 3 in a row and quickly tried to take back his move. Of course you'll be a commander. Commander? With my level? Of course. You're the only living person on the entire ship. Who else would be the commander? Zhao Yi was speechless. That statement was actually accurate. Just me. I'm going to fight. And they give me a whole ship. Why not just strap me to a missile and launch me over, saving some money? Besides, I don't know how to pilot a ship. Shin Feng knew Zhao Yi was anxious and comforted him. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be there to keep you company next year. Try to survive until then. With the two of us, we'll conquer the universe. Who said we're a pair of geniuses? Ame Shirtai said that. Is that a compliment? Get lost. Ding dong. The bell rang for the end of class. Ame Shirtai stood on the podium and said, all right, everyone, that's it for today. See you tomorrow. Everyone stood up and Zhao Yi quickly got up too. Goodbye, teacher. The next second, everyone in the classroom disappeared, even Shin Feng. Zhao Yi. Ame Shirtai on the podium looked at Zhao Yi and said, why aren't you leaving? Something else. How do I leave? Ame Shirtai walked over to comfort him. Are you too nervous? It's okay. Although the casualty rate is high, teacher believes you can survive. Just don't become the commander of the gospel. Gospel? What is that? Ame Shirtai frowned but patiently explained the gospel is a frigate converted from a cargo ship. It's currently without a commander. As long as you're not its commander, you have a chance. And what if I become the commander of the gospel? Ame Shirtai didn't speak. She just patted Zhao Yi on the shoulder and turned to leave the classroom. Wait, how do I get out? Zhao Yi looked at the desk. There was a button on it. Probably this thing. Zhao Yi pressed the button and the next second he appeared in a bedroom. Truly high-tech. Commuting to school took only an instant. Too bad I have to go to war tomorrow. Otherwise this world would be quite enjoyable. What a damn joke. Zhao Yi had no mood to go out. He lay on the bed and fell asleep. Ding dong. Zhao Yi rubbed his eyes and stretched. Ding dong. Coming. He got up and walked to the living room. The doorbell rang again. Who is it? Commander, we've come to pick you up. Huh. Zhao Yi remembered. He had time traveled, and today he was going to war. Just as he was about to open the door, he felt something was wrong. Didn't they say he would be the only person on the ship? Who was this person? And it sounded like a woman, her voice soft, making her sound like a beauty just from hearing it. Who are you really? The voice paused for a moment, then said through the door, Commander, don't joke around. Time is limited. Please open the door. The door opened. Zhao Yi stood frozen. At the door stood a girl in a military uniform, looking heroic and beautiful. Her skin was snow white, her long silver hair fluttering in the wind, as if she had stepped out of a comic. Her figure was perfect, proportions balanced, but her face was a bit pale. The girl across from him rendered a salute and said, Commander, according to Article 227 of the Federation War Law, I am now to assume the duties of your deputy commander. We will depart today for the J-2034 star system to participate in the mission. You have 5 minutes to prepare. Zhao Yi stood frozen. Deputy commander. I thought I'd be the only one on the fleet. I figured the ship was fully automated. I didn't expect anyone else to be on board. He felt a bit relieved. He wasn't familiar with the ship, so having a deputy commander would be better. That way he could just be a hands-off leader. The beauty paused, her eyes revealing surprise and sorrow. Her slender frame trembled slightly, as if suppressing immense emotion, but she held it back. Commander, please don't joke. We are not human. Not human. Are you a robot? Zhao Yi stroked his chin. It made sense that there would be robots in a future world. But how could she look so real? He suddenly grabbed her hand. It was smooth with a hint of warmth and very soft. He couldn't help but hold it for a while. In his entire life he had never even touched a bowtie's hand, let alone spoken to one. Surely it was okay to touch a robot. It's made just like a real person, Zhao Yi murmured admiringly. The girl across from him froze, then quickly pulled her hand back, her face flushing with a hint of anger. Commander, what are you doing? According to the Federation War Law, although I am now your property, that does not mean I will not resist. If the commander has any intentions other than war, I would rather die than comply. Resist? You're not a robot. The girl's lips quivered, her expression turning grim, but she restrained herself. She lowered her head and adjusted her military cap. Commander, please stop humiliating me. You have 3 minutes to prepare. Zhao Yi felt somewhat bewildered. The beauty before him was clearly human. A robot wouldn't resist. But why did she say she wasn't human? Still grabbing her hand out of the blue was his fault. He had just been too curious about the robot to think twice. No need to prepare. Let's go. Yes. The silver-haired girl led the way, and Zhao Yi followed. Commander, you're not bringing anything. The silver-haired girl turned curious. In her impression, commanders from the Federal Academy usually traveled like they were going on a picnic. Only Zhao Yi seemed to have brought nothing. Nothing worth bringing. All right. If you need anything on the ship, you can call me. With that, the girl stopped talking, straightened her back, and walked forward. Zhao Yi, feeling bored, asked, "What's your name?" "Serial number 9844. Huh. The girl said, "Seriously, that is my name." "Then do you know my name?" Zhao Yi countered. The girl stopped and turned. "Commander, are you showing off? Your name is Zhao Yi, 21 years old, a mediocre bottom of the class, no girlfriend." Enough. I didn't expect you to know so much. Naturally. You are our commander, we know your basic. Zhao Yi scratched his head. What I'm asking is your real name. For example, I'm Zhao Yi, what are you called? You only told me your serial number. The girl didn't answer, but pointed to the sky. We're here. Zhao Yi looked up to see a metal warship floating in the air about the size of 4 football fields. It looked like a mobile fortress. Such a colossal structure was parked right beside him, yet it made no sound at all. So cool. 9844's mouth twitched, and her eyes showed a hint of disdain. This commander was indeed an underachiever, but he shouldn't be so ignorant. Only one possibility, he was mocking her and the ship. Commander, this is a transport ship converted into a frigate. Its weapons and fighters are pitifully few, and it's only T1 level. Please don't joke. Zhao Yi said seriously, but I really think it's cool. This is my first time on a warship. By the way, what's the name of this ship? The Gospel. The Gospel. Zhao Yi froze. Wasn't this the warship that the Ame Shirtai had mentioned? Had he really become its commander? That Chromal Dame Shirtai. Seeing Zhao Yi's expression change, the girl felt a bit pleased. Sure enough, people from the Federation reacted like they'd seen a ghost when they heard the Gospel. Commander, do you know what we call the Gospel? The girl stared at Zhao Yi with interest. Zhao Yi shook his head. No. The grave. The girl looked at the ship in the sky. It's not just my grave, it's also yours, Commander. Hey, what grudge do we have? And why are you cursing yourself? Zhao Yi was speechless. The bowtie smile, which had been lovely, now made his scalp crawl. The girl said no more, walked to the ship and announced, 9844 and the commander are ready to board. The next second, a beam of light shot over. Zhao Yi felt his body float up. The passers-by around seemed accustomed to it, not even lifting their heads. Once aboard, Zhao Yi noticed many silver-haired girls on the ship, all looking similar, busy with various tasks. There are so many people on the ship. Everyone froze, stopping their work, staring at Zhao Yi with a hint of astonishment. Did I say something wrong? Zhao Yi felt uncomfortable. Commander, please return to your room to rest. After we set sail, we will hold a meeting to get acquainted. Oh, okay. How long will it take to reach our destination? The Federation requires us to arrive in 3 days. If nothing unexpected happens, we should complete the mission. And if something unexpected does happen, the girl said coldly, according to the Federation war law, if we fail the mission, we will be sentenced to death for desertion. That's harsh. 9844 turned to a short-haired silver girl and said, 10235, take the commander to rest. Yes. Everyone else return to your posts. Destination J2034 star system. Yes. The commander followed 10235 to a room. Zhao Yi studied her as he walked. This girl, called 10235, was even smaller than 9844, like a little neighbor girl with a hint of youthfulness on her face. Commander, this is your room. We will notify you when the meeting starts. Oh, okay. The place was similar to his bedroom, but much larger. It was made of metal with a potted plant in the corner by the bed, the only touch of green. Zhao Yi lay on the bed and sighed. He had thought there would be no one alive on this ship. But there were so many people. Still, they seemed a bit strange. Just as he was thinking, a holographic projection appeared. It was that kid Shinfeng. Yo, Zhao Yi, you're off. Shinfeng said cheerfully. Zhao Yi sat up from the bed. Oh, it's you. Shinfeng shook his head. Saw you're gone, who will play Gomoku with me? Zhao Yi. Never mind that, I have some questions to ask you. Shinfeng said proudly. Let me, the top student, answer your questions. Fire away. You said the ship would only have me, but there are plenty of pretty girls here. Huh. Pretty girls. Where? You should only be alone. Shinfeng seemed to realize something and froze. Are you talking about the autonomous humanoid weapons? Huh. They're robots. Zhao Yi was dazed. These robots were way too realistic. Their expressions, emotions, they were incredibly lifelike. 9844 had shown real distress and confusion. Shinfeng shook his head. They're not robots, but they're not human either. What is that? It's a self-propelled humanoid weapon. Huh. Shinfeng looked at Zhao Yi. Stop joking around, it's not funny. Don't meddle with them either. Ooh, just give orders. What is going on? Shinfeng didn't answer directly. You must not have any improper thoughts. These self-propelled weapons detest Federation citizens. Although they are beautiful according to the Federation war law, if you fall in love or do anything inappropriate, both of you will die. Moreover, they are extremely protective of their bodies. They are obedient in combat matters, but don't even think about anything else, or you'll risk mutual destruction. Zhao Yi was speechless. I'm not that desperate. Shen Feng comforted him. It's not your fault. Normal people do have some thoughts when they see humanoid autonomous weapons. Screw you. Shen Feng, by the way, do you remember the ship's name? I'm somewhat knowledgeable in history, though I can analyze it for you. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes, deeply skeptical of Shen Feng's claim. A man who couldn't even beat him at Gomoku, what kind of skill could he have? Nevertheless, Zhao Yi was quite concerned about what the beauty had said earlier. A tomb. I'm on the gospel. Shen Feng's expression instantly froze with a hint of sympathy. So that's the case. Well, good for you. What do you mean? Shen Feng explained, the gospel's history isn't long. Only a little over 100 years, which is the same era as the silver-haired girls. The fleet designation appeared around that time. Strangely enough, the gospel is decommissioned every year, and a new ship inherits the name. Zhao Yi felt a chill down his spine. No wonder the deputy commander called it a tomb. It was decommissioned and reappeared every year. Wasn't this like a custom-made coffin? The words of the Amei nun and Shen Feng's explanation made his scalp tingle. Was he really going to die this time? Then, what about this decommissioning? Is it because of casualties or the ship's lifespan? Shen Feng shrugged. I don't know about that. But since you're on the gospel, you can look up the history of the designation. But even without checking, you can guess roughly. After all, warships can't be decommissioned every year. Zhao Yi continued to inquire about the silver-haired girls. Since they are human, why are they called that? If you really want to know, read the Solar Federation Chronicles. Their introduction is on page 135. With that, Shen Feng cut the connection, clearly unwilling to say more. Solar Federation Chronicles. Commander, what do you need? The nearby instrument suddenly spoke. The Solar Federation Chronicles. Yes, sir. A glowing book appeared on Zhao Yi's desk. Zhao Yi walked over to examine it, flipping to page 135. After reading for a while, he understood. These silver-haired girls were actually from another planet designated J381. In the war against the Solar Federation, they were the defeated side. However, the Federation discovered that these girls were exceptionally skilled in combat and highly proficient in mechanical operation. In layman's terms, they had a natural aptitude and advantage for battle. With minimal training, they possessed formidable combat effectiveness. Thus, the Solar Federation established the Silver-Haired Girl Cultivation Program, training and breeding them. By now, it had become a highly mature technology. To distinguish them from the Federation's own citizens, they could not be called humans, but were instead designated as self-propelled humanoid weapons. And when they died, it was recorded as a loss, not a casualty. Of course, the Federation still gave these silver-haired girls hope. After 5 years of combat service, they could obtain Federation citizenship. Strangely, despite the Federation having used silver-haired girls for over 100 years, not a single one had ever completed 5 years of normal service. Ding, the host, observes the Solar Federation Chronicles. Gifted with exceptional talent, you are now familiar with the world. Ding, the host, observes the Solar Federation Chronicles. Gifted with exceptional talent, you have obtained comprehension LV. Max. What? Zhao Yi was stunned. Having crossed over from Blue Star, he was quite familiar with systems. It hadn't appeared until now, but it activated just as he boarded the fleet. In an instant, all kinds of basic knowledge and understanding of this world flooded into Zhao Yi's mind. This only made Zhao Yi more confused. From his newfound understanding, the planet of the silver-haired girls did have males, but the fleet consisted entirely of females. If all the males had been killed back, then how were these silver-haired girls produced? Gospel. Yes. Query the ship's status. Understood. Ship designation Gospel. Specifications Zeus T1 frigate. Self-propelled humanoid weapon configuration 300 personnel. Related weapons 1 Thunder class, T1 main gun 2 electromagnetic rapid-fire secondary guns 12 T1 class, Xiaolong fighters 10 multifunctional robots. Remaining energy crystals 58. Zhao Yi was speechless. He hadn't understood these details before, but now with the system's knowledge of this world, he realized how useless this level of fleet was. Some space merchant convoys had more firepower than this. And this was supposed to be a frigate. It couldn't even protect itself. No wonder the silver-haired girl had that expression when he said she was too handsome. He was no different from a country bumpkin. Strangely, this interstellar frigate was extremely poorly equipped, yet its personnel configuration was quite large, a full 300 people. For such a small warship, 30 people would have been sufficient. It was full of mysteries. Zhao Yi opened the personnel list, or rather the list of self-propelled humanoid weapons. These silver-haired girls were all quite young, none of them older than him. Yet their service records were all 4 years. Zhao Yi lowered his head in thought. 300 people, all with 4 years of service. He couldn't imagine that at their age they had already spent 4 years on the battlefield and survived. This year they had been reassigned from various fleets to the gospel. Logically, such battle-hardened veterans were treasures with immense experience and skill, yet they were put under the command of a school slacker. It felt like they weren't meant to have an easy life. As Zhao Yi pondered, the gospel began to move. The silver-haired girls on the ship gathered for a meeting. A short-haired girl with a scar on her face plopped down on the conference table and laughed. Boss, do you think our commander wet his pants when he heard our designation? Everyone burst out laughing. This was their favorite part, discussing the new commander. Last time one guy fainted when he heard he was coming to the gospel. Su-chin revived him, and he was still terrified, asking if he was dreaming. Haha, I remember that. We told him it wasn't a dream, and he fainted again. Exactly. In the end he abandoned us and tried to escape, but he died alone. What a disgrace. 9844 looked at her sisters. This commander has some expressions, but not that exaggerated. He's definitely faking it. Exactly. Which Federation citizen isn't afraid of the gospel? Boarding this ship is the same as a death sentence. 9844's eyes darkened, but then she recalled Zhao Yi's earlier reaction and smiled. This commander seems a bit dumb. When I went to get him, he actually thought I was a robot. Really? That's stupid. Impossible. Everyone in the Federation knows about us. How could he mistake us for robots? He's definitely pretending. 9844 shook her head. I felt he was serious at the time, not faking it. He looked like a clueless country bumpkin. The short-haired girl clenched her fist. He must be mocking us. The moment he boarded, he said so many people, as if he knew everything. Everyone fell silent with bitter smiles. They were clearly human, yet they were called humanoid self-propelled weapons. Now a Federation citizen came aboard and said they were human. Wasn't that sarcasm? 9844 sighed. Suhwan, don't get too worked up. The Federation wants us dead, so we'll become their thorn in the side. That's right. We'll scare them to death. I think it's amusing. Federation citizens are so cowardly they don't even dare to go to the battlefield. Ha ha, everyone don't die. 9844 clapped her hands. Alright, let's get the commander out. But remember, don't call each other by names. What a hassle. I always mess up when using numbers. Though annoyed, they had no choice. The commander had life and death authority over them. They could be destroyed without responsibility for violating regulations. Su ran, go fetch the Federation citizen. Yes, boss. 9844 touched the hand that Zhao Yi had held earlier, feeling a strange sensation. So this was what it felt like to have one's hand held by someone. Zhao Yi lay in the room, letting out a long breath. All of this was too strange as the commander of the Fuyin Hao. He could not access its history. I'm sorry, your clearance is insufficient. The Fuyin Hao emitted a mechanical electronic voice. Zhao Yi stroked his chin, still puzzled about why the Fuyin Hao changed battleships every year. What he did know, however, was that the silver-haired girls aboard this vessel were all formidable fighters. This set his mind at ease. With their assistance, he might just survive. Commander, who's there? Zhao Yi asked, rising. 10235 reporting for duty. Deputy Commander 9844 requests your presence at a meeting in the conference room. Zhao Yi's head throbbed. What genius thought to number the silver-haired girls? With numbers like that, who could possibly tell them apart? But he understood. The Federation didn't care about the silver-haired girls' lives, let alone their identities. Alright, I'll be right out. Zhao Yi opened the hatch and saw the same silver-haired girl who had escorted him earlier. She looked rather cute, and he had taken a brief interest in her file. She was the youngest in the fleet, which explained her sisterly vibe. To think someone so young had survived 4 years on the battlefield. 10235 lowered her head. Commander, please follow me. Upon entering the conference room, Zhao Yi saw 7 or 8 silver-haired girls seated inside, each with a distinct appearance, yet all strikingly beautiful. Especially the one sitting beside the main seat, 9844, whose beauty seemed almost unreal. Sensing Zhao Yi's gaze, 9844 rose and called out, stand up. The silver-haired girls, though reluctant, complied and said, greetings, Commander. This display caught Zhao Yi off guard. One moment he was a student playing Gomoku at school, and the next he was to command a vessel and become a leader responsible for his subordinates. Even if this interstellar frigate was a modified cargo ship. Zhao Yi walked over, sat down, and said, please take your seats. The girls exchanged glances, concealing smirks. They were all battle-hardened veterans and could easily tell that Zhao Yi was a rookie. This was probably his first time leaving a peaceful planet. Once on the battlefield, he would likely be terrified, and the expression on his face would be priceless. They couldn't wait to see it. 9844 turned to Zhao Yi and said, Commander, allow me to brief you on the distribution of our fleet's humanoid autonomous weapons. Zhao Yi opened his mouth to speak, but stopped. Even if he asked them not to refer to themselves that way, they probably wouldn't listen. Worse, they might think he was mocking them. The expression on their faces when he first boarded the ship was still vivid in his memory. This is 10,235, whom you've already met. Her duty is to ensure your safety. You can think of her as the captain of the guard. 9844 pointed at the cute girl. She stood up and saluted Zhao Yi, who hastily returned the gesture. 9844 frowned with mild disdain. Commander, when I'm introducing, please refrain from moving. It puts me in an awkward position. Alright. This is 11,525, a combat team member. However, her emotions are unstable. If you have any orders, you may relay them through me. Try to keep contact with her to a minimum. 9844 introduced another member. Zhao Yi glanced over. The silver-haired girl had a pin dangling from her lips, a nonchalant air about her. Her skin was dark and a scar ran across her face. She returned his gaze with a sly grin. And this is... Zhao Yi interrupted. Hold on, wait. Commander, is there a problem? You're making things difficult for me. It's not that. Your numbers are too long, I can't remember them. 9844 said seriously, Commander, you don't need to remember. We're just going through the motions. You can issue any future commands through me. It's fine if you can't remember them. They're just weapons replaceable parts. After all, that's how the previous commander operated. Zhao Yi was exasperated. Do we really have to be like this? We're on the same ship now. If we die together. 9844 continued. According to Article 1377 of the Solar Federation's War Law, humanoid autonomous weapons cannot. Shut up. The silver-haired girls in the room froze. They hadn't expected this commander to be so fierce. Normally fresh graduates from the academy should be flustered and obedient to the deputy commander's suggestions. Why would he suddenly get angry over a mere number? Zhao Yi stood up. According to the Federation's war law, are you obligated to unconditionally obey my orders? The girls were taken aback, teeth clenched. They indeed had no way to defy the commander's orders. A small bomb had been implanted in their bodies at birth. The commander could detonate it with ease. Yes. Zhao Yi nodded. Then it's settled. From now on, use your names. Otherwise I won't remember. What? The group was stunned, looking up at Zhao Yi as if they had misheard. The Federation had always treated them as tools and no one cared about their names, and they were even forbidden from having names. This commander actually wanted to use names to address them. Ha ha, Commander, you're really annoying. What's the point of using names? You're not going to interact with us anyway. We're just weapons, not people. The dark-skinned combat team leader said irritably. Zhao Yi looked at her. Regardless of what you think, this is an order. Consider it for my convenience in remembering. The combat team leader walked up to Zhao Yi and whispered, Commander, do you have some other thoughts about us? Zhao Yi's mouth twitched. As a normal male and a virgin facing a crowd of beautiful women, it would be a lie to say he had no feelings. But he truly hadn't had any just now. No. 9844 pushed the combat team leader aside. Then let me reintroduce you, Commander. My name is Su Xian, Deputy Commander of the Fuyin Hao. She is Su Ran, your guard captain. The cute Su Ran stood up again and saluted earnestly. Zhao Yi did not interrupt Su Xian this time, lest he earn her disdain. And this is Su Huan, combat team leader. The dark-skinned Su Huan sat back in her seat, propping her long legs on the table, looking thoroughly displeased. Su Xian explained, Please forgive her, Commander. She is highly capable and can be of great use to you. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, saying nothing. This is Su Yin, head of RD. And this is Su Wan, the fleet's chief mechanic. After the introductions, Su Xian spoke. Commander, our energy crystal reserves are insufficient. We'll have to take a riskier route that may expose us to meteor showers, but it's fine. We have experienced operators. Zhao Yi nodded. They'll leave it to you. Just then a silver-haired girl burst through the door, panic written on her face. She glanced at Zhao Yi, then turned to Su Xian. Deputy Commander, we've encountered space pirates. What? Su Xian froze. They were still within the Federation's territory, yet they encountered space pirates. The Federation's people were becoming increasingly incompetent. Let's go to the command room and see. The entire meeting room emptied. Zhao Yi rose and followed behind. When they arrived at the command room, they saw two blips on the screen approaching their vessel. Report the situation, Su Xian commanded. 2 space pirate vessels have scanned us and are closing in. Their firepower includes 2 T-1 class main cannons, each with a range exceeding ours. Su Xian pondered for a moment. 4 main cannons in total, all with superior range. A direct confrontation was impossible. Her armor was only the most basic defensive plating capable of withstanding a single hit at most. But for Su Xian, this was child's play. For years on the battlefield, she had faced far worse odds. Still, this battle would demand some sacrifice. Prepare for combat. Yes, sir. At that moment, Zhao Yi entered and looked at the group. How do you plan to fight? The deputy commander was surprised to see Zhao Yi here, as shouldn't he be trembling in his quarters? Commander, the enemy outguns us, and there are 2 starships. All we can do is pick them off one by one. First, dispatch 10 Xiaolong fighters to harass the other vessel. Since they have T-1 class main cannons, their defenses are likely the same basic steel armor as ours. The Xiaolongs might still be useful. Meanwhile, we face the other one. Shift all our armor plating to the front to absorb their fire and return fire with our main cannons. With luck, we can destroy them. Ding Yu observed Su Zin's command, gifted with extraordinary talent and gained command ability LV. Max. Zhao Yi stood frozen. Top-tier command ability. In an instant, countless tactics and ideas flooded his mind. Combined with his prior knowledge, 3 or 4 viable strategies emerged. Zhao Yi nodded silently. Even if you destroy one vessel, how will you face the other when you go to retrieve the Xiaolong fighters? Even the most basic Xiaolong fighters might be destroyed before we can retrieve them. Su Xian said seriously, I don't plan to bring them back. Their mission is to distract the other ship. They must be prepared to die. Our star frigate can't destroy 2 star destroyers at once. Zhao Yi was stunned. He looked around at the others' reactions. They seemed to find this arrangement normal. Wait, aren't they your comrades? You're just going to sacrifice them. Su Xian turned to Zhao Yi. Of course they are my comrades. Compared to you, they are even my fellow countrymen. But my comrades don't only die outside, some die inside the starship. Without sacrifice, we can't escape. Su Huan with her carefree demeanor laughed. All right, let me lead the team. I've lived long enough anyway. These people were truly insane. Nonsense. How can you let people sacrifice themselves? Su Xian said earnestly, we are weapons. We can be expended. Rest assured, Commander. I have a 70% chance of destroying one of their ships. Then we'll accelerate and flee. Oh, by the time the other reacts, they won't catch us. We're still in Federation territory. They won't dare chase for long. Zhao Yi shook his head. I disagree. Since the commander disagrees, do you have a better plan? Su Xian thought Zhao Yi was being obstinate. Did she herself want to sacrifice her countrymen? As she spoke, the monitoring officer suddenly cried out in alarm. We just detected an energy fluctuation after they collided with a meteor fragment. They must have energy shields. Our T1 class main cannons will need at least 4 or 5 shots to break through. Su Xian was stunned. Their previous battle plan assumed the enemy's armor was the same steel plating as theirs. If the enemy had energy shields, they were out of options. The T1 Xiaolong fighters would be useless against such shields. They'd need at least a T1 5 class main cannon to breach them. Even if the enemy stood still, it would take them a long time to break through. In that case, the bait plan remains unchanged. Shift all our armor to the sides. We can't counterattack. We must use acceleration to escape quickly. As long as we don't get hit by both shots simultaneously, we should survive. Fortunately, they have T2 energy shields, but their main cannons are still T1. Yes, sir. Wait, I have an idea. Zhao Yi interrupted everyone. Su Xian was naturally skeptical. Even if Zhao Yi wasn't a poor student in school, he couldn't be as skilled as a veteran like her. Moreover, Su Xian had commanded over 100 battles, large and small. Her combat experience was immense. Su Xian, your command was good, but you missed something. What? I know this area better than you. Su Xian fell silent. Indeed, if she hadn't come to pick up the commander, she would never have been here. So what? Does that affect how we escape? Nearby, there's a planet called V12. Its sphere is unique. It has a layer of corrosive fog on its surface that can nullify all energy shields. 40 years ago, the Federation deemed it unsuitable for development and habitation, so it was abandoned. Why are you telling us this? Zhao Yi smiled. We approach the planet's fog. Their energy shields become useless. Then we can use the terrain to fight. Su Xian said, but if we enter the fog, we won't be able to see them either. Then she realized the logic. This was Federation territory. Once the pirates lost track of them, they had only 2 options: give up and flee quickly, since Federation patrols would surely come upon detecting a space jump here, or follow them into the fog and finish them off quickly. But if the enemy entered, their energy shields would be useless. Without energy shields, their basic armor couldn't withstand T1 class main cannon fire. Quickly check if there's such a planet nearby. Yes, sir. After a moment, a young woman in the command room exclaimed joyfully, found it. It'll take us an hour to get there. An hour? How long before the pirates catch up? Estimated 2 hours. Enough time. Let's go. After giving the orders, Su Xian looked at Zhao Yi with a complicated expression. She had thought he was just causing trouble, but unexpectedly he had some skill. This was the first time she'd encountered a commander who could offer her advice. He was somewhat different from the useless ones. Zhao Yi continued, to be safe, we need to upgrade the fighters. In the fog, fighters will play a crucial role. We only have 12 Xiaolong fighters. How can we upgrade them? Asked the mechanic Su Wan. Did he think that just because he came up with one good idea, he knew everything? Although the Federation schools did teach mechanics, it was just theory. Compared to her 4 years of on-the-battlefield repair and design, it was like showing off before an expert. If the Xiaolong fighters could be upgraded, she would have done it long ago. Zhao Yi smiled. If it were his old self, he couldn't. But now with the system, after observing, he should be able to grasp something. Take me to the hangar. Su Wan shrugged and led him there. The others followed. They wanted to see what the commander was up to. In the hangar, Zhao Yi saw the ship's fighters, Xiaolong fighters. A T1 class fighter already phased out by the Federation chief to produce average performance. But for the silver-haired girls who served as components, it was more than enough. Zhao Yi ran his hand over the rust-covered fighters, clearly neglected. It wasn't that Su Wan didn't want to maintain them, she lacked materials and resources. Su Wan crossed her arms and looked at Zhao Yi. Commander, you've seen the fighters. What now? Ding, you observed the Xiaolong fighter gifted with extraordinary talent and gained mechanics LV. Max. Ding, you observed the Xiaolong fighter gifted with extraordinary talent and gained research LV. Max. As expected, Zhao Yi's mind was flooded with mechanical knowledge. Looking at the Xiaolong fighter before him, it was indeed junk. Its armor was thin, firepower weak, and endurance poor. Zhao Yi directly crawled under one of the Xiaolong fighters and began dismantling it. Give me some tools, he said. This stunned Su Wan, who hurriedly shouted, Commander, what are you doing? We're about to fight, and you're dismantling our planes. Everyone present showed shock and confusion. Was this commander denying them even the last sliver of hope for survival? The faint goodwill they had felt for him just moments ago vanished completely. As expected, all Federation people are the same. Su Ran's tears welled up. As the youngest, she hadn't had her fill of life, yet even one more day would be a blessing. But this commander wouldn't even grant them that one day. Though the pirates were already upon them, he insisted on dismantling the starfighters. This commander would surely be like the last one escaping in an escape pod by himself. Zhao Yi emerged from under the fuselage and said, "Even if we fly these starfighters, it's suicide. We'll be fighting in corrosive mist, and this armor can't withstand it." "I know that, but we don't have spare armor or materials." Zhao Yi didn't explain. "I'll figure it out myself. Don't worry. Aren't you supposed to be making other arrangements? Just leave us alone." "But..." Su Xian pulled Su Wan and shook her head. Su Wan said casually, "Let him do his thing. I never expected to make it back alive anyway, as long as he doesn't mess up the aircraft's energy and weapon systems." Everyone sighed. If Zhao Yi insisted, they had no choice. They could complain behind his back, but they dared not disobey orders to his face. The commander held the power of life and death over them. As they walked out of the hangar, Su Wan punched the wall in anger. Damn it, can't he just stay in his room quietly? Why does he have to come out and cause trouble? Does he think he knows more about starfighters than I do? Su Xian patted her head. "It's okay, we'll definitely survive." Su Wan said aggrievedly, "Of course I know these fighters are no good, but I pieced them together from scrap. And now he wants to destroy them all. Alright, let's hurry and prepare. First, we'll put the star battleship armor on one side, so at least we can block 2 main cannon shots." Although this might weaken the defenses on other parts of the ship, the enemy they faced was only from the front. Fortunately, there were enough sisters in this fleet. If everyone got moving, they should be able to finish. As for Zhao Yi, they decided to stop thinking about him. In the starfighter hangar, Zhao Yi spent over 10 minutes dismantling one fighter. With his keen perception, he could tell these fighters were themselves pieced together from scraps. He couldn't believe the Federation gave them such weapons. Didn't these people know that the silver-haired girls were guarding their safety at the border? The peace on the capital planet and other worlds was bought with the lives of silver-haired girls. Yet they received no fairness at all. Looking at the fighters before him, Zhao Yi understood. The reason the gospel was a grave was that the higher-ups wanted these girls to die here. Why were all the girls who came here already 4 years into their service? Because the Federation had promised that silver-haired girls would gain citizenship after 5 years on the battlefield, and they couldn't break that promise. So the best way was to gather all the silver-haired girls who had served 4 years from various fleets, give them the worst warship and the weakest commander, and let them die in battle. If they died, they hadn't completed 5 years. Zhao Yi smiled bitterly. He was that weakest commander. Even without reading the history of the gospel, he could guess that the silver-haired girls on previous gospels had all vanished into the cosmos. But this time was different. He had to save himself, and also save these girls. Without time to think further, Zhao Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. Turning these fighters into T2 class was obviously impossible. Even if he had the blueprints and skills in his mind, without materials, it was no use. One cannot make bricks without straw. However, upgrading these fighters to T1, 5 class was achievable. To do so, Zhao Yi would need to dismantle half of the aircraft, and also obtain a large amount of steel. Where could he get materials? The entire warship had no spare materials. Wait, it seemed there was one place. A flash of inspiration struck Zhao Yi, and he immediately ordered the fleet's multi-purpose robots to transport materials for him. At that moment, Su Xian was surprised to find all the robots had run off. She shook her head helplessly. This commander really was a lot of trouble, even taking away their robots. "Boss, look, the robots are all gone." That Zhao Yi must have ordered them, right? Su Huan said discontentedly. "Never mind him, let's do our own thing." At this moment, the 2 pirate ships tracking the gospel discovered that they had actually fled. A bald man sneered, "They know they can't beat us, so they ran." What luck! Who would have thought that after getting lost during a space jump, we'd still stumble upon prey? Luck my ass. This is the Solar Federation's territory. Let's grab some resources quickly and jump again. The Federation must have detected the space fluctuations by now. We need to leave fast. With that, the 2 pirate ships accelerated toward the gospel. With the robots helping to transport materials, Zhao Yi only needed to focus on modifications. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he looked at the fighter before him. Though it looked odd, and even had some rust spots, its performance and handling definitely exceeded T1. T1, 5 class. The weapons had been reinforced enough to face ships without energy shields. Just then the red lights in the hangar began to flash, emitting a piercing alarm. Zhao Yi knew this meant the fleet had entered the corrosive mist. That left at most 1 hour. Zhao Yi stopped thinking and continued with his work. As long as he finished one aircraft, it would give them a little more chance of survival. These silver-haired girls in his previous world would have been students, idols, or singers. None of them would have had to worry about life and death. But here they suffered unfair treatment, which made Zhao Yi, a transmigrator, feel sympathetic. After all, he was not a Federation citizen. All he could do now was help them as much as possible, and in doing so help himself. The pursuing star pirates were slightly startled when they saw the gospel's position disappear from the screen. Strange, where are they? I didn't see any space fluctuations. They shouldn't have used a space jump. A space jump requires preparation time. They must be hiding. Search the area. Soon one pirate spotted something unusual. Report, there's a planet nearby, filled with corrosive mist. They must be hiding in there. Are they trying to buy time? Report, we've spotted a Solar Federation patrol. They must have noticed the anomaly at our previous jump point and come to investigate. How much time do we have? 2 hours. Enough. First eliminate those runaways, seize their resources, then prepare to leave again. Understood. The star pirates naturally wouldn't let the gospel go. Currently their resources were insufficient for a space jump, so there was only one way: plunder other resources. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Yi, who had been repairing and modifying in the hangar, crawled out from under a fighter. He checked the time. 2 hours had passed, and he had modified 5 starfighters. He had hoped to get 1 or 2 more, but the original Xiaolong fighters were too poor, so he could only piece together this many. Commander. Su Ran knocked and entered looking stunned. The entire hangar was in a mess with parts and oil everywhere. The 12 fighters that had been lined up were now only 5. With battle imminent, their combat power had drastically decreased. Su Ran bit her lip, confused. This commander could have just stayed in his room as a figurehead and left everything to Sister Su Xian. But he insisted on doing this. Was he afraid they were having too easy a time? Zhao Yi looked up without noticing her expression. What's the matter? Su Ran snapped back to reality. The space pirates have entered the mist. I believe they will encounter us soon. The vice commander asked me to inform you to find a safe place to hide. Zhao Yi tossed his tools aside and put on his jacket. As the commander, how could I hide? Take me to the command room. Off. Su Ran was stunned. It was the first time she had encountered such a commander. Over the past 4 years, she had met many commanders, but their common trait was that they never regarded themselves as human. They would never personally take on dangerous missions. Federation personnel were more like supervisors managing the silver-haired girl than commanders. Many war decisions were made by the silver-haired girl's deputy commander. This guy wasn't going to cause trouble again, was he? Zhao Yi noticed Su Ran's confusion and said, I might be different from others, but my goal is the same: to keep you all alive. Alive? No Federation person wants us to survive, Su Ran said with a hint of indifference. Her life experiences could not be swayed by a few words from Zhao Yi. Let's go. Zhao Yi said no more. Yes. The two arrived at the command room and saw Su Xian issuing precise orders. When she saw Zhao Yi, Su Xian saluted and said, Commander, I didn't expect you to come. This is wartime. Please return to your quarters. We don't have the resources to protect you. Zhao Yi waved his hand. No need to protect me. He'll just stay here and watch. Hey. Su Huan, standing nearby with her arms crossed, was very annoyed. Commander, weren't you supposed to modify the fighters not long ago? Why are you here now? Don't tell me you couldn't finish the fighters and came to mess with something else. Deputy Commander Su Xian spoke with a hint of reproach. Su Huan, don't say that. It wasn't out of concern for Zhao Yi's feelings, but rather fear that Zhao Yi might kill Su Huan. Zhao Yi said indifferently, the fighters are ready. They can take off at any time. Ready? Su Huan and Su Huan were taken aback. It had only been at most 2 hours, and he had already upgraded 12 fighters. Really? Su Xian glanced at the two. Since the commander has upgraded the fighters, Su Huan, lead the combat team to the hangar and prepare for takeoff. Yes. Su Huan, take the robots and stand by in the ship for repairs. Yes. Reconnaissance team, report any situation at any time. We could encounter enemies easily in the fog. Understood. Su Xian issued orders methodically. Zhao Yi silently admired her. Su Xian was intelligent and decisive, even willing to make necessary sacrifices for victory. She seemed like the perfect commander. If Federation personnel could cooperate normally with the silver-haired girls and provide them with proper weapons, they wouldn't be suffering so much in the war against the Soro Empire. Su Xian, you're commanding well, but I have a suggestion. Everyone turned to look at Zhao Yi. Did this guy think that a few years in school made him understand the situation better than their deputy commander, who had endured countless life-and-death battles? Su Xian looked back with some curiosity. She could sense that Zhao Yi was different from every commander she had ever met. Commander, feel free to make your suggestion. I have no issue with the other arrangements. You know more about these self-propelled weapons than I do, but I think the fleet's position should be moved to this coordinate. Zhao Yi tapped the coordinate which glowed on the screen. Sector A38. Why there? Su Yi and a researcher found the location unsuitable. It was too close to the 2 star pirate ships. Su Xian smiled. Just as expected from a student fresh out of school, his ideas were too simplistic. Commander, I must remind you that Sector A38 offers no strategic advantage. When the enemy enters the fog fearing our escape, they will launch all their starfighters. Meanwhile, their 2-star battleships will search in 2 directions. Our best move is to go deeper into the fog. That way, if discovered, we won't have to face both ships at once. The other ship would take time to join, giving us some preparation time. If we wait in Sector A38, when discovered, we'll have to deal with all the starfighters and both battleships simultaneously. Even though their energy shields are down, I still think we can't win. Su Xin's eyes carried a hint of a smile, making her look very charming. The other silver-haired girls were delighted. This commander must be dumbfounded. Nothing pleased them more than putting a Federation man in his place. Zhao Yi shook his head. Everything you said is correct, but I have reasons for moving the fleet to Sector A38. Oh, what reasons? Su Xian blinked her big eyes, expecting Zhao Yi to back down, but he didn't. Zhao Yi explained, we're currently in the corrosive fog, and we don't know how long we'll be here. You modified the frontal armor plating. If we go too deep, we might not be able to withdraw later. Su Xian was slightly taken aback. Indeed, they were in the corrosive fog which not only dissipated energy shields, but also corroded metal, albeit slowly. Going too deep with insufficient plating was dangerous. Zhao Yi continued. Another reason is that planet V12 has 2 moons, and one of them will pass through sector A38. Su Xian stood still, utterly shocked. A moon. He even knew that. But wasn't he a slacker in school? How could he remember such details? Earlier, Su Xian had reviewed Zhao Yi's records. Every subject was failing with scores absurdly low. Had he deliberately become the last place? Why? For the gospel. Su Xian shook her head. Regardless of Zhao Yi's motives, this was a good idea. If the moon really returned to sector A38, it would serve as a natural barrier. In the fog, the enemy couldn't see their position, so their attacks would likely hit the barrier. Su Xian turned to a silver-haired girl operating the console who said planet V12 does have 2 natural moons. Everyone was stunned, staring at Zhao Yi with amazement. He hadn't been making things up. All right, move to sector A38. The other silver-haired girls were shocked. Sister Su Xian, you're not actually trusting this commander, are you? If the moon doesn't come, we're doomed. Su Xian shook her head. He's on the ship too. Federation people are afraid of death. He wouldn't say something without certainty. Afraid of death. Zhao Yi smiled. You're right, I am afraid. That's why I plan to enjoy life after my service. Not just me. I don't want any of you to die either. Everyone fell silent. They didn't know if Zhao Yi truly didn't want them to die, or if he was merely worried about being caught in the crossfire. Survive? I hope we can survive. Susan's face showed determination. Fleet adjust course to sector A38. Yes. Su Huan and Su Wan arrived at the hangar and were immediately overwhelmed. This guy. He dismantled the fighters down to only 5. Su Huan scratched her short hair, frustrated and irritated. Su Wan looked at the mess and sighed helplessly. Sigh, this is a huge problem. Our firepower was already lacking, and now we've lost half our fighters. Su Huan clenched her fists. Normally hot-tempered, she wanted to confront Zhao Yi right then. But she couldn't leave. The star pirates were right in front of them, and they might have to sortie at any moment. Zhao Yi, if I make it back alive, I'm going to punch him. The gospel sailed through the fog, and soon encountered some pirate starfighters. The pirates, excited at the sight of the gospel, opened fire. Various energy beams shot through space, striking the gospel. The entire ship started to tremble, but it held. In the command room, Su Xian gave orders. Return fire with the electromagnetic secondary cannons. Su Huan prepared to launch. Your mission is to locate the enemy's main ship. Stay patient and wait for them to fire their main cannon, then we'll find them. Yes. The gospel's hangar bay opened and 5 modified Xiaolong fighters emerged, disappearing into the fog. Su Huan, piloting one of the fighters, was slightly surprised. Was it her imagination, or was the fighter faster and more responsive? Probably just her imagination. Adrenaline could make things feel different. Sisters, let's clean up these pirates first. When we get back, well, I'll give the commander a beating. All right, Sister Su Huan. In the command room, Zhao Yi's mouth twitched. He was still on the comm channel. But if they survived, he wouldn't mind being pummeled by these beauties. Zhao Yi walked to the observation station and looked outside. The gospel's 2 electromagnetic secondary cannons had already begun returning fire. Enemy fighters were being destroyed one by one. These pirates had met their match. The electromagnetic cannons fired fast and accurately. The pirate commander of the ship, facing the gospel, sensed trouble. Contact the main ship. Prepare for bombardment. Yes. At that moment, the 2 interstellar pirate battleships on standby altered their course. The enormous main cannons on their hulls aimed at the gospel, their attack capable of crossing the distance of several hundred kilometers in the blink of an eye. The main cannons have locked onto the target. Main cannons beginning charge. Main cannon charge at 50. 100, you're ready to fire. The colossal energy cannons gleamed, brimming with immense power. Meanwhile, on the gospel, Zhao Yi noticed that the pirate fighters harassing them had dispersed. This signified the imminent arrival of the energy cannons. Su Xian frowned deeply as the moment of life or death had arrived. Just then, a silver-haired girl responsible for observation spoke. Sister Su Xian, we've spotted one of V12's satellites approaching. Hearing this news, everyone was overjoyed and looked at Zhao Yi with a hint of admiration. This man was indeed different from the previous commanders. He was somewhat useful. But judging by its trajectory, that satellite won't arrive in time. Huh. Everyone was stunned. Their newfound goodwill seemed to have been in vain. Zhao Yi smiled faintly. The satellite's motion isn't uniform, but erratic. It will accelerate and then remain stationary for 10 minutes. They exchanged glances, unconvinced. Remembering the planet's peculiarities was normal given its distinctiveness. But recalling the satellite's characteristics was excessive. How many satellites were there in the universe? Yet now they had no choice but to forge ahead toward the designated location. Full speed ahead. Yes. Nearby, Su Huan and the other combat team members hidden in the mist offered silent prayers. If the enemy's main cannons didn't fire, they wouldn't know their position. But if the enemy's main cannons fired, everything might be over. Suddenly, an eerie light flickered in the mist, moving at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered half the distance. Su Huan and the others saw the radiance reflected in their pupils. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 energy main cannon shots. If the Gospel were hit, even with its armor modifications, it would be reduced to ashes. Combat team deploy. Su Huan and her team sped toward the source of the light. Sister Su Huan, this fighter's speed is more than double what it was before. Su Huan had noticed it too. She had sensed something off earlier, but dismissed it as a misperception. Only now at full throttle did they realize the fighter was indeed different. The controls were smoother, and the speed and responsiveness were much better. With such a fighter, Su Huan believed she could hold her own against a dozen T1 class fighters. Could this be the work of that commander? No way, he only had 2 hours to modify the fighter like this. Su Huan stared ahead as if she could already see the enemy. Everyone snap out of it. We'll find out about the fighter when we get back. Understood. In the command room, Zhao Yi and the others saw the blinding light. The energy main cannons were about to strike. It seems we're out of time. Su Xin's voice carried a hint of melancholy. If all 4 main cannons hit, resistance would be futile. She didn't know how Su Huan and the others were faring, but if possible, she hoped they could escape. Everyone remained silent, aware that death had marked them. They were merely awaiting the swing of the scythe. The Gospel began to shudder under the impending energy assault. It's here, Zhao Yi said calmly. Suddenly the command room darkened as a massive satellite loomed overhead. This was one of V-12's satellites. A brilliant flash erupted in space as the satellite was shattered by the 4 main cannons, its fragments drifting toward V-12 due to gravity. Prepare for impact. Su Xian had already repositioned the armored plates to the front. The entire vessel trembled under the barrage of satellite debris. Fortunately, the 4 main cannons had reduced the satellite to rubble. Otherwise, even hiding would have been perilous. Lock onto their position. Su Xian swiftly issued orders, her face alight with surprise and excitement, casting a grateful glance at Zhao Yi. Yes. Target lock. Prepare main cannons to fire. Yes. The energy main cannons began charging, and a colossal energy beam retraced the path, hurtling toward the interstellar pirates. The pirates, unaware of the danger, were popping champagne, convinced they had scored a hit. 4 shots like that must have finished them off. Let's move in and salvage whatever we can. I told you 2 shots were enough, but you insisted on more. What's the harm? Energy crystals aren't damaged, and this ship doesn't look like it has anything valuable. As they spoke, a flash of light appeared before them. Everyone was stunned. It was the unmistakable glow of an energy main cannon. The ship blared with alarms and red lights. How? They took 4 main cannon hits and survived. Damn it. Without this mist, we'd know what happened. Did all 4 miss? Impossible. Enough speculation. Change course, send fighters to eliminate them. Even if they're alive, our main cannons must have crippled them. Su Huan, still advancing, saw the light and was overjoyed. It meant Sister Su Xian and the others were alive. Sisters, let's eliminate the enemy quickly. Everyone is waiting for us. Yes. With a thunderous roar, one of the pirate battleships was pierced by the main cannon beam. Unable to activate its energy shield, it was reduced to debris, becoming space junk. Damn it. The other pirate captain raged, having expected an easy victory only to lose one of their ships. Have we pinpointed their position? Yes. Main cannons are recharging, ready to fire in 5 minutes. Good. Launch all fighters. Don't let them get another shot off. Yes. Dozens of fighters emerged from the pirate battleship, heading toward the Gospel. Unidentified flying objects ahead. Take them out. Their fighters look like garbage anyway. Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of cannon fire bloomed across the void. But none of the shots hit, frustrating the pirates. What's going on? How are their fighters so agile? Could they be T2 class? Impossible. If they had that technology, they wouldn't be hiding from us. Just deploying their fighters would be enough to wipe us out. We can't keep up with their speed. Damn 'em, hit. Static crackled in their ears as flames blossomed in the void. Su Huan and her team grew more exhilarated with each kill. They had expected to die, but the fighters' performance was astonishing. They were overwhelming the enemy without mercy. This was the most exhilarating skirmish Su Huan had ever fought. It was a testament to both their skill and the fighters' capabilities. I absolutely love this fighter. Su Huan laughed heartily, pulling the trigger. Another pirate fighter exploded into sparks. The pirates, disoriented, fled back to their mothership. Sister Su Huan, they're running. Any injuries? My propulsion system is slightly damaged, but it's holding. Su Huan was astonished. They had destroyed at least half of the enemy fighters in that engagement, with only one of their own suffering minor damage from a glancing blow. Then let's go. All right. The pirates retreated to their ship, and the commander was stunned. You're back already. Did you eliminate them that fast? No, they have fighters out there. The commander froze. They have fighters. Then engage them. Why did you retreat? Their fighters are T2 class. We're no match. Half of us were already destroyed. What a... The commander's eyes widened. How could they have T2 class fighters? Those are usually only issued to patrol units. Maybe they're on a mission here. A violent tremor shook the ship. Boss, enemy fighters are approaching. Use secondary cannons. How long on the main cannons? 3 minutes. The pirate battleship bristled with energy guns and turrets firing at Su Huan's team. but their fighters danced like spirits impossible to hit. Xiao Wu destroy the left secondary turret. Yes. Xiao's would take out the right one. Understood. 5 fighters peeled off in different directions, and explosions erupted across the ship's hull. Warning turrets destroyed. Warning ship severely damaged. Warning propulsion system compromised, speed reduced by 30. As the ship's automated warnings blared, the pirates were dumbfounded. Were they really facing only 5 fighters? 5 starfighters had reduced them to this state. When had they ever suffered such humiliation? Damn it. If the energy shield were operational, there's no way we'd lose to them. Change course immediately. Get out of the mist. Once we're out of the corrosive mist, we can activate the energy shield. Yes, sir. The space pirates turned and fled while Su Huan and her team pursued in their modified starfighters, firing relentlessly. The entire pirate ship was already smoking and ablaze with massive explosions erupting intermittently. The Fuyin pressed forward at full throttle, determined not to let them escape while they were vulnerable. In the command room, Zhao Yi spoke. How long until the main cannon is ready? 3 more minutes. Fire now. Everyone was stunned. A silver-haired girl explained. Firing now would be weak and the barrel would overheat and explode. Su Xen understood and exclaimed, fire. They're about to leave the mist. Once they activate their energy shield, we won't be able to defeat them. Yes, sir. Zhao Yi glanced at Su Xen with appreciation. Having a sharp mind around certainly made things easier. Although the main cannon wasn't at optimal condition, the enemy's armor had already been heavily damaged by Su Huan's team. Without an energy shield, the enemy ship's armor was far inferior to the Fuyin's. The armor, which had seemed nearly useless, now became the decisive factor. The Fuyin's main cannon emitted a blinding flash followed by a brilliant beam that shot into the distance. Rumble. Boom. The main cannon barrel couldn't withstand the immense energy and exploded violently, sending everyone in the command room crashing to the floor. Seeing Su Xen about to fall, Zhao Yi reacted swiftly and caught her. Are you all right? Su Xen, finding Zhao Yi's face so close, suddenly blushed. Though the Federation might deny it, Su Xen was still human, and humans get embarrassed. Su Xen quickly stood up and glanced around discreetly. Fortunately, no one had noticed them. Thank you, Commander. I'm fine, she whispered. So this was what it felt like to be protected. Before this, she had always played the role of the big sister, never having been shielded like this. Good. We're about to have a celebration, and I wouldn't want my vice commander injured. Su Xen tucked a strand of silver hair behind her ears burning red. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Zhao Yi smiled slightly. Though she was a shrewd tactician on the battlefield, she was still a girl at heart. That was a bit embarrassing. In the distance, the pirate ship was struck by the energy cannon, erupting in a massive fireball before disintegrating into fragments. Everyone stared at the scene in disbelief. Display ship status. Ship damage 35. Propulsion system damage 11. Main cannon damage 99. Su Xen breathed a sigh of relief. Apart from the main cannon, everything was within her expectations. The crew cheered, their eyes shining with excitement and disbelief. They had thought they were doomed, yet they had managed to destroy 2 enemy ships and survive. It was almost unbelievable. Commander, your tactics were brilliant. Yeah, you're different from the others. You don't look down on us. Commander, how did you know the satellite would come? I never thought we'd fight such a brilliant battle before even reaching the front line. Everyone chattered excitedly. This battle had earned Zhao Yi their respect. He was truly different from all previous commanders, wise, decisive, and attentive. Su Xen leaned against the wall, watching Zhao Yi surrounded by silver-haired girls, and smiled faintly. Though scarce, there were still good people among the Federation. Zhao Yi, surrounded by the silver-haired beauties, felt like he had reached the pinnacle of life. He was being circled by a bevy of beauties. I learned this in class, but I also took a gamble. Luckily, it paid off. This wasn't just my doing. You all did an amazing job. I couldn't have done it alone. Their eyes sparkled with a strange light. For the first time, they felt recognized. Previously, no matter how well they fought, commanders had only ever seen them as trash. Hey, what did you do to it? Su Huan returned, storming over with a fierce look. Everyone was startled, remembering that Zhao Yi had modified the fighters earlier. Had something gone wrong with the fighters? Su Xen frowned, fearing Su Huan might start a fight, and said, Su Huan, if you have something to say, talk to me. The commander just finished a battle and is tired. No way. Su Huan glared at Zhao Yi, speaking slowly. This guy. He tuned the fighters so perfectly. How did he do it? Teach me, please. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was Su Huan, who usually despised Federation people, actually admiring the commander? Su Xen was confused. Su Huan, you have no idea? Our 5 fighters just destroyed the enemy. I've never flown a fighter this good. It felt incredible. Other combat members chimed in. Yeah, it felt like the fighter was an extension of our own bodies. The firepower is still lacking, but the performance is amazing. Su Huan was stunned. Hey, I tuned your fighters before, and you never praised me like that. Su Huan rolled her eyes. The commander's upgrades are way better than yours. I've been wanting to say this, but I was afraid you'd stop maintaining our fighters. Now that we have the commander, I don't care. You. Su Huan was speechless with rage. This girl was calling her incompetent. Outrageous. Don't come to me for repairs anymore. Su Huan said angrily. Su Huan made a face. Fine, we have the commander now. The silver-haired girls burst out laughing, and even Su Xian cracked a smile. She's really beautiful, Zhao Yi thought, startled. Su Xian noticed his gaze and shyly said, Commander, thank you. Without you my plan wouldn't have saved everyone. Zhao Yi shook his head. Don't mention it. You're all my subordinates, and protecting them is my duty as commander. Everyone was taken aback. They had never heard such words before. So that was a commander's duty. Whether you mean it or not, we're grateful for your help. Su Xian clapped her hands. All right, Su Huan, lead the maintenance team to repair the ship's interior. Leave the exterior to the robots. Yes, ma'am. Navigators head to the wreckage and salvage useful items. Yes, ma'am. Commander, you must be hungry. Let's go eat. Good. Zhao Yi had to admit he was famished. Having been focused on the battle, he hadn't noticed, but now his stomach was growling. As they walked through the ship's corridor, Su Huan asked curiously, Commander, where did you get the materials to upgrade the fighters? Even if you stripped all 12 fighters, it wouldn't be enough. Zhao Yi nodded. I used the steel from the warehouse. When that wasn't enough, I dismantled some interior fixtures. Fixtures? What did you take apart? Su Xian was stunned. He hadn't dismantled anything critical, had he? Fortunately, nothing had gone wrong. This? Zhao Yi pointed ahead. Everyone gasped. Zhao Yi had dismantled the commander's quarters. This was the largest structure within the vessel. The Federation people knew how to enjoy themselves designing the commander's quarters as the finest area on the warship. No one had anticipated that Zhao Yi would take such an action. Su Ran chuckled. Commander, now that you've dismantled this place, we don't have spare materials to restore it. Where do you plan to sleep? Where do you all sleep? Zhao Yi asked in return. Su Xian lowered her head. This vessel originally had quarters for us, but they were only configured for 30 people. But now we have 300, so we just sleep wherever we can. The ship's constant temperature system keeps us from getting sick. Su Ran added, it's just not very comfortable. The steel plates are too hard. Then he'll do the same. The group was stunned. Every commander came to enjoy luxury, but Zhao Yi seemed different. Zhao Yi thought they felt embarrassed to speak up. Right, men and women are different. How about I sleep in the original quarters area and you go elsewhere? Su Xian and the others exchanged glances. Men and women being different. They had never considered that. Commander, that's not what we meant. We're just worried about your rest quality, Su Xian said softly. Zhao Yi shook his head. It's fine. If you can rest like that, so can I. Although the Federation doesn't recognize you as human, in my eyes you are just like me. Su Xian didn't refute this time. Everyone could tell from Zhao Yi's attitude and reactions that he truly regarded them as people, not as combat tools. Their initial aversion and rejection gradually turned into acceptance and even a hint of admiration. Su Xian looked up. Commander, I really don't understand. The Federation wants us of the gospel to die. You could have just ignored me earlier and escaped in an escape pod yourself. That way you could have shaken us off, but you. Su Xin's eyes blinked. She didn't continue. Zhao Yi smiled. I never received such an order. And even if I had, I wouldn't carry it out. But there's something I'm curious about. What is it? Although you silver-haired girls are controlled by the Federation, you still have some means of resistance. I could easily detonate the bombs inside you, but that doesn't mean I'd react in time. You could have killed me through other means. Su Xian smiled. True, we could poison you, assassinate you secretly. The Federation would destroy us afterward, but taking one of you down would be a gain. But if we did that, wouldn't we be just like you Federation people? Zhao Yi was stunned. He never imagined that the silver-haired girls would willingly fight for the Federation simply because of this reason. They didn't want to become the very people they despised. Compared to the treacherous, sin-laden Federation people, they were the true humans. We know the Federation will never acknowledge our existence, even despise, and look down on us. But behind us are our families and Federation people like you who care about us. For them we will fight to the death and hold the front line. Zhao Yi's heart ached, but in the end you will all. Yes, we will all die. We even know that coming to the gospel means death. But we have our pride. The surrounding silver-haired girls straightened their chests, their youthful faces bearing determination and honor. This was their own code, and no one thought it wrong. Su Xian smiled. Enough of that. We've arrived at the cafeteria. Oh. The cafeteria was extremely shabby with tables and chairs missing legs or arms. Su Xian led Zhao Yi to a relatively decent table. Commander, please enjoy your meal. Zhao Yi looked at the food on the table and found it acceptable. Although the portions were small, there were vegetables, a fish, and a bowl of rice. Zhao Yi sat down and took a couple of bites. Perhaps being extremely hungry, he found it surprisingly delicious. The youngest Su Ran stood nearby, swallowing saliva, her eyes wide open. Zhao Yi asked curiously, don't just watch me eat. Join me. Well, eat later. What? Don't want to sit down and eat with a Federation person? No, it's not that. They exchanged glances and sat down. The silver-haired girl in charge of the cafeteria brought out several bowls of something black, looking strange and smelling faintly rancid. What's this? Zhao Yi asked curiously. Protein porridge. It's made by grinding up protein worms and boiling them with a bit of vegetables added to ensure balanced nutrition. Zhao Yi was stunned. There were actually worms in the bowl. Zhao Yi even spotted a tentacle, probably not properly ground up. Su Xian said awkwardly. I wasn't really unwilling to eat with you, Commander. I just didn't want to ruin your appetite. Let's go eat somewhere else. Zhao Yi grabbed Su Xian, who was about to stand up, and pressed her back down. Su Xian puzzled, Commander. You eat this? Su Xian explained. Actually, we can occasionally eat other things, but you know a warship's budget is fixed. Our gospel has quite a lot of personnel, 10 times the standard, so the budget only covers this. Knowing Zhao Yi didn't seem to like them calling themselves weapons, Su Xian changed the term to personnel. This was the first time she referred to herself as personnel, and it felt strange. Zhao Yi drew a sharp breath. Right, why hadn't he thought of this? He had let them watch him eat. Looking at the black protein porridge before him, Zhao Yi said, give me a bowl. Huh? Su Xian thought she misheard. Commander, what did you say? I want to taste what this protein porridge is like. I've grown tired of the food on the capital star. Tired of it. Su Ran was stunned. What kind of celestial life was that to be tired of eating rice? Wiping the corners of her mouth where drool had treacherously gathered, Su Ran quickly brought a bowl of protein porridge to Zhao Yi. Commander, you don't have to force yourself to be like us. Even though the military budget is short, yours is separate. Su Xian dissuaded him. A commander eating the same as them was unheard of. Even if there was only a little money left, the commander would fill his own stomach first. It didn't matter if the silver-haired girls starved to death. It's fine. Let me try. Zhao Yi took a bite and almost spit it out. The flavor rushed straight to his crown chakra. So this was what they ate. Su Xian and the others felt a mix of emotions. Commander, it's fine. I just need to get used to it. With that, Zhao Yi took 2 more bites. They knew he wasn't pretending, he was showing respect. A Federation person had no reason to put on a show for them or curry favor. Then let's eat too. Su Xian turned to look at the other sisters. Okay, they began to eat. Though the first bite forced their brows to furrow, they quickly adapted. Ah, this taste is hard to swallow every time, Su Huan said, slapping her head. Her straightforward personality made everyone laugh. Zhao Yi forced himself to finish the last bite. He turned to Su Ran and said, Su Ran, I barely touched my fish and rice. If you don't mind, eat more. Huh? Su Ran was stunned, staring at the rice Zhao Yi had only taken 1 bite from. This was food the commander had eaten. As a guard often accompanying the commander, she had always wanted to taste what these things were like. Su Xian said, since the commander said so, go ahead. I. The other silver-haired girls saw no issue. Su Ran was the youngest, like a little sister to them. Making her part of the guard was also to protect her. If something truly went wrong, she might be able to escape with the commander. After all, her duty was to stay by the commander's side. Su Xian, knowing Su Ran was a bit shy, stood up and said, Commander, let me show you around other places. All right. They left the cafeteria, leaving only Su Ran. Her cute face showed a hint of confusion. She grabbed the fish directly with her hands and stuffed it into her mouth. Before finishing the fish, she grabbed a handful of white rice. Strange, why am I crying? There are such delicious things in this world. It's so good to be alive. If I could eat these every day, how wonderful that would be. Zhao Yi and Su Xian, along with others, watched from outside and smiled. Commander, thank you. Su Ran must be very happy. Zhao Yi looked ahead. Such a small thing doesn't require thanks. When we have money, we can eat like this every day, even better. For now, I'll eat the same as you. Everyone stared at Zhao Yi in shock. Was he serious? Can we really? A silver-haired girl asked timidly. If it were another commander, they would have already brandished a whip to teach them a lesson. How dare they think of eating the same as him? Of course. By the way, what were the battle losses this time? The hull damage is minor, but the main cannon is destroyed. When we reach the mission destination, we're bound to run into trouble. What about personnel? 2 crew members sustained minor injuries from the collision. Nothing serious otherwise. Just then a girl ran over flustered sister Su Xian. Commander, we found this while salvaging the wreckage. She held out a black cube. That's a 6-sided cube. Zhao Yi exclaimed in surprise. It was his first time seeing such an object. What is this? Su Xian asked curiously. In all her years of military service, she had never seen it before. Judging by Zhao Yi's reaction, he seemed to recognize it. This is a storage device that can hold files and data. To open it, you need a key. Su Xian frowned. How did this end up in the hands of space pirates? I don't know unless we can open it. Can you open it? It's difficult. If anything goes wrong, it will self-destruct. Oh. The silver-haired girl holding it trembled slightly. Zhao Yi smiled. Don't worry. Its self-destruction only destroys the contents inside. It's not dangerous. Give it to me. Here, Commander. Zhao Yi took it and weighed it in his hand. To open it, he would need professional equipment. He set it aside for now. It wasn't going anywhere. Commander, I have other matters to attend to. Please rest. After Su Xian left with her team, Zhao Yi wandered freely through the ship. Silver-haired girls he encountered greeted him warmly. Having survived a life-or-death battle, they felt great fondness for their new commander. Meanwhile, in the X-22-star region, the Black Bear Lord slammed a report to the ground in fury, causing the attendants beside him to cower in fear. You couldn't even get the location right. You jumped into Solar Federation territory. The subordinates knelt silent. Lord, after obtaining the item, they were ambushed. They had no choice but to use Interstellar jump to escape, but the coordinates were off. The Black Bear Lord's massive frame trembled with rage. He had spent a fortune to obtain that six-sided cube, thinking a single fleet would suffice. But they were intercepted. The two escapees had vanished into Solar Federation territory. How did the last two ships get destroyed? Who has the cube now? A trembling underling reported, Lord, according to their final transmission, it was the Fuin that destroyed them. The Fuin? The most worthless ship in the Solar Federation. The one called the Grave of Silver-Haired Girls. Yes. Damn it, what were they thinking? Can't even beat a T1 class frigate. The Black Bear Lord was speechless. Though the two fleeing ships were damaged from the earlier battle, they were still pseudo-T2 destroyers with energy shields. And they couldn't even defeat a ship with no energy shield. Boss, the Soro Empire and the Solar Federation are at war now. This cube cannot fall into the hands of the Federation president, said a strategist-like figure, his eyes glinting with ruthlessness. Of course I know that. But the entire Solar Federation is on high alert. We can't just barge in. Let me retrieve the cube. The Fuin should be heading to the front lines, volunteered a one-eyed man. Good, Brother Shao, and take the Mingyang Fengshuan Ziluan. And bring back the cube. Yes. The Black Bear Lord felt much relieved. The enemy was just a T1 frigate, and he had dispatched an entire fleet. What could possibly go wrong? 2 days later, Zhao Yi lay on the floor, trying to sleep. The hard floor was indeed uncomfortable, but he had already put up a front, so he had to endure. Su Xian approached, her heart stirred at the sight of him. Gently she said, Commander, I'm sorry to disturb you, but we're nearing the frontline city of Anaduo. Huh. Seeing Zhao Yi still half asleep, Su Xian smiled. Commander, we're scheduled to arrive at Anaduo at 6:00 am, 1 hour and 36 minutes ahead of schedule. Please prepare your attire now, or we might face trouble. All right. Zhao Yi got up, yawned, and began washing up. Soon a voice echoed through the ship, attention, all autonomous mobile weapons. The Fuin is about to arrive at Anaduo. Prepare for docking, shut down energy reactors, and ready automatic weapons for inspection. Zhao Yi looked up at the view outside the ship, and his jaw dropped. In the distance was a massive floating city entirely constructed of metal and concrete. At that moment 3 destroyers were approaching, apparently T2 class. Zhao Yi quickly spat out his mouthwash, dressed, and lined up at the door. The Fuin's hatch opened and several men in military uniforms stepped in with looks of disdain. They wore red armbands marked Inspector. What bad luck, it's the Fuin. Tell me about it. He'll need a thorough wash when I get back. These guys stink, hee. They're not even human, these pigs are naturally filthy. They openly mocked Su Xian and the others, their eyes greedily appraising the silver-haired girls. No matter how you looked at them, these silver-haired girls were top-tier goods, perfect faces and figures. How satisfying it would be to taste them. If only they would soften up, they could be kept by the upper class. But they still pretended. The silver-haired girls stayed silent, long accustomed to such treatment. Or rather, Zhao Yi's previous behavior was the anomaly. This was the normal reaction of Federation citizens towards silver-haired girls. Zhao Yi approached with a smile. Can I help you, gentlemen? One fat man puffed out his chest. Are you the commander? That's right. Zhao Yi stared intently at the fat man's face. What are you looking at? The fat man snapped, annoyed that a mere commander of the Fuin would dare show such disrespect. Zhao Yi said seriously, Sir, there's an amoeba egg on your face. What the hell? The fat man was taken aback. I've never heard of that. Zhao Yi explained, Sir, you may not know, but this amoeba egg can survive in space and loves to parasitize humans. If not removed, it will drain you dry. The fat man stammered, What nonsense are you talking? I've worked here for 30 years and never heard of such a thing. If you don't believe me, sir, let me slap it off for you. With that he slapped the fat man, sending him spinning, his hat flying off. The others immediately drew their sidearms and aimed at Zhao Yi, shouting, Hands up! Assaulting a superior officer is a death wish. Su Xian and the others stood frozen in surprise. Zhao Yi wouldn't normally be so impulsive. The hot-headed Su Huan had already clenched his fists and was about to rush forward, but Su Xian held him back. These people had no qualms about killing them. Charging forward would only get them shot. Moreover, it would drag Zhao Yi into trouble. The fat officer shook his head and glared at Zhao Yi, cursing, You son of a bitch, he'll kill you. The stinging pain on his face told him that this kid really dared to hit him. Zhao Yi raised his hands and said with a smile, Sir, is there blood on your face? The fat officer touched it and was startled. There was indeed blood on the cheek that had just been slapped. You bastard, you made me bleed. Zhao Yi said seriously, Sir, this isn't your blood. It's the blood of an Ami bug. I just killed it for you. If it were really your blood, it would have come from your mouth, not your face. A nearby inspector handed him a towel. The fat officer wiped his face and found that there was indeed no blood left, only a handprint with no broken skin. Really no wound. Then where did the blood come from? Was it really from the Ami bug? He turned to the other inspectors and asked, Have you heard of this bug? They all shook their heads. Zhao Yi said, The Ami bug has protective coloration, making it hard for ordinary people to spot. Only through experience could I detect it. The blood was from the bug sucking yours, and it burst out when I slapped it to death. The fat officer thought it over, and it seemed plausible. Otherwise, there was no explanation for the blood. All right, I'll believe you for now. Are there any other Ami bugs on me? Zhao Yi shook his head. No, but several of your colleagues here have them. If they aren't removed, then, what do we do? Where are they? Help us kill them. Zhao Yi raised his hands and said softly, Sir, it's not that I'm unwilling, but But if I kill them, won't you accuse me of insubordination? Well, pardon you. If you dawdle, we'll finish you off. The men waved their fists and shouted. Since you insist, sir, I have no choice but to comply. Zhao Yi swung his arms and slapped each of them hard on the face. They were all dazed, and their faces were covered with bloody marks. There really is blood, so it must be true. How can there be such a strange bug? Indeed, could our families be infested? Seeing the blood on their faces, these men were not at all unhappy. Instead, they were quite excited. Blood meant the Ami bug was killed. The silver-haired girl stood to the side, holding back laughter, her expression twitching. Even Su Xin was amused by Zhao Yi's antics. The commander was playing tricks on them. The blood was from a blood pouch he had prepared in advance, hidden between his fingers, which would burst with a little pressure. These people actually believed there were bugs. The Federation people were indeed foolish enough. They touched their swollen, burning cheeks. All good now. All good. The entire crew of the Gospel is ready for inspection. Zhao Yi stood at attention and saluted, displaying a commander's demeanor. The men began to look around casually. Why is the hull so battered? Why is the main cannon destroyed? Report, sir, we encountered space pirates on the way, so the damage has been assessed. Pirates? Bullshit. With this crappy frigate of yours, how could you escape from pirates? Sir, we wouldn't joke about this. They checked the fleet records and found that they had indeed encountered pirates. Their eyes widened in disbelief. This fleet had actually taken down 2 T-1 class destroyers. That was too incredible. How is the inspection, gentlemen? Snapping back to reality, they snorted coldly. Park at position 398. Understood. After they left, Su Huan burst out laughing and fell to the ground. Haha, Ami bug. What the hell is that? Commander, you're too good at making up stories. They actually believed it. I think the Federation is doomed. What kind of riffraff are these, and they're manning border defense in a frontline city? Su Xin intervened. Commander, you don't need to bother with us. We're used to this kind of treatment. Su Ren also nodded. Yes, Commander, let them say what they want. It's fine, I just don't like them. Su Xin looked outside the ship. The vessel had now docked at the designated position. Outside was the massive fortress city of Anato, bustling with people and activity. Starships were constantly coming and going in the sky. Not far away, there was even a starship portal that could teleport ships from a distance. However, due to the enormous energy consumption and the limitation of point-to-point transmission, it was rarely used. It was Zhao Yi's first time seeing such a sight, and he was utterly stunned. Su Xin adjusted her uniform and walked over to him. Commander, you and I need to report to the armament office. Let's go. Su Xin turned around and said, while we're away, you all repair the Gospel. At least make sure the main cannon can fire. Yes. This was Zhao Yi's first close-up view of a border floating city. It was more like a massive fortress than a city. When necessary, this fortress would become a line of defense. Look, it's 9844. 9844? Isn't that the Gospel? How did it get here? The last commander was killed by them. I heard there's a new commander now. You have to admit the 9844 does look pretty good. Susan's body trembled slightly. The last commander had actually abandoned everyone and died alone in an escape pod, yet they turned it into her fault. Zhao Yi glanced at her, but said nothing. This was a border fortress city, and naturally many people recognized the silver-haired girl. But he hadn't expected Su Xin to be remembered by so many people. That was not a good thing. Is this the place? Zhao Yi changed the subject. Before them stood a massive concrete building adorned with the Solar Federation emblem. Armed soldiers and combat robots were coming and going at the entrance. Su Xin snapped back to reality and said hurriedly, yes, let's go in. After entering, Zhao Yi registered his position and name and was soon called into a room. Inside, a bald officer with a mustache looked at them, then down at the documents in his hand. Zhao Yi. Yes, sir. I heard you encountered pirates on the way here and won. I took a brief look at the video and reports. Your performance was excellent, truly a brave warrior of the Federation. Zhao Yi replied calmly, you flatter me, sir. The victory wouldn't have been possible without the assistance of the vice commander. Su Xin looked at Zhao Yi in surprise, then lowered her head. The bald officer glanced at Su Xin and continued, your next mission is to conduct reconnaissance on planet M787. The war is already approaching, and we must keep the Soro Empire at bay. Reconnaissance? Zhao Yi was slightly taken aback. The task seemed a bit simple. The bald man looked up. Correct. After the reconnaissance, you'll stand by and await further orders. Understood, but our hull was damaged in the attack, and the main cannon was destroyed. I request to undergo repairs in Anato and replenish our armaments and fighters. The bald man shook his head. No. Repairs to the hull and main cannon are fine. We can provide a repair ship for you, but fighters and weapons are out of the question. Why, oi? Zhao Yi countered. We only have 5 fighters left after the battle with the pirates. Without replenishment, our firepower will be insufficient. Moreover, we are likely to encounter the Soro Empire's fleet during this mission. Without sufficient firepower, it will be difficult to complete the task. The war with the Soro Empire is at a stalemate. All fleets are short on supplies, not just yours. If you need fighters, you'll have to find a way on your own. Zhao Yi wanted to say more, but Su Xin pulled him back and shook her head. Zhao Yi took a deep breath. All right, how much time do we have for repairs? Your mission is urgent. You can only stay in a NATO for 1 week. 1 week. Zhao Yi was speechless. It was uncertain whether the hull could even be repaired in a week. And now there was no replenishment of fighters either. What about the pay? The pay can be given to you, but it will be half of what it was before. What? Zhao Yi was annoyed. These people were clearly targeting them with the obvious intention of not letting them return alive. How ridiculous. The enemy was about to invade, yet the Federation people were still scheming against the silver-haired girl. You step outside. The bald man turned to Su Xian. Su Xian lowered her head and left the room. The bald man looked at Zhao Yi and asked in a low voice, "Do you think we're targeting you?" "Isn't that so? Our ship hasn't even been repaired yet, and we're being sent on a mission without even getting any fighter replenishment. This mission is going into the territory of the Soro Empire, and the danger is obvious." The bald stood up and walked over to Zhao Yi. "You're very capable. I don't know how you became the commander of the Fuin, but I'll give you a piece of advice: stay away from them. But it might not be targeting you." Zhao Yi naturally understood what he meant. This was targeted at the silver-haired girls like Su Xian who had already completed 4 years of military service. It's strange. To win the war against the Soro Empire, shouldn't we fully support these silver-haired girls? They are smart, agile, and stronger than Federation citizens. Especially the silver-haired girls on the Fuin. Elsewhere they would be the aces among aces, yet instead of the Soro Empire making a move, we ourselves want to get rid of them. Can we still win like this? The bald took a deep breath, looking at Zhao Yi in shock. This kid really dared to say anything. Just say these things to me. Don't go around talking about them outside. The existence and destruction of autonomous weapons are not for us to decide. We just need to follow the orders from above. He paused, then continued, the autonomous weapons on the Fuin must be destroyed. Otherwise, wouldn't the Federation's previous promises be a self-inflicted humiliation? Since you already know about this, you should understand that this is the trend. Then we can make them citizens. I believe they will definitely stay on the front lines. The bald waved his hand. Impossible. Even if the Federation is destroyed, it will never recognize these autonomous weapons. If we acknowledge them now, the Federation will become the laughingstock of the entire universe, and the Federation will surely perish. You can go now. The military funds will be transferred to the Fuin later. Yes. Find a chance to escape. Your combat performance is excellent. After you return, I'll arrange for you to be transferred to command another fleet, the bald said finally. Zhao Yi didn't answer. He opened the door and left the room. Outside, Su Xian was leaning against the wall, idly kicking her shoes. Seeing Zhao Yi come out, she asked curiously, "What did he say?" "Nothing much. Just that we must set off in 7 days. It's fine. I've encountered much worse. Honestly, I'm more surprised that they're willing to let us rest." Su Xian said half-jokingly. This was the first time she had seen a commander argue so strongly on their behalf. "Let's go. We're heading back." When Zhao Yi returned to the berth of the warship, he saw a huge repair ship floating above the Fuin. Su Ran and the other silver-haired girls were working hard on repairs, occasionally wiping sweat from their brows. Meanwhile, the people on the repair ship were drinking, chatting, and playing cards, sometimes teasing the silver-haired girls. As Federation citizens, there was no way they would work for the silver-haired girls. It was already a great favor to lend them this repair ship. "Commander, you're back. We'll rest here for a week, then we set off." "Yes." After saying that, Zhao Yi returned to the research lab inside the ship. "I need some time alone. Don't disturb me, Commander." "It's fine." Zhao Yi finished speaking and closed the door. He had 1 week to develop a real T2 class fighter. A T2 fighter required blueprints, and the improvement in capability was not just a little compared to T1. T2 class fighters even had their own energy shields, which were extremely useful both offensively and defensively. "Sister Su Xian, what's wrong with the commander?" Su Ran asked quietly. "I don't know. Let's just focus on our own tasks. We're leaving in a week, so keep an eye on the repairs." "Yes." Su Xian hadn't paid much attention at first, thinking that Zhao Yi was just having trouble adjusting to the situation. But unexpectedly, Zhao Yi stayed in the workshop for 2 days. Su Xian knocked several times, wanting to go in and check, but was refused each time. "Commander, you." 2 days later, everyone let out exclamations of surprise when they saw Zhao Yi emerge. At that moment, Zhao Yi looked listless with dark circles under his eyes. Clearly, he hadn't rested for a long time. Su Ran quickly stepped forward to support him. "Commander, what exactly did you do inside?" Su Huan crossed her arms and said in exasperation, "Hey, you better not do anything reckless. I don't want to have to change commanders again." Zhao Yi smiled weakly. "I can't bear to part with you all. In 2 days I designed a T2 class fighter." "What?" Everyone was stunned. T2 class fighters were already equipped only on some elite warships, and they were piloted by Federation citizens. It was impossible for silver-haired girls to pilot them. Their development and testing required a long time. Yet Zhao Yi alone in 2 days had actually developed a T2 fighter. Zhao Yi nodded. "Although this mission is reconnaissance, I have a feeling something is off." Su Xian interrupted Zhao Yi. "Commander, you haven't eaten for 2 days. You should eat something." Su Ran helped Zhao Yi to a chair and hurried to get food. Seeing the white rice and fish on the table, Zhao Yi frowned. "Don't I eat energy porridge?" Su Xian sat down beside Zhao Yi. "Don't be stubborn. How can energy porridge be enough after not eating for 2 days? Didn't you say energy porridge is rich in nutrients? Zhao Yi smiled. Even so, today you have to eat this. Su Xin's tone brooked no argument. There was no way she would let Zhao Yi eat energy porridge today. Zhao Yi said no more, picked up the rice, and ate slowly. After not eating for 2 days, he had to eat small amounts slowly. After eating for a while, Zhao Yi recovered a bit of energy, took out a blueprint from his chest, and said, "This is the T2 class fighter I designed, the Divine Might." Su Yan pushed through the crowd to look. As the RD personnel, she usually handled development work. That was precisely why she found it hard to believe that Zhao Yi could have developed a T2 class fighter in 2 days. Upon seeing it, Su Yan gasped. The blueprint of this T2 class fighter was indeed extraordinary. It was equipped with laser cannons and energy shields, while its flight speed and stealth capabilities were greatly enhanced. Moreover, thanks to its shape and coating, it could absorb any reconnaissance wavelengths, making it completely undetectable unless at very close range. This was a T2 class fighter. Commander, you're incredible. You actually developed a fighter. A T2 class fighter. Will I be the one to pilot it? Several of them couldn't help exclaiming. Zhao Yi looked at them and said, "With this fighter, our chances of survival are much greater." Everyone was taken aback, looking at Zhao Yi with gratitude and admiration. No Federation citizen had ever cared for them like he did. It was as if a beam of moonlight had shone into their hearts, causing a flutter within. "Commander, you really don't have to do this for us." Su Xin's eyes dimmed. She didn't want Zhao Yi to come to harm, especially not because he was trying so hard to help them. They were just lowly silver-haired girls. "Yeah, you can't work so hard next time." The others also chimed in to dissuade him. Zhao Yi felt warmth in his heart. Having so many beautiful women care about him felt really good. By the way, did the military pay arrive? It did, but the amount is a bit strange. Strange. Zhao Yi remembered what the bald had said earlier, that the military pay would be issued at a discount. He wondered how much it had been reduced. They were in urgent need of money now. "How much is it?" "Our fleet's monthly military budget is 5000 energy crystals. The commander's daily meals cost 30 energy crystals, and everyone else's is 100 per day, which adds up to about 400 per month. The remaining 1000 is used for maintenance and navigation. But this month we received 6000 energy crystals." 6000. Zhao Yi was stunned. Hadn't the bald said they would be given a discount? Why was it more? "Are you sure you didn't misread?" "No. The money came in after you entered the workshop. But strangely, it was paid in 2 installments. Zhao Yi couldn't figure it out and decided not to dwell on it. "Can I sell this T2 blueprint?" Su Xian rested her chin on her fingers. "It's possible, but if it's discovered, it could cause trouble. T2 weapons are usually in the hands of the military. If they suddenly appear on the market, it might cause problems." Zhao Yi was indifferent. "Are we afraid of that? We don't even know when we'll die." Su Xian said, "If we sell it, we could get about 1000. 1000. Zhao Yi thought that was about right, since T2 class fighters were not that rare. "Do you have a way to sell it?" Su Xian nodded and said, "Since the commander has said so, I can try to sell it." "All right." Su Yan replicate a blueprint for Su Xian and let her sell it. "Yes. I also have a set of materials intended for constructing a starfighter." Su Ran go buy enough food for about 4 days and use the remaining money to purchase all the materials. Su Ran was taken aback. 4 days? Will that be enough for us? Zhao Yi chuckled. The M787 planet we are heading to was originally an energy crystal production site of the Solar Federation, but it has been taken over by the Soro Empire. The defensive facilities there must have been destroyed. Su Xin's pupils suddenly contracted. "Are you planning to go to the M787 planet to steal energy crystals?" "Exactly. Otherwise, relying on the Federation's logistics, we will eventually die. Isn't that too dangerous? So we must make ample preparations and expand our current firepower as much as possible. 4 days worth of food can at least keep us alive for a week. As long as we can return alive, we can replenish then. If we don't come back, no amount of food will matter." Everyone fell silent. Indeed, if they couldn't return, nothing else mattered. Su Ran's little head turned to look at Su Xian, then at Zhao Yi, and finally nodded. "Yes, I guarantee I will complete the mission." Zhao Yi yawned. "By the way, don't buy energy porridge. For these 4 days of meals, let everyone eat something good. But we have over 300 people. If we all eat normally, the consumption for 4 days will be considerable. No matter. Once we grab the energy crystals, we'll have everything." After saying that, Zhao Yi felt somewhat exhausted. Having not slept for days, a sudden relaxation brought on drowsiness. "He'll go rest for a while. The rest is up to you. Once the materials are bought back, Su Yan and Su Wan, the 2 of you are responsible for using the repair ship to manufacture the fighter. Since those guys won't give us fighters, we'll build our own." "Yes." Su Yan and Su Wan nodded seriously. With the blueprint and materials, they only needed to construct it. If they couldn't even do that, they might as well not live. After Zhao Yi went to rest, Su Xian and Su Ran went out to make purchases. In the market of Anadu, passers-by showed no curiosity toward the 2 silver-haired girls, but rather disdain. Even when doing business, they were cold and indifferent. "Sister Su Xian, where should we go first?" Su Xian pressed her finger against her chin, pondering for a moment. "Let's sell the commander's blueprint first. That way we'll have some peace of mind. Okay. Su Ran agreed adorably and obediently. The two walked into an alley, and gradually the surrounding pedestrians disappeared. The walls on both sides of the alley were dilapidated, with some places even rusted. Su Xian had been to the city of Anadu many times before and knew there was a black market here, but she had only heard of it and never visited. However, to assemble the fighter, they needed this money. Su Ran tightly gripped Su Zhen's hand. Around them, many grinning men appeared. The leader was a man whose half-body was prosthetic limbs, looking just like a robot. He seemed extremely proud of his modified prosthetics, making no attempt to hide them. His mechanical right hand made a clattering sound, effortlessly gouging a groove into the alley wall. Silver-haired girls, what are you doing here? The man's voice sounded mechanical. Su Xian could only hear his voice, but saw no movement of his lips. Doing business. Doing business. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed until their stomachs hurt. The silver-haired girls actually came to the black market to do business. I've heard that silver-haired girls cherish their bodies very much. But you two are different. You want to do business. But seeing that you two are quite attractive, we brothers will reluctantly agree. After saying this, they licked their lips. It would be a lie to say they weren't tempted by the silver-haired girls. Their faces and figures were all top-notch. But silver-haired girls were too fierce, easily making things not worth the gain. They didn't care about others' opinions or insults. They wouldn't strike back or retort. But any attempt to touch them was absolutely unacceptable. Su Zhen's face turned cold. What nonsense are you talking? I have a fighter blueprint here. I wonder if you want it. Fighter blueprint. What class? We don't want T1 class fighter blueprints. They're a dime a dozen. T2 class. T2. Are you kidding? T2 class blueprints are all in the hands of the military. Although you silver-haired girls belong to the military, you're not even considered human. How could you possibly get a T2 class blueprint? Su Xian turned around, making as if to leave. If you don't want it, forget it. This confused the other party. Could they really have the blueprint? Otherwise, why would they come here to mess with them? That would be asking for death. I'm warning you, if you dare to trick us, both of you will die. After saying that, the half-mechanized man led the way with Su Xian and Su Ran following behind. They soon arrived at a room. In the center of the room, a pot-bellied bald man was holding a woman in a tight skirt, his large hands constantly roaming over her body. He showed no concern upon seeing people enter. Instead, he increased the pressure of his hands. Xiao Bao, what's the matter? Boss, someone wants to sell a T2 class fighter blueprint. T2 class fighter blueprint. The bald man was slightly stunned. This was a good thing. Although the Federation and the Empire didn't have much need for T2 class fighters, they could be sold to some small countries. Most importantly, this blueprint could be sold many times. Some larger pirates or private lords would also need it. It's these two. Silver-haired girls. That's right, it's them. The bald man chuckled, his eyes scanning them up and down. I've never done business with silver-haired girls before. Take out the blueprint and let me see. You tell me how much you'll offer first. Bargaining with me, eh? A flash of anger appeared on the bald man's face. You dog-like lowly things. My meeting you is already a great blessing. But seeing that you two are pretty good-looking, if you hand over the blueprint, I can let you two hide here and not have to fight anymore. After saying this, a hint of lewdness and anticipation flashed in his eyes, and he pushed the woman in the tight skirt aside. Compared to the silver-haired girls, these women were just common beauties. The unique firmness and innocence of the silver-haired girls made one want to conquer them. Since you don't want to do business, we'll be leaving. After saying that, Su Xian took Su Ran's hand and walked back. The half-mechanized man from before blocked them. Our boss hasn't finished speaking. Where do you two think you're going? Su Xian turned around. Since you want it, then name a price. The bald man squinted. Name a price. What price is more valuable than your lives? Put down the blueprint and you two can live. Otherwise, don't think about leaving here today. Su Xian sneered, a look of disdain flashing across her beautiful face. She naturally knew that trading in the black market was not easy, and she had anticipated such a situation. You don't really think we're afraid of death, do you? We weapons are not even considered human. If we die, there will be no consequences. But if we die, do you still want your fighter blueprint? Our value probably can't compare to a blueprint, can it? You? The bald man was truly at a loss against someone who wasn't afraid of death. Threats, fear, coercion, none of them worked on them. No one knew how many silver-haired girls were scrapped each day. Their deaths would indeed have no impact, but his goal was to obtain the blueprint, not to have fun. Alright. 10,000 energy crystals is enough, right? 12,000. Su Xian argued firmly. Are you crazy, or am I crazy? A T2 class fighter, not a warship or a main cannon, and you're asking for 12,000. My blueprint is better than ordinary T2 class fighters. Who believes that? Su Xian took a folded blueprint from her pocket and tossed it over. The bald man picked it up and saw it was indeed a T2 class fighter. Its design had several changes compared to conventional T2 class fighters. Cheaper materials, elimination of unnecessary features, and alternative methods to achieve strength and flight capability. Weight and cost were reduced simultaneously. Although its power and defense were comparable to other T2 class fighters, being lighter and faster gave it an edge. You only have half of it. Where's the other half? The bald man stared at the blueprint in exasperation. You'll get the other half after you pay me. The bald man glanced at the half blueprint again. If it were a conventional design, his men could probably replicate or modify the other half. But this T2 class fighter was far from conventional. Every design and concept walked a tightrope. Without the other half of the blueprint, attempting to design it themselves would likely result in a craft that couldn't even fly. Fine, 12,000 it is. Pay first. The bald man was furious. In Inuwa City, he was a figure of some standing, yet this was the first time he had done business like this. The other party was two silver-haired girls. Give it to her. The half-robot beside him reluctantly pulled out an energy crystal card. Su Ran quickly took it and clutched it tightly. No one was going to take this card away. We'll give you the blueprint after we leave. Su Xian said calmly. Are you f***ing messing with us? The bald man erupted in rage. Did these two really think he had no temper? They kept pushing his limits. I wouldn't dare. But if we gave it to you now, would you let us leave? The bald man sat back, his expression dark. He had indeed planned to do that. Once they handed over the blueprint, he would blast their heads off. Although the silver-haired girls belonged to the military, they weren't even human. What would it matter if he killed them? The two sides stared at each other until the bald man finally relented. He could kill them anytime, but that wasn't the goal. The goal was to get the blueprint. Then what do you suggest? Su Xian said, let us go, and they'll have someone deliver the blueprint later. The bald man pondered for a moment. The half-robot shouted, boss, you can't let them go. Enough, let them leave. Huh, nothing. I've heard that silver-haired girls care deeply about their comrades. If you dare to cheat me, you can prepare to collect the bodies of your sisters. With that, the bald man waved his hand, signaling them to get lost. Reluctantly, the half-robot stepped aside. After the two left, the bald man asked, what's her number? 9,844. The bald man's expression lit up with understanding. So she's 9844. Sir, is she famous? The half-robot scratched his head. The bald man nodded slightly. 9844 is quite well known in the military. She's been in hundreds of battles, surviving desperate situations every time and outlasting many commanders. They call her the goddess of misfortune for commanders in the Federation Army. Will they cheat us? No. Silver-haired girls may not care about others' opinions, but they value their own kind. They won't gamble with that. No wonder she has such guts. The bald man licked his lips. The half-robot caught on. Boss, you seem to fancy her. Fancy or not, the only outcome if I made a move would be her death or mine. Su Xian and Su Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief after stepping out of the dim alley. Su Xian, you were amazing. I didn't dare speak back there. Su Xian smiled. Me too. But we're not afraid of death, so what else is there to fear? Su Ran held up the energy crystal card. With so much money, the commander will be thrilled. Su Ran, what do you think of the commander? Su Xian asked as they walked. The surrounding pedestrians gradually increased, sneering and looking down on them. They paid no attention and continued chatting. He's great. He doesn't feel like other Federation people. More like a big brother. True. But a person like that will die because of us. Su Xian lowered her head, her eyes dimming. The Federation wouldn't let them silver-haired girls who had already served 4 years in the military continue living. The missions ahead would only become more dangerous. If Zhao Yi followed them, he would indeed die. Then, what should we do? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. When that day comes, we'll make sure he lives. Su Xin's eyes were resolute. She recalled the first time she met Zhao Yi. That guy probably thought she was a robot back then. At the thought, she chuckled. Su Ran was stunned. Su Xian, you're really beautiful. No wonder everyone stares at you. You're just flattering me. Let's go buy some good food. Okay. When they arrived at the various stalls, they fell silent. Fruits, snacks, rice. Everything was much more expensive than they had imagined. But it made sense. In an era of advancing technology and population explosion, basic goods were in short supply and prices soared. So expensive. Yeah. Even if we only buy spoiled leaves and moldy rice, it would cost 5 energy crystals per person per day. For 300 people, that's 1,500 a day and 6,000 for 4 days. Su Ran was stunned. She looked at the energy crystal card in her hand. She had thought 12,000 was a lot, but it would be gone in no time. Su Xian sighed. The main problem is we have too many people. If we were a normal group of 30, we wouldn't spend much in 4 days. With that thought, Su Xian put down the vegetable leaves she was holding. The vendor grumbled, stop pawing at them. If you're not buying, get lost. You poor thing can't afford vegetables anyway. Su Xian gave an awkward smile. She was used to such insults. Being called a poor wretch was actually mild. Then what should we buy, eh? Buy something for the commander to eat. The rest of us will stick to energy porridge. That way we can keep daily consumption under 100 and only 400 for 4 days. Su Ran looked a little disappointed, but nodded. Next they bought materials. Although the merchants also looked down on them, they wouldn't turn down money. After making a round, they returned. The materials and energy porridge would be delivered later. Su Xian, you're back. In the starship, the other silver-haired girls greeted them warmly. Where's the commander? Still asleep. Su Xian, you're so concerned about the commander. You come back and ask about him first. I've never seen you care so much about us sisters. Su Huan teased. Su Xian blushed. Nonsense. He was just overworked earlier. We're overworked too. Look, I hurt my hand repairing the starship. Su Huan held out her hand, as if to make Su Xian see. Su Xian slapped it away. Go dot. After a bit of horseplay, Su Xian addressed the group. I need to tell you something. What? The commander told us to buy better ingredients, but I bought energy porridge instead. You won't blame me, will you? They all laughed. Is that all? We thought it was something serious. Su Huan put her hands behind her head. Compared to food, I'm more concerned about when the materials arrive. I want the T2 class fighter more than a meal. Yeah, I can't let the commander outdo us. He managed to develop a T2 class fighter, so we should at least assemble more of them. We've never lost to Federation people before. We'll stay up all night to get it done if we have to. Don't rush. ITLL be here soon. Zhao Yi slept for a whole day and night, finally feeling refreshed. When he woke up, he was a bit hungry. Opening his eyes, he saw Su Ran sitting beside him, her little head drooping a bit of drool at the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be dreaming of something delicious. Zhao Yi moved, startling Su Ran awake. She wiped her mouth and saw Zhao Yi. Commander, you're awake. What time is it now? We have about 3.5 days before we set off. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, and his stomach growled. Su Ran quickly took out prepared meal. Commander, you only had energy porridge last time. Have something else. Looking at the food before him, Zhao Yi swallowed. It was true that after eating energy porridge, he craved plain white rice. Then I won't be polite. Zhao Yi wolfed it down, perhaps, because he was truly hungry. The food tasted especially good. Have you eaten? Su Ran came back to herself. I've eaten. You don't look full. You're stuttering. If you don't mind, let's share. There's plenty. Su Ran quickly waved her hands. No, I'm full. Zhao Yi didn't press. Since they had bought food, she must have eaten. Did you buy all the materials? Yes. Su Xian was amazing. She sold your blueprint for 12,000. But the money was gone before it even warmed up. Zhao Yi couldn't help but pat Su Ran's head. It's okay. We'll have more money later. Then you can eat whatever you want. Really? Su Xian and I looked at the food, and it was all so expensive. Of course. Not just white rice. We'll have cake, grilled meat, ice cream. No matter how expensive, we'll afford it. Ice cream. A bit of drool escaped Su Ran's mouth, and she quickly wiped it away. Alright, I need to go check on the repair bay. After eating his fill, Zhao Yi was ready to see how the silver-haired girls were doing with their work. Upon arriving at the repair ship, not a single Federation personnel was present. The time allotted for repairing the silver-haired girls' battleship was essentially their time off. No Federation personnel would ever work for the silver-haired girl. This suited Su Yan and Su Wan just fine, as they were busy directing the silver-haired girl to manufacture T2 class fighters. The gospel was abundant in nothing except people. Oh my god. Zhao Yi had just arrived at the workshop when he heard a shout from above. Su Ran said awkwardly, it must be Su Huan again. Let's go take a look. As they approached, they saw Su Huan jumping incessantly atop the fighter, resembling someone suffering an electric shock. What are you doing? Su Huan spotted Zhao Yi, leaped off the fighter, ran over, and slapped him on the shoulder. Commander, this fighter is way too cool. I love it. I feel incredibly powerful now. Just give the order, and even if a T2 class battleship lies ahead, they'll bring it down for you. Zhao Yi rubbed his shoulder. That girl really had some strength. Is that so? I'm glad you like it. Our gospel lacks firepower, and for future missions we'll need your fighter support often. You can count on me. Zhao Yi then inspected the gospel, which was still under repair. Normally a frigate was only meant for protection and interception, not equipped to carry fighters. But with only one ship, they had to multitask. He wondered when they would get another vessel. How many fighters do we have now? Currently 4. According to Su Wan's estimate, the materials should be enough to assemble 10 fighters. That many? Zhao Yi was surprised. Although he had made some modifications to reduce costs, he hadn't expected it to be this cheap. Or perhaps. Su Huan continued excitedly, not only that, we can also use the leftover materials to make a few combat robots. We'll need them for landing operations. Zhao Yi understood and turned to Su Ran. Did you not buy any food? Su Ran shook her head with a hint of grievance. I checked the food prices, they were too expensive, so I took the liberty of swapping them out. It was my decision not to buy any. If you must punish someone, Commander, punish me. Su Xian walked over looking apologetic and bowed her head awaiting punishment. Zhao Yi sighed. I should be the one apologizing. If I could earn more, we wouldn't have to be so frugal. Su Xian looked up at Zhao Yi gently. Commander, don't put too much pressure on yourself. We're already satisfied with our current life. If only it could stay this way forever. As for food, we've long adapted. There are things far better than food right by our side. Zhao Yi glanced at the surrounding silver-haired girls. Alright, let's work together. First, let's complete this reconnaissance mission. All of you must survive. Yes. By the way, do we have any money left? A little. Why? Go buy some mining robots. Mining robots? Su Ran didn't quite understand, but followed the order. Mining robots weren't expensive, the technology and materials required were inherently cheap. Over the next few days, the repair ship above the gospel echoed with constant hammering and clanging even into the dead of night. After 7 days, the gospel was completely transformed. Not only were all the damaged areas repaired, but it also received a full maintenance. Bathed in the starlight of their sun, it gleamed with a golden radiance. This was no longer the battered starship it once was. The gospel was now a true interstellar frigate. Target planet M787, set course. Zhao Yi sat in the command room issuing orders with Su Xin standing beside him. I full speed ahead. In the city of Anadu, the bald man watched the departing gospel in silence. Zhao Yi's words echoed in his mind. Despite the constant emergencies at the front lines, the people on the capital planet were still scheming against the silver-haired girls. Yet the silver-haired girls continued to fight for the Federation. As a Federation citizen, he felt the same shame. But changing a century-old tradition was no easy task. Lieutenant Colonel, someone just handed over some items, including a blueprint for a T2 class fighter. T2 class fighter. The bald man was taken aback. Such things were under military control, and T2 class fighters were installed exclusively on Federation crewed vessels. Ironically, starships equipped with T2 or even T3 class fighters were assigned to patrol and blockade the capital planet and other worlds, while the front lines still used T1 class fighters. How did this end up here? His subordinate replied. Fatty said a silver-haired girl sold it to him. He wants to use it to secure some trade channels or perhaps save his life in the future. The bald lieutenant colonel gave a bitter smile. It seems Fatty senses the crisis in Anada too. He's buying insurance with money. Which silver-haired girl sold it to him? 9,844. The gospel? Yes. Should we recall them for inspection? The bald man shook his head. Forget it. They probably won't make it back alive from this mission. As long as the objective is achieved, that's enough. Keep this T2 class blueprint hidden. Don't tell anyone. Understood. 2 days later, the gospel arrived at the periphery of planet M787. Along the way, they encountered numerous wrecks, starships, fighters, corpses, and mercenaries from other star systems. It seems the battle here is over. Su Xin gazed out the window, sorrow in her eyes. She saw the bodies of silver-haired girls drifting in space, some frozen into ice sculptures, forever left in the cosmos. It looks like the Federation lost this battle here. Then why did they send us to scout? Su Ran asked curiously. Who knows? So what do we do now? The others finished speaking and looked up at Zhao Yi, surprised by their instinctive action. Zhao Yi stood up. Planet M787 is now under the Soro Empire's control. But since they just finished a battle, their warships should have returned for resupply. This area is currently a vacuum zone. Anything could happen. From now on, we shut down the energy reactor and all communication devices. Well, drift in. Yes. Since they were to scout and steal, caution was paramount. Although most of the Soro Empire's fleet had withdrawn, they likely left 1 or 2 squadrons on standby around M787. They could only hope not to encounter them. Before shutting down, Zhao Yi informed the bald lieutenant colonel of his decision. Otherwise, the bald man might think the silver-haired girls had defected, triggering the bombs and killing everyone. After a moment of silence, the bald man agreed and set a rendezvous for 3 days later. After ending the communication, Su Xin said with some surprise, I thought he would disagree. Maybe he's also aware of the Federation's current predicament, so he's granting you a bit more leeway. Zhao Yi then looked out at the vast universe. Could anyone truly be found if they vanished into this cosmos? This is a good opportunity. A good opportunity. Su Xin was puzzled. Zhao Yi nodded. The bombs inside you have a range limit. Once you leave the Sun Federation's territory, they'll be deactivated. We're now at the Federation's border. 3 days is enough to escape that range. You will be free. Su Xin smiled. Thank you, Commander. But what about you if we leave? I'm a Federation citizen, so we'll be fine. Don't try to fool us. Altering the mission and letting us go, even as a Federation citizen, that's a death sentence. Even if you come with us caught between the Soro Empire and the Sun Federation, it's still extremely dangerous. As long as we're on this ship, the Soro Empire won't easily let us leave. The others nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Zhao Yi said no more. Just then a red alert light flashed inside the ship. Warning, warning, the starship has been locked. Zhao Yi was startled. What's going on? Who's targeting us? They shut down the power reactors and other equipment, believing that the Soro Empire would not detect them. Unless the warships targeting them had been following them the entire time. A fleet is behind us. After we powered down, the distance between us has been closing rapidly. A silver-haired young woman cried out in alarm after assessing the situation. A fleet? How many? Frigates, destroyers, battleships. 8 in total. The group was stunned. Even with their strength, they could not contend with a fleet of 8 starships. Commander, what should we do now? Su Xin was somewhat surprised as she spoke. In the past, she would have been the one seeking help from the commander. But now she found herself naturally asking Zhao Yi for guidance. Is this force from the Soro Empire? No, but their identity is unknown. Hearing that it was not the Soro Empire, Zhao Yi smiled, his earlier tension dissipating. No need to panic. This is the battlefield between the Soro Empire and the Taiyang Empire. They have only 2 choices. One is to wait for us outside the M787 reconnaissance range. The other is to shut down their power reactors and follow us in. So we continue forward. Exactly. The group nodded slightly. Whatever Zhao Yi decided, they would follow, even if it led to certain death. Aboard the trailing fleet, a subordinate in a black cloak reported to Xiao An. Lord Xiao, and we have tracked the 6-faced cube. However, we are approaching the Soro Empire's battlefield. Should we perhaps exercise caution? Otherwise, if the Soro Empire discovers us, it will be difficult to explain. Xiao An sat with arms crossed in his chair. If they abandoned the pursuit of the gospel, now they might never locate it again. Worse, the gospel could meet with an accident in M787. But continuing to follow would inevitably lead to conflict with the Soro Empire. Shut down the power reactors. Continue forward. His subordinates were bewildered. Shouldn't we think this over? If we reactivate the reactors after shutting them down, we will definitely be detected. By then we won't be able to explain ourselves. Enough chatter. Zhao Yi narrowed his one eye, terrifying the subordinates into immediate action. Commander, something's wrong. A silver-haired young woman shouted anxiously. What is it? We've been tracking the fleet behind us. Their speed has clearly decreased. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes. Those fellows had chosen to follow them into the M787 planetary range. What grudge could be so deep that they'd charge and so recklessly? Have you angered someone before? Zhao Yi asked Su Xian. Su Xian shook her head. No. We've only fought against the Soro Empire. We've never engaged anyone else. Even if we did, it would be Suoyuo's mercenaries. But they could never tell who killed their loved ones in the chaos of battle. Zhao Yi decided to stop overthinking. Forget it. Since they want to follow, let's prepare a surprise for them. What surprise? The Shinwei fighter has a degree of stealth capability. As long as they're not actively monitoring, it's fine. Fly that fighter over and broadcast the signal. The Soro Empire will detect it. Then let the Soro Empire teach those tails a lesson. Whoever they are, if they're locking onto us, they're enemies. Su Huan punched Zhao Yi's shoulder with glee. Commander, you're full of tricks. I'm on it. Zhao Yi rubbed his shoulder. No rush. Let them come deeper. Then they won't be able to escape. But could you please stop hitting me? I'm about to fall apart. The others chuckled. Su Huan looked a bit embarrassed. Commander, you're too weak. When we get back, you should train with me properly. Otherwise, you'll never find a wife. No way. Zhao Yi was utterly disdainful. Why use brawn when brains would suffice? After a while, when the time was right, the group headed to the hangar. Their 10 gleaming new Shinwei fighters stood radiating an icy lethal aura. Su Huan, this mission is still dangerous. Keep your distance. Your only task is to lure the Soro Empire. Su Xian reminded her. I know. Why are you so naggy, just like the commander? You weren't like this before. Su Xian blushed and stole a glance at Zhao Yi. She used to be different. In every battle, she would accept necessary sacrifices. Because everyone would die eventually, some just went first. Though she would later hide and cry alone, she never showed any weakness before others. But after meeting Zhao Yi, she began to want to live. Or rather, she found hope to keep living. All right, hurry back. Zhao Yi urged. Got it. I won't punch you when I return, haha. Su Huan laughed loudly, launched a T-2 fighter, and flew out. A flash of light, and the fighter vanished from sight, becoming a distant star in the cosmos. Zhao Yi and his crew had no inkling of the approaching danger until the T-2 fighter closed to within 1,000 kilometers. Lord Zhao and a fighter is approaching. A fighter? Where? Directly ahead, only a few minutes away. Zhao Yi shot up, fury blazing on his face. Damn it. How did you scout? Let it get this close. The subordinate whined. You ordered us to shut down non-essential equipment. Besides, the fighter has stealth capabilities. It's not easy to detect. Zhao Yi slumped back into his chair. Is it from the Soro Empire? How many fighters? Can we evade? No, not so long. If they had spotted us, they would have hailed a warning. It must be the gospel. And it's just one. The gospel? Zhao Yi frowned. Based on the images sent back by the 2 failures earlier, the gospel should only have T1 fighters. Decent performance, but at best 1. 5 grade. Clearly inferior to T2. Could they have acquired a T2 fighter in such a short time? Had never heard of the Federation supplying T2 weapons to the silver-haired maiden fleet. Still, 1 fighter was nothing to fear. Dispatch Yunfei, T1 fighters to intercept it. Yes, sir. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 Yunfei, T1 fighters launched from the battleship deck. These were Lord Zhao Yi's primary combat fighters. The opponent might be T2, but 10 T1s were enough to drive it off. Fighter energy shields, limited by size, couldn't withstand much damage. Inside the fighter, Su Huan grinned and accelerated. Let me see your speed. The 10 interceptors felt only a blur as the fighter flashed past them, gone in an instant. Fighters had different focuses, some had heavy firepower, some high defense. But the Shinwei was clearly built for speed. With reduced weight and altered aerodynamics, the Shinwei's top speed rivaled that of T2. 5 fighters. After it. After it. The interceptors spun around and chased Su Huan. It was the first time they had seen such a fast starfighter. Su Huan flew around the fleet, gazing at the sight and letting out an involuntary gasp. Before her lay a fleet of 8 starships, everything one could ask for. Frigates for defense, destroyers for close combat, battleships for bombardment, and an interstellar carrier loaded with fighters. Not bad. They've got all the essentials. I wonder when the commander will have a fleet like this. Bayou. In the distance, a pirate destroyer emitted a blinding flash as its secondary cannons opened fire on Su Huan. So aggressive. Su Huan dodged with a burst of speed, continuing to circle around the fleet. The sensation was maddening to Zhao Yi, like a fly buzzing in his ear, incessant, yet his small weapons couldn't swat it. When the time was right, Su Huan activated her communication device and broadcasted on all channels. In M787, The station's Soro Empire Major Zhao Yi had the task of using M787 as a transit point for the Empire's continued advance. The remaining energy crystals were left unattended. Large-scale extraction would require equipment, but the residual crystals were depleted. Mining might not even recoup the cost. Major Zhao Yi, we've received a cosmic broadcast. A cosmic broadcast? From whom? Unknown, but you should see this. Zhao Yi entered the planet's command center and saw a woman's face on the screen. A silver-haired maiden. The distinctive feature was too obvious. Jerry recognized it instantly after fighting the Federation for so long. On the battlefield, it wasn't the Federation people who caused them trouble, but these silver-haired maidens who seemed to know nothing of fear or death. Hey, can you hear me? In the frame, Sun Huan tinkered with the device for the first time, patting the transmitter. It should work right. On behalf of the Solar Federation, I warn you, the Soro Empire on planet M787, surrender immediately, or our fleet will arrive and annihilate you all. See the fleet behind me? That's just the appetizer. You better be careful. I repeat, surrender now. With that, Sun Huan turned and fled. Sean, who was pursuing the gospel, went mad. They had been hiding so well, yet the silver-haired maidens had broadcast them across the entire domain. Don't let me catch them. Sean trembled with rage, but now that the enemy knew, he had to think carefully whether to retreat or continue. On planet M787 at the Soro Empire's ground command center, Jerry asked, looking at the broadcast. Where was the broadcast from? It's about 5,000 kilometers from us. Damn, so close, and we didn't detect them. No choice. They shut down their energy reactors. Without precise scanning, we can't find them. Precise scanning required enormous energy, and the space around M787 was vast, impossible to scan every inch. The enemy has 8 ships total, 4 T1 class, 4 T2 class, including 1 T2 class carrier. That's all? Jerry asked. That's all. Jerry felt it was odd. This lineup seemed formidable, but for 2 super empires, it was a piece of cake. A staff officer spoke up. Major, the Solar Federation sending T2 class ships. Could it be that the silver-haired maidens are nearly depleted? Jerry said slowly. Given the Federation's arrogance, if they weren't short on silver-haired maidens, they wouldn't come out themselves. What a pity. If the silver-haired maidens could serve our empire, conquering the universe would be within reach. The staff officer replied, that's difficult. We've fought so far and haven't captured a single silver-haired maiden alive. Are these people insane? They suffer oppression in the Federation, yet they still fight so desperately. If I were them, I'd just open the gates. If I can't live, then no one should. Jerry smiled. That's why countless beings in the universe covet the silver-haired maidens, but the Federation happened to get them. As he finished, the screen flashed again. Dear Soro Empire, the previous broadcast was a scheme of the Solar Federation. We are not members or mercenaries of the Solar Federation. We just happened to pass through here and wanted to transit. Jerry looked at Sean on the screen and smiled slightly. Is that so? But the fact that you shut down your energy reactors to sneak in is not false, right? There's a reason. Please forgive us. Sean lowered his head. He was merely a pirate lord, unable to contend with a behemoth like the Soro Empire, and their territory was far from these nations. Since you say you're here by chance, I'll give you 10 minutes to get the hell out of here. Understood. Sean ended the communication and slammed his fist on the chair. Damn it, those bastards on the gospel. I swear I'll catch them. Lord Sean, what do we do now? What else? Our position is exposed. Besides retreating, what else can we do? Besides planet M787, not only has the Soro Empire's ground command, but also a fleet on standby outside. A subordinate suggested, my lord, I have a plan. Let's hear it. Sean became interested. We could tell the Soro Empire the gospel's location. They would attack, and we could just go back to report our mission. The subordinate was quite proud of his cleverness. Perhaps Lord Sean would make him a strategist or officer. Sean slapped him across the face, spinning him around. He fell on his bottom, his cheek burning with pain. Are you stupid, or am I? Brother Black Bear ordered me to retrieve the six-faced cube, and you want to involve the Soro Empire. We must not only avoid telling the Soro Empire, but also protect the gospel's safety, at least until we get the six-faced cube. Yes, my mistake. Change course immediately. We'll wait outside the M787 system. As soon as the gospel restarts, its energy reactor will detect it. With that, the entire fleet turned and left the M787 system. Learning that Sean's fleet had left Su Huan sitting in the starfighter felt bored. She had wanted to see rivers of blood, but they fled without a fight, such cowards. Bored, Su Huan adjusted course and returned to the gospel. Back. Seeing Su Huan, Zhao Yi greeted her. Commander, I completed the mission, but they didn't fight. Zhao Yi smiled. Normal. The Soro Empire's fleet was too far away, they couldn't engage immediately. Zhao Yi looked outside the hull. The form of planet M787 was already visible. We've arrived. Rumble. The hull shook violently as it pierced the atmosphere. Soon the gospel floated not far above planet M787. Gazing at the war-torn, desolate planet, Zhao Yi ordered, begin deployment. Since they had arrived, every second counted. Yes. Zhao Yi donned his protective suit, preparing to descend, with Su Xin and the others. Su Xin was putting on her clothes and turned surprised. Commander, what are you doing? Isn't it obvious? I'm going down too. No, leave the reconnaissance to us. You wait on the gospel. Su Xin refused firmly. This was Soro Empire territory. Though it had just experienced battle, and most personnel were gone, they might still encounter enemies. Zhao Yi smiled. You do your reconnaissance, we'll take some people to mine energy crystals. With that, he had already descended to the ground. Su Xin had no choice but to follow, landing alongside him, and said to Su Ran beside her, Su Ran, protect the commander. Don't let anything happen to him. Su Ran said seriously, understood. Zhao Yi added, our food lasts at most a day. Don't stay too long. Yes. Rumble. A massive combat robot descended from above, shaking the ground. Zhao Yi adjusted to the outside environment, looked up, and was stunned. What is that? Not far away stood a colossal cannon barrel piercing the clouds, radiating a cold, murderous aura. The weapon's caliber alone must be at least a dozen kilometers. A planet-destroying cannon. Who would have thought the Soro Empire installed this on M787? What is this? A superweapon capable of destroying an entire fleet with a single energy cannon. Due to its immense weight, it can only be mounted on a planet. I once witnessed its firing. The entire fourth fleet of the Taiyang Federation was obliterated. Zhao Yi took a deep breath. If this thing appears here, it seems the war with the Soro Empire won't end easily. Most of the Soro Empire's armed forces should be in that direction. You should not go there. Understood. Su Xin finished speaking and led a group of people sprinting toward the distance. This planet was vast, but with the current technology of the Taiyang Federation circling even the largest planet took only a short while. Zhao Yi and Su Ran, along with the remaining personnel and robots, went to search for energy crystals. Commander, aren't these energy crystals a critical resource? Wouldn't it be dangerous for us to go directly? Su Ran asked as they walked. To avoid detection by the Soro Empire, they flew at a very low altitude. Though slower, it kept them off the radar. Zhao Yi chuckled. The energy crystals stored on planet M787 were never abundant, and they dried up over a decade ago. Otherwise, the Taiyang Federation wouldn't have abandoned it so easily. Also, they're almost gone. Zhao Yi nodded. Exactly, but even if they're nearly depleted, they're enough to fill our bellies for a good while. As he spoke, the silver-haired girl who had been scouting ahead returned. Commander, there are some Empire personnel ahead. Though the energy mine was exhausted, Zhao Yi wasn't surprised to find guards stationed there. He glanced at the time, scout first to see how much defensive force they have. But with the planet destroyer cannon here, the energy crystal defenses should be minimal. Yes. Su Ran launched several micro-drones toward the energy crystal mine. Meanwhile, Su Xin led the silver-haired girls to install surveillance devices across the planet. These were intelligent monitors capable of disguising themselves as other objects, watching every move on the planet. Time ticked by. Zhao Yi stared at the screen. About 20 people, 8 combat robots, 10 defensive energy cannons. Not much firepower. Behind Zhao Yi were dozens of silver-haired girls and 10 combat robots. The gospel didn't lack in personnel, especially combatants. Space combat was out of the question, but ground warfare was their advantage. Everyone prepare for battle. Don't let a single one escape. Yes. Inside the mine, a group of Soro Empire soldiers sat chatting. They differed from the Federation people, having taken a slightly different evolutionary path. They could survive in space without protective suits, but their appearance was far more grotesque. At that moment, they were laughing and talking, utterly unaware of the impending danger. Are the jammers ready? Ready. Fire. Thud, thud, thud. The 10 combat robots launched jammers into the sky and surroundings. These jammers could block all signals in the vicinity while maintaining the appearance of normal signals. The Soro Empire would not suspect anything for a short time. Sensing something amiss, the Soro Empire guards grabbed their weapons and looked around. The standby combat robots began scanning the perimeter. Something's wrong. Contact the major immediately. Can't, there's a jammer. As the words fell, Zhao Yi's side launched the attack. The 10 assault combat robots advanced while firing their enhanced firepower, routing the Soro Empire forces. These combat robots were far superior to those of the Soro Empire, having been modified by Zhao Yi. Both firepower and defense were greatly strengthened, and they could serve as cover for the silver-haired girls. Silver-haired girls. They're from the Taiyang Federation. How did the Taiyang Federation get here? Never mind that, fight back. Someone must get through the jammer to inform the major. The Soro Empire soldiers were stunned. They never expected the silver-haired girls to fight ground battles on a planet. Zhao Yi wanted to charge in, but Su Ran pulled him back. Commander, what are you doing? Charging in. If I'm late, they'll have killed them all. Su Ran rolled her eyes. Don't cause trouble, or he'll send you back to the gospel. You little girl are quite bossy. Even your sister Su Xin didn't say anything. Su Ran puffed with anger. Su Xin entrusted you to me, so I can't let you get hurt. As she spoke, she fired her electromagnetic weapon into the distance, turning a Soro Empire soldier who was trying to ambush them into a pile of ash. Ding Dong, observing Su Ran's battle-gifted talent, gained weapon mastery LV. Max. Ding Dong, observing Su Ran's battle-gifted talent, gained mechanical control LV. Max. Zhao Yi was stunned. He hadn't expected to gain 2 abilities just by watching Su Ran fire a shot. Though he had known what the weapon was, for he couldn't use it before. But now he could not only master all weapons, but also operate meshed vehicles, warplanes, and more. Delightful. Zhao Yi clapped, impressive. Of course I've been alive for 4 years after all. Su Ran was smug, not noticing that a combat robot had locked onto her. Zhao Yi raised his gun and fired. An energy beam precisely pierced the robot's weakest point, hitting its small power reactor. The combat robot exploded into pieces with a massive blast. Su Ran was dumbfounded, staring at Zhao Yi. Commander, your marksmanship is also this accurate. Zhao Yi smiled. Maybe it's luck. Su Ran didn't believe it. One shot to disable a combat robot required not only excellent gun skills, but also knowledge of the robot structure. Soon Zhao Yi and his team wiped out the garrison. On one hand, the Soro Empire hadn't expected an ambush. On the other, most of their defensive weapons were stationed near the planet destroyer cannon, leaving only scattered troops here. Zhao Yi entered the energy mine and saw the remaining crystals. So many energy crystals. We're going to be rich. The remaining crystals are hard to mine. How do we do it? Zhao Yi grinned. We'll use mining robots, of course. Su Ran remembered. No wonder you asked me to buy mining robots earlier. But those can only mine surface crystals. These nearly depleted crystals should be too deep, right? You'll see. Zhao Yi ordered the gospel to deploy mining robots. Several metal pods fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. Then robots modified by Zhao Yi emerged from them. Su Ran stared in disbelief. These are the robots we bought earlier. Su Ran was dumbfounded. The robots before him varied in size and shape, some no larger than his own head. How come they're all so oddly shaped? I remember the combat robots I bought before weren't like this. Zhao Yi explained. Every energy crystal mine cave is different. My robot can adapt to most scenarios, and the Federation's mining robots could actually do the same, but due to cost and other reasons, producing standardized robots actually allows them to make more profit. When did you modify it? Su Ran was shocked. The commander had actually done such a thing, and none of them knew. I wasn't just waiting idly while you were repairing the ship. With that, Zhao Yi waved his hand, and the robots began entering the mine cave to dig energy crystals. The multifunctional robots and the silver-haired girl were responsible for transport and guard duty. Zhao Yi found a stone, dusted it off, and sat down. The feeling of solid ground beneath his feet reminded him of Earth. Su Ran walked over and said, but I still don't understand. If the Federation can do it, why don't they just produce these robots? They would be much more helpful. Little kid, it's normal that you don't understand many things. If mining robots were too good, how would other excavation equipment sell? Capital doesn't allow it. Su Ran shook his head. I don't understand, but I'm not a little kid. Zhao Yi touched Su Ran's silver hair. It's okay if you don't understand. As long as you survive, you'll understand sooner or later. Su Ran's big eyes showed a hint of confusion. Can I really survive? Of course. Let me ask you something. What is it? Su Ran asked curiously. You've been fighting out there for so long, have you ever heard of the solar system? The solar system? Su Ran put his finger to his chin, looking up at the sky. I think I've heard someone mention it, but the solar system is quite far from us, and it's a first-level civilization. Other civilizations can't touch them. Both the Federation and the Empire are this strong, and they still follow this rule. Of course. It's a rule that you can't attack low-level civilizations, otherwise other forces would use that as an excuse to start a war. The Solar Federation is strong, but it can't fight a coalition of so many civilizations. Zhao Yi nodded. Commander, why are you asking about the solar system? Are you interested? A little. Suddenly Su Huan's voice came through. Bad news, Su Xin is injured. Prepare the medical pod. Yes. Su Ran suddenly sat up. Sister Su Xin is injured. No, I have to go see her. Zhao Yi pulled her back. You stay? He'll go. Off. What on? You watch the mine here, dig as much as you can. If any Soro Empire people come, launch the jammer to eliminate them. If you can't beat them, retreat. But Su Ran wanted to say more, but Zhao Yi had already run off. Back on the Fuyin, Zhao Yi saw Su Huan and another silver-haired girl carrying Su Xin in. Su Xin's face was stained with blood, and her fair skin was covered with red lines like a spiderweb. What happened? Did you encounter the Soro Empire? Su Huan shook her head. No, we were deploying a reconnaissance device when we were attacked by a monster. Monster? Zhao Yi thought for a moment. There were many monsters on this planet, but not many were venomous. Could it be a snake-tailed monkey? Is it a creature that's relatively large, looks like a monkey with a tail like a snake? Su Huan was stunned and quickly nodded. Yes, it's very fast. It bit Sister Su Xin and ran away. Damn it, if I ever meet it again, it'll make it into a drinking snack. Su Huan cursed, seeing Su Xin suffering, wishing she had been bitten instead. Su Chen hurried over with the medical team, placed Su Xin in the medical pod, and began to examine her. Ding dong. Ding dong. Watching Su Chen perform treatment, gifted obtained medical technology LV. Max. Instantly all kinds of medical knowledge, equipment, and technology flooded into Zhao Yi's mind. Zhao Yi quickly said, activate the cryopod immediately to freeze Su Xin. Is it that serious? As soon as the words were spoken, Su Xin spat out a mouthful of blood and coughed incessantly. Su Chen quickly adjusted Su Xin's position to prevent choking. Su Huan was stunned. It does look pretty serious. Zhao Yi explained, The snake-tailed monkey has extremely strong venom, and there is no antidote. We must immediately freeze Su Xian first, then go find the antidote. You know the antidote. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Suchin quickly adjusted the medical pod to a cryopod and closed the hatch. They saw some ice crystals form on Su Xin's surface, and she fell into a deep sleep. The cryopod could not cure the disease, but it could maintain the patient's condition. If the toxin continued to spread, even the antidote would be useless. It was fortunate that she was a silver-haired girl. An ordinary person could not have lasted this long. Su Chun said, according to the instrument analysis, just now, there is a toxin in Su Xin's body. We must find the antidote, otherwise Su Xian will either be frozen forever or die when thawed. Su Huan turned to Zhao Yi anxiously. Commander, you just said you know the antidote. Yes. Su Chen was a bit skeptical. How do you know? I just cross-referenced the Federation's medical database and found that this toxin has appeared a few times before, but there is no corresponding antidote. Zhao Yi nodded. On planet M787, the snake-tailed monkey has indeed bitten some people before, but at that time the Solar Federation didn't pay attention. These monsters only appear in specific locations and didn't disturb energy crystal mining, so the Federation didn't deal with them. I never thought that after the bombing and war between the Soro Empire and the Solar Federation this monster would still be alive. Maybe it's because both sides were fighting over the energy crystal mines. Su Huan asked, so do you know how to make the antidote? Zhao Yi said, the antidote is in the area where these snake-tailed monkeys appear. In a place where such venomous creatures exist, there must be something that can be used to cure Su Xian. Su Chen frowned. Commander, how do you know this information? What you said is not in the Federation's database. Experience. Experience. Su Chen was stunned. Zhao Yi didn't look that old, and he had been studying on the capital planet before. How could he have any damn experience? Zhao Yi nodded. Generally, where there is venom, there is an antidote nearby. Don't you understand this principle? That's just your guess. Su Xian is already poisoned. We should return to Inadu immediately. They have better equipment and instruments there. Maybe they can extract the toxins separately. Su Huan looked at the two, not knowing what to do. How about this, give me some time. If I can't find the herbs, we'll go back. Su Chen could only agree. After all, Zhao Yi as the commander didn't have to heed her opinion. Even if Su Xian really died, it would only be the loss of one silver-haired girl, not as important as the mission. Then I'll go with you. I know where these snake-tailed monkeys are. Okay. Su Huan and Zhao Yi set off again. Their protective suits activated flight mode, and they disappeared from sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they had circled most of the planet and stopped at a dense forest that had been burned to charcoal. It's right here. Sister Su Xian didn't notice the snake-tailed monkey that suddenly jumped from below. This thing can jump quite high. Zhao Yi frowned. This place had been destroyed by war. Even if there was an antidote, it would have been burned. As they were speaking, something suddenly jumped up from the ground and charged at Zhao Yi. Su Huan was quick-eyed and quick-handed, raising her energy gun, but Zhao Yi pushed it down. Don't kill it. Okay. Su Huan drew a dagger and slashed at the snake tail of the charging creature. Crack. The snake-tailed monkey's tail was cut off with a sound. Roar. The beast let out a strange cry, landed from the sky, and ran off into the distance. Ding Dong observed snake-tailed monkey gifted, obtained biology LV. Max. Another skill had been acquired. In an instant, the biological information of all beings in the universe flooded into Zhao Yi's mind, and he became intimately familiar with the traits and habits of these creatures. Follow it. Zhao Yi and the others swiftly trailed the snake-tailed monkey, and after an unknown duration, they arrived at a forest. The trees here were colossal, reaching into the sky, perhaps spared from the war flames, because they were far from the crystal energy mine. The two landed on the ground and slowly walked into the forest. Zhao Yi examined the surroundings. There were various plants he could not name. The universe was immense, and each planet had its own unique characteristics. Zhao Yi picked up a blade of grass and examined it. Not this one. Not this one either. He inspected each plant one by one. Poisonous plants and weeds all followed certain patterns, and when he could not decide, he had no choice but to taste them himself. Su Huan watched in astonishment, never expecting the commander to personally sample various weeds just to save Su Xian. This left her feelings deeply conflicted. When Zhao Yi first boarded the ship, she had been the most opposed to him, but the events of this period had given her a new understanding of Zhao Yi. He truly treated the silver-haired girl as a human being. Not this one. Zhao Yi spat out a leaf and casually stuffed another into his mouth. Many small red spots surfaced on his skin, causing an itchy, uncomfortable sensation. A light scratch broke the skin. Commander, you. It's fine, just an allergic reaction. Even if the plants I eat are poisonous, they won't be too severe. But Zhao Yi ignored her and continued trying other plants. In the end, he selected 3 that might be the antidote. Give me a live snake-tailed monkey, or bring some of its venom. Su Huan was stunned. Commander, what are you planning? Based on my analysis, the antidote could be one of these 3, or a mixture of 2, or all 3. So, I need to be infected with the snake-tailed monkey's venom, feel the changes in my body, and then I'll know which plant contains the antidote. After that, I'll extract and refine it. But what if your guess is wrong? Su Huan panicked. She did not want a commander like Zhao Yi to die, one who would willingly taste hundreds of herbs to save a silver-haired girl. If he died, she doubted she would ever encounter another like him. Zhao Yi smiled. If I'm wrong, freeze me immediately and head to Anado. But, no more buts. Su Xian has been poisoned for a long time. Even if the antidote is among these, it must be administered as soon as possible, or even if she survives, there will be other symptoms. Su Huan gritted her teeth. You must be fine. Before long, Su Huan returned carrying an unconscious snake-tailed monkey. Commander, I caught it. Zhao Yi walked over pride, opened the snake head on its tail, extracted a bit of venom, and injected it into himself. Instantly, a burning sensation and pain nearly made him black out. He spat out a mouthful of blood, startling Su Huan into a fluster. Commander, what's happening to you? She wanted to touch him, but dared not. I'm fine. After saying this, Zhao Yi began to test the first herb. No effect. Neither the burning nor the pain subsided. Instead, his internal organs felt slightly damaged. Next to slight effect, this one might be the antidote. The last one also had some effect, and the two herbs targeted different symptoms. The antidote was likely a mixture of the two herbs. Sensing the changes in his body, Zhao Yi handed the two herbs to Su Huan. Go collect these two plants. Yes, but you. I'm fine. I've temporarily suppressed the toxin. Hurry back. Su Huan nodded and first escorted Zhao Yi back. On the starship, the silver-haired girls, hearing that Su Xian was in trouble, rushed over. Seeing Su Xin's condition, they were frantic. Su Xian had long been their pillar. If she were gone, they had no idea how to survive the future. Move aside, the commander is poisoned. Everyone turned stunned. The commander's symptoms were identical to Su Xin's. Su Chun, who had been studying the virus, was speechless as he looked at Zhao Yi. Weren't you supposed to find the antidote? How did you end up like this? A nearby silver-haired girl said sorrowfully. The commander infected himself with the toxin to identify the antidote. The others were stunned, unable to believe someone would go this far for a silver-haired girl. Su Chen's head throbbed. He pushed up his glasses and said, What are you waiting for? Freeze the commander immediately. No, I have to wait for the herbs to arrive. In this state, you still want to do other things. Yes, I will prepare the antidote. Just then Su Huan returned carrying a bundle of herbs. Is this enough? Enough. Bring the analyzer. Zhao Yi examined each herb under the analyzer. The other silver-haired girls were astonished. Since when did the commander know medicine? It seems there's nothing the commander doesn't know. Could this be a problem? He doesn't look well. They wanted to stop him, but feared disrupting his research. After a while, Zhao Yi began to act, placing the herbs in the instrument for extraction. A pale green potion was prepared. Open the pod. Zhao Yi drew the potion into a syringe and approached Su Xian. He inserted the needle, and the pale green liquid slowly entered. Thaw. Yes. The freeze was lifted. The red marks on Su Xin's face gradually faded, her skin regained its fair rosy hue, and her breathing became smoother. She's really healed. Everyone was overjoyed. Su Chun was even more astonished. She had studied the toxin before and found its structure extremely complex. Yet Zhao Yi had formulated the antidote in just half an hour. What kind of person was he? What happened to me? Su Xian touched her head and sat up from the medical pod, seeing the other silver-haired girls with tear-streaked faces. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Su Huan wiped her tears. Sister Su Xian, you scared us to death. What happened to me? You were poisoned. The commander saved you. Commander? Su Xian was stunned. She remembered being bitten by something and then losing consciousness. Turning her head, she gasped, covering her mouth. Commander, how did you? Zhao Yi's body showed the same toxic reaction, though not as severe. It's fine. As long as you're okay. Then he collapsed to the ground. Commander? Su Xian jumped out of the medical pod and lifted Zhao Yi. What happened? The other silver-haired girls sobbed. Sister Su Xian, the commander deliberately infected himself with the toxin to find the antidote for you. Now he can't hold on. Su Xian staggered, nearly falling, gazing at Zhao Yi in her arms, dazed. Why did it have to be like this? It wouldn't have mattered if she died. But if he died, the other silver-haired girls would return to their former life and might even die. Tears dripped onto Zhao Yi's face. Su Xian quickly wiped them away, her heart throbbing. Su Chen couldn't stand it anymore. She rolled her eyes. He just passed out from exhaustion. Why are you acting like he's dead? Su Huan exclaimed. What? He's not dead. Su Xian said awkwardly. I saw them all crying, so I cried too. Su Chen's side returned to the instrument and began extracting and allocating according to Zhao Yi's data while the others guarded Zhao Yi. Su Xian grasped Zhao Yi's hand, her nerves frayed. Hurry up, will you? What's the rush? I'm already going as fast as I can. Su Chen hastily prepared a vial of medicine. One injection will do. Lay him flat. Oh. Su Xian sat directly on the floor, resting Zhao Yi's head on her lap. After the injection, Zhao Yi's complexion eased slightly, bringing relief to everyone. A strange scent drifted, rather pleasant actually. Zhao Yi slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Su Xin's exquisite face brimming with a smile and excitement. Commander, you're awake. Are you alright? Zhao Yi tried to sit up, but lacked strength. Turning his head, he realized he was lying on Su Xin's thigh. Good heavens, a lap pillow. Was a lap pillow from such a beautiful girl really something he could enjoy? Sensing the unusual closeness, Su Zin's cheeks flushed. Commander, don't move. You've just received the antidote. Rest a bit more. Oh, as long as you're fine. All right, nothing to see here, everyone out. Su Chun shooed the others away. Su Huan scratched her nose, then he'll go find Su Ran. That girl is probably still worrying near the mine. Seeing everyone had left, Su Exine asked curiously, Commander, why did you go to such lengths to save me? Do I need a reason? You're my vice commander. If you died, who would help me strategize? But, Su Zin's beautiful eyes flickered. Though she held the title of vice commander, anyone could have filled that role. No buts. Aren't we both perfectly fine now? Don't move. Let me lie here a little longer. Ow. All right. Watching Zhao Yi close his eyes, Su Exine suddenly felt an urge to stroke his hair. This feeling was strange. After an unknown stretch of time, Zhao Yi woke again to find Su Exine asleep against the wall, her head drooping. Without disturbing her, he quietly got up and left the medical bay. Outside, Su Chen swiveled in her chair, grinning at Zhao Yi. What were you two doing in there for so long? Nothing much. Just a bit tired, so we rested. Rested? Su Chen snickered. Zhao Yi quickly explained, don't get the wrong idea. Nothing as dirty as you're thinking happened. What was I thinking? I didn't say a word. Why is the commander so eager to explain? Su Chen wore an innocent smile, making anyone believe she truly knew nothing. You tricked me. Zhao Yi was speechless. Whatever. You two do what you want. But Su Ran and the others came back earlier and wanted to see you. I didn't let them in so as not to disturb your little rendezvous. Zhao Yi deliberately ignored the second half of her sentence. I understand. After Zhao Yi left, Su Chen quickly peeked into the room. She saw Su Exine leaning against the wall, drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. Was she still dreaming? How boring. Su Chen rolled her eyes. She had thought they were doing something. But they were truly just sleeping. Commander, are you alright? Su Ran ran over excitedly upon seeing Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi smiled. I'm fine, just a minor issue. How's the energy mine? It hasn't been discovered yet, but if the Soro Empire notices something off there, they'll likely send someone to investigate. Then they'll find us. Huh. Where's Su Exine? Isn't she better yet? Su Exine looked behind Zhao Yi in confusion. She had heard both Su Exine and Zhao Yi were poisoned and rushed back only to be stopped by Su Chen outside. She was poisoned for too long. Let her rest a while. We need to figure out how to retreat. They had entered by shutting down the energy reactor and gliding and thus avoiding the Soro Empire's notice. But leaving the same way was clearly impossible. If they activated the energy reactor to accelerate, the Soro Empire would detect them, pursue, and possibly even deploy the planet-destroying cannon. That thing was no joke. Once it locked onto you, unless your starship was T3 level, there was only one outcome. Death. Tough situation. How is the energy crystal mining going? We've brought back a few thousand so far, but no telling when they'll be discovered. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Have them return in 4 hours. Yes, sir. How much food is left? Before arriving, Zhao Yi had minimized food storage to maximize combat capability. Enough for 1 day. 1 day? Even without food, they wouldn't die immediately, so they could last another 3 or 4 days. Zhao Yi walked to the central screen in the command room, studying the surrounding situation and contemplating an escape route. Su Huan spoke proudly. Commander, let me use the Shenwei to blow up their planet-destroying cannon. They'll chase after me, and you can use the chance to escape. Zhao Yi shook his head. The Soro Empire's defenses are concentrated around that cannon. If you fly there, you'll be shot down before you even show your nose. What? Even the Shenwei can't handle it. No. A T2 level is useless. You need T3. T3 level. Su Huan was stunned. T3 was the interstellar fighter of her dreams, equipped only by elite fleets or capital star patrols. Extremely expensive with extraordinary performance. After a moment, Zhao Yi spoke, but we can make use of the creatures currently living on this planet. Creatures? Zhao Yi nodded slightly. You all saw what happened to the vice commander. This planet still has some primitive creatures. We can use them to charge at the Soro Empire's base. They won't cause real damage, but they'll certainly throw the Empire into chaos, and we can slip away in the commotion. Sounds good, but why would those creatures listen to us? Su Ran blinked curiously. They weren't human. How could they be commanded? Rushing at them would only get them bitten. That's why we need to observe, to find out what traits these creatures have. Observe. Everyone exchanged glances. If anyone else had said that, they would have been dismissed as pretentious. But coming from Zhao Yi, they actually felt a sense of anticipation. Commander, how do you know so much? Su Ran asked curiously. I learned it in school. But I heard from Su Exine that all the commanders sent here are ugly and stupid. How come you're not like that? Zhao Yi's mouth twitched. So that was how they had seen him before. He patted Su Ran's head. All right, come with me to observe those animals. I'm coming too. Without waiting for Zhao Yi to refuse, Su Huan grabbed her gun and ran off. Zhao Yi had no choice but to take her along. The others wanted to join, but were turned down. When observing creatures, the fewer people the better. Once we find their habits, we can either drive them or lure them into the Soro Empire's territory. On the other side, the Soro Empire's headquarters stationed on planet M787 sensed something amiss. ZG-22, please respond. Please respond. Jerry walked in and asked, what's going on? What's the problem? Sir, a communicator quickly stood up. It's time for our scheduled contact with the frontline position, but they haven't responded. I'm trying to establish a connection. Did you get through? Not yet. Jerry sensed something was wrong. There was a fleet waiting outside the M787 sector. Though he didn't know what this force intended, there was clearly some conspiracy. Now even the frontline had lost contact. Something was definitely off. If we can't reach them, send someone to check. Yes, sir. Jerry walked out of the room and felt the ground trembling as if something was approaching. Everyone in the Soro Empire base sensed the anomaly and looked into the distance. Beast Horde. It's the planet's native beast horde. Beast Horde. Jerry stood frozen. This planet did retain some indigenous beast hordes. These creatures had extremely low brain capacity and poor intelligence. Since they weren't suicidal, Jerry hadn't bothered with them, but now they were charging toward the base. Prepare for battle. Annihilate all these beasts. Yes, sir. Soro Empire soldiers took their combat positions, some setting up electromagnetic machine guns, others hovering in midair. In the distance, various beasts were sprinting toward them, including a redstone golem, at least 5 or 6 meters tall. Of course, the Soro Empire's electromagnetic weapons were more than sufficient to deal with these beasts. Electromagnetic rounds flew forward, blossoming into mushroom clouds. But the beasts showed no sign of stopping, stepping over the fallen bodies and continuing their advance. It was as if something even more terrifying than the electromagnetic rounds drove them from behind. Jerry watched the video feed and rubbed his chin. These fearless beasts don't pose a threat to us, but their behavior is very strange. Major, we've detected an energy reactor operating near M787. Preliminary scan indicates a starship. A starship? How could there be another starship here? Is it from the Empire's other fleet? But they should have reported before takeoff. No, sir. Track it for me. Yes, sir. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several reconnaissance drones launched from the base, tiny and extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they reached the vicinity of the gospel. The Solar Empire. Seeing the emblem on the starship, everyone was stunned. How had this starship evaded detection and entered? It was unbelievable. If it were a surprise attack, why would it be retreating now? Shoot it down. The Soro Empire Ground Command Center aimed a row of anti-air weapons at the gospel, which was preparing to lift off. The next second, the anti-air weapons erupted in massive explosions. 10 divine might fighters streaked past, destroying the launchers before they could fire. Su Huan sat inside the starfighter, exhilarated. Let them taste our power. This is the might of the divine might, ha ha ha. Even if we can't blow up the planet killer cannon, taking out these things is satisfying. The commander's divine might is incredible. We're just here to draw their fire. The commander ordered us not to get too close. Understood. If anyone wrecks their divine might, there will be severe punishment when we return. Yes, sir. In the military base, Jerry heard the explosion outside and frowned. What's happening? There are starfighters attacking us. Don't let them escape. Yes, sir. The station ground units immediately opened fire. The weapons struck the starfighters, rippling across their surfaces. Energy shields. These were T2 class fighters. Everyone was bewildered. Such fighters shouldn't be here. Everyone knew that the Solar Federation never deployed T2 weapons on the front lines. Those cowardly Federation officers always let the silver-haired girl charge ahead while they hid behind. Trouble. T2 starfighters are not easy to shoot down. Jerry grew anxious. Since interstellar warfare began, weapon development on every planet had focused on starships and fighters, while ground weapons advanced slowly. Most battles erupted in space. A starship performing saturation bombardment on ground targets was a dimensional strike. So when Su Huan and her team starfighters appeared, they routed the Soro Empire's defense forces. The main reason was that they had slipped past the fleet stationed outside M787A, otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy. Sisters, that's enough. Let's withdraw. Yes. After Su Huan left, the gospel began to accelerate on its return course. Sir, the starship we detected earlier is accelerating. Jerry rubbed his chin. They came to M787 for reconnaissance, and they even brought T2 fighters. We can't let them escape. Commander, should we activate the planet killer cannon? Jerry shook his head. Don't use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The planet killer cannon requires too much energy, and charge time, one starship doesn't warrant it. Connect me to the 39th fleet stationed outside M787. Yes, sir. A screen in front of Jerry displayed a bearded, middle-aged man. Major Jerry, I was just about to contact you. We've detected a starship taking off from M787. Where did it come from? It's from the Solar Federation. The bearded man was taken aback. Stop joking. How could a Solar Federation starship appear here? We don't know how it slipped through our detection. Maybe it shut down its reactor a few days ago and coasted all the way in. What do you need me to do? Jerry said seriously. They must be up to something secret on M787. I want Major Don to destroy it. Don nodded. A small matter. Since it's only one starship, he'll dispatch 2 destroyers. That should be enough to obliterate them. Jerry shook his head. No, they also have a fleet waiting outside M787. They might come in later. Keep an eye on them. If they dare to enter, he'll destroy them, Don said dismissively. Send the destroyers Yak and Duxie to eliminate the target. Don ended the call and began issuing orders. Yes, sir. Move the other ships to position D-45 and monitor the fleet outside M787. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi learned that the Gospel had activated its reactor. A subordinate rushed to his room and knocked urgently. Zhao Yi was enjoying himself with a woman who had a tail. Who is it? Looking for death. My lord, the Gospel has moved. The Gospel. Zhao Yi pushed the woman aside, dressed quickly, and went to the command center. On the screen, a bright that was moving. That was the Gospel. But then he noticed two other dots heading toward the Gospel. What's the situation now? Zhao Yi asked the henchman beside him. Lord, the Fuyin activated its energy reactor not long ago, presumably intending to leave planet M787. But it has been detected by the Soro Empire fleet on the outskirts of planet M787. They have dispatched 2 interstellar destroyers for pursuit. Will they be caught? The Fuyin is not very fast. It should be intercepted an hour later at a distance of 50,000 kilometers from us. Damn it, if the Fuyin is taken by the Soro Empire now that he's come all this way, then what's the point? Wouldn't it be a wasted trip? What about the movements of the other Soro Empire starships? The other ships are still standing by. What should we do? Zhao Yi lowered his head and thought. The purpose of this trip was the Fuyin. He couldn't let it be sunk before his eyes. If the Liumian Mafang were discovered by the Soro Empire retrieving, it would not be so easy. All fleets by my command move forward. We must find them before they destroy the Fuyin. Yes. A fleet of 8 starships entered planet M787. The captain of the pirate combat team whispered, Lord, if we enter planet M787, will it cause unnecessary trouble? The Soro Empire people have already warned us. If we enter this time, it might lead to war. Zhao Yi naturally knew. No choice. The Liumian Mafang must be retrieved, even at a certain cost. Notify everyone and prepare for battle. Understood. Zhao Yi looked at the screen before him. It was a race against time. They had to seize the Fuyin before losing more starships, and then retreat quickly. The Fuyin. The crowd gathered around Zhao Yi, chattering incessantly, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Commander, how did you control these beasts? Yes, they actually headed straight for the Soro Empire's ground command center. I saw it from the starship. The Soro Empire's ground command center was a dense mass with all kinds of beasts. Zhao Yi smiled. Compared to humans, beasts are much simpler in their behavior. It's all instinct. And from my findings, these beasts roam randomly. They leave traces almost anywhere they can live except for one place. What place? The crowd's eyes revealed curiosity and admiration. The commander was like an omniscient god, knowing everything. Zhao Yi smiled and said, there are no beasts near a volcano, even though there is plenty of food and water. Why is that? Commander, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. Yeah, where did you and Su Huan go? Su Xian stood aside, tilting her head and watching, equally curious. Su Huan, you tell us. Su Huan shrugged. I don't know either. Su Ran and I were only responsible for protecting him and taking him around, but as for the method, I don't understand it either. Just as they were talking, the entire hull flashed with red lights and warning sounds. This meant someone had locked onto their ship as a target. The crowd no longer surrounded Zhao Yi. They hurried back to their combat stations. Zhao Yi stood up and sat in the central seat of the command room. Report the situation. Commander, 2 interstellar destroyers are approaching from Sector 32 of planet M787. Both destroyers are T1 class. T1 class. Su Huan let out a cold laugh and spoke. Commander, let me go. If we deploy all 10 Shinwei, even if we can't destroy both, at least we can prevent them from advancing. Su Huan felt that she was terrifyingly strong now. Back when she piloted the old T1 class fighters, she was never afraid. Let alone now, with the T2 class fighters that had stronger firepower and energy shields. Su Xian stood aside without speaking. She wanted to see how Zhao Yi would command. She thought that maybe if she wasn't around, Zhao Yi could command even better. She had never imagined that one day she would follow a Federation person's ideas in warfare. Zhao Yi shook his head. No. Why? Our current firepower may not destroy much, but we are not afraid of 2 T1 class destroyers. It's not easy for them to take down our T2 class fighters. Zhao Yi looked up. Don't forget our mission. The T2 class Shenwei can indeed hold off these 2 destroyers, but it will only invite greater trouble. Su Huan understood and fell silent. Just then a silver-haired girl spoke. Commander, someone is requesting a connection. Who? From the Soro Empire. Oh, put them through. On the screen before Zhao Yi appeared a middle-aged man with a thick beard wearing the military uniform of the Soro Empire with a rank that seemed high. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Zhao Yi. People of the Solar Federation, you have no way to leave planet M787. I have a suggestion for you. A suggestion? Let's hear it. Zhao Yi sat in his seat, crossing his legs with a somewhat arrogant attitude. This made the other party a bit displeased. Brad, I order you to immediately return to planet M787 and surrender. That way you might live a little longer. Once my interstellar destroyers find you, you're dead. Zhao Yi clicked his tongue. Aren't you being a bit too confident? The other man laughed, instead of getting angry, his beard trembling. What? You have only one T1 class frigate whose main cannon power is even inferior to my destroyer's cannons, and you want to fight us? Although we both have protective armor, our range is superior to yours. If we fire first, you'll have no way to defend yourselves. Zhao Yi replied. We might indeed not be able to defeat your 2 destroyers, but we have reinforcements. Reinforcements? That's right, you should know there is a fleet outside planet M787. Zhao Yi was preparing to drag the unknown fleet into the conflict. Since they were waiting outside planet M787, they were certainly up to no good. Just as he was speaking, Su Xian handed him a report. Zhao Yi glanced at it and smiled. If your reconnaissance system is functioning, you should know that this fleet is moving toward us. By then it's still uncertain who will win or lose. The other man's expression instantly turned serious. So this is your reliance. Since you want surrender, well, meet on the battlefield. I will personally crush your reliance, and then we'll see what you have to say. With that, he ended the communication. Zhao Yi looked at the report in his hand and smiled. It showed that the fleet outside planet M787 had actually entered. Although he didn't know why this was good news for Zhao Yi. Commander, who exactly is this faction? Su Xian was curious. This fleet was clearly going to intervene in their war with the Soro Empire. In this vicinity, Su Xian could not think of any faction so bold. Zhao Yi shook his head. I don't know either. Report the positions of all factions and simulate the battle situation. Yes. The silver-haired girl's fingers danced across the keys. The simulation results show that the 2 Soro Empire destroyers will engage us first, while the other Soro Empire fleet will clash with the forces outside planet M787. According to the current combat power estimate, we can escape the pursuit of the 2 destroyers, and the Soro Empire will annihilate the enemy at the cost of 5 starships. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. The Soro Empire's strength was still greater than that of the other side. Apart from the 2 destroyers coming after them, the remaining starships were all T2 class. This was far stronger than the unknown fleet. According to the projected course, we only need to deal with the 2 destroyers. Su Huan, you lead the combat team out, but remember, do not open fire without my order. Understood. Commander wants to catch them off guard, right? Zhao Yi nodded. Exactly. By the time they realize that the 2 destroyers can eliminate us, we will have already escaped. Even if they want to chase us, it will be too late, and the 2 sides are entangled in battle, not easily disengaged. Yes. Su Huan gathered the team and headed to the hangar. Ten Shunwei vanished into the cosmos. Zhao Yi turned and saw Su Xian staring at him. Curious, he asked, what are you looking at me for? Do you have something to add? Su Xian came back to her senses, her face blushing. She had been staring too, intently, feeling a bit embarrassed. No, the commander's orders are very good. Really? Su Xian turned her head away. Really? If it were me, I might resort to any means to escape, even sending some people to block these 2 destroyers. But now that our firepower is stronger, my previous method is no longer useful. That's not true. Your judgment is still useful to me. The 2 exchanged a smile. Su Ran looked at them curiously, feeling something was off. Shaoen's fleet. Upon learning that other starships of the Soro Empire had begun to move Shaoen's side, what was destined to come would indeed arrive. How long can we withstand their assault? An hour is no problem. If the formation is slightly better, we might even make them pay a greater price. But there is a problem. Shaoen speak. Our target is the gospel, but according to the current battlefield situation, they will first encounter the Soro Empire's interstellar destroyers. Based on our simulations, the gospel will be beaten without any chance to fight back. Shaoen lowered his head in thought. Which is our fastest starship? The Falcon, a T2 class cosmic vessel, a starship that integrates numerous functions. Follow my orders. Have the Falcon sail alone, heading to the battlefield between the gospel and the 2 Soro Empire interstellar destroyers. Our remaining starships will prepare to intercept the Soro Empire fleet, secure the 6-sided cube, and then retreat. Understood. The Soro Empire made no response to the changes in Shaoen's fleet. They would let them send a starship to find the gospel. Why not sacrifice 2 T1 class destroyers to make the frontal engagement easier? After all, none of them would escape. Once they had dealt with the main fleet, they would turn around and go after the gospel. Meanwhile, the unusual movements on planet M787 caught the attention of the frontline fortress city Inuo Duo. This large-scale fleet engagement always carried a hint of abnormality. Watching the changing scenes on the simulation board, the bald lieutenant colonel fell into deep thought, while the other staff officers were even more confused. What's going on? Why has the Soro Empire's fleet on planet M787 started moving? Indeed, where did that other fleet of starships come from? What is the focal point of this battle? Why is the Soro Empire suddenly fighting another fleet? Is this an opportunity? The crowd could not make sense of it. The bald lieutenant colonel glanced around the simulation board, then ordered his subordinates to run simulations. No matter how they simulated, if this unknown fleet did not flee, it would only face annihilation. Although the battlefield situation was ever-changing, the gap in strength was not easily bridged. Strange, they still don't run. Are they prepared to fight the Soro Empire to the death? Why? This fleet should have a simulation board too, no matter what they're doomed. Why are they still charging forward? Is there some secret weapon on this fleet? Or is there something that forces them to press on? The lieutenant colonel seemed to think of something and asked, where is the gospel currently? The gospel? The other staff officers were stunned. You mean the gospel that is the tomb of the silver-haired girl? Yes. A subordinate investigated and reported, according to the latest positioning, the Gospel has activated its energy reactor at this location. As he finished, another light point appeared on the simulation board. Here. Yes, based on the route estimate, they are preparing to return. It seems the reconnaissance mission is complete. Several people showed expressions of surprise. Heading to M787 was a suicide mission. Not only was there the Soro Empire fleet, but also what seemed to be a planet-destroying cannon. They never expected them to return alive, and even to encounter a major battle. Strange are those two starships that left separately heading for the Gospel. On the simulation board, the two Soro Empire starships were already moving farther from the main fleet, clearly on a separate mission. This unknown faction also has one heading toward the Gospel. The crowd was utterly puzzled. The departure of two Soro Empire starships gave the unknown fleet a glimmer of hope, since they would face fewer opponents. But then they themselves immediately dispatched one of their own. Are their targets all the Gospel? Why is this? Everyone was completely baffled. What on earth is the reason? Could it be that this battle was instigated by the Gospel? Is there something on the Gospel? Are all the battles triggered by the Gospel? The bald lieutenant colonel lowered his head in thought. Earlier, T2 class fighter blueprints had been discovered on the Gospel. Could that be the reason? Impossible, it's not a T3 class blueprint. No need to fight over that. Could there be something else valuable on the Gospel that forced both sides to resort to all-out war? Where's our nearest fleet? A deputy commander spoke up. The fleet closest to planet M787 is the G29 fleet in the Lewis Nebula, currently on standby. This fleet consists of 17 starships, but they are all T1 class starships of the silver-haired girl. Lieutenant Colonel, what do you mean? This is a good opportunity to strike at planet M787. Even if the Soro Empire fleet destroys this unknown force, they will likely suffer heavy casualties themselves. The other fleets are not as close to planet M787 as we are. As long as we take back planet M787, the Soro Empire's offensive will be halted. Hearing this, the crowd found it somewhat reasonable. Currently, the Soro Empire's offensive was unstoppable. The reason for their pause was not fear, but because their supply lines were too long. They planned to use M787 as a new supply planet for the expedition, and once subsequent supplies arrived, they would surely continue advancing. If M787 was captured, all their previous preparations would be in vain. But I heard that planet M787 already has a Soro Empire planet-destroying cannon. Its power is enormous. It could even wipe out our entire fleet with a single shot. If we go there, wouldn't that be suicide? The bald lieutenant colonel spoke. That's why now is the opportunity. The Soro Empire fleet is currently moving outward. Once they engage in battle, the planet-destroying cannon cannot eliminate its own fleet along with the enemy. But what if? It still opens fire and both sides are destroyed. Even if that happens, it's worth it. We lose 17 T1 class starships while they lose 10 T2 class starships. Which side do you think comes out ahead? The crowd thought about it. They could build 17 ships in the blink of an eye, and the ones that died were still mass-producible silver-haired girls. As for the commanders, there were only a few of them. The loss ratio was far more favorable compared to the Soro Empire. Moreover, the Soro Empire may not fire. The planet-destroying cannon's deterrent effect is far greater than actually using it. Alright, I'll report to General 1N immediately. All factions on planet M787 were watching this battle. For now it was just a skirmish, but it might escalate into a full-scale campaign. Zhao Yi led the Gospel, getting closer and closer to the two Soro Empire interstellar destroyers. Commander, there's movement over there. Su Xin pointed at the combat console in front of her. According to the real-time data transmitted back on the movements of various starships, a T2 class cosmic vessel was actually approaching. This new type of starship had only appeared in the last few decades. Its main feature was being a jack-of-all-trades. It had armor, energy shields, main cannons, defensive main cannons, and fighters, but none were particularly strong. It had a great advantage when operating independently, but its effectiveness in fleet battles was limited, inferior to specialized starships. Why is another one coming? Why has this unknown fleet targeted us? Everyone was utterly baffled. Was it like a sticky plaster? The opponent was a cosmic vessel with energy shields. Zhao Yi really had no confidence. It must also be carrying T2 class interstellar fighters. Commander, the two Soro Empire interstellar destroyers have already engaged the suddenly arriving cosmic vessel. Su Huan's voice came through the comms. Stand by. Zhao Yi bit his thumbnail. The battle situation was becoming increasingly incomprehensible. He never expected that this unknown fleet would be so persistent, even dispatching a cosmic vessel after them. Understood. Su Huan ended the communication. Zhao Yi went to the simulation board to run simulations. No matter how he simulated, the opponent's cosmic vessel outclassed them in every aspect. To defeat it, they would have to break its energy shield, but a single hit from the enemy would mean their doom. Zhao Yi gazed into the distance and could see a flash of light in space. An interstellar destroyer had been destroyed. If he didn't think of something soon, he would share the same fate. Once it eliminated the two destroyers, it would surely come for him. Commander, there's an incoming call. Who? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu from Nuo Duo. Him. Zhao Yi recognized the man. Wasn't that the bald lieutenant colonel? What was he contacting them for now? After the connection was established, the familiar face appeared before him, bald with a white mustache, his expression calm. The man seemed to be in a conference room, with several other officers standing nearby, engaged in loud discussion. Zhao Yi saluted and said, "Greetings, Lieutenant Colonel." The other man waved his hand. "What's the situation now?" "We've completed the reconnaissance mission and are preparing to return and report, but we're being pursued by an unknown force and the Soro Empire. We're currently trying to find a way to retreat." "So what did you discover? What's on M787 planet?" M787 planet has a Soro Empire ground command center. The ecological environment is unchanged and the crystal mines are nearly depleted. "And anything else?" "Nothing else." Su Xian blinked with curiosity, looking at Zhao Yi. "Wasn't there also the planet destroyer?" "That was the most important thing. A single shot from it could annihilate an entire fleet." Zhao Yi naturally wouldn't mention it. If he did, their mission would become destroying the planet destroyer, and then what would he do? Lin Fu, the lieutenant colonel, stroked his beard. "Then how did I hear there's a planet destroyer on M787? Such a big thing, and you didn't see it. Your eyesight isn't too good, is it?" Zhao Yi was dumbfounded. This guy was pretending not to know, and even mocking him. "Oh, that. I saw it. It was my first time seeing one too, and I was about to tell you. Stop playing dumb. The higher-ups have given you a new mission." Zhao Yi was speechless. "Lieutenant Colonel, you might not be fully aware of our situation. We're being chased right now. If there's a mission, can it wait until we're alive and back at NATO? I'm very aware of your situation, but the mission must be carried out." "What mission? Don't tell me it's to destroy the planet destroyer." The lieutenant colonel smiled and snapped his fingers. "Exactly right. You're a really sharp kid." Zhao Yi's mouth twitched. Whatever he thought of it came true. The other silver-haired girls were shocked. "How can that be possible? There must be heavy defenses around the planet destroyer. With just our Fuyin, how it's impossible. If you can't do it, our fleet will suffer heavy losses." "What do you mean?" "General 1N has just issued a new counterattack order. The G-29 fleet from the Lewis Nebula is heading to M787 planet for battle. If you fail to destroy the planet destroyer, one shot from it will be devastating." Zhao Yi was stunned. If I recall correctly, that fleet is a T1 level fleet composed entirely of silver-haired girls. "Exactly. They might all be destroyed, and the Federation will lose 17 brave commanders," the lieutenant colonel said indifferently. Su Xian stood frozen in shock. The entire fleet of silver-haired girls must number several thousand. And among them was someone she knew, Su Yun. Zhao Yi stared at the other man. "This is suicide. I absolutely disagree. I'm on the front lines, and I know the situation. Sending the fleet here is a bad idea. Whether it's suicide depends on the outcome of your mission. The appearance of the unknown fleet gives us a golden opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, not only the silver-haired girls, but even the Federation's capital planet would be crushed by the Soro Empire's warships. You are the closest to the planet destroyer. If you refuse, you'll be disobeying orders, and the counterattack will not stop. If the Soro Empire's forces retreat, it will be mutual destruction." With that, the lieutenant colonel ended the communication. How could this happen? The silver-haired girl collapsed to the ground. They didn't care about their own deaths, but they couldn't bear to see thousands of their sisters killed by the planet destroyer. "Commander, 2 Soro Empire destroyers have been destroyed. The unknown ship's energy shield has taken 3 main cannon hits. One more shot should break it. Commander, the unknown ship is accelerating toward us. Commander, the main Soro fleet has engaged the unknown fleet. What should we do?" Listening to the reports, Zhao Yi grew calmer. Su Xian stepped forward and whispered, "Commander, don't worry about us. The Fuyin Hao is equipped with an escape pod. You can take it to NATO, but I hope you can bring Su Ran with you." The other silver-haired girls looked at Zhao Yi. If he escaped alone, they wouldn't feel wronged, they would feel relieved. A Federation man who cared about them. He deserved to live. "Commander, go quickly. There's no time." Zhao Yi asked back, "If I leave, what are you all going to do?" "Well, carry out the mission, return to M787 planet, and execute the plan. Even if we don't go, we'll be destroyed by this T2 level ship." Zhao Yi was about to refuse when something struck him. He grabbed Su Zin's hand excitedly. "Thank you." "Huh?" Su Xian was stunned. "Thank her for what? She hadn't done anything." "Your hand." Feeling the pressure on her hand, she blushed. "Commander, you." Zhao Yi quickly let go. "Sorry, I was just too excited." "What's going on?" Zhao Yi explained to everyone. "What you said about returning to M787 reminded me. Forcing a breakout against this T2 level ship is impossible. We have to go back." "Go back?" Zhao Yi nodded. "I think I understand who this sudden fleet is." Everyone's eyes widened. Su Wan asked curiously, "You know them?" "I don't know them, but they know us. If you really haven't made any enemies before, then this force is probably here for this." With that, Zhao Yi pulled out the 6-sided cube he had been carrying. "A cube?" Zhao Yi nodded. "Yes. The pirates who jumped to the Solar Federation territory were carrying this. This fleet came straight for us, so there's only one possibility: they want to retrieve this." Su Xian understood. "So even at the risk of being attacked by the Soro Empire, they had to find us." Su Ran looked at the cube in Zhao Yi's hand. "Is this really that important? Important enough to lose an entire fleet? What's inside?" Only they know that. Su Xian nodded slightly. So if we return with this, that fleet will have to retreat, or else be wiped out by the Soro Empire. Su Ran said, but then we'll have to face the Suo ground forces. Zhao Yi sighed. We'll have to take it one step at a time. First head to M787 planet, then figure out our next move. Agreed. Change course for M787 planet. All personnel return to the Fuyin Hao and form a protective perimeter. Understood. Su Huan, who had been hiding near the unknown ship, piloted the Shenwei and gave chase toward the Fuyin Hao. The T2 level ship was stunned. What was happening? It had just charged its main cannon, and now the enemy was already out of its firing range. Lord Xiaoan and Major Tanjin, who were engaged in battle, were equally puzzled. Their mission was to obstruct each other's opponent. One aimed to prevent Tanjin from attacking the Fuyin, allowing his own spaceship to destroy it. The other sought to stop the Fuyin from rendezvousing with the enemy. This perfect misunderstanding had sparked the great battle. Both fleets suffered considerable damage, with energy waves and explosions filling the cosmos, particle beams and laser cannons flying everywhere. The debris from destroyed starships littered the entire universe. Lord Xiaoan, the Fuyin has turned around, a subordinate shouted anxiously. What? Lord Xiaoan, who was directing the battle, was dumbfounded. He had gone to such lengths out of fear that the Soro Empire would destroy the Fuyin before he could. As a result, the Fuyin had returned to M787. Then he had sacrificed 4 starships for nothing. On the other side, Tanjin was equally shocked. Why the hell was this? The 2 interstellar destroyers he had dispatched were both destroyed. They were clearly about to join forces, yet one had suddenly turned and left. After fighting for so long, he had never seen such a maneuver. Major Tanjin, the enemy, is retreating. Retreating. Tanjin looked at the light dots on the war table. Indeed, the opponent had begun to withdraw. Major, should we pursue? Major, the G29 fleet of the Solar Federation's Luisi Nebula is moving towards us, seemingly heading our way. What? Major Tanjin stood frozen. This news was more shocking than the enemy's retreat. Not long ago, after a battle, both sides tacitly began to rest, and now it was starting again. They're not convinced. Major, what should we do? Should we fall back to the range of the planet destroyer cannon and wait? If they dare to come, well, blast them with one shot. Good. Since the planet destroyer cannon was here, they had no need to engage in a prolonged fight. Fortunately, they hadn't fired it just now, otherwise during its charging time, the G29 fleet of the Luisi Nebula would have already arrived. Now, as long as they didn't fire, it served as a deterrent. Report the battle damage. The enemy lost 4 starships, 2 T1 class and 2 T2 class. We lost 3 2 T1 class interstellar destroyers and 1 T2 class battleship. Wait, do they still have a spaceship returning? Yes. Destroy it. Yes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. From the Soro Empire's interstellar carrier, over 100 T2 class fighters emerged. Although Zhao Yi's spaceship was protected by an energy shield, it couldn't withstand such a barrage and was soon blasted into scrap. In this battle, Xiaoan suffered heavy losses and had to find a place to hide. Waste. All damn wastes. Xiaoan, displeased with a lackey, kicked him to the ground and landed several thumping kicks. The others dared not make a sound, fearing to draw Zhao Yi's attention. He had thought that despite some losses he would surely capture the Fuyin, but unexpectedly it had fled at the critical moment, which infuriated him to death. My lord, we have just detected the Solar Federation's fleet approaching. If we don't leave now, we might be caught up in it. What should we do now? Xiaoan didn't know what to do. Returning now was certainly not an option. He hadn't obtained the goods yet. But staying here was useless. The battle between 2 civilizations was not something he could influence. Let's find a nearby planet to wait. Yes. After Xiaoan left, the war between the Solar Federation and the Soro Empire would commence here. To protect their frontline position, the Soro Empire mobilized several surrounding fleets to reinforce. The Solar Federation, seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, also gathered fleets from various regions. Their mission was simply to block the Soro Empire's reinforcements. The fleet at planet M787 had lost 3 ships in the previous battle, and others had suffered considerable damage. The G29 fleet of the Luisi Nebula could completely eliminate them. The prerequisite was not to be hit by the planet destroyer cannon. In the meeting room of the Enuiduo Fortress City, everyone remained silent. After the Fuyin returned to planet M787, a miraculous thing happened. The 2 fleets that had been engaged in battle actually separated. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Indeed, this war is like a game of tickling. One moment they're fighting to the death, the next they retreat without a word. I still can't figure out what this unknown fleet wants. If you're going to die, just die properly. You lose a few starships and then run away. Then you might as well not have fought at all. Everyone was furious to the point of vomiting blood. The consequence of Zhao Yi's fleet fleeing was that the Soro Empire fleet did not suffer devastating losses. Lieutenant Colonel, should we still execute this plan? The bald Lieutenant Colonel fell silent. The Solar Federation's initial plan was to use the battlefield as cover for the G29 fleet to advance to planet M787 while the 2 fleets were locked in a deadly struggle. Even if the planet destroyer cannon wanted to fire, it would be useless. It couldn't shoot through its own fleet to hit the distant G29 fleet. As long as the G-29 fleet was engaged in a melee with the Soro Empire fleet, the mission would be deemed successful. Whether Zhao Yi could destroy the planet destroyer cannon or not was irrelevant. This mission was essentially a suicide assignment. But with the two fleets ceasing hostilities and the Soro Empire returning, a problem arose. If the G-29 fleet now entered planet M787, it would certainly be pierced through by a single shot from the planet destroyer cannon. Let the G-29 stand by outside planet M787 for now. What about the unknown fleet? Ignore them for now. Although they are fighting the Soro Empire, that doesn't mean they are our allies. Don't cause any trouble. Yes. Outside the range of planet M787, a fleet of 17 starships of various types had arrived at the standby position. A silver-haired girl was running busily inside the ship. All fleets are ready to deploy at any time. Damn it, I was all set for leave, and now I have to come here for a mission. Sitting in the command seat was a young woman dressed somewhat revealingly Wang Ruxuan. Thanks to her family status, she had secured the position of fleet commander for the G-29 fleet of the Lucy Nebula. What's the current situation on planet M787? A silver-haired girl stepped forward. Zhao Yi would certainly be astonished. Although this silver-haired girl had shoulder-length hair, her appearance was very similar to Su Xian, even identical. Planet M787 was recently attacked by an unknown fleet. The Soro Empire's fleet lost 3 ships, and others suffered varying degrees of damage. General Tanjin ordered us to recapture planet M787 at all costs. Wang Ruxuan listened impatiently. Why all this nonsense? Then why haven't we set off? Although Wang Ruxuan was the fleet commander, she usually delegated everything to the silver-haired girl beside her. General Tanjin ordered us to stand by here. One step forward could easily get us hit by the planet destroyer cannon on planet M787. So dangerous. And there's a planet destroyer cannon. Such a suicide mission should be enough for you to handle, yet they made me calm. Wang Ruxuan was both irritated and frightened as she had come to this fleet merely for training, never expecting the Soro Empire's offensive to be so fierce, reaching the vicinity of Inuduo in the blink of an eye. So we just wait here? The Fuin is currently executing a mission to destroy the planet destroyer cannon. Once it's destroyed, we can advance, the silver-haired girl replied calmly. The Fuin? That bunch of losers can destroy it. I think we're just here for show, we'll have to scurry back soon. The silver-haired girl tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. That is indeed possible. If the planet destroyer cannon is not destroyed, the lieutenant colonel will likely not allow the war to escalate. Wang Ruxuan yawned. Alright, I'll leave the command here to you. I'm going to take a beauty sleep, or I've been working too hard lately, and I'm getting pimples. Yes. After Wang Ruxuan left, the silver-haired girl walked to the window and gazed at the distant planet M787. Su Xian, so you're here. On the M787 planet, soldiers of the Soro Empire were searching for the returning Fuin, but no matter how they searched, they could not find it. This planet was neither too large nor too small. However, finding a starship that had cut off all signals was not an easy task. Rumble. A Shenwei fighter jet flew low overhead, provoking a burst of curses from the Soro Empire people below. It's that damned Interstellar fighter again, mocking us with its speed. Report to the command center immediately. That was Zhao Yi's strategy. Every time the Soro Empire people tried to find them, the Shenwei would interfere. Moreover, the Soro Empire's defensive weapons were too far away to pose a threat to them. Commander, are you confident about this? Su Xian sighed. You should have left by yourself earlier. Now you can't even leave. Zhao Yi smiled. It's fine, we can leave once we destroy the planet-destroying cannon. Su Xian looked up at the distant planet-destroying cannon. One of its barrels seemed to pierce the sky. Can this thing really be destroyed? Zhao Yi nodded. Definitely, but we need to make some preparations. Make some preparations. Zhao Yi returned to the research room of the Fuin and said, I need a few hours to design a brand new T2 class man mecha. T2 class. Su Xian was stunned. The development of man mechas was much slower than that of starships, or rather there had been no development at all, mainly because this thing had low applicability and could only be used for ground combat. The most advanced starship currently was T3, and it was said that the Soro Empire was even researching T3. T3. 5 class starships. In even more distant civilizations, there were even those researching T4 class starships. As for man mechas, the highest level was currently T2, which was the result of research 100 years ago. No one had studied them recently. But for the current battle, mechas were definitely more suitable. If the Fuin dared to show itself now, it would be destroyed instantly. Be careful, don't get discovered. Remember to have Su Huan carry out harassment. Understood. After giving these instructions, Zhao Yi entered the research room. The other silver-haired girls carefully guarded the surroundings. Time passed minute by minute. When Zhao Yi came out again, it was already night on the M787 planet, and looking up one could see countless stars. Commander, you're out. Su Xian came over with her people. Yes, this is the T2 class man mecha. I developed the Qinghuan. Su Huan picked it up and looked at it. He didn't understand the mecha's parameters, but it looked like a phoenix with wings. Is this thing powerful? It's enough to deal with the Soro Empire's ground defense forces. As long as the enemy's T2 class interstellar fighters don't join the battle, we can definitely win. What if the enemy's T2 class fighters do join the battle? Zhao Yi smiled. Even if they join, it's useless. By the time they react, we'll already be near the planet-destroying cannon. They can blow it up themselves if they dare. Everyone smiled upon hearing this. Su Xian frowned. Commander, if this mecha is really as you say, then we might be able to complete the mission this time, but we don't have that many materials and our weapon inventory is insufficient. That's right, we've used up all the materials we bought before. Now the warehouse only has the energy crystals we mined earlier, but we can't spend them right now. Everyone sighed after hearing this. Even if they had blueprints for a T4 class starship, it would be useless. They had no materials to build it. Zhao Yi lowered his head in thought, and finally set his gaze on the Fuyin. The Fuyin was now hidden in a valley with large forests outside, providing excellent camouflage. Then we can only dismantle the Fuyin. Dismantle it. Everyone was stunned. This was their only starship. If we dismantle it, can we still leave? Su Ran said reluctantly. Although the Fuyin was their tomb, now even the tomb was going to be gone. Zhao Yi looked at everyone. The Fuyin is definitely useless now. We won't be able to pilot it for future missions anyway. We don't even know if we'll come back alive, so dismantling it is nothing. But everyone looked at the Fuyin. Before departure it was shabby and old, but after their repairs and maintenance, it was now brand new. Su Xian turned around and said, "Alright, everyone, hurry up. We must destroy the planet-destroying cannon, otherwise the G-29 fleet might be annihilated." Okay. The multifunctional robots and silver-haired girls began to work busily, moving the equipment and instruments out of the ship and then dismantling the hull. Su Yin and Su Wan began manufacturing and producing the mechas while installing the ship's defensive weapons onto the mechas. Apart from the main interstellar cannon, which was not needed, the secondary cannons and electromagnetic small turrets were all good things. Zhao Yi pointed at the Shunwei fighters in the hangar. Move these fighters out and dismantle them. Su Huan immediately rushed forward and hugged Zhao Yi's thigh. "Can you leave me just a little? Keep one, okay? No, our mecha has energy shields and electromagnetic cannons, which the Fuyin doesn't have, so we have to dismantle your fighters." No. Su Huan's desperate attempts to stop it were futile. The interstellar fighters were still dragged away and dismantled into parts. One by one the mechas were produced according to the blueprints. Due to limited parts, only 10 mechas had energy shields. The rest were only pseudo T2 class mechas. Just as dawn was approaching, the Soro Empire people found them. "I found them, they're here." Hearing the noise from the forest, the Soro Empire fired powerful energy bombs one after another. With a rumble, a huge explosion, the entire forest was blasted flat. Everyone looked at the forest shrouded in smoke and fire. This time those people should be dead, right? Just then the sound of mechanical rotation came from the smoke, and then Su Huan piloting the Qinghuan rushed out. This mecha was about 4 meters tall, equipped with the electromagnetic secondary cannon from the Fuyin, and also had an energy shield. The mechas behind were slightly smaller, but there were as many as 30 or 40. Eliminate these people, then head to the planet-destroying cannon position immediately. Yes. At Zhao Yi's command, all mechas flew low and the autolock system targeted all the Soro Empire soldiers and combat robots. Swoosh. Antimatter bombs rained down, blasting deep craters into the ground. Return fire. The Soro Empire people did not retreat, they fought back under the barrage. But bullets striking the front row mechas only caused ripples. This energy shield was originally capable of withstanding the firepower of T2 class fighters, so it was more than enough to defend against these ground weapons. Soon the Soro Empire ground forces sent to search were completely eliminated. The silver-haired girls from the Fuyin split into 2 groups. One group was the main force led by Zhao Yi and Su Xian, tasked with charging toward the Soro Empire's ground command center on the M787 planet, where the highest commander was located. In this way, the Soro Empire people would definitely return to defend. At that time, Su Huan piloting the T2 class mecha would head toward the planet-destroying cannon position. Such a large cannon didn't need to be completely destroyed, it was enough to make it unable to aim or fire. "Commander, why don't you and Su Ran find a place to hide? There's no guarantee of survival this time. But as long as you're alive, the Fuyin will still be here." Inside the mecha, Su Xian tried to dissuade him. This battle would undoubtedly be different from before. Casualties were inevitable, perhaps even complete annihilation. Their deaths were insignificant as long as they could destroy the Star Destroyer cannon and save their own people. Zhao Yi had no reason to die with them. No, this mecha is equipped with a Divine Might energy shield. The remaining T2 class mechas were taken by Su Huan. "If I leave, your fight will become even harder." Zhao Yi firmly refused. "Besides, as your commander, how could I flee from battle? But people like us are doomed to die anyway while you..." Zhao Yi rejected again. "Enough, don't bring this up again. Never again tell me to retreat. I am your commander. I may not lead from the front, but I can at least share your fate." Zhao Yi said no more, piloting the mecha to leap high and hover in the air for reconnaissance. From above, he spotted the ground command center not far ahead. The Soro Empire garrison also saw Zhao Yi and looked up in shock. "It's a Taiyang Federation mecha. How did they get here? Didn't we send someone to deal with them?" "Open fire." Don't let them get close. Their answer came in explosions and flames. The wings on Zhao Yi's mecha deployed, and one by one tracking particle beam missiles flew into the distance, causing massive detonations. These weapons were originally designed for space combat, but they were more than sufficient against ground targets. It's a T2 class mecha. Notify Major Jerry immediately. Bring the destroyer. We can't hold out. Retreat to the second line and wait for the destroyer. In the command room, Jerry frowned at the sound of explosions outside. What's happening? Where's the explosion? Commander, we're under attack. They're charging toward us. The Taiyang Federation. Jerry was stunned. After the Fuyin landed, he had sent troops to search the landing site. Hadn't they already been sent to eliminate them? How were they still here? Yes, they're heading straight for us. Targeting you, Major. How many? They're everywhere. More than 20 T2 class mechas. We can't stop them. Jerry was astonished. Under normal circumstances, these mechas were nothing. Even if they stood together, they couldn't withstand a single main cannon blast from a starship. But now the Soro Empire fleet was docked for repairs on various planets, and it would take considerable time for them to arrive. The only remaining 39th Fleet was also damaged in the previous battle, currently locked in a standoff with the Taiyang Federation fleet while undergoing emergency repairs. Every step had been blocked. Commander, we need to bring the destroyers here, or we won't be able to hold them off. If the command center is destroyed, the Star Destroyer cannon can't fire. Jerry fell silent, then finally nodded. Deploy the destroyers. Yes, sir. Within the Star Destroyer cannon's defense perimeter, T2 class mechas, each about 5 meters tall, hovered in the air. After locking onto their targets, they charged toward the command center. Su Huan watched the mechas leave and silently prayed. So many shielded T2 class mechas plus Soro Empire ground troops. Su Xin, you must survive. Seeing the mechas depart, Su Huan and her companions emerged from their hiding place. Sisters, let's destroy the Star Destroyer cannon immediately, then support the commander. Yes. As she spoke, automatic defense weapons fired laser cannons at them. Su Huan dodged hastily, and a shot hit the ground, causing a massive explosion. Su Huan stared, realizing their side was also in for a tough fight. Although the Soro Empire's garrison mechas had left, many automatic weapons remained. Warning, warn. Boom. Fierce exchanges erupted within the Star Destroyer cannon's defense perimeter. Zhao Yi and the others saw the black mechas appear in the sky and knew the hardest part had arrived. The destroyer, a T2 class mecha developed by the Soro Empire, later abandoned in favor of starships and fighters. It was also the Empire's highest configuration mecha. Since its deployment, it had never seen actual combat. Ground battles were too rare. Today it finally found its purpose. The Soro Empire soldiers inside the mechas were ecstatic. Brothers, this is our first battle. Stay sharp. Who would have thought this old relic would still see battle? I thought it had become a mascot since the Interstellar War began. Zhao Yi stared at the approaching destroyers, sweat trickling down. There were more of them, and they all had energy shields. Don't rush. Our goal isn't to destroy them, but to hold them off. Yes. In the Soro Empire command center, Jerry stared at the incoming footage, utterly baffled. Where did they get so many mechas? No idea. Logically, T2 class mechas should be on standby on their own planets. Even if there were space, it'd be better to deploy interstellar fighters. His subordinates were equally puzzled. Interstellar fighters were far superior to mechas in both mobility and adaptability. Who would have thought the Taiyang Federation would use mechas to attack them? It rendered many of their anti-air weapons useless. Are all the destroyers here? Jerry asked. All of them. Eliminating them will be a piece of cake. I've noticed, their mechas aren't even true T2 class. Firepower is barely passable, but defense relies entirely on steel plates. They spoke with great pride. Although their own mechas were a century old, they were still far superior to those with only armor plating. Jerry nodded slightly. Eliminate them immediately. I don't want any mistakes. Yes, sir. On the battlefield, Su Xin raised her weapon and fired a particle beam cannon at the destroyer mecha in the sky. A ripple appeared on the destroyer's surface, and then the entire mecha was blown to pieces. Everyone was stunned. Was this the T2 class energy shield? Commander, what happened? One shot took down both the shield and the mecha. Su Ran was dumbfounded. They had expected a tough fight, but it seemed not so difficult after all. The enemy's strongest ground weapon was completely useless. It couldn't even block a single shell. The entire battlefield fell into a dead silence, everyone lost in shock and confusion. Zhao Yi was dazed. Maybe those mechas are still from the last century. I've heard that all nations have stopped mecha development, but I didn't expect them to be this useless. But our mechas are also T2 class, and they even have energy shields. Zhao Yi explained, our materials come from starships. Even a T1 class starship from this era is far stronger than a T1 class from the last century. Both armor and firepower have made quantum leaps. Those destroyers probably haven't seen combat since they were built. Although they have no defects, their armor and weapons are clearly outdated. Su Xin understood. You mean those T2 class mechas were made 100 years ago, and their weapons and energy shields can't compare to modern standards? Exactly. Technology advances rapidly. The reason those mechas are like paper is that they've never had their weapons or energy cores upgraded. The group was overjoyed at this unexpected turn. They fired at the destroyers in the sky. Although the destroyers had energy shields, they hadn't been upgraded. Now struck by starship defense weapons, each shot took down one. The soldiers of the Soro Empire piloting the destroyers reacted, dodging while drawing their weapons to counterattack. However, as mecha research had been suspended, these weapons remained relics of the previous century. A series of homing interstellar missiles streaked towards Zhao Yi and his group. With a deafening roar, the missiles, though capable of interstellar travel, were still just missiles. As the smoke cleared, not even the armor of the Qinghuan was damaged. Everyone was stunned, expecting an easy victory, only to find themselves on the losing side. How could they fight? The enemy could penetrate their shields and armor, while their attacks were like scratching an itch. Zhao Yi hadn't anticipated this either. The halt in ground weapon development had inadvertently given them an opportunity. In that case, is Su Huan's side the most dangerous? Perhaps. Su Xian takes some people to support Su Huan. But here, leave here to Su Ran and the others. I'm terrifyingly strong now. Zhao Yi laughed heartily. The enemy's interstellar missiles couldn't even damage mechas without energy shields, and his own mecha was equipped with the latest energy shield, so there was nothing to fear. Su Xian was speechless. She instructed Su to protect Zhao Yi, then led a group toward the planet-destroying cannon's position. In the command room, Jerry was dumbfounded, his head spinning. Staring at the screen, he said in astonishment, "What's going on? We both have T2 mechas, but why is there such a huge difference? Maybe their mechas are newly built with better materials. And ours? Our mechas have never been used since production. This is their first real battle. They've never even been damaged, so no replacements were made," the officer whispered. Who would have thought mechas would still be useful in interstellar warfare? Jerry slapped his forehead. Damn it, we can't win like this. Major, we should retreat. It's only a matter of time before they break in. If even the destroyers can't stop them, other weapons will be even less effective. Jerry felt like vomiting blood. He had been a colonel for so long, yet this was the first time he encountered such a situation. In an era of interstellar warfare, someone was attacking his headquarters from the ground. How was that reasonable? If he retreated now, he would be ridiculed by everyone. All right, retreat. Jerry had no choice but to agree. Yes. Not far away, after Zhao Yi blasted a destroyer with a cannon, he saw a group of guards escorting the major to retreat. Su ran, the command here is yours. Huh. What about you, Commander? Sister Su Xian told me to protect you. I'm going to catch a big fish. With that, Zhao Yi flew toward the escaping group. Though Su Ran was a bit worried, she didn't follow. The mecha Zhao Yi piloted was not only made of the thickest armor of the gospel, but also equipped with the energy shield of the divine might fighter. He would be safe. Where do you think you're going? Zhao Yi descended from the sky, blocking their path, a slight smile on his face. Several officers and guards raised their weapons to retaliate, but Zhao Yi's mini missiles blasted them away. All that remained were Jerry and two officers standing a bit farther back. Who are you? Someone who's here to capture you. Zhao Yi hadn't expected that this battle, originally meant to pin down the main enemy force, would end with him capturing the enemy commander alive. No one would believe it if he told them. Release me, and you can have anything you want. Zhao Yi shook his head. That won't do. For military merit, I'll have to borrow your head. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Huan and the others were having a rough time in the defensive perimeter. The automatic weapons had been continuously upgraded, some even serving as close-range defense for starships incomparable to the earlier destroyers. Damn it, we can't break through it all. We've been stuck here too long. I wonder how Sister Su Xian is doing. Su Huan was anxious. The more time they wasted here, the harder it would be for the commander. She had no idea how the battle at the command center was going. Could it be that the destroyers that had flown over had already cornered him? But advancing without clearing the defenses step by step would be dangerous. Just then, numerous figures flashed across the sky. Su Huan and the others were startled. Had the destroyers returned? Impossible. Then Su Xian and the commander would be. Su Huan, what are you doing? Seeing the Qinghuan hovering in the sky, everyone was stunned. Watch out. The distant defense weapons detected new enemies and opened fire in waves. Su Xian and the others quickly took cover beside Su Huan. You? Why are you here? Su Huan was confused. Shouldn't they be fighting the Soro Empire? Why were they here? The commander sent us to help you. What? Are you crazy? Go back. Su Huan didn't know what to say. They hadn't even gone to support the commander, yet the commander had sent people to support them. If the commander fell, she would be eternally regretful. Su Xian smiled. Don't worry. Over there they don't need us. It's almost over. The commander knew you were having a hard time here, so he sent me to help. Su Huan was more confused. I don't understand what you're saying. Didn't many T2 mechas fly over earlier? There's no way you could handle that many. True, there were many, but they were old models. Whether in firepower or armor, they can't compare to our custom-built Qinghuan. Su Xian then looked at the automatic defense weapons nearby. It seems your side is actually more difficult. Do you have any good ideas? Knowing the commander was safe, Su Huan was relieved. We were too few before, but now with you here it's enough. These weapons have heavy firepower and strong defense, but they operate together. They'll go out and attract them, once they turn to attack me, you can take them out from the flanks. Su Xian frowned, sensing the danger. But wouldn't that put you in danger? With so many weapons firing at once, what will you do? Don't worry. In the Gospel's combat captain. Su Huan grinned confidently. Intellectually, I might not match you, but when it comes to piloting and reflexes, you can't beat me. Besides, my mecha has an energy shield. Even if I get hit, it's fine. Seeing no better option, Su Xian agreed. Alright, be careful. Su Huan and Su Xian split into two groups and took cover. Ready, Su Huan suddenly leaped out from hiding, firing particle beam weapons ahead. The automated defense turrets swiveled and unleashed a barrage at Su Huan. The mecha Su Huan piloted moved as if it were part of her body, dodging left and right, and using the energy shield to block the strikes she couldn't avoid. Boom. A blast struck Su Huan's mecha squarely. Though blocked by the energy shield, the immense impact slammed it into the wall. Su Huan. Su Xin's expression changed drastically, her heart racing. Su Huan had always been strong, but in her heart, she was still like her younger sister. She should have taken on this task herself. The defense weapons in the perimeter all locked onto Su Huan. This was it. All the silver-haired girls stood frozen in place. Such scenes of farewell and death were not unfamiliar to them. But now looking back, it seemed they hadn't faced this situation since the commander arrived. Now Su Huan was about to be killed before their eyes. Boom. In this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared, pulling Su Huan to the side. A beam of light shot from afar, instantly piercing the energy shield of Su Huan's mecha. Fortunately, it only blasted off one arm and one leg of Su Huan's mecha, leaving the person inside unharmed. Commander. The crowd was stunned upon seeing the mecha. Wasn't this Zhao Yi's? Su Huan never expected to still be alive and saved by Zhao Yi of all people, which made her both annoyed and somewhat pleased. Commander, watch out. Su Huan cried out a warning, and all defensive weapons aimed at Zhao Yi and attacked. Zhao Yi flung Su Huan away and then, relying on his top-tier piloting skills and impressive performance, dodged a barrage of attacks. The remaining attacks only struck the energy shield. What are you waiting for? Attack together. Su Xin's words made everyone snap to attention, and they rushed out from their hiding spots. The automatic weapons in the defense perimeter had just begun to adjust their aim when they were blown apart by attacks from all directions, leaving the entire defense base engulfed in flames and explosions. Commander, how did you get here? Su Xian piloted her mecha over. Most of the automatic weapons in the defense perimeter had already been destroyed. The rest could be handled by the team. I finished cleaning up over there and came to check on you. I didn't expect to see someone on the verge of death. You're the one on the verge of death. Su Huan climbed out of her mecha, her tone tinged with annoyance. Haha, it's you, Zhao Yi chuckled. I was wondering who was so bold as to charge in the face of so many defensive weapons. Su Huan blushed. That was just an accident. Next time I won't be so pathetic. Well, you're not bad at piloting a mecha. Of course, it's my own design after all. As they were speaking, a huge explosion came from the planet-destroying cannon, towering above, reaching into the clouds. They looked up and saw small sparks blossoming on the barrel of the planet-destroying cannon that pierced the sky. In this state, even if the 39th Fleet could control the cannon, it would be useless. With the barrel damaged, forced firing might result in deviation, explosion, or other consequences. So it's over. Su Xian gazed at the gaps blasted into the cannon barrel, a bit dazed. Originally, she had prepared for mutual destruction on this mission. She would sacrifice her own life to secure the victory of the G-29 Fleet of the Louis Nebula. Unexpectedly, they had survived after all. Seeing that we're still alive, I wonder how that bald-headed commander will react. Yeah, he must be surprised. I can't wait to see his face. Connect me to Aina Duo. Yes. In the combat room of Aina Duo, everyone was arguing fiercely, all waiting for the situation on planet M787. How much longer must we wait? It's not just about planet M787 now. To ensure the G-29 Fleet of the Louis Nebula isn't disturbed, all the surrounding fleets have been committed. If we can capture planet M787, or at least we can block the attack of the Soro Empire's Northeastern Theater Command, and maybe even counterattack. But if we can't, with heavy losses among the surrounding fleets, the next battlefield will be our Aina Duo. The bald lieutenant colonel remained silent, arms crossed, pretending to be deep in thought, but actually dozing off. He was waiting for news from the Gospel. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, say something. Otherwise, at the cost of the G-29 Fleet of the Louis Nebula, let them fire one shot. Within 3 days, the planet-destroying cannon cannot fire again. We can dispatch troops from Aina Duo to eliminate planet M787. Planet M787. Are you going to send the guard fleet or the patrol fleet? They are all Federation citizens inside. Then what can we do? Our autonomous humanoid weapons are already on the battlefield. Even if we still have silver-haired girls that can serve, there are no starships left. If we don't take it, when the Aina Duo defense battle comes, won't the Federation fleet have to go up anyway? I disagree. It's unacceptable to let Federation citizens charge into battle. How can I explain this to my men? The bald lieutenant colonel spoke up. Stop arguing. Let's wait a little longer here. Wait. We've already waited a whole day and night. I've heard that a Soro Empire fleet is already within 2 days' travel from us. The defense fleet there was completely annihilated. If we're wiped out, they won't have it easy either. What's the use of them coming? Sneered one staff officer. Hey, planet M787 still has the Soro Empire's 39th Fleet. A crippled fleet is useless on its own, but if two combine, can the G-29 fleet of the Louis C. Nebula handle them? Fighting 139th Fleet is already tough enough, let alone another one. The bald lieutenant colonel was getting a headache. These staff officers just talked about what they could see. Why didn't they give some useful advice? Alright, stop arguing. The Gospel has already infiltrated planet M787 to destroy the planet-destroying cannon. We just need to wait for their news here. What if they can't destroy it? Are you kidding? Even though the 39th Fleet is guarding against the G-29 fleet of the Louis C. Nebula, the Soro Empire's ground forces are no pushovers. I think they're already dead. Yeah, they should have been ambushed by the Soro Empire as soon as they landed. A staff officer stood up and said, Lieutenant Colonel, I think we should abandon this plan for now. The G-29 fleet doesn't need to remain on standby outside planet M787. If the Soro Empire finds a gap, the balance we've maintained will be broken. Everyone nodded in agreement. The Gospel going to destroy the planet-destroying cannon. How could that be possible? This ship didn't even have a single combat robot. Even if they threw lives at it, they couldn't eliminate the Soro Empire's ground defense forces. Moreover, the Soro Empire's ground defense definitely had automated weapons and mechas. Although mechas had been out of the news for a long time, they were certainly capable of destroying flesh and blood. Lieutenant Colonel, we have a connection from the Gospel. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They hadn't expected the Gospel to still be alive. I think they're asking for reinforcements, one person sneered. Reinforcements? Those silver-haired girls should have died long ago. How can they survive on the battlefield for 4 years? Although this operation was ineffective in terms of combat, at least we've achieved this year's target. These humanoid autonomous weapons are really tenacious. Can't they just die on their own after 4 years of service? The bald lieutenant colonel ignored the complaints and said calmly, put it through. Zhao Yi's face appeared before everyone. Zhao Yi, what's the situation now? Let me show you. Zhao Yi turned the screen, and they saw a huge explosion at the base of the planet-destroying cannon. Everyone was dumbfounded. Some pinched their own cheeks or wrists, afraid they were still dreaming. Was it real? The planet-destroying cannon had been destroyed. That was too absurd. Even the bald lieutenant colonel hadn't expected the Gospel to destroy the cannon so quickly. The entire conference room fell into silence. Stillness, silence, disbelief. Did you really destroy it? Of course, isn't that the mission you assigned us? Why do you seem so skeptical? Zhao Yi frowned and asked. He knew well that the Federation intended them to die, but saying so would help him secure better leverage later. The bald colonel cleared his throat. Well done, truly worthy of our brave Federation soldiers. The Federation is proud of you. The group exchanged glances, realizing the joke was on them. Not bad, but it was mainly thanks to the silver-haired girls. Without them, I couldn't have completed the mission. What were the losses? The bald colonel inquired curiously. Zhao Yi sighed and shook his head. The crowd grew excited, believing this to be a double victory. All silver-haired girls destroyed, and the Soro Empire's Star Destroyer cannon damaged. These humanoid autonomous weapons had at least served their purpose. The bald colonel comforted, it's fine. Destroying the Star Destroyer cannon was worth any cost. If needed, I'll transfer you to another fleet later. Zhao Yi looked up at him. Colonel, with such heavy losses, can we get compensation? Tell me about it. To destroy the Star Destroyer cannon, we lost the Gospel along with all its weapons and equipment. This was within the Colonel's expectations. The Gospel must have been destroyed right after its return. An unarmored T-1 class starship could not withstand the Soro Empire's attack. He was just curious how Zhao Yi had managed the mission. I understand. When you return, I'll have a new one built for you immediately. Could you give me the materials and let me design and build it myself? Everyone was stunned. Starship design and construction were indeed taught in classes, but most only studied for credits. Few could actually design one. Are you sure? The bald colonel was taken aback. Zhao Yi, who had been assigned to command the Gospel, was surely a poor student. Design his own starship. What gave him the audacity? Look, my starship is gone. Can't I design one I like? But what if that starship you design? If anything goes wrong, I'll personally compensate the Federation for all losses. The bald colonel agreed. Fine, design it however you like. Destroying the Star Destroyer cannon is a great achievement. Zhao Yi beamed. Great, well, wait on planet M787. Don't worry, we'll pick you up soon. Hold on. Though the Star Destroyer cannon was destroyed, the bald colonel knew Zhao Yi must have paid a heavy price, so he hurriedly ordered the G-29 fleet to depart. Zhao Yi smiled. No rush, we'll wait here slowly. Slowly. Zhao Yi grabbed a man beside him. I've prepared a special gift for you. This guy tried to escape in an escape pod, but I caught him. The crowd went wild. Wasn't this Major Jerry of the Soro Empire? Although he was a logistics major, they had crossed paths several times. How had he been captured? What happened? No way, the Gospel destroyed the Star Destroyer cannon and captured a prisoner. This is insane. Is it real? Where are the other Soro troops? The bald colonel was also stunned. Major Jerry. Jerry looked at the people in the meeting room. Tell your men to show some respect. I am a high-ranking officer. Zhao Yi kicked him to the ground and shouted to Su Xian, take him away. Don't let him escape. High-ranking officer. Look at your pathetic state. Yes, sir. The others stood frozen in place. He had really captured him, and without giving any face. All right, your safety is assured. The Gospel's silver-haired girls are finishing up the mop-up operations. The Soro Empire's ground forces won't last long. Was that even human language? Some staff officers slapped themselves. How had events spiraled so absurdly? They had told Zhao Yi to hold out long enough for their rescue, but he had captured the enemy's ground command center's commander. And he was still doing mop-up. Were you sure it wasn't the Soro Empire being mopped up, but you were the ones capturing them? Wait, how many silver-haired girls were lost? A staff officer asked curiously. He had just seen the footage. There were still quite a few silver-haired girls over there. Though the Gospel carried many after such a battle, there shouldn't be that many left. A few were injured. They're receiving treatment now. Enough, I need to check the front line. Zhao Yi ended the communication, and the meeting room fell silent. Where did this Zhao Yi come from? We sent him to die destroying the Star Destroyer cannon, and not only did he destroy it, he also took out the enemy command center. A talent. I don't know about his space warfare skills, but he's definitely a genius in ground combat. No wait. The Soro Empire's ground forces have T2 class destroyer mechs. Though they can't stop starfighters, they should be able to handle flesh and blood silver-haired girls, right? Who knows? We'll just have to wait until he returns. Is Zhao Yi really a poor student? How is this possible? Check his school records quickly. They hurriedly accessed his files and were stunned. He had failed every exam with comments from his instructors. He liked playing Gomoku in class. Looking at the records, everyone was speechless. Could it be that he learned everything from Gomoku? The colonel interrupted. Enough. We'll only know how Zhao Yi did it when he returns. For now, we must prepare for the more critical battle. The space battle over M787 has just begun. The group snapped back to reality, right? Although we have more ships in this space where the enemy's ships are higher tier and might not be easy to defeat. If the Star Destroyer cannon is truly gone and we fail to take this planet, all our efforts will be wasted. On the G-29 fleet, Su Yun ordered the silver-haired girls to wake Wang Ruxuan while she commanded her fleet to charge forward. The enemy had 9 T2 class starships, while they had 17 T1 class. For Su Yun, this battle was a piece of cake. T2 class starships indeed had energy shields, but they couldn't withstand simultaneous attacks from T1 class main guns. With proper positioning and tactics, eliminating the enemy was not a problem. Launch T1 class fighters. Move the frigates to position C-121 as suicide squads. Begin charging the battleship's main guns targeting the enemy carrier. The Guangyu is to intercept the enemy's energy main cannon. Su Yun stood beside the command chair, issuing orders one after another. Her orders brooked no dissent. To ensure victory, she also set up decoys and cannon fodder to lure the enemy into a trap. The door of the operations room opened from outside. Wang Ruxuan rubbed her hair and sat in the command chair yawning. What's the situation? The Star Destroyer cannon has been destroyed. The colonel ordered us to take M787 planet. The Star Destroyer cannon is destroyed. Who did it? Wang Ruxuan's lazy eyes revealed a hint of vigilance. It's the Fuyin. The Fuyin is that starship the Federation calls a tomb, right? Yes. Wang Ruxuan leaned against the command chair yawning as she said to her deputy, so what weapons does the Fuyin have? To actually destroy a Star Destroyer cannon. If I recall correctly, the Fuyin is just a single starship. Yes, according to the data, the only ground combat weapons the Fuyin has are 300 humanoid autonomous weapons. Wang Ruxuan was stunned. No way it destroyed the Star Destroyer cannon. When did the Soro Empire become so weak? She naturally knew the Soro Empire's strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't have pushed the Solar Federation to such a state. But this was too absurd. If not the Soro Empire's weakness, then what else could it be? Su Yun changed the subject. Commander, we should focus on our own mission. Oh, right. Wang Ruxuan snapped back. How sure are we? 90% sure to take M787, but with heavy losses, 70% sure to take it with only half the fleet lost. Wang Ruxuan nodded, looking at Su Yun with interest. Thank goodness you're my deputy commander. You make things so much easier for me. I just need to follow your lead. You flatter me. Su Yun nodded slightly. Wang Ruxuan was easy to work with as a commander. Though arrogant and dismissive of them, she knew her own lack of tactical skill and delegated authority to Su Yun, greatly increasing the silver-haired girl's chances of survival. You're in your 4th year next year. Yes. Wang Ruxuan said with some regret. 6 months left. I hope I can leave this place before you go. I'll leave it to you. I'm going to sleep for a bit. She lay down on the chair, pulling on an eye mask. Anyone watching would think she was on vacation, unaware that a life-and-death battle was imminent. Soro Empire 39th Fleet. Major Jerry has been captured. What a... Tangen was stunned. After the Fuyin entered the M787 planet, he had ignored it, focusing on G-29 while dispatching repair ships to fix the damaged hull. If the enemy didn't move, neither would he. If they did, the Star Destroyer cannon would blast them. But he never expected Jerry to be captured by the Fuyin crew. This sudden bad news from the rear nearly made him stumble. It's fine. As long as the Star Destroyer cannon is still operational, we can hold out until reinforcements arrive and then counterattack. If the G-29 fleet dares to come, well, fire a shot and see if they still have the nerve to be arrogant. Tang and snarled. His subordinate whispered, we just received an alert. The Star Destroyer cannon's targeting system is damaged. If we fire, we might not hit the target, and given our proximity, we could be destroyed first. What a... Tang En stumbled and fell to the ground. The crew rushed to help him up. The Star Destroyer cannon was gone, and all other fleets heading here had been intercepted. That meant no one could save them. Major, the G-29 fleet has begun moving toward us. What should we do? Thighs. Return fire. Yes, sir. On M787 planet, Zhao Yi and the others piloting T-2 class mechas had captured all the Soro Empire personnel. They knelt on the parade ground outside the command center surrounded by silver-haired girls holding weapons. Su Huan. Here. Su Huan excitedly drove her mecha over. Her own mecha was damaged, but Zhao Yi had given her his. Though she still preferred fighters, occasionally piloting this thing was fun, much more thrilling than a fighter. Gather all the mechas and destroy them. Yes, sir. Su Huan turned around, then felt something was off. What? You want me to destroy all the mechas? Yes, why not? Su Huan was baffled. Wait, you made me dismantle the Shunwei fighter before, and I didn't say anything. Now you want to destroy the mechas too. What are you planning this time? Su Xian beside her smiled. Nothing this time. It's just that having these T2 class mechas around will make things hard to explain later. You don't want Zhao Yi to be transferred away, do you? Su Huan understood. If the Solar Federation learned that Zhao Yi could develop fighters or mechas, they would certainly not let him go. Then there would be a new commander on the Fuyin, which Su Huan definitely didn't want. She quickly agreed. We'll do it right away, Commander. Please don't leave. I want. Hurry up. Zhao Yi waved her off impatiently. Haha. After Su Huan left, Su Zin's eyes flickered, and she finally spoke. Commander, is this really a good idea? What? If you went to the Federation's RD department with your talents, you could make a significant contribution, and it would be safer than the Fuyin. Either way, this seems like a good chance to leave the Fuyin. Zhao Yi smiled. If it were before I came, I would definitely choose the RD department over the front lines. But now I can't bear to part with you beautiful ladies. Being with you is actually relaxing and joyful. Su Zin's face flushed slightly. Commander, you're still so unserious. Other commanders who come to the Fuyin try every way to escape, but you're the only one who refuses to leave. Huh. As they spoke, fireballs appeared in the sky, tearing through the atmosphere and falling toward the ground. Starships. Zhao Yi stared in shock. These were fragments of starships, Soro Empire starships. They had been destroyed near M787 planet, and the debris was pulled down by gravity. From afar, they looked like fireballs. The silver-haired girls and the defeated Soro Empire soldiers all looked up at the sky, stunned and excited. This meant the G-29 fleet had arrived and defeated the Soro Empire fleet. A star carrier. A Soro Empire soldier gaped at the massive object in the sky. It was the 39th Fleet star carrier, the most important part of any fleet around which all starships were built. Now the hull was engulfed in flames with explosions and firelight erupting continuously. Then it crashed heavily into the Star Destroyer cannon, turning into a sea of fire. The Soro Empire soldiers collapsed to the ground. The star carrier dreadnought had been destroyed. They had no hope left. Then 10 Solar Federation starships appeared in the sky, each bearing varying degrees of damage, but they had won and successfully landed above M787. In the sky, Su Yun scanned and detected Zhao Yi and the others. She turned and said, Commander, we found the Fuyin's commander. Oh. Wang Ruxuan rested her chin on her hand, looking indifferent. Su Yun was terrifyingly capable. She had destroyed 9 enemy T2 class ships at the cost of only 7 T1 class ships. Though the numbers were nearly double the enemy's, both firepower and defense were far superior. Why are we here again? Wang Ruxuan looked up at the screen showing Zhao Yi. So this was Zhao Yi. Not bad looking. A newly graduated student like this could accomplish such a feat. Per the commander's orders, retrieve the silver-haired girls from the Fuyin and bring Commander Zhao Yi to Enato. Also station at M787 planet and repair the Star Destroyer cannon for our use. And also, Wang Ruxuan quickly waved her hand. Enough. You handle it yourself. My head hurts just listening. Su Yun asked, Commander, will you come down to the surface with me? Wang Ruxuan shook her head. I have social anxiety. Just bring them back. Yes, sir. They'll go now. Su Yun descended to the ground with several silver-haired girls. Are you the Fuyin's commander? Seeing someone coming down from the starship, Zhao Yi walked over and extended his hand. Yes, and you are. He looked up and froze. Su Xian. Su Yun was taken aback. How did this man know her sister's name? There was no way a Federation person would know. Weren't you just behind me? Zhao Yi turned around. Su Xian was right behind him. He turned back to look at Su Yun. They were identical. Damn, are you twins? Perhaps. Su Yun nodded slightly. I don't have memories of being with 9844, but we have cooperated many times on the battlefield. Zhao Yi felt a bit dazed, but then he let it go. They might indeed be twins, but separated at birth. Wait, if Su Xian was a silver-haired girl who had already completed 4 years, then this person should also be 4 years. All 4-year silver-haired girls should be on the same ship. Su Xian walked over excitedly. Su Yun, it's really you. Su Yun frowned, looking at Zhao Yi with some unease. How could Su Xian call her name in front of a Federation person? That was against regulations. Su Xian smiled. It's fine. The commander doesn't mind us using names. What a strange person, Su Yun blurted out. In her view, Wang Ruxuan was already a good commander, but she never expected someone even more extraordinary. A Federation person actually allowed silver-haired girls to use names. Zhao Yi smiled. You're incredible. You wiped out the Soro Empire's fleet. That's only because you destroyed the Star Destroyer cannon. Otherwise, we couldn't even have entered M787's orbit. Well, Commander Lin Fu ordered me to bring you all back. Please hurry. Oh, okay. A silver-haired girl gestured for them to follow, and everyone boarded the G-29 fleet in order. Where's your commander? Zhao Yi asked curiously. She was a bit tired, so she's resting. Rest. Zhao Yi's mouth twitched. If he wasn't mistaken, they had just been through a fierce battle. This commander really had nerves of steel, completely entrusting everything to the silver-haired girls. But that was typical of most Federation people. Zhao Yi walked ahead while Su Yun and Su Xian chatted quietly behind him. This was a rare opportunity for them. Su Xian, I thought I'd never see you again after last time, yet here we are. Yes, you've become so impressive now, the deputy commander of G-29. I'm just following in your footsteps. Is your commander easy to get along with? Not bad. At least she's a woman, so she won't have any special ideas about us. Last year, the deputy commander of G-29 was Su Xian. This year, it was Su Yun. Zhao Yi turned and looked at the two with suspicion. The more he looked, the more they seemed like the same person, same build, face, and movements except for their hairstyles. It was a bit magical. Even twins would diverge due to different experiences. Being completely identical was unlikely. Su Yun whispered, Su Xian, I don't think this Federation guy is trustworthy. He looked at you with wrong intentions just now. Is that so? Su Zin's face flushed, and she said with a rosy hue, what's different? In her heart, there was a trace of anticipation. The commander treated all silver-haired girls well, but he seemed to be a bit different with her. She wondered if it was just her imagination. It's that kind of fiery, yet different feeling. Strange. You know how the Federation people actually treat us. Su Yun frowned. Maybe you misread it. Su Zin's face grew even redder. Fiery. This Su Yun always said whatever came to mind. Seeing Su Xian acting strangely, Su Yun changed the subject. Speaking of which, how did you manage to destroy the Star Destroyer cannon? When I heard on the ship that you were going on a mission, I knew the Federation's plan had begun. This mission was surely meant to ensure you never returned alive, but you survived. Su Xian, why don't you run? They'll have someone adjust the course and let you leave the Solar Federation. Su Yun suddenly grasped Su Zin's hand. Su Xian shook her head. No need. I think it's fine as it is, and besides, it was thanks to the commander that we were able to destroy the Star Destroyer cannon. Su Yun couldn't believe this Federation man was that capable. Probably Su Xian was just being polite. After all, the silver-haired girls never got credit for anything, so it was better to say the commander did it, so he might treat them a bit better. Seeing Su Yun's disbelief, Su Xian said earnestly, I'm telling the truth. This commander is different from the previous ones. As she spoke, Su Zin's face reddened, feeling hot. Su Yun sneered, tis how cheesy. Don't tell me you've fallen for the commander. Not at all. Su Xian changed the topic. Alright, enough. We still have to deal with the situation on planet M787. Su Yun nodded. Very well. He'll have this starship take you back to Anadu. They waved goodbye. Leaving so soon. Why not chat a bit longer? Who knows, maybe you two really are twins. Zhao Yi, seeing Su Xian catch up, asked. Maybe. It's already a joy to have met. I don't get you. If you want to see each other so much, stay a while longer. Su Xian shook her head. Lingering too long would only make parting harder. This was just right. Even if she died, Su Yun probably wouldn't grieve too much. Zhao Yi found a comfortable spot to lie down. This time back, he should finally be able to rest properly. The victory of G-29's landing on planet M787 caused a sensation. The fleets of both sides that had been fighting near M787 tacitly withdrew, returning to their respective positions. With the fuse of war gone, there was no point in continuing the fight. Even if the Soro Empire managed to break through with these fleets, they couldn't strike planet M787, and it would only give the Solar Federation with its shorter supply lines an opportunity. The Northeast Theater once again entered a brief period of peace. In the Anadu meeting room, everyone beamed upon hearing the battle report. I knew it would work. Now the Soro Empire's offensive in the Northeast will slow down. Indeed, we'll have better days again. This is all thanks to Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, whose keen senses detected that glimmer of impossibility and turned it into reality. Honestly, I thought the plan was unfeasible at first, but I never expected it to succeed. Congratulations are in order. The bald Lieutenant Colonel looked at the others and slowly said, don't any of you want to fight back? Beyond planet M787, there is still much of our Federation's territory. I think it's unnecessary. Recapturing planet M787 was somewhat lucky. The other planets are already under the control of the Soro Empire. Yes, it's too difficult. Let's wait for the other theaters to finish and have them reinforce us. The bald Lieutenant Colonel looked at the others and sighed. At this rate, the Federation would still be plagued with problems. The other theaters were no better off than the Northeast. Expecting them to reinforce Anadu was impossible. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, the commander and deputy commander of the Gospel, have arrived at Anadu. Oh, that was fast. Glancing at the others, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu said, "Let Zhao Yi in. Have the automaton wait outside." "Yes, sir." No one was surprised. The victory was thanks to the brave warriors of the Solar Federation, not the silver-haired girls. They had no right to enter this place. Glory belongs to the Solar Federation. Lieutenant Colonel. Zhao Yi entered and saluted. "No need to be so formal. Everyone here knows you." Zhao Yi looked around and said, "Lieutenant Colonel, the Gospel was damaged in the previous battle. I request permission to rebuild the Gospel." The bald Lieutenant Colonel chuckled. "You're still as impatient as ever, kid. I'll secure the ship for you, but first tell us how you destroyed the Star Destroyer cannon and captured the Soro Empire commander." Zhao Yi knew the question was coming and had prepared a half-truth. "I built a simple mech and used it to defeat the Soro Empire." "A mech?" The crowd was stunned. "You built a few mechs and wiped out the Soro Empire." "Impossible. I heard the Soro Empire has T2 class destroyers. Can a simple mech destroy those?" "Nonsense. Are you hiding a secret? If mechs were really that effective, civilizations would never have stopped developing them." Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu interrupted. "Zhao Yi, while your feat of destroying the Star Destroyer cannon is great, the Federation does not allow you to keep secrets." Zhao Yi nodded slightly. "It really was with simple mechs. They're T2 class mechs, while they were from the last century, so their firepower and defense were inferior. I thought I was done for, but after the fight, I realized the Soro Empire's mechs were obsolete." "Last century?" The crowd paused, then realized it was true. Since the interstellar arms race began, every nation focused on starships and fighters, who still developed mechs. Not to mention the Soro Empire, their own mechs were also from the last century. They just never had a chance to use them. If they ever did, the result would likely be the same as the Soro Empire's. Ahem, I just remembered that our mechs are equipped with interplanetary missiles. Now that you mention it, I realize our mechs haven't been updated in ages. They haven't appeared in reports for a long time, right? RD funds are barely enough for starships, fighters, and main cannons. How could we spare any for mechs?" Zhao Yi shrugged. "So even though our mechs are simple, their weapons were salvaged from the Gospel. Even T1 class starship weapons are more powerful than their mechs, and their defenses couldn't stop them." The crowd exchanged glances. Though it still seemed somewhat outrageous, it was more convincing than before, at least possessing a modicum of feasibility. So the Gospel wasn't destroyed, it dismantled itself. "Exactly. At that time, survival left me with no other choice." Commander Lin Fu applauded. "Your performance was outstanding, chaotic yet orderly. Under those circumstances, you managed to analyze the necessity of dismantling the Gospel. Both your judgment and execution were unique." The crowd nodded in agreement. Dismantling a starship to build a mecha, truly an unconventional idea. Especially while surrounded by the Soro Empire facing a life-or-death crisis, most would have sought a hiding place. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, neither arrogant nor proud. None of this would have been possible without the deputy commander's assistance and the silver-haired girl who piloted the mecha and led the charge. The crowd's expressions soured. He actually dared to mention the humanoid self-propelled weapon and even 9,844. The fact that they were still alive already irritated them, and now Zhao Yi was sharing the credit. Zhao Yi had no intention of winning their favor. They were corrupt, decadent, pleasure-seeking, and utterly useless beyond sending subordinates to die. "But there's something I still want to ask you." "What is it?" Commander Lin Fu's eyes fixed on Zhao Yi, his demeanor more akin to an interrogation than a celebration. "Before M787 was taken, a fleet came to find you. Do you know them?" The crowd was equally curious about the fleet's origin. The entire campaign had begun with the appearance of that fleet. Without them, the Solar Federation would never have dared to launch this battle. The battle involved 4 planets and over 100 starships successfully reclaiming a foothold. But as the key element, no one knew where that fleet came from. Zhao Yi looked at Lin Fu, catching a hint of mockery and sneer in his eyes. How much did this man actually know? And what would happen if he lied? The worst outcome was that his sale of the T2 fighter schematics would be exposed. "I think I can guess." Hearing this, the crowd perked up. "You know which faction that fleet belongs to? Where did they come from?" "That's not right. We haven't been able to trace the fleet's affiliation." "How could you know? Aren't you fresh out of the academy?" Zhao Yi spoke slowly. "I did just graduate, but on my way here I encountered 2 star pirates. Commander Lin Fu should know about that." The crowd turned to Lin Fu. "I am aware of that incident, but what does it have to do with this faction?" "After we eliminated them, we found a T2 fighter schematic." "A schematic?" The crowd was astonished. "When did this happen? Why didn't we know? What's the fuss about a T2 schematic? It's not that valuable. Where is this schematic now? Let us see it." Commander Lin Fu was slightly taken aback. "You got a fighter schematic and didn't hand it over." Zhao Yi said calmly, "I sold it." "You sold it?" The crowd was stunned. This kid actually sold the schematic. Though a T2 fighter schematic wasn't critically important, the Solar Federation did not want technology leaking. Zhao Yi replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. The Gospel was short on funds, and the crew still needed to eat. Selling the fighter schematic for food was the only option." The crowd was furious. The funding shortage was actually a deliberate exploitation to hasten the gospel's demise. But they never expected Zhao Yi to sell the schematic. Zhao Yi, do you know the penalty for unauthorized sale of loot, especially a T2 fighter schematic? All I know is that if I hadn't sold it, I wouldn't be standing here. Now the planet cracker cannon wouldn't have been destroyed and M787 wouldn't have been taken. How insolent. An aide couldn't bear it and shouted, Zhao Yi, don't let your achievements go to your head. Your contributions are indeed great, but your troubles are equally significant. Leaking a T2 fighter schematic is a capital offense. Exactly. Don't think a little merit makes you invincible. Everyone here is your senior. A young man should remain modest. Commander Lin Fu raised a hand to silence them. Leaking a T2 fighter schematic is indeed a capital offense, but fortunately the schematic is now in my hands, so it hasn't truly leaked. With that, he pulled out a schematic and placed it on the table. The crowd rushed to examine it, somewhat shocked. It really is a T2 fighter schematic, but it seems a bit different. This schematic has some novelty. The cost and design are quite impressive. The cost is lower, but the defense seems lacking. Are you stupid? What fighter's defense can withstand a particle beam cannon? Besides, T2 fighters have energy shields. Once the energy is depleted, defense is pretty much the same. Any hit is a one-shot kill. I think this fighter's design is quite innovative. Too bad we don't know who designed it. Maybe we could get them involved in T3 fighter development. They might surprise us. Zhao Yi chuckled inwardly, confirming his earlier speculation. The schematic had indeed ended up in Commander Lin Fu's hands. If he had tried to conceal anything, Lin Fu would have used it to confront him. Fortunately, he hadn't hidden anything. Commander Lin Fu stroked his chin. This schematic was indeed novel, but not enough to make the Star Pirates chase it relentlessly, even to the point of war with the Soro Empire. But if not this, then what was the real reason? Zhao Yi, is there anything else you're hiding? Nothing beyond that schematic. Commander Lin Fu said slowly. Zhao Yi, you performed exceptionally in this campaign, but because you sold the T2 fighter schematic, your merits and faults cancel out. Apart from permission to rebuild the gospel, you will receive no other rewards. Do you accept? Zhao Yi accepted willingly. I appreciate your understanding, Commander. I have no objections. You may leave. Yes. Zhao Yi had no desire to linger, saluted, and departed. Commander Lin Fu addressed the crowd. Now that M787 is back under our control, the general is very pleased. Tonight we will hold a celebration banquet. Everyone must attend. Of course. Those who had fought on the front lines were not invited, while those who had hidden in the rear received no shortage of credit. Though Commander Lin Fu was dissatisfied with this, it was the Federation's tradition. He stood up. You all must be busy. I won't waste your time. Dismissed. The crowd filed out of the meeting room in twos and threes. Commander Lin Fu stepped out and asked an adjutant beside him, how is done of the Soro Empire? According to the battle situation, it should have crashed along with the Fearless. Currently, the humanoid autonomous weapon located at G29 is searching the wreckage, but I'm afraid nothing will be found. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu nodded slightly. What about Zhao Yi? He is currently imprisoned in the dungeon of Inedo. Take me to see him. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu arrived at the dungeon and saw a disheveled Zhao Yi lying on the ground, his face full of dejection. This man could not be killed yet. He would later be exchanged for prisoners with the Soro Empire. What? Come to laugh at me. I never expected the Federation to secretly develop mecha. What a treacherous scheme. Zhao Yi stood up with a resentful expression upon seeing Lin Fu. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu looked at him and said, you mean you lost because of the mecha? Of course. If it weren't for your superior mecha technology, how could we have lost? Zhao Yi's eyes revealed sorrow and gloom. But in the end, it's our mecha that are too outdated. 100-year-old product is simply no longer usable. Those old fogies. I've warned them long ago that mecha must be developed, but they believed ground warfare was already a relic of the past. As a logistics manager, I had no right to voice objections. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu observed Zhao Yi's description in the dungeon, which was quite similar to what Zhao Yi had said. It seemed that their victory was indeed due to the simple mecha developed by Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi would eventually return to the Soro Empire, so Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu did not want to reveal too much. I came to tell you not to think about death. Later, I will let you go back to the Soro Empire. For now, just stay in the dungeon. Don't worry, I will repay this humiliation 100-fold. If you let me return to the Soro Empire, you will regret it. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu smiled and left the dungeon. It seemed his worries were unnecessary. Zhao Yi had not concealed anything. Next came the headache-inducing victory banquet, and he had to prepare a speech. Zhao Yi returned to the temporary residence of the silver-haired girls and saw Su Xin and the others bustling about in the huge workshop, constantly cleaning and tidying the surroundings. Su Xin, what are you doing? Su Xin came to her senses and said, Commander, we'll be staying here for a while. I've asked them to make it a bit more comfortable. After all, we don't know when we'll leave. Zhao Yi looked around. This was an abandoned workshop on the outskirts of Inedo City. Is this how the Federation treats its meritorious officers? Not even a proper residence. Zhao Yi sighed, uncertain when the Federation would finally treat the silver-haired girls properly. Commander, you can rest at the inn and come find us when we set out. No need to stay here. Su Exine said awkwardly, "Commander, it might be uncomfortable for you to rest here. Don't worry about us." Zhao Yi smiled and spread his hands. "With such beautiful ladies accompanying me here, how could I be uncomfortable?" The silver-haired girls around burst into laughter. The commander was still so unserious. Su Exine shook her head helplessly. "All right then. There's an office in this workshop. I've already had it cleaned. You can stay in the office and well stay in the workshop. That works too, so you won't feel awkward." With that, Zhao Yi walked into the office and turned around to say, "I'm going to design a starship. No need to call me for dinner tonight. A starship. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu has already agreed that I can design and develop our newest gospel myself. So I'm going to redesign the gospel." Su Exine blinked. "What kind of design do you have in mind?" Anyone else would be scorned for trying to develop a starship alone. But Zhao Yi's endeavor actually made her anticipate it. Was there anything this man couldn't do? He had modified fighters, cured toxins, developed fighters, and now even a starship he could design himself. The Federation sent such a talent to the front lines. It seemed they were truly doomed. "I'm thinking of a cosmic vessel, a full-dimensional starship suitable for us. The gospel usually operates alone. What do you think?" Su Exine and the other silver-haired girls were thrilled, their faces bright with surprise. They never imagined they would one day have a new gospel of their own. Su Exine nodded slightly. "Indeed, even when the gospel was a frigate, we managed to store a few fighters inside." Zhao Yi glanced at everyone. "You all get busy. I'm off to design." Watching Zhao Yi leave, Su Exine rolled up her sleeves. "Sisters, the commander is designing a starship. We can't fall behind. Let's clean this place thoroughly." "All right." On a deserted planet not far from M787. How infuriating. How infuriating. Xiaoan trembled with rage as he looked at his subordinate's report. He had crashed into the battle between the Soro Empire and the Solar Federation only to have the Solar Federation emerge victorious. Now the people inside the gospel should have been eliminated by the Soro Empire. The six-sided Rubik's Cube was either lost on M787 or had fallen into the hands of the Empire or the Federation. "Boss, what do we do now?" "What else can we do? We'll have to report back and say the gospel was sunk by the Soro Empire." A henchman spoke up. "I don't think we need to rush back." "Why? The people on the gospel are definitely still alive." "Go on." Xiaoan sat on his chair looking at the speaker. "If what you say makes sense, you'll be rewarded. But if you're talking nonsense, I won't let you off easily." The henchman knew Xiaoan was furious, but this was his chance to climb up, ignoring the displeased looks from the other lieutenants. The Solar Federation's G-29 fleet managed to defeat the Soro Empire largely because the planet destroyer did not fire. The reason it didn't fire is likely that it couldn't. Xiaoan bowed his head and thought. "You mean the gospel didn't die, but instead destroyed the Soro Empire's planet destroyer? Is that possible?" Based on the footage we received earlier, even the gospel's fighters were in tatters. The other lieutenants chimed in. "Exactly. Do you think the gospel is a god? What weapon could possibly destroy a planet destroyer?" "I think you're talking nonsense. Lord, don't listen to his wild claims." The henchman sneered. "I don't know how he did it, but the Soro Empire wouldn't just sit back and let the Solar Federation occupy M787 without fighting back. Although it's a bit far-fetched, the only explanation is that the planet destroyer couldn't fire, which is why they lost." Xiaoan thought for a moment. While this theory was absurd, there was no better one. He glanced at the other lieutenants. "Speak up, you were all so talkative just now. Since you think he's wrong, tell me why the Soro Empire would let M787 be taken without firing a shot." Several officers lowered their heads, truly at a loss for an answer. Perhaps as this man had said, the Star Destroyer cannon was no longer operational. Sean snorted coldly, then turned to look at the subordinate. "But even if the people on the Fuin are still alive, they must have returned to Eneduo by now. There's no way for us to do anything. They were interstellar pirates after all. Even if the other side didn't know, they wouldn't allow a fleet to enter Eneduo's territory. They would have been intercepted by the search party long before entering. We can send a merchant ship to Eneduo, find the people from the Fuin, and then..." The subordinate made a slicing motion, silently, and without a trace. "No one would ever know about this six-sided Rubik's Cube." Sean's eyes lit up. That was indeed a viable plan. Whether or not the Fuin was at the port, a trip to Eneduo was a side task anyway, and they could also replenish the fleet's food and supplies. "What's your name, kid?" The subordinate quickly knelt on the ground. "Himao, a new recruit." "Not bad, not bad. Your idea is excellent. They'll send you." "Huh." Himao was stunned. He had only offered the suggestion to get on the boss' good side, never expecting to be sent himself. The other officers couldn't help but laugh. "Let you show off. If he goes and finds no Fuin, then everything he said earlier was just hot air. Sean might be polite now, but if he returns empty-handed, it's his neck on the line." Sean patted his shoulder with a smile. "Your plan is great. You're familiar with this matter. If not you, then who? Don't worry, I'll send a few capable men to assist you. When you come back, you'll have a great merit." Himao felt the weight of that large hand on his shoulder. If he refused, he would surely be in trouble. I don't trust anyone else. I trust you the most. Are you unwilling?" Himao forced a smile that was uglier than crying. "They'll make the trip then. Good, go and come back quickly." Himao had no choice. He selected a small merchant ship from the star carrier and set off towards Eneduo with a few men. A day later, Zhao Yi walked out of his room with a yawn. He saw many silver-haired young women lying scattered outside, some still dreaming and murmuring in their sleep. Though they slept on the floor or leaned against the walls, they all seemed quite content. The scene was both poignant and amusing. They had fought with the determination to die in order to destroy the Star Destroyer cannon, yet the Federation still treated them the same as before. Looking around, this dilapidated abandoned workshop had been cleaned spotlessly, not a speck of dust. Beautiful and hardworking. Such women would be fought over on Earth. Commander, you're up. Su Xian walked over with a few others, looking a bit embarrassed. They worked late last night, so they're a bit tired. Should I wake them? Zhao Yi shook his head. No need, let them sleep. We have plenty of time this time anyway. Without a starship, they can't make us leave even if they want to. Commander, have you finished designing the starship? Su Xian blinked her big eyes and asked. Yes, take a look. Zhao Yi spread out his blueprint, which contained several sections: energy shields, hull structure, weapon distribution, and so on. He pointed to a spot. We have many people, so I designed this spaceship to be quite large with enough living quarters to accommodate over 300 of us. Su Xian stared at a certain area on the blueprint, stunned. She had casually mentioned before that the silver-haired young women didn't have enough living space and had to sleep wherever they went. She had said it half-jokingly, but she never expected the commander to remember and arrange living quarters on the new ship. Su Xian felt a tremor deep within her heart. What's wrong? Seeing her reaction, Zhao Yi thought she was dissatisfied. Actually, I designed the rest areas to be distributed across different parts of the ship. Even if there's danger or an emergency, they can quickly return to their posts. You don't need to worry. Su Xian turned her head. I'm fine. I think this starship is great. Zhao Yi scratched his head. He hadn't even mentioned the weapon's energy or armor yet, and she was already satisfied. Alright, since there's no objection, let's start construction. They'll go see the lieutenant colonel about getting a construction ship. Okay. Zhao Yi rolled up the blueprints. By the way, how many energy crystals did we get from planet M787? About 30,000. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. That's quite a lot. If the robots hadn't been dismantled later, we could have gotten even more. Su Xian smiled. Zhao Yi was like a money grubber, but 30,000 energy crystals would indeed make their firepower much stronger. That's about enough. If we took more, we wouldn't be able to carry it back. Zhao Yi nodded. True. Luckily, with so many of us each carrying a little, no one would notice. By the way, hey Ray, something for you. A mechanical arm suddenly extended from behind Zhao Yi, startling Su Xian. Commander, are you injured? Zhao Yi looked at the mechanical arm he controlled. Now he had 3 hands. Don't worry, this is my multifunctional arm. Sometimes a mechanical arm is more precise and convenient than a human hand. Su Xian nodded. In this era, prosthetic limbs were not uncommon. What is this? She looked at a watch-like object on the mechanical arm. Remember the Qinghuan mech we dismantled? This is the energy core from it. I still have 5 usable ones, so I made them into 5 shields. You can take one. Shields, eh? Zhao Yi nodded. Personal energy shields. They're not much use in interstellar warfare, but I still managed to make them. Although they can't block particle beam cannons, they can handle energy, main guns, and electromagnetic cannons. They can hold for a while in ground combat. Su Xian asked curiously, if this thing can provide defense, why hasn't the Federation developed it? She realized the answer herself. If a starship is destroyed by a single enemy shot, what use is a personal energy shield? It only increases costs. Moreover, the Federation would rather see their silver-haired women dead. Take it. Zhao Yi smiled. Su Xian carefully took it. The watch was quite cute. Thank you. You're welcome. Give the other 3 to Su Ran, Su Huan, and Su Chun. Okay. Seeing Su Xian put it away, Zhao Yi headed out. Just as he opened the door, Su Xian ran over her face, slightly flushed, and said shyly, Commander. What's wrong? They'll go with you. Alright, it's nice to have company on the way. Zhao Yi didn't mind. Having a beauty like Su Xian by his side was more than welcome. Seeing Su Xian and Zhao Yi leave, the silver-haired girl who remained awake stood by the door, watching the fire of gossip blazing in her eyes. Sister Su Xian is becoming more and more feminine. Indeed, it's like she's a different person from before. Now the commander is our backbone. Do you think Sister Su Xian likes? Everyone blushed deeply at the suggestion. At their age, they had never experienced what love meant. A life and death hung in the balance, leaving no time for such thoughts. They glanced once more at Zhao Yi and Su Xian walking together. Perhaps this was what sweet love looked like. They wondered when they would ever encounter it. It was laughable, really. Simply surviving was a challenge, yet they still harbored such expectations. Walking along the road, Su Xian asked curiously, Commander, the Federation prohibits silver-haired girls from using T2 class starships and fighters. On one hand, these starships are more costly. On the other, they worry that silver-haired girls might break free from control and cause unnecessary consequences. Will Lieutenant Colonel Lin approve of this blueprint? Zhao Yi smiled. So I prepared 2 blueprints. 2 blueprints. Zhao Yi nodded. Yes, one for approval and one for actual construction. But won't they notice the difference? Zhao Yi chuckled. I'm going to borrow a repair ship this time. What do you think the crew on board will do? They probably won't help us. They'll find a place to rest or not even come. Zhao Yi patted Su Zin's head. Exactly. Borrowing a repair ship is like a vacation for them, just like, when we built the fighter, no one bothered us. We can do whatever we want. Once it's built, can they really tear it down? Susan's jaw dropped. So that's how it worked. They had been too rigid in following the rules, never considering what lay beyond them. Alright, we're here. Glancing at the office before them, Su Xian obediently waited outside the door. Meanwhile, Himao and his men had already arrived at Inajuo, wandering about with nothing to do. They had no idea how to search. Brother, Inajuo is so huge. How do we find them? Exactly, the Lord only gave us 10 days. I just asked around, there's no gospel ship in the port. Himao's head ached. He had only offered a suggestion, never expecting to come himself. Now that the gospel wasn't here, returning would be a death sentence. Maybe he should run. But with 5 men tailing him, escape was impossible, and being caught would still mean certain death. He glanced back at the 5 men behind him. They were all half-cyborgs, their bodies fitted with various weapons and prosthetics, most commonly energy weapons and missiles. They were of little use against mechs and fighters, but more than enough to deal with an ordinary man like him. Brother, what are you looking at? Aware of the special nature of Himao's mission, the men remained polite. I want you to be steady. Just because the gospel isn't in Inajuo doesn't mean the people aren't here. There's a famous silver-haired girl on that ship. Number 9844. Find her, and we'll have our answer. Understood. As they walked slowly, they spotted Su Xian standing by the door, their eyes roving up and down. They had seen countless races across the universe, all bizarre and strange, but silver-haired girls were still the most beautiful. You know, these silver-haired girls are indeed stunning. No wonder there's trafficking in them across the cosmos. But they have fierce temperament, so otherwise the price would be even higher. That's small change. We deal in big business, not that. As they chatted, Himao felt something was off. He stepped back a few paces, stared at Su Xian, and was stunned. Su Xian was long accustomed to such gazes, and paid them no mind. Normally they would only leave their quarters in Inajuo when absolutely necessary. But now accompanying Zhao Yi, such discomfort seemed trivial. Brother, why are you so dumbfounded? It's just a silver-haired girl. Himao shook his head, and led the men into an alley, quickly hiding. The others looked bewildered. Brother, what are you doing? Who are you hiding from? That's exactly the person we're looking for. Himao was ecstatic. Fate had delivered them without any effort. Huh, that's the 9844 we need. Of course. ID already inquired about her appearance. It matches exactly. But don't all silver-haired girls look the same? Maybe they're all beautiful. Just listen to me. It's her. Himao pointed at Su Xian waiting outside the alley. A pirate in a cloak with a missile launcher for a right arm spoke up. In that case, I'll grab her right now and force her to tell us where the 6-sided cube is. Himao yanked the man back. These guys had some fighting skills, but brains were not their strong suit. Are you stupid? This is the Inajuo city center. Do you dare start a fight here? Do you think the Federation Defense Force is just for show? Besides, what good would capturing a silver-haired girl do? The Federation doesn't care about their lives, and she wouldn't know where the 6-sided cube is anyway. Then what? The men scratched their heads. They had been desperate to find someone, and now that they couldn't act. We wait for their commander. The commanders are all Federation citizens, cowards who fear death. Once we find him, a little coercion will reveal the cube's location. I see. The men caught on. Brother, you're so clever. One grumbled. I could have figured that out too. But what if their commander isn't with them? Himao sneered. Do you think I'm as foolish as you? Even without the commander, we can use her fellow sisters to pressure her. Either way, first find their residence. Then we'll figure something out. Yes. At the office, Zhao Yi stated his purpose and was led to Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu's office. Come in. Zhao Yi entered and saluted. Good morning, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. What brings you here so early? I've finished the blueprint for my starship. I brought it for your review. Oh, so soon. This piqued Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu's interest. Earlier, Zhao Yi had claimed to have developed a simple mech that defeated the Soro Empire, and he wondered if this T2 class fighter was also Zhao Yi's creation. Perhaps he had pinned the blame on space pirates. After all, no one had obtained the blueprints at the time. Now, by examining Zhao Yi's starship design, he might uncover some flaws. Zhao Yi laid the blueprint on Lin Fu's desk. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu spread the blueprint with satisfaction, but as he looked down, he was stunned. Damn, what is this? He had thought Zhao Yi possessed some talent in research and design, but now he realized he might have been overly optimistic. Far from talented, Zhao Yi was utterly clueless. What do you think of my starship design, Commander? Zhao Yi asked with satisfaction. Genius, you're a bloody little prodigy. You've installed 8 energy main cannons, 108 electromagnetic secondary cannons, and other beam weapons on a single starship. Are you building a starship or a main cannon with a starship grafted onto it? Zhao Yi, reveling in the effect, grew even more smug. Commander Lin Fu, why can't a T1 class starship defeat a T2 class? It's because the T2 class has an energy core that activates an energy shield for protection, which T1 class energy main cannons can't penetrate. But my interstellar battleship design can fire all 8 energy main cannons simultaneously, blasting through even a T2 class shield with a single salvo. Commander Lin Fu was so furious he could spit blood. His earlier belief that Zhao Yi was a design talent vanished without a trace. He had some talent in command, but his design skills were abysmal. No wonder he was the class laggard. You're really something. Do 4 cups of 25 water, add up to 100. Let's not even talk about the cost and energy consumption of your 8 main cannons. If you fire them all at once, want your own interstellar battleship shake apart and get blown away. The enemy hasn't even hit you yet, and you're already done for. Zhao Yi of course understood this logic, so he reluctantly said, then let's cut it down to 4 main cannons. If all 4 hit, that should be enough. Commander Lin Fu slapped his forehead, deciding not to waste any more breath arguing with Zhao Yi. He really didn't want Zhao Yi to build the ship himself, but the higher-ups had approved it. Let Zhao Yi build it himself, fine. He'd end up with a botched monstrosity, and the moment he set out with that silver-haired girl, they'd all die, sparing the Federation from having to grant them citizenship. Other residents and civilizations would only mock Zhao Yi for overreaching. Your 4 main cannons won't work either. How about this? Install 2 main cannons. The cost and feasibility are fine. This has been verified by the Starship RD team. Currently, the hull's stability and strength can't support the simultaneous firing of 3 main cannons. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Fine, 2 main cannons it is. But what about my 108 secondary cannons? They're not energy weapons, so they shouldn't cause any issues, right? Commander Lin Fu broke out in a cold sweat. One look at Zhao Yi's starship, and it was clearly an interstellar battleship. A large-class starship typically deployed in a fleet to serve as the primary long-range firepower. It packs a serious punch, but its maneuverability and defense are relatively slow, requiring protection from escort ships, destroyers, and the like. Was Zhao Yi really that clueless, or was he just pretending? Among all starship types, the battleship is the least suited for solo missions. As for the secondary cannons, that's even more ridiculous. Secondary cannons are generally used for defending against starfighters. 108 secondary cannons take up a huge amount of space, and they might not even be used. What's your budget for this starship, eh? Commander Lin Fu picked up the cup on the table and took a sip. 200,000 energy crystals. Uffed. Commander Lin Fu spat out a mouthful of water. You've got some nerve. 200,000 energy crystals would be enough to build a T2 class starship. Zhao Yi spread his hands. Nothing I can do about it. The 108 secondary cannons alone cost that much. Regardless of practicality or functionality, this blueprint was designed to pick the most expensive options. Among the weapons that can be mounted on a T1 class starship, energy main cannons and electromagnetic secondary cannons are the priciest. Zhao Yi crammed every available spot on the hull with gun mounts just to inflate the budget. No, I don't care how you build it. I'm giving you 100,000 energy crystals, and that's it. 100,000. That might not be enough. Zhao Yi muttered under his breath, but inside he was ecstatic. 100,000 had exceeded his expectations. He had originally thought Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu would give him at most 80,000, but to his surprise, it was 100,000. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu wiped the water from the table and said, all right, 100,000 is enough for you to build a decent T1 class warship. Shrink the hull a bit, allocate the budget to defensive armor and fighters, and develop it into a multi-purpose vessel. A battleship is not suitable for you. Fine then. Zhao Yi curled his lips, pretending to be helpless. Since you've agreed, let's go. He'll transfer the budget to you later. You can buy the materials yourself, and I can lend you a repair ship. Zhao Yi stood still and said, Lieutenant Colonel, since you didn't give me the budget I wanted, can you give me some compensation? What compensation? Lend me the glory. What a... Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu abruptly stood up. The glory. You want the glory? Zhao Yi naturally knew why Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu reacted so strongly. The Glory was a large T3 class repair ship, of which there were only a few in the entire Solar Federation. The rarity of this vessel stemmed from the fact that the Solar Federation could not manufacture it. The Federation could now trial produce T3 class combat starships, but building a T3 class starship required a T3 class repair ship, and such a vessel could not be constructed locally. All T3 class repair ships in the Solar Federation were purchased from outside, and other civilizations tightly controlled the technology. What do you need this for? To build a T1 class starship, an ordinary repair ship is sufficient. Besides, the Glory's production schedule is already full. There's no way to squeeze you in. Zhao Yi smiled and said, the 9,844s have been in service for quite some time, haven't they? What do you mean? Zhao Yi pretended to be troubled. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, which is better to build a starship quickly so they can carry out their missions, or to take it slowly on in NATO, dragging it out until the full 5 years are up. By then, will the Federation grant them status or not? If they grant it, the Federation will be displeased. If they don't, other civilizations will laugh at them, and some might even start a war over it. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu frowned. He had indeed received a notice from his superiors to get the Gospel back into combat-ready condition as soon as possible. That was why he had given a little extra in the budget. Half a month. Just half a month, and the Gospel will be ready for deployment. He'll think about it. You may leave now. Yes, sir. After Zhao Yi left, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu lit a cigarette and pondered. Granting him half a month was not impossible. A T3 class large repair ship could indeed speed things up significantly. However, he couldn't fathom why Zhao Yi was in such a hurry to build a starship. Was he going to die again? He couldn't figure it out. Many commanders had fled the gospel, and some had even wept and repented before him. But none had stayed on the gospel like Zhao Yi. Someone. Yes, sir. Transfer the glory to Zhao Yi for half a month. Yes, sir. Seeing Zhao Yi emerge, Su Xian walked over and asked, all done. A smile crept onto Zhao Yi's lips. 100,000 energy crystals. 100,000. Su Xian covered her mouth in astonishment. Although she knew that destroying the Star Destroyer cannon might earn them a symbolic bonus, she hadn't expected it to be this much. Seeing Su Xin's expression, Zhao Yi said smugly, a small matter. If I had used my full strength, I could have asked for even more. Having a woman like Su Xian look at him with such admiration was incredibly satisfying. Have you been waiting long? No, I'm just glad to be out for a walk. Su Xin's face lit up with joy. But Zhao Yi couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. A glance at the passers-by confirmed it. Although silver-haired girls were not uncommon in Aina Duo, the eyes of the pedestrians still carried contempt, disgust, and even a hint of lasciviousness. Zhao Yi didn't call her out on it. He said, let's go. The repair ship should arrive tomorrow. Well, order the materials first. As the two walked away, Mao and his men followed at a leisurely pace. Aina Duo was bustling, so their actions were hard to detect. Brother, when do we make our move? Is this the commander you mentioned? Mao rubbed his chin, returned a piece of merchandise to the stall, and continued following. By all rights, a Federation commander shouldn't be so intimate with a silver-haired girl. This is a superior-subordinate relationship. Besides, the Federation people's contempt for silver-haired girls is ingrained in their bones. Maybe the two of them are into that. The burly man beside him disagreed. I just think Federation people are a bit crazy. Silver-haired girls are beautiful and powerful. Why despise them? You don't understand. The Federation achieved its current success through acquired technology, but their own level and genes are mediocre. For silver-haired girls, they might feel more hatred and jealousy. I see. The men nodded, half understanding. Brother, why are there only female silver-haired girls, no males? You ask me. Who knows? Maybe the males are cut off at birth. The group chattered, and seeing Zhao Yi and Su Xian already far ahead, they hurried to catch up. Are we still following? They're about to get away. Let's just follow and see. Thanks to Su Xin's familiarity with Aina Duo, the pair spent most of the day wandering. Mao and his men followed, speechless. Are these two on a date? Is this really the commander? Probably. Silver-haired girls don't like Federation people either. If not for orders, she wouldn't come out to buy these materials. Brother, feels like they're playing us like monkeys. So are we following or not? Follow, we can't let them escape. Okay. Zhao Yi and Su Xian were busy until evening before they could rest. How about we grab a meal together? Zhao Yi suggested. We've bought everything we need, just missing the energy core and the T2 main cannon. The energy core for a T2 starship can be bought on the black market. I can design the particle beam main cannon myself. Su Xian shook her head. Forget it, let's go back. She had never eaten in Aina Duo. The merchants would surely drive her out if they saw her. All right, but before we go, I want to buy something. Buy something? Zhao Yi smiled slightly and walked toward the food section. Su Xian looked at the many delicious foods around her, unable to help swallowing. So there were so many amazing foods in this world besides energy porridge full of fragrance and color. Just looking at them made her feel they must be delicious. Boss, I want to buy some fried chicken. Sure. Seeing Zhao Yi approach, the boss greeted him warmly, but his eyes flickered to the silver-haired girl beside him with contempt. What can I get you? Give me 30 buckets of fried chicken. 30 buckets. The boss was stunned. This isn't cheap, you know. Aina Duo has no farms. The chicken is imported from other planets. One bucket costs 20 energy crystals. Su Xian was dumbfounded. Their daily ration per person was only 1 energy crystal. 1 bucket of fried chicken could feed them for 20 days. Commander, why are you buying so many? It's fine. Zhao Yi paid the energy crystals, and the delighted boss hurried to the back kitchen to prepare. Su Xian tugged at Zhao Yi's sleeve. Commander, won't these go bad if you buy so many? I heard fried chicken tastes best when freshly fried. Zhao Yi chuckled. It's not just for me, but since it's a bit expensive, everyone will only get 1 piece when we get back. When we have enough energy crystals in the future, we can eat as much as we want. Su Xin's eyes widened. You bought it for us. No, this fried chicken is too expensive. It costs 600 energy crystals. Commander, please return it. Can't return it now, they've already started cooking. Zhao Yi glanced at Su Xian. If you don't want it, I'll have to throw it away. Well, Su Xian was resigned, but still felt a pang of regret, though there was also a trace of anticipation and warmth. She had never tasted fried chicken in her life. Boss, your fried chicken. The fried chicken shop owner happily handed over a large package, and Zhao Yi with his 3 hands quickly took it. The aroma of freshly cooked fried chicken wafted over. Smells great, want a piece? Su Xian couldn't help swallowing, but shook her head. No, let's go back and eat together. All right, let's go. Walking back with Su Xian, Zhao Yi felt a strange illusion. In his previous world, this situation would have been called a date. He never imagined that being a lifelong bachelor on Earth, he could go out with a beauty like this in this world. The two headed toward the abandoned factory on the outskirts with Mao and his men closely following. The aroma of fried chicken made them salivate. Their plan changed to capturing Zhao Yi and Su Xian and then devouring all the fried chicken. 30 buckets of fried chicken meant 300 pieces, enough to stuff them. When they reached the outskirts, the group finally prepared to act. A burly man with bare ears and dark skin blocked Zhao Yi's path. Black Bear Man. Zhao Yi was momentarily startled by the towering figure that suddenly appeared. This race was not very advanced technologically, but they loved battle and bloodlust. They should have been wiped out not long ago. He never expected to see one in a duo. Su Xian, sensing hostility, shielded Zhao Yi behind her. What's the matter? None of your business. We're looking for the guy behind you. Looking for me? Zhao Yi smiled and asked, what business could you have with me? We're here to get something from you. Zhao Yi and Su Xian turned around to see 4 people emerging behind them, their faces hostile, clearly not ordinary individuals. Looking for something? You've got the wrong person. I have nothing. If you really want something, go check the Federation Security Bureau. Himao stepped out from the crowd, sneering. If I'm not mistaken, you're the commander of the Fuyin, right? We had something you picked up earlier. If you return it, well, let bygones be bygones. Zhao Yi and Su Xian realized that these people were actually space pirates. They never expected these pirates to dare come to a duo. Su Xian warned, this is a duo. Don't think you can get away with this. I advise you to leave quickly or face the consequences. Bear the consequences. I'm so scared, Himao scoffed. First kill the silver-haired girl and take the man away for interrogation. Yes. The Black Bear Man grinned, approaching Su Xian, twirling an energy weapon in his hand and aiming at her. Vaporize. A beam of light shot towards Su Xian, causing a massive explosion. The group sneered. Though the silver-haired girl was a race born for war, she was still flesh and blood. Against an energy cannon, she would be reduced to nothing but ashes. Now for you. Will you come quietly, or do you need a taste of pain? Zhao Yi smirked, utterly unconcerned about Su Xian beside him. This man can still laugh. Does he not realize his doom is sealed? Federation people are disgusting. That silver-haired girl died protecting him, and he feels nothing. The group spat in contempt. Zhao Yi's smile widened. You want me to leave? Ask my deputy commander if she agrees. The smoke cleared, and the group stared in disbelief. Su Xian, who had been struck by the energy cannon, was still alive, without a single scratch. Impossible. How are you alive? Are you equipped with a prosthetic? The Black Bear Man's face was a mask of incredulity. Flesh and blood couldn't block an energy cannon, let alone ordinary bullets. The only explanation was that the silver-haired girl's body was made of special material. Su Xian, you handle the Black Bear Man. He'll take care of the rest. All right. Su Xian said nothing more, pushing off the ground and charging toward the Black Bear Man. The silver-haired race was called a battle race not only for their superior control and combat awareness, but also for their formidable close-quarters prowess. However, after the Interstellar Wars began, this trait became less prominent. No matter how skilled in close combat, one couldn't withstand a main energy cannon. The Black Bear Man stared in shock as Su Xian appeared before him, swinging an arm thicker than his thigh toward her. Su Xian leaped lightly, executing a flying kick that dodged the bear's embrace and landed squarely on his face. Saliva, tears, and blood flowed freely. The Black Bear Man winced in pain, staggering backward. Himao and the others were stunned. This was incredibly fierce. Weren't they given the best men? And this was the result. Unable to handle even a silver-haired girl. The Black Bear Man, thick-skinned and tough, shook his head, his face darkening with rage. His other prosthetic arm split into multiple flying blades, slashing towards Su Xian. Die! Su Xian paid no heed, charging forward and leaping to strike the Black Bear Man's face again. He felt dizzy and crashed heavily to the ground. The flying blade struck Su Xian, causing a ripple of energy. Himao and the others were dumbfounded. An energy shield. A personal energy shield. Impossible, wasn't it? The Federation people all wanted the silver-haired girl dead, so why would they give her an energy shield? Now you're next. Tell me who sent you. Su Xian stood ready beside Zhao Yi, prepared to capture them all at his command. The energy shield Zhao Yi had given her made her unstoppable in close combat. Himao and the other 3, never expecting this outcome, drew their weapons, aiming at Zhao Yi and Su Xian. Brothers attack together. Take out the girl first. Even with an energy shield, she can't withstand too many hits. All right. Zhao Yi shook his head in resignation. Couldn't they just cooperate? Must he resort to force? Zhao Yi handed the fried chicken to Su Xian. Don't damage the food, he bought. From the mechanical arm, behind him, a beam of light shot from the palm, striking Himao. Before the others could react, Himao was left as nothing but a pile of clothes. Disintegration ray. The group was stunned. This man carried a T2. 5-level disintegration ray. Only an energy shield could block it. Do you want to end up like him? The group hastily holstered their weapons. Without energy shields, Zhao Yi's attack meant instant death. Brother, let's talk this out. Yeah, no need for violence. We're civilized people. This is Naruto. Killing is illegal. Zhao Yi aimed his mechanical arm at them. Speak. Who sent you? Lord Sean. Lord Sean. Sean. Zhao Yi frowned. This was clearly a minor leader of space pirates. Where is Sean now? Was it you who fought the Soro Empire earlier? The group nodded frantically. Yes, that was us. We were trying to retrieve the hexahedron cube, but you turned and fled. Where is he now? On a deserted planet near M787. Zhao Yi continued, what were your losses in the last battle? We lost 2 T2 class starships and 3 T1 class starships. We have 3 left. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Quite obedient. You should know the key to the hexahedron cube, right? The group shook their heads vigorously. No, we really don't. We only knew to retrieve it. Even Lord Shan probably doesn't know the key. Then who does? Lord Blackbear, Lord Shan's elder brother. Zhao Yi crossed his arms. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. You think you can fool me with such lies? The group knelt kowtowing. We truly don't know. Su Xian asked quietly, Commander, what should we do with these men? Should we inform the Lieutenant Commander? He could destroy their fleet, and our departure from Enerado would be much safer. Zhao Yi pondered. No. The matter of the hexahedron cube cannot be known to others. The Lieutenant Commander may seem relaxed, but he's actually very cautious. He would indeed eliminate this Shan, but before killing him, he would force him to reveal the reason for this action. With that, Zhao Yi glanced at the men before him. The mechanical arm behind him rose again. The group understood. This was a silencing move. Asking about the key was just a game. Well, fight you. As they reached for their weapons on the ground, the disintegration ray struck them. They turned to dust. Zhao Yi took back the fried chicken. Let's go. All right. Su Xian felt no unease. They had tried to kill her. Killing them in return was only natural. They brought it upon themselves. In this era, there was no shortage of people across the planets. This pirate fleet lurking nearby feels like a threat. Well, although they lost several starships after the battle with the Soro Empire, they still have a certain amount of strength. If they try to deal with us, I'm not sure if the T2 class Fuin can hold up. Fortunately, we learned about this in advance. Now that the Fuin has been completely redesigned, they shouldn't know what our starship looks like. Zhao Yi continued, moreover, I plan to open this 6-sided cube and see what's inside. Open. Su Xian was stunned. Wasn't the 6-sided cube impossible to open? The only way to open it was with a key. Zhao Yi explained. Indeed, the 6-sided cube was crafted by a civilization superior to the Federation. However, besides the key, there is another way to open it, using a tool in the T3 class repair bay to force it open. This was another reason Zhao Yi wanted the T3 class repair ship. The thing locked inside the 6-sided cube must be extraordinary. Su Xin's eyes widened. This? A T3 class repair ship. That thing is probably even harder to obtain than the key. They were silver-haired girls. How could the commander possibly lend them a T3 class repair ship? You'll find out then. The two returned to the abandoned factory, paying no attention to the recent space pirates. The silver-haired girls, enjoying a rare break, were lying around the factory chatting and playing games. Sister Su Xian, Commander, you're back. Su Ran led a group, running over immediately, catching a whiff of an enticing aroma. Wow, what's that delicious smell? It smells like meat. Commander, what goodies did you eat? Tell us. Zhao Yi smiled at the lively, innocent silver-haired girls. I wouldn't sneak a snack on my own. I bought you some fried chicken. But I didn't have much money, so you can only have 1 piece each. Fried chicken. Everyone was stunned. They had only seen or heard of such a thing. They had never tasted it. Su Ran looked shocked. Commander, did you really buy us fried chicken? Of course. I wouldn't lie to you. The two placed the fried chicken on the table, and the other silver-haired girls gathered around. As the lid was lifted, they saw the golden fried chicken, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Su Huan couldn't resist reaching for a piece, but Su Ran slapped her hand away. Su Ran, what are you doing? Su Huan rubbed the back of her hand, annoyed at being hit by Su Ran, who was smaller than her. Su Ran looked at Zhao Yi. Commander, this must be expensive. Are you really giving it to us? Yeah, eat up quickly. It won't taste good when it's cold. If you don't eat it, it'll go bad. Upon hearing this, Su Huan quickly grabbed a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. The other silver-haired girls, seeing her eating like that, swallowed their saliva. 1 piece for each of you. Okay. Looking at the food they had never tasted before, everyone lined up. The commander actually bought this for them to eat, something they never dared to imagine before. Such delicious food, and him tasting it for the first time. To hell with energy porridge, this is what humans should eat. The Federation never treated us as human, but the commander is different. Several of them licked their fingers, looking at the remaining fried chicken with lingering desire. But they knew that being able to eat 1 piece was already a blessing. The remaining fried chicken was left for the sisters who were not present. Zhao Yi sighed, deeply feeling somewhat helpless. If he were part of their battalion, he would probably choose to take revenge on the Federation. Commander, aren't you eating? Su Huan asked curiously. No, I've already eaten. Then the extra piece is mine. Su Huan grabbed another piece and stuffed it into her mouth before Su Ran could react. You little rascal, the commander was just being polite, and you actually ate it. Su Ran rushed over to snatch it, but the size difference was too great as she couldn't take it away. Zhao Yi's mouth twitched as he watched Su Huan swallow the bones along with the meat. It was like the story of Zhu Beiji devouring the ginseng fruit. The next morning, a huge repair ship hovered over the abandoned factory. Su Xian walked out and covered her mouth in astonishment. This was the only T3 class repair ship in Inuduo. Had Zhao Yi really managed to borrow it? This was unbelievable. How did Zhao Yi manage it? Commander, come quickly. Su Xian called out to Zhao Yi inside the factory. What's wrong? The repair ship is here. Zhao Yi walked over and looked up, seeing the repair ship looming above like a mountain. As expected of a T3 class repair ship, it looked extraordinary even from the outside, and inside it was filled with the most advanced equipment and instruments. This thing was used to build and repair T3 class starships. A middle-aged man in a military cap descended from the ship, followed by a group of guards. Where's Zhao Yi? Here. Zhao Yi raised his hand. Humph. The middle-aged man snorted. I don't know what scheme you used to get the commander's approval, but there's no way we'll help you build a starship. Build it yourselves. No need to trouble you. We plan to build it ourselves. The other man was taken aback and said irritably, what arrogance. Just you and a few humanoid autonomous weapons. You want to build a starship? That's laughable. Anyway, the commander only gave you 15 days. I'd like to see what you can produce. Zhao Yi retorted. At any rate, it'll be better than what you'd build. You? The middle-aged man snorted, unwilling to argue with Zhao Yi. Tom would prove everything. Without his help, they probably wouldn't even know how to use the equipment on the T3 class repair ship, right? If anything goes wrong with the repair ship, you'll all be held responsible. With a feeble warning, the repair ship's captain left with his men. That was all they could do. They couldn't disobey the commander's orders. Without delay, Zhao Yi led the group onto the repair ship. The silver-haired girls were thrilled to see all the various things on the ship, yet also a bit melancholy. Commander, we're fine with a T2 class repair ship, but this T3 class one we. Zhao Yi smiled and looked at the two. It's okay. You two are the best at mechanics and RD on the Fuyin. Once I give you a brief explanation, you'll get it. The two were stunned. Commander, you understand T3 class repair ships? Of course. Who am I? Your commander. You can rely on me for everything. Zhao Yi thrust his chin upward. The two looked at him with admiration. Thank you, Commander. They were extremely curious about these brand new instruments and technologies, and having someone explain them would be ideal. Zhao Yi led the silver-haired girls from the RD and maintenance departments, introducing everything from the beginning. After several hours of continuous explanation, Su Yin and Su Wan finally understood the instruments and equipment. They were very smart, and the current technology was sufficient for building T2 class starships without any issue. You two take the team and start building the gospel. If you have any questions, come to me. Okay. The two of them were extremely excited and immediately directed the silver-haired girls and multifunctional robots to begin construction according to Zhao Yi's blueprint. Zhao Yi went to a workspace in the ship's hull, which was equipped with the most advanced tools and instruments. Even the staff assigned to this maintenance ship rarely came to this place. They were not very familiar with these things. Zhao Yi, possessing top-tier maintenance and research skills, could manipulate them with ease. He placed the six-sided cube on an instrument called the rule modifier, a device capable of altering the rules of an object. For instance, it could modify the gravity density and other rules of a planet. Of course, the civilization that sold this ship to the Solar Federation had neutered the device, but it was still sufficient to modify the rules of the six-sided cube. A long string of gibberish appeared before Zhao Yi's eyes, representing the rules in the form of data. To use this object, one had to be familiar with all the data and items, otherwise even investigating a single code would take countless hours. Zhao Yi stared at the screen as mechanical arms behind him kept tapping away. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Yi finally finished modifying the rules. The six-sided cube emitted a flash of light, then returned to its original state. Zhao Yi breathed a sigh of relief, glad that the six-sided cube had not triggered its self-destruct program. The only rule he had changed was that this cube could be opened without a password. He took the cube in his hand and gently turned it, to a beam of light emerged from within. This is a T3 level energy core. Zhao Yi was shocked. He hadn't expected this to be inside. Starting from T2 level of starships and fighters required an energy core in addition to the hull itself. The energy core could amplify the effect of energy crystals, doubling their usage to achieve the effect of an energy shield. However, even the Solar Federation and the Soro Empire could not manufacture a T3 level energy core. They could only produce T3 level starships themselves. Thus, the war between the two sides had so far been fought with T1 and T2 starships. Because T3 level starships were too precious, they would not be deployed unless it was a war of survival. Zhao Yi never expected to find one here. No wonder those space pirates had been clinging to him like mad dogs. How could they not be anxious about losing such a thing? If it were him, he would probably go crazy. If he had this, wouldn't he be able to build a T3 level energy shield? Thinking of this, Zhao Yi was thrilled. A T3 level energy shield was a qualitative leap over a T2 level shield. He quickly put the energy core back into the six-sided cube. He would deal with it once the starship was built. As for a T3 level starship, forget it. Redesigning it would take a long time, and there weren't enough energy crystals anyway. With a T2 level starship and a T3 level energy shield, it would be a T2 5 level starship. If it couldn't defeat a T3 level starship, it could certainly defeat a T2 level 1. Without exaggeration, even if the space pirate named Sean came to fight him with the remaining starship, it was uncertain whether he could break through his shield. Wait, what's this? Zhao Yi had just put the energy crystal back when he noticed a small card inside. He had been so focused on the energy crystal that he hadn't noticed it. The card only had a time and an address marked in the standard address format of the Solar Federation with the time set for 1 month later. Could this energy crystal be from the Solar Federation? Could it be that those space pirates were doing a job for someone in the Solar Federation and the payment was this energy crystal? Who could it be? A T3 level energy crystal was not something an ordinary person could obtain. He looked at the address on the card again. The key was this address. The space pirates hadn't gotten the cube, so they didn't know this location. If he went himself, he could find out who was behind this. Should he tell the lieutenant colonel? After thinking it over, Zhao Yi decided to give up the idea. Someone who could obtain a T3 level starship energy core from the Federation must have a status far beyond that of a lieutenant colonel. As for the card, he wouldn't think about it. He didn't even know where he would be in a month. Zhao Yi walked out of the workshop and saw the silver-haired girls busy at work with many robots carrying various materials. The outline of the starship structure had already taken shape. Those two had learned quickly. It seemed that 15 days would be enough to build the starship. With that in mind, Zhao Yi didn't idle around. He went out to buy materials for the particle beam main cannon. Not having to buy a T2 level energy core from the black market saved Zhao Yi a huge amount of energy crystals, allowing him to maximize the power and size of the main cannon. The T3 level maintenance ship Glory was processing and building day and night. Meanwhile, the bald Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu received a new order and was in a tense discussion with everyone in the conference room. This is a problem. Who should we send? No matter who we send, this mission can only be carried out alone, and it's on the territory of the Soro Empire. A single starship is indeed not easy to detect, but can it complete the mission? The bald Lieutenant Colonel sat in silence. Not long ago, they received news that the Soro Empire was in contact with mercenaries from a planet in the northeastern battlefield. If this group of mercenaries joined the Soro Empire, the situation on planet M787 would become dangerous again. Currently, the forces of the Soro Empire and the Solar Federation in the northeastern theater were balanced. Neither side dared to make the first move. But if this group of mercenaries joined in, it would be trouble. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, please say something. If M787 is breached again, Aina Duo will be the next battlefield. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu remained silent. Now they were afraid. If they had chosen to fight alongside the silver-haired girls from the beginning, even giving them some T2 level starships, the current situation would not be like this. A staff officer said, why not let the G-29 fleet go? No, in the last battle they suffered numerous damaged and destroyed starships, and after leaving M787, the planet would only be left with the planet destroyer cannon. But if the Soro Empire attacks, G-29 will still die on M787. It's better to take a gamble, as long as we can make this mercenary group side with us, or even remain neutral. It's not that easy. The Soro Empire will definitely block us. Why not let the gospel go? I heard their starship is almost ready. Everyone's eyes lit up. That could work. Even if they fail, the silver-haired girls on the gospel will definitely be completely destroyed. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu sighed again. If the crew on the gospel were all Federation citizens, they would definitely be the elite of the elite. But precisely because they were silver-haired girls, the Federation wished for them to be scrapped as soon as possible. For the sake of face, they would disregard everything. Commander Lin Fu, what do you think? The expressions of the others as they looked at Commander Lin Fu were intriguing. Me? I think it's feasible. No ship is more experienced than the Fuin for solo missions. It might just succeed, and even if it fails, there's no loss. It would be perfect if we could shoot down a few of the Soro Empire starships. Everyone laughed upon hearing this. Commander Lin Fu's smile faded as he finished speaking. Although these people jointly managed Anadu with him, each harbored their own ulterior motives. Since Commander Lin Fu has said, so let's all voice our opinions. Agreed. Let the Fuin go. I don't care as long as the Fuin is dealt with. As long as my border guards and patrols don't have to go, the silver-haired girls can do whatever. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Commander Lin Fu stood up. Since we're all in agreement, well, dispatch the Fuin. He'll handle the notification. Good, meeting adjourned. Half a month later, the maintenance ship Rongyao was performing final finishing touches. Inside, a massive, magnificent starship floated in the workstation like a brilliant pearl, emitting an extraordinary radiance. Its exterior material utilized the most advanced T2 grade protective armor capable of resisting cosmic rays and other harmful substances. However, in terms of defending against main cannons, it was not as formidable as T1 grade hard armor, but this armor was typically used in conjunction with energy shields. Alright, just install the main cannon, and we're done. Zhao Yi waved his hand and made an okay gesture. The catwalks on both sides of the workstation were filled with silver-haired girls who gazed at the brand new Fuin like a steel beast with excitement. They actually had a new warship. It was simply unbelievable. Not only had they survived, but they had also witnessed the birth of the new Fuin. Su Xian walked over, her stunning face brimming with joy and excitement. Like the other silver-haired girls, she rejoiced and cheered for the birth of the Fuin. Commander, someone is looking for you outside. Who? The captain of the Rongyao. Zhao Yi sighed. These people were indeed punctual, They had asked for 15 days and wouldn't allow a single second more. Let's go. Since the Fuyin is finished, well, return the Rongyao to them. Su Xian stepped forward and helped Zhao Yi put on his cloak. Everyone left the Rongyao. Outside in an open area, the crew of the Rongyao were chatting about how they had enjoyed themselves during this time. Loaning out the Rongyao for 15 days was equivalent to giving them a 15-day vacation. Captain, they're here. One of the crew pointed at Zhao Yi and the others and spoke. The mustachioed captain walked over with a hint of mockery. 15 days are up. I suppose you've just barely figured out how to use the equipment on this hull. But unfortunately, we're taking the hull back. The others burst into laughter upon hearing this. To dare build a starship in just 15 days, what a boast. Besides, they had never even worked with a T3 grade maintenance ship. How could they possibly build it well? Zhao Yi smiled nonchalantly and said with ease, I was wondering why the Federation's production of T2 grade starships was so slow despite having such a powerful maintenance ship. Now that I see you, I understand. It's because the people using it are incompetent. In 15 days, we not only built the starship, but also produced dozens of starfighters. Everyone was stunned, their faces turning purple with anger. Wasn't this a roundabout way of calling them useless? Are you asking for death? How dare you insult us? Who insulted you? I was talking about the people who used this starship before being useless. Glancing at the person in front of him, Zhao Yi feigned regret and tapped his head. Sorry, I forgot that you were the ones who used this starship. My apologies. Sharp-toned. Hurry up and bring out your starship so we can see it. You say we're useless, but I want to see what your starship looks like. A lackey nearby flattered, Boss, you're really making things hard for them. Their starship is probably just a frame. How can it fly? The mustachioed captain laughed heartily. Exactly. After all that bragging, you can't even get a starship to fly. Even if we're lousy, we're still much better than you. Ha ha, everyone laughed scornfully. They could see that Zhao Yi was just bluffing. Amid their laughter, a brand new starship flew out from the Rongyao. The laughter abruptly ceased as everyone stared at the new starship overhead, dumbfounded. It was actually built. And so beautiful. It couldn't be. They had spent months just familiarizing themselves with this ship, and there were still some instruments and equipment they weren't familiar with. They had built the starship in just 15 days. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The mustachioed captain couldn't believe what he was seeing. This must be a dream. Captain, their main cannon looks like a particle beam cannon. And this secondary cannon is a brand new spiral prism cannon. There's also a hangar bay. Does the starship actually have fighters inside? Impossible, building a T2 grade starship with fighters in 15 days. This speed had already far surpassed theirs. Although many tasks on the T3 grade Rongyao were automated, it was definitely not this fast. Zhao Yi smiled. Don't compare your level with ours. Take your Rongyao and leave. We won't be needing it for now. Is this your starships? Not far away, the bald Commander Lin Fu approached with his men, looking at the Fuyin floating in the sky with astonishment. Several people immediately saluted. Commander Lin Fu. Commander Lin Fu, what brings you here? The captain of the Rongyao asked with a flattering smile. Commander Lin Fu pointed at the new Fuyin in the sky. So this is the new Fuyin you've built. Not bad at all. It's more beautiful and magnificent than the starships you've built before, and even faster. Well, the captain of the Rongyao didn't know what to say and scratched his head awkwardly. Commander Lin Fu naturally understood that this starship was not built by them, and said sarcastically, had enough rest. Yes, enough. You've rested long enough. Why don't you hurry up and take the Rongyao away? Speed up the next starship production mission. Yes. The group dared not stay any longer, and quickly boarded the Rongyao to return. After the Rongyao left, Commander Lin Fu frowned at the starship in the sky. The blueprints Zhao Yi had shown him before were very strange, but this starship looked very distinctive, with every design element being reasonable. It was hard to imagine that it came from the same person as the previous blueprints. Is that a particle beam cannon? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu looked somewhat stunned. Isn't this a T2 class main cannon? Where did you get it? I built it myself. Built it yourself? Where did the money come from? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu was utterly astonished. The research level of particle beam main cannons wasn't that high, even finished products could be bought on the black market. However, turning raw materials into a finished product still required considerable effort. They had managed to produce the main cannon while building the starship. Zhao Yi explained, the previous blueprint was indeed correct, Lieutenant Colonel. It didn't need so many secondary cannons. So I decided to adjust it to 10 secondary cannons and use the remaining funds to build this particle beam main cannon. Don't try to flatter me. I knew you wouldn't follow your own blueprint from the start when you asked for so much money. Zhao Yi scratched the back of his head. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, you wrong me. I truly intended to build 108 secondary cannons at first. It was you who enlightened me. So old ginger is hotter. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu's advice has benefited me greatly. Zhao Yi gave a thumbs up. Flattery never fails, and a smiling face invites no conflict. Since Zhao Yi was being so sycophantic, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu let it slide. It was already built, what could be done? Besides, Zhao Yi and his crew were about to head out on a mission. Even if they wanted to change it, there was no time. Aren't you going to show me your starship? Of course. Zhao Yi led the way with Lin Fu following behind. The remaining silver-haired girls exchanged glances and boarded the starship together. They found it somewhat strange. How come Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu seemed to have such a good relationship with Zhao Yi? Once aboard, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu was stunned by the design and structure inside. Did you build a T2 class starship? What part of your original blueprint even matches this actual ship? The budget matches. Both the blueprint and the actual ship are in the 100,000 level range. And it doesn't have an energy shield, so it's at most T1. 5 not reaching T2. You really didn't acquire a T2 class starship energy core. Zhao Yi shook his head. Definitely not. Besides, after building the starship and the main cannon with 100,000 energy crystals, there wasn't enough left to buy an energy core. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu said nothing. This kid Zhao Yi was clearly not being honest. If he really didn't have an energy core, there was no reason to build the hull like this. The external armor was clearly insufficient. Without an energy shield, this ship couldn't even withstand a single energy main cannon shot, and a particle beam would pierce right through it. But since Zhao Yi refused to say, he wouldn't press further. I came here to give you a mission. What mission? The Soro Empire's offensive in the northeastern theater has been stalled. Your success allowed the Federation to recapture planet M787, but the Empire's desire to destroy the Federation remains unshaken. They have already dispatched 3 starships to the Tahiti Star. What are they going there for? Zhao Yi asked curiously. He had a feeling they might be heading to Tahiti Star as well. The Tahiti Star is a region neither the Federation nor the Empire controls. It has its own force, the infamous Blood Wolf mercenaries. According to our intelligence within the Empire, they plan to contact this mercenary group to deal with us. Would the mercenaries be stupid enough to meddle in a war between 2 major nations? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu sighed. They wouldn't have before, because helping either side would mean retribution from the other later. But now anyone with eyes can see that our Federation is declining. The Blood Wolf mercenaries have always lived on the edge. This time they might just cooperate with the Soro Empire. As long as the Empire can crush the Federation, there won't be any retribution. And they'll gain plenty of benefits. Zhao Yi stroked his chin. If I were the Blood Wolf mercenaries, I'd be tempted. The Soro Empire is probably offering a lot of good stuff. If the Federation doesn't change, things will only get harder. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu nodded. So your mission this time is to go to the Tahiti Star and bring the Blood Wolf mercenaries over to our side. Zhao Yi chuckled. Is that even possible? What benefits can the Solar Federation offer to make them abandon the winning Soro Empire and help us? That's suicide. Then the Empire would definitely annihilate them first. Even if they don't now, after dealing with the Solar Federation, they'll come for them. They've survived this long, they're not that foolish. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu knew the difficulty. If that doesn't work, at least get them to stay neutral. As long as they don't attack us, the northeastern theater remains balanced. Su Xin and the others listened quietly behind them. They hadn't realized the Federation was in such a dire state, with even the nearby mercenaries becoming hard to control. When a whale falls, everything thrives. If the Federation truly collapsed, many minor powers and empires would feast. Slaves, energy technology. Zhao Yi let out a helpless sigh. Can I refuse? If I remember correctly, the route to Tahiti Star goes through the Empire's territory. Yes. We used to have a star route to Tahiti Star, but it was seized by the Soro Empire long ago. So you're sending me on a one-way trip. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu was about to say something, but Zhao Yi cut him off. Alright, I understand. Since this mission is assigned, I'll do my best. But there's something I want to know. If the silver-haired girls really serve their full 5 years, will the Federation give them identity and freedom? Su Xin and the others widened their eyes. They hadn't expected Zhao Yi to ask that. In the past, they would have died on the battlefield long ago. Zhao Yi's appearance had broken that tradition, allowing them to survive until now. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu's expression was unreadable. I don't know either. There's no precedent for this. But if the Solar Federation falls, what meaning would their Federation identity and freedom have? Everything must prioritize the Federation. However, personally, I hope the silver-haired girls can obtain identity. That would be a good thing for the Federation. Su Xin and the others were startled. They hadn't expected Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu to say that. Lin Fu continued, don't misunderstand. I'm not doing this for the silver-haired girls. Everything I do is for the Federation. I just believe that in this situation the Federation should abandon tradition and accept the silver-haired girls. Only then can we survive the war. After saying this, worry appeared on his face. As a family with a long history in the Federation, the Lin family had always served the Federation with utmost loyalty. But now at this critical moment for the Federation's survival, he felt it was time for change. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu continued, Zhao Yi, your talent has been proven. Our Lin family is willing to cultivate you. They'll give you a choice. If you're willing, they'll transfer you to a new fleet. Zhao Yi exclaimed excitedly, do you mean I don't have to go on the Fuin? Lin Fu shook his head. Another person will carry out this mission, but the Fuin must still go. Su Xin's eyes flickered. She was somewhat curious about how Zhao Yi would choose. This mission was different from before. Even on planet M787, Zhao Yi could always take an escape pod back to Anadu. If they really went to Tahiti Star, no one could save them if something went wrong. Zhao Yi refused without hesitation. I want stay. As the commander of the Fuin, I naturally share life and death with my starship and subordinates. Subordinates. You're the first to call the silver-haired girl a subordinate. Though we share the same view of her on the battlefield, I'm not at your level yet. Alright, the mission has been conveyed. You can depart tomorrow. Be careful on the way. They'll await your good news. Seeing Lin Fu leave, Su Xian approached. Commander, are you sure you want reconsider staying? No. I spent a fortune building this starship, I can't bear to part with it. Su Xian blinked, feeling a hint of delight inside. Su Ran interjected, Commander, I saw many rest rooms on the way here. Did you design them for us? Of course. From now on we won't have to sleep wherever we go. There are plenty of rest areas inside the ship. They may not be large, but everyone will have their own bed and space. The silver-haired girls were overjoyed. Who wouldn't like a good rest? After all, they had been sleeping on steel plates before. Su Ran, take some people to buy food. We have quite a few energy crystals left, so don't buy energy porridge this time. Just get some cheap vegetables and rice. Su Ran took the crystal card and instinctively looked at Su Xian. Even the cheapest rice and vegetables would cost a lot. Zhao Yi spoke up, don't look at her. I'm the commander, and the money is mine. Su Xian smiled helplessly. Go ahead. Come back early and try to buy the cheaper ones. Su Ran joyfully left with Su Huan and others. They were departing tomorrow, so they had to prepare all the food today no matter what. The other silver-haired girls rushed to grab beds, leaving only Su Xian beside Zhao Yi. Commander, wasn't this money meant for buying energy cores? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu has already left. Should we make a trip to the black market? Even if going to the black market would be known to Lin Fu, they would have already departed by then. Zhao Yi revealed a mysterious smile. No need. I have something better. What is it? Su Xian tilted her head curiously. Come to my room. They'll show you a big treasure. A big treasure. Su Xian felt the words were strange, but couldn't pinpoint why. Following Zhao Yi to the door of his room, her face flushed. Commander, is it really appropriate for me to go to your room? What's inappropriate? If you don't come, how can I show you? But, what do we need to see that requires going into a room? Su Xian was a bit shy. It's a good thing. Come on. Before Su Xian could refuse, Zhao Yi took her hand, led her inside, and closed the door. Not far away, Su Chun emerged from her hiding spot, pushing up her glasses. See, I told you these two are not simple. The other silver-haired girls gave a thumbs up. Sister Su Chun, you're really gossipy. There's nothing on the whole fleet you don't know. Su Chun said proudly, of course. As the head of the medical team, it's my duty to care for the life and mental health of everyone on the ship. What are they doing in the room? Could it be? Oh my, how embarrassing. Su Chun rolled her eyes. What's there to be shy about? When a man and a woman share a room, what else could they be doing? After saying that, her own face turned slightly red. The other silver-haired girls wished they could find a crack in the ground to hide. They looked at each other, feeling utterly ashamed. They had never encountered such a situation before. The commanders who came before knew the silver-haired girls were formidable and never got handsy. Sister Su Chun, you look so shocked, as if you've been in love before, but you're still just like us. Su Chun forced an explanation. I'm still a theoretical expert. Quick, if we don't go listen now, it'll be too late. Su Chun was the first to run over and press her ear to the door. The other silver-haired girls hesitated for a moment, then followed behind. What are they saying inside? Shoo, I can't hear clearly. They quickly covered their mouths and listened intently, catching fragments of conversation. How is this so big? Su Zin's voice astonished everyone. They never thought the usually stern Sister Su Xian could be so bold. Zhao Yi, of course. This is very rare. Not only is it big, but it's also very powerful. Really? Can we try it? Are you sure? The silver-haired girls listening outside blushed as if a volcano had erupted. Some nearly fainted, steam rising from their heads. What kind of scandalous talk was this? What are the commander and Sister Su Xian doing inside? Could it be? No way. Sister Su Xian shouldn't be so casual. Maybe they're looking at something else. Just looking. What are you nervous about? Sister Su Chun, no wonder you told us to come watch. Su Chun straightened up and smiled. You don't know this, but I was the first to discover something was off between them. Huh. Sister Su Chun, how did you find out? Remember when Sister Su Xian was poisoned last time? Yes. The commander saved her, or she would have died. Su Chun nodded. You only know that. After they woke up, Zhao Yi and Su Xian slept together in my room. Really? Su Chun said smugly, of course it's true. She was talking nonsense, but she wasn't lying. The two had indeed slept in the room, though they were just leaning against each other. Inside the room, Su Xian was unaware of the eavesdroppers outside. Meanwhile, the two were admiring the energy core in Zhao Yi's hand with wonder. Who would have thought that this six-sided Rubik's Cube contained such a treasure? Can't we try it? No, we can't. But with this thing, our hope is alive. Su Xian looked at the T3 level energy core in Zhao Yi's hand and nodded excitedly. Things they had never dared to imagine before were now right in front of them. Zhao Yi sighed. Unfortunately, from Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu's answer earlier, even after completing 5 years of service, you probably won't regain your citizenship or freedom. Su Xian shook her head. We don't care about those things. As long as we can live on with my sisters, that's enough. If we can live on with the commander, that would be even better. The last few words were as faint as a mosquito's buzz, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Zhao Yi didn't notice anything unusual about Su Xin. Of course he'll stay with you all, and I'm going to change the current state of the Federation. They'll eventually realize that the only way for the Federation to survive is to fight alongside you. By then you'll be free. I hope so. Su Xin looked up and asked, do you know why the Federation won't accept us? Arrogance, pride, old-fashioned thinking. If they accepted you, it would mean everything they did before was wrong. Su Xin nodded. Right? So I think even if the Federation is destroyed, they still won't acknowledge us. Then he'll build a new Federation. Su Xin was taken aback, her eyes flickering. She could sense that Zhao Yi was serious when he said that. A new Federation. She wondered if she'd ever live to see that day. Even if such a feat could be accomplished, it wouldn't happen overnight. Su Xin noticed movement at the door and made a silencing gesture to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi put away the energy core, and the two crept to the door, where they could hear faint rustling sounds outside. Outside, Su Chun was growing anxious. Why had the voices suddenly gone silent? Stop arguing. I can't hear anything inside now. We weren't making any noise, the others said innocently. Suddenly the hatch opened from inside, and Su Chun, who couldn't react in time, tumbled in. The others froze, then pretended to be passing by, and tried to leave. All of you get back here. Su Xin crossed her arms, looking displeased. What are you doing? Nothing. Just passing by to ask if you wanted to eat. Su Ran bought a lot of good food. Su Chin stood up and looked at the two of them. Huh. Why are you two still wearing clothes? No, I mean, weren't you looking at something? What was it? Zhao Yi asked curiously. You heard something. Just a little. Something about a big treasure. Well, pretend we didn't hear anything. Su Zin's face turned red at that. Zhao Yi smiled, knowing these people had misunderstood. Had better clear things up for Su Zin's sake. Actually, we were looking at an energy core. It's a confidential matter. Zhao Yi naturally planned to tell the silver-haired girls about this. They were the ones who would be using the energy shields in the future. Besides, they were absolutely loyal to him now. An energy core. T2 level. No need to hide to look at that, right? T3 level. T3. Everyone was stunned. Even in the Federation, that was extremely rare. With a T3 energy core, the Federation could produce T3 starships on a small scale and install energy shields. Zhao Yi took out the energy core. Everyone showed expressions of surprise and shock. It really is a T3 energy core. Commander, where did you get it? That's a secret. Zhao Yi looked at them. So don't misunderstand Su Xin. There's nothing between us. Oh, Su Chen looked unhappy. This gossip had no substance, and it had damaged her credibility among her sisters. Who would listen to her gossip now? They'll teach you all a lesson later. How dare you eavesdrop outside the commander's door? If this were another commander, would you still be alive? Su Xin gave each of them a knock on the head. Don't think that just because the commander is kind to you, you can do whatever you want. Any little slip-up will give the Federation people a handle against us. Then who can save you? The others held their heads full of regret. Yes, we know we were wrong. Zhao Yi didn't interfere. It was better to let Su Xin handle it. Go back to your rooms and reflect. No dinner tonight. What? They were stunned and pleaded, no way. Su Ran is bringing food back tonight. Can't we do something else? The last time they had fried chicken, they had craved it for a long time. The food coming back tonight might not be fried chicken, but it was still something they couldn't normally eat. And now they were going to miss the first meal. Su Xin was ruthless. Stop talking, or it'll make you skip tomorrow's meal too. Still not leaving? Yes. The others, with faces as bitter gourds, reluctantly went back to their rooms and closed the doors. As for you. Su Xin turned to look at Su Chun. Su Chun quickly stood at attention. They'll do the same as them. Go back and reflect. No dinner tonight. Before Su Xin could say anything, Su Chun turned and ran. She was the mastermind of this whole affair. If she didn't run, who knew what punishment she'd face? Su Xin sighed. Commander, if you want to punish someone, punish me. It's my failure to discipline them. Zhao Yi shook his head. It's fine. I actually kind of like this atmosphere. You can just call me by my name. No. Su Xin quickly waved her hands. They'll still call you Commander. Whatever works. Zhao Yi and Su Xin toured the ship. The design Zhao Yi had made included not only rest areas, but also recreation and fitness zones. At this moment, these areas were filled with silver-haired girls. The fitness area in particular dazzled Zhao Yi. The silver-haired girls had naturally fair skin except for Su Huan. Watching them sweat and work out in the gym was a feast for the eyes. But wasn't their strength a bit too much? They could lift such heavy equipment directly. That's not meant to be lifted. It's for pushing. Commander, want to give it a try? Su Xin asked curiously. No. Zhao Yi broke out in a cold sweat. If he went up, their head looked like a weakling. Commander, here you are. Su Huan, who was working out in a tank top, came over and slapped Zhao Yi on the shoulder. Sorry, I forgot I can't hit you. Zhao Yi rubbed his shoulder. It's fine. Working out. Yeah. Zhao Yi looked down. Wow, what an impressive figure. What do you need? My fighter. Where's my fighter? Zhao Yi suddenly remembered. All right. The fighter hasn't been assembled yet. The lieutenant commander has already inspected it. Should be fine. Everyone bring out the materials from the warehouse and assemble it. We're setting off tomorrow, so the ship needs to be in top combat condition. That's what we've been waiting for. Su Huan slapped Zhao Yi on the shoulder again, then turned to rally her sisters to fetch the materials from the warehouse. The new Gospel had its own assembly and maintenance workshop, so installation was quick. Soon 30 brand new Qinghuan fighters appeared in the hangar. Su Huan rushed over and hugged one fighter's wing. "Little fighter, big sister has missed you so much." Su Xian looked at the warships before her and exclaimed, "So many. 30 of them." Zhao Yi said proudly. "Of course our starship now has a T3 level energy shield, T2 level particle beam cannons, and spiral electromagnetic secondary guns, 30 T2 level Shinwei fighters, and 20 Qinghuan mechas. No matter who comes we can fight." Everyone was thrilled, never imagining that one day they would have enough to eat and such powerful weapons. All right, stop getting excited. Everyone rest well today, a well set off tomorrow. Yes. On planet M787, Wang Rushuan looked at the manicure on her hands with great delight. An elderly man appeared on the screen, his beard white, dressed in a suit and tie. "Grandpa, why are you calling?" "I'm checking on how you're doing. I heard you annihilated the 39th fleet of the Soro Empire. Those old fogies now praise me whenever they see me." Wang Rushuan stretched her hand, increasingly satisfied with the manicure. She never expected Su Yun to have such skills. "Grandpa, that certainly wasn't me, it was Su Yun." "Oh, that girl. You're not hiding it at all. What's there to hide from you? So why are you calling so late, Grandpa? I want to ask you about someone." "Who?" "The commander of the Gospel, Zhao Yi. You should have met him before." "I guess I've seen him." Wang Rushuan was dismissive. The elderly man on the other end said slowly, "Lin Fu reported to me that he thinks we can bring Zhao Yi over to our side. But aren't the commanders on the Gospel all the bottom-of-the-barrel types? So I'm quite curious and want to hear your opinion. I haven't interacted with him, but I can see that guy has some brains, but he's too straightforward. His disgust toward the Federation and sympathy for the silver-haired girls are written all over his face. Young and reckless, a newborn calf unafraid of tigers." The old man paused. "Although his way of dealing with the silver-haired girls is a bit different from ours, our goals are the same. After this mission is over, bring him back to the capital planet." "Bring him back for what?" "I want to see with my own eyes if this kid is as impressive as Lin Fu says." Oh, the next day the fully prepared Gospel departed from the port, heading for planet Tahiti. The voyage would take 1 week. Originally, planet Tahiti was in a region between the Federation and the Empire, with one interstellar route from the Federation that could directly reach it. But as the Soro Empire kept pushing forward, most of this route was already under Soro Empire's control. "Commander, there are 2 routes to planet Tahiti. One is the traditional interstellar route, which is the main path for merchant ships and other large fleets. It has very little cosmic radiation, debris, and turbulence, and is very safe." Su Xian stood beside Zhao Yi, inquiring. A small bow had been added to her pristine white inner shirt. Many silver-haired girls secretly watched, feeling that Sister Su Xian looked even more beautiful. Zhao Yi sat in his seat, pondering for a moment. "Then if we take this route, are we likely to encounter the Soro Empire's fleet?" "Yes, currently the Soro Empire's domestic transport of supplies and materials will use this route, and Imperial patrols also pass through." "What about the other route?" "The other route is to pass through planet NM315, using an interstellar jump, then proceed along the Wobber White Dwarf Galaxy. This path is faster, but it is fraught with danger. It is an undeveloped route where meteorites, spatial anomalies, and other hazards may be encountered." This was indeed a difficult choice. The main road would easily lead to encounters with the Soro Empire's fleet. Although the patrols were T2 level starships, if the Soro Empire discovered that their starship carried a T3 level energy core, they would cling on like mad dogs. Even if they didn't know, a sudden appearance of a Solar Federation starship would not be let go. The small road was inherently unsafe and patrols wouldn't come, but getting through it wouldn't be easy either. "Let's take the small road." "Yes." Su Xian had no hesitation towards Zhao Yi's decision. Now she only needed to fulfill her duties as vice commander, perfectly executing the commander's orders. The massive Gospel adjusted its course in space and flew toward planet NM315. In the vast cosmos, the Gospel was like a shooting star. Not far behind them, Sean led the remaining 3 T2 level starships, following unhurriedly. Not long ago, the dispatched Hame, upon his death, had transmitted the video he carried, which let them know that the Gospel had not been destroyed. After spending some money to inquire in Anado, they learned that the new Gospel was departing today. They had noticed the Gospel leaving the port. Sean stood before the screen, extremely excited. "Gospel, you've made us wait so long. I'd like to see who can help you now." Himai's death was good. If he hadn't died, they wouldn't have been able to find the Gospel. The other officers wore smirks. That Hame actually thought he could be an officer. But he did use his life to confirm his speculation. The Gospel had indeed returned to Anado. "Have you analyzed where they are going?" "According to their current route, they are heading to planet NM315. Planet NM315. Isn't that a low-level civilization planet? It doesn't even have intelligent life." "Yes, there is only one interstellar route near planet NM315, the one they are flying." Sean frowned, puzzled as to why the Gospel was going to planet NM315. "Forget it, never mind. Follow them. Planet NM315 will be their doom." "Yes." In the vast universe, the Gospel sailed unhurriedly along the route. "Commander, a little further ahead is planet NM315, and we will also leave the Solar Federation's territory." Zhao Yi exclaimed in surprise. Doesn't that mean you're free? Su Xian smiled. Yes, theoretically the small bombs implanted in our bodies can no longer be detonated. But Commander, don't misunderstand. We want leave. Running around the Soro Empire's territory with a Solar Federation starship would be suicide. Zhao Yi shrugged. Alright, anyway, with the T3 level energy crystal, we can live steadily for 5 years without a problem. Look, there are shooting stars outside. Some silver-haired girls stood by the starship windows excitedly watching the brilliant meteors, some clasping their hands in prayer. Zhao Yi walked over, and indeed saw shining meteors streaking past the window. Ding dong, the host watched a meteor exceptionally gifted obtained astronomy LV. Max. In an instant, memories of various astronomical wonders, knowledge, and cosmic disasters flooded into Zhao Yi's mind. No, there shouldn't be any meteors at this position. Zhao Yi frowned at the shooting star in the distance, feeling something was off. According to his knowledge, a meteor could not appear in this place, it had to be something else. But that is a meteor, the others remarked. After a moment, they sensed something wrong. The meteor was heading straight toward them. The silver-haired girls turned pale with fear. Should we activate the energy shield? A meteor shower of this scale could be blocked by the energy shield, but it would last too long. Our crystal reserves are insufficient, and we still need them for the subsequent route. What do we do? Hide behind planet NM315 and use it as a shield. Understood. Activate energy shield. Roger. A flaming meteor hurtled toward the gospel, some with power even greater than the main cannon. This doesn't seem like a meteorite, Zhao Yi said, staring at the scene in surprise. Are these starship wreckage? Su Xian was puzzled. Nearby, besides the Soro Empire, there's only the Solar Federation along with low-level civilizations, mercenaries, and space pirates. With so many wrecked starships, they can only be from the Federation or the Empire. But I've never heard of any battle here. No idea where they came from. Still, it was none of their business. They needed to leave this place. Otherwise, even a T3 class starship shield couldn't withstand it. The vessel with its energy shield activated navigated through the planetary debris field and finally reached the far side of NM315. Zhao Yi gazed at the planet they were using as a shield. This planet had no intelligent life, though there were creatures close to developing sapience. Unfortunately, this upheaval would likely wipe out all life on the planet. Eons of evolution destroyed in an instant. In the universe, planets that give birth to civilization are all touched by fortune. Commander, look over there. Zhao Yi turned to see a wrecked starship larger than the gospel passing through NM315 and flying behind them. It was a space carrier. Sean and his crew following behind were astonished. Why has the gospel stopped? Did they spot us? No, if they found us, shouldn't they run? Why are they standing there as if trying to take us out? Sean waved his hand. Who cares? Catch up to them now. Yes, sir. Zhao Yi waited behind the planet for over 10 minutes until the wreckage had passed. Alright, let's move on. Commander, 3 starships of unknown origin have appeared behind us. Unknown origin. Could it be? Su Xian didn't finish her eyes meeting Zhao Yi's. Zhao Yi understood immediately. The only ones tailing them at this time were the space pirate named Sean and his crew. Prepare for battle. Yes, sir. Alarms and lights sounded on the gospel. The silver-haired girls in various parts of the ship rushed to their combat stations. Main cannons, fighters, secondary cannons. All entered a state of high alert. Deploy reconnaissance drones. Yes, sir. Charge the main cannons in advance. Yes, sir. Don't activate the energy shield, yet wait until we're within their range. Understood. Su-Huan, take off. Your mission is to prevent their fighters from approaching. Once we activate the shield, they might turn and flee. Don't let their fighters get close. This time we'll make sure they never come back. Roger. The hatch in front of Su-Huan opened, revealing the pitch-black void of space. Throttling to maximum, 30 Shinwei fighters shot out instantly. They had never fought such a well-equipped battle and could barely contain their eagerness. With 30 fighters, they feared no number of enemy aircraft. Report reconnaissance footage shows a total of 3 T2 class starships, 1 space carrier, 1 destroyer, and 1 battleship. A battleship? Su Xian spoke up. Commander, the battleship poses the greatest threat. The destroyer's main cannons have shorter range than ours, and Su-Huan should be able to handle the carrier's fighters. Zhao Yi nodded. Move toward the battleship and prepare the main cannons. Yes, sir. On the other side, Sean was also issuing orders. Lord Sean, should we close in or sink them first? It seems they intend to resist. Sean chuckled. Even if they have a T2 class vessel, they're no match for us. Charge the main cannons, but don't fire yet. Launch all fighters from the leading. Yes, sir. No one took the new gospel seriously. Even if it was T2 class, they had 3 T2 class ships, a battleship with extreme range, a nimble destroyer, and a carrier with fighters. How could the enemy possibly stand a chance? The massive carrier opened all 4 hangar bays, and over 100 T1 class fighters plus 30 T2 class fighters streamed out like bees from a hive. The leading had once carried even more, but many had been lost in battles with the Soro Empire. Lord, the enemy has launched fighters. Oh, the gospel has fighters. This surprised Sean. Rebuilding the gospel was understandable. Without a starship, those silver-haired girls couldn't die, and the Federation wouldn't let them retire. But this new gospel seems well-equipped, even with space fighters. How many? 30. Only 30. A boastful voice sounded in Sean's ear. Lord, rest assured. It won't take long to wipe out all 30 fighters. Sean said lazily, fine Zhang, it's yours. Finish quickly. If your fighters can destroy the Gospel's main cannons, we can board and seize the ship. I don't want to blast the Gospel to pieces just to find the cube. Understood, Lord. Wait for my good news. Zhang Guang grinned and stretched. Boys, let's show these silver-haired girls what real skill and power mean. Charge. Kill them all. Boss, can't we grab a silver-haired girl for fun? The brothers have been craving them for a long time. Craving my ass. Don't you know they all have bombs inside them? Careful, the Solar Federation blows you up along with them during your little tryst. I was just joking. They all felt a pang of regret. Such exquisite silver-haired girls, yet untouchable. Stupid Federation wasting such treasures. Sister Xin, we've detected over 100 enemy fighters. Only 100 or so. Are we afraid? Not at all. They replied with pride. Before arriving at the Gospel, the interstellar wars they had participated in were chaotic battles involving thousands of fighters. Surviving for 4 years in such an environment had honed their skills and awareness far beyond those of the pleasure-seeking space pirates. They were not afraid, even when using T1 class fighters. Let alone now, with the Shunwei fighters that far surpassed the enemies. Here they come. The silver-haired girl fixed her gaze on the forward view and the screen. Dong. Before the fighter's warning tone even sounded, the electromagnetic laser cannon mounted on the Shunwei opened fire first. A flash of light passed, and small sparks appeared in the distance. Zhang Guang was dumbfounded. They hadn't even spotted the enemy yet, but they had already lost several fighters on their side. Damn, what's going on? What class of fighters are those on the opposite side? This range is too far. How are they aiming? What's there to fear? We have so many fighters, let's kill them. The two sides engaged in battle in space with electromagnetic sparks, interstellar beams, and other weapons firing wildly. The entire battlefield was filled with explosions and blazing flames. The Shunwei piloted by the silver-haired girl moved like a dancing butterfly, explosions and attacks always grazing past them. Holy crap. Zhang Guang saw a beam of light flying toward him. Fortunately, the energy shield protected him, or he would have died like those T1 class fighters. Su Huan looked at it and sighed regretfully. Old turtle, that shield is pretty thick. Zhao Yi's voice came through the earpiece. Su Huan, any problems? No problem. I upgraded your fighter and equipped it with a T2 class dark matter gun. What? You have this thing? Isn't the Federation still in the research phase for this? Su Huan was shocked. Zhao Yi smiled. Thanks to the system rewards, he was now almost omniscient, but only within the Federation's scope. The Federation's civilization level in the universe was Type 2, the same as the Soro Empire. Type 3 civilizations could build T3 class repair ships and T4 class starships. As for civilizations above that, they were not limited to starships. Rule-based weapons, causality bombs, and tampering weapons were their toys. Zhao Yi had not yet mastered such high-end technology and weapons. Give it a try? I heard dark matter weapons can disperse ordinary energy shields. After ending the communication, Su Huan stared at the fighter in front of her and chuckled. Due to their size, the weapons carried by starfighters were not very powerful. They mainly relied on numbers, like ants killing an elephant. When two T2 class fighters met, the battle could last for a while. It would take several consecutive hits to take down the opponent. But this time was different. Su Huan flipped the controller in front of her, switching the onboard weapon to the dark matter gun. She aimed at a distant T2 class fighter and fired. But Su Huan didn't see the starfighter launch anything. Is the commander being fooled? There's nothing here. Then she saw a gap suddenly appear in the energy shield of the T2 class starfighter she had targeted, and the entire fighter exploded. Su Huan was stunned. The energy shield seemed to repel itself, scattering to the sides. Holy crap, this thing is actually invisible. Su Huan realized the power of this weapon, but also its danger. An invisible weapon could certainly catch the enemy off guard, but it could also produce unexpected results of its own. In the command room, Zhao Yi watched the footage Su Huan had just transmitted back and nodded in satisfaction. Su Xian exclaimed in surprise. Is this the dark matter gun? Even invisible? Zhao Yi smiled. Although invisible, it truly exists. It can repel surrounding matter, and even energy shields are no exception. But the invisibility aspect is still a bit dangerous. Yes, if you're not careful, you might hit yourself. It needs improvement. Zhang Guang, watching from his fighter, was terrified. Magic. This must be magic. It could actually penetrate their indestructible shields. This was too bizarre. After using it twice, Su Huan switched the weapon back. Although the dark matter gun could penetrate energy shields, she felt it still wasn't as good as her own electromagnetic cannon. Lord Shaoan's fighters were routed. They could bully some civilians or ragtag forces, but they had no chance against the silver-haired girl who was born for battle. Moreover, the silver-haired girls on the Gospel were the elite among elites. Lord Shaoan was shocked to see the fighters on the screen turning red one by one, indicating they were disappearing one after another. What's going on? How can we be beaten so badly? I don't know. It feels like enemies are everywhere, and our weapons can't hit them at all. Damn. Useless. Shaoan slammed his fist on the table. Why did every encounter with the Gospel always bring all sorts of trouble? Last time they were winning, but let him escape. Now meeting again, they were actually struggling to defeat them. My lord, what should we do? Our fighters have been shot down 30, but the enemy hasn't even been hit once. Zhao Yi, his face burning with rage, took a deep breath and said, withdraw. Yes. Unfortunately, the previous battle with the Soro Empire had cost them too many ace pilots, or they wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Upon hearing the retreat order, Zhang Guang and the others rushed back. Without stopping, the staying would be suicide. Su Huan and the others pursued the retreating enemy, taking down as many as they could. Only when they were attacked by the destroyer's secondary cannons did they halt, circling Zhao Yi's fleet and continuously harassing it. Ripples kept splashing across the energy shield of Lord Zhao Yi's star carrier. The fighters' weapons could only slowly deplete the shield's energy, but breaking through was impossible. In the command room, Zhao Yi saw Zhang Guang enter and cursed angrily, "You useless thing, you dare to come back. Guards, hang him up." Yes. Zhang Guang was terrified upon hearing this. "Spare me, my lord. I brought back important intelligence this time." Important intelligence? What intelligence? This battle really wasn't my fault. They have a new type of weapon that can penetrate our energy shields. Penetrate shields? Impossible. If the Federation had this technology, would they have been beaten so badly by the Soro Empire? It's true, absolutely true. Zhao Yi pondered, if this guy was telling the truth, wouldn't that mean the star carrier's energy shield could also be penetrated? Just as he was thinking, the ship's hull shuddered violently. Rumble. The hull shook continuously with alarms and red lights flashing overhead. What's happening? My lord, the enemy used some strange thing that passed through the energy shield and hit us. This is it. Zhang Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected this thing to even penetrate the shield of a T2 class starship. Damn it, attack. Yes. The secondary cannons rained down attacks upon Su Huan like a torrent of bullets. Inside the cockpit, Su Huan sheared without a hint of tension, weaving through the storm with effortless grace. Cool. I never imagined this dark matter gun could be so powerful. Too bad I only have a few shots left. She banked her fighter and launched another assault on the interstellar carrier, whose counterattacks were nothing more than a decoration. Let them try hitting me with their main cannon. Trouble. The gospel has locked onto us. An operator in the carrier shouted in alarm. What a... Sean turned to see a beam of light streaking toward them through the void. Impossible. How can its range exceed our battlecruisers? Boom. The distant battlecruiser shuddered violently, its energy shield dimming considerably. Though the shot was blocked, the T2 grade energy core was already damaged and couldn't withstand much more. In the command room, Zhao Yi took a sip of water, glanced at the reconnaissance feed, and smiled. This is what it feels like with a T3 grade energy core. A T2 core. One shot nearly finishes it. Su Zin's eyes widened. No way. One shot did that to the energy shield. Zhao Yi chuckled. The particle beam cannon's performance depends on the energy core. A T1 starship can mount it, but only at 70 power, comparable to an energy main cannon, so T1 ships opt for the cheaper option. With a T2 core, it delivers 100 of the cannon's power, which is why T2 ships almost always use particle beam cannons. And with a T3 core, it can reach about 130 damage. Su Zin's eyes went wide. I've never heard of this before. Of course not. When did you ever have such an abundance of firepower? Su Zin's mouth twitched. The commander really didn't care about saving face. They had only ever used energy main cannons. T2 particle beam cannons were never issued to them. Su Huan, cripple that battlecruiser. Understood. Su Huan grinned as 30 divine might fighters converged on the battlecruiser from all directions. Rumble. The battlecruiser's energy shield flickered weakly before vanishing. Panic erupted on the ship. What's wrong with the shield? The energy core is damaged. It's useless now. How can this be? We only took one main cannon hit. Those fighters aren't that powerful. As he spoke, a massive explosion tore through the hull armor plating, peeling away under the relentless assault. Bang! Another explosion. The particle beam cannon on the battlecruiser detonated, its barrel collapsing at an angle. Sisters, don't hold back. Show them what we're made of. Yes. In the command room, Sean seethed with rage. What should have been a straightforward victory had turned into this disaster. Not only were so many fighters destroyed, but the battlecruiser was also crippled. These fighters buzzed around them like relentless flies. Lord, what do we do now? The battlecruiser is paralyzed, and their main cannon outranges ours. Forget it. Aim all remaining main cannons at the gospel. Destroy her. Yes. The destroyer and the carrier abandoned the besieged battlecruiser. Rescuing it now would only risk friendly fire. Their goal was to take down the gospel. 3 main cannons began charging. With such overwhelming firepower, they couldn't afford to let her fire a second time. 3 particle beams shot out simultaneously. Even a T2 grade energy shield couldn't withstand 3 particle beam cannon strikes. Zhao Yi took another sip of tea and said calmly, "All right, activate the energy shield." Yes. A pale blue shield enveloped the gospel. The 3 beams struck it, creating ripples, but the shield held firm, dispersing all the energy. After the barrage, the gospel remained unscathed. The silver-haired girls on the hull marveled in awe. It was their first time witnessing the power of a T3 grade defense shield. 3 particle beams effortlessly neutralized. Watching the feed, Lord Sean was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? 3 particle beams stopped. This was a T2 starship. Had the Federation deployed some new technology? A trembling officer said, Lord, could that starship be T3 grade? Otherwise, how could it withstand so many attacks? Nonsense. Even if the Federation had T3 starships, they were few and far between. They barely had enough for themselves. Would they give them to those silver-haired girls? But we can't defeat them. Maybe we should retreat. Retreat. Lord Sean glanced at the battlecruiser, still being pounded, then at his dwindling fighter force. He had set out with a full fleet, and now this was all that remained. Disgraceful. Big Brother Black Bear would surely scold him. But staying here would only make things worse. Maybe even cost him his life. Retreat. Head back to X-22 sector. Yes. Adjust course heading to X-22 sector. Su Huan was in the middle of the fight when she saw them trying to flee. Hey, you can't just run. What about this battlecruiser? Commander, they're running. Zhao Yi grinned. Running? Then you'll have to pay a price. The Gospel's main cannon had cooled down and was ready to fire again. He adjusted the angle, but only the destroyer was in line of sight. The carrier was behind it. Commander, our position is blocked. We can't hit the carrier. Switch main cannon power to dark matter energy. Yes. This is the last of our dark matter. Let's see what it can do. In interstellar warfare, the energy shield was a starship's greatest asset. If that failed, the tide of battle would shift. The main cannon locked onto the destroyer. Fire. An invisible energy wave streaked across the void. In the command room, Sean was still fuming, wondering how to explain this fiasco. A flash of light erupted outside the window. He stood up, eyes wide. The destroyer that had been following him had exploded into pieces. How was that possible? Where was the energy shield? Then his own ship began to shudder. The metal hull seemed to disintegrate, and he was consumed by flames. Damn, what's going on? Su Huan stared in astonishment at the explosion of the ship hull, even forgetting to fire at the battleship. Commander, those 2 starships suddenly exploded. They were hit by our dark matter cannon. I never expected its power to penetrate 2 ships at once. It seems they are nothing without their energy shields. This is incredible. Su Huan's eyes glittered with excitement. Previously, she had relied on skill to compensate for inferior equipment. Now, experiencing the thrill of a one-sided victory, it was truly exhilarating. In the command room, Su Xian spoke up. Commander, what about the remaining battleship? Should we board it? Should we board and fight? No need. Boarding may cause casualties. We'll just fire another main cannon on the way. Understood. Su Huan, you can return to the ship. Coming right away. Though not fully satisfied, Su Huan obeyed Zhao Yi's order. The crew on the battleship were still in shock after seeing the fighters leave. What had just happened? 2 of their starships had exploded in succession. They hadn't even seen any attack. We're screwed. What do we do? Run? What else can we do? How? Our propulsion system was destroyed in that attack. Can't you fix it? Once they recharge, we're dead. As they spoke, a bright light appeared at the window. We're doomed. It's really here, leaving them no chance to escape. Bang. Without the energy shield, the battleship was pierced by a particle beam cannon, the hull erupting in a massive explosion and sparks. Alright, let's go salvage and see if there's anything good. Understood. The rest was left to the silver-haired girls, while Zhao Yi lay back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. With the particle beam cannon and dark matter energy for offense, and T3 grade shields for defense, it was truly satisfying. The Federation would find it nearly impossible to kill them now. The remaining last year was no longer an unattainable dream. Commander. Su Huan ran in from the doorway, her eyes shining with excitement. Zhao Yi quickly called Su Xian over. Su Xian blocked Su Huan and said, Alright, you've scared the commander. Exactly, speak nicely, don't be so physical. Su Huan rubbed her head and laughed awkwardly. I'm just admiring you, Commander. This dark matter cannon is so powerful. Can you equip all of us next time? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. You think it's a dime a dozen? I spent all the remaining money to extract dark matter, and that was only enough for that one main cannon shot. You want to equip everyone. We're a lot richer than before, but not that rich. So we can't use it. Not for now. This thing is less dark matter energy and more the power of money. Extracting dark matter is too expensive. Su Huan shrugged. Alright, but at least we have a hidden ace up our sleeve. I never imagined I'd one day fight 3 T2 class starships and win. Amazing. Next time we encounter the Soro Empire, we'll show them what we're made of. The silver-haired girls around them all had eyes sparkling with excitement and enthusiasm. Many surrounded Zhao Yi, asking questions, and he patiently answered them all. For these lovely, beautiful silver-haired girls, Zhao Yi felt like an older brother. After half an hour of searching, the Fuin found some energy crystals and debris. The debris could be taken to the ship's decomposition workshop to extract useful materials. Alright, Fuin, proceed to the designated coordinates and prepare for a space jump. Understood. The Fuin reached the designated location and began charging. Before a space jump, a massive energy fluctuation is emitted, detectable by any nearby sensors. Therefore, this function can only be used during travel. Using it in combat would make them a sitting duck. Target Wobor White Dwarf. Understood. A space jump is a technique that folds three-dimensional space and then rapidly traverses it. This technology allows crossing vast distances in a short time while bypassing difficult routes. An energy circle roughly the size of the ship appeared in front of Zhao Yi's Fuyin. The Fuyin slowly moved into it. This was Zhao Yi's first time entering a spacefold route, so he couldn't help feeling nervous. Although this spacefold technology had been mature for hundreds of years, there was still a tiny chance of something going wrong. Though the probability is low if it happens, it's death. Commander, don't worry. We'll pass through this spacefold route in about 3 minutes, and the exit is at Wobor White Dwarf. I hope so. Zhao Yi continued, there's a saying where I come from. What saying? Su Xian blinked curiously. Over the 4-year journey, she had experienced many spacefolds and was no longer nervous or afraid. Zhao Yi said quietly, if someone is nervous, they can hold on to something to feel less anxious. Su Xian was startled, seeming to understand Zhao Yi's intention. She glanced around at the other silver-haired girls, all monitoring the fold space at their stations, and secretly reached out a slender hand to hold Zhao Yi's. Like this? She asked, blushing slightly. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, not expecting Su Xian to actually agree. The last time they held hands, he had mistaken her for a robot. Before he could feel the warmth, she had pulled away. This time he felt her soft hand trembling slightly. Both were extremely nervous, which made Zhao Yi a bit puzzled. Why did holding hands feel like sneaking around? How pathetic. Su Xian looked away, her face as red as an apple. Wait, why was she holding the commander's hand? This is too strange. Her heart pounded like a drum. No, it was to keep the commander from being too nervous. But did the Federation have such a saying? Commander. A silver-haired girl who was observing suddenly turned around, and the two quickly let go. What's wrong? We detected a crack in this space fold. A crack, yeah? Zhao Yi was stunned. It was exactly what he had feared. If this space fold route shattered, it could cause spatial chaos, and they would have no idea where they would end up. If we're lucky, we'll end up in empty space. If not, we could crash into a planet. Engage acceleration. Zhao Yi stood up and ordered. But the strong energy reaction will cause the space to collapse faster. Zhao Yi shook his head. We must leave this space now. The crack will only make it collapse faster. This is not the time to be slow. Understood. The silver-haired girl piloting the starship tapped rapidly on the keys. The ship's speed increased. Zhao Yi was restless with anxiety, and then a hand grasped his again. It's okay, we'll definitely make it out. This reassured Zhao Yi, who nodded at Su Xian and said, we can't die now. Our good days have just begun, and dying now would be too miserable. The pitch-black jump tunnel began to fracture with cobweb-like cracks, gradually disintegrating, revealing twisted planets and hulls outside. If they emerged from this point, the upper half of the gospel might end up in one place, while the lower half appeared 1,000 miles away. Commander, we're about to exit. Good. The starship accelerated to its maximum speed, with the exit looming ahead. The next second, the Walpole White Dwarf appeared before the gospel. We're out, we're safe. I knew we could make it. The silver-haired girls couldn't help but rise and cheer, embracing each other. They had survived once again, disaster always a step behind them. Commander, it's a good thing we listened to your order to accelerate, otherwise we'd still be in that tunnel for a while. Su Ran turned around and was stunned. The command seat was completely empty. Su Xian. Commander. The others stood up, confused and dazed. No way. Could both commanders have been left behind in the space jump route? They turned back to see the space jump tunnel had already vanished. Damn it, what do we do now? Su Huan couldn't help but curse. The others were on the verge of collapse. They had grown accustomed to Zhao Yi's commands, and now not only Zhao Yi, but also Su Xian were missing. What do we do? What do we do? They couldn't be dead, could they? Don't talk nonsense. Su Huan snapped. They were swept away just a little distance from the exit. We can search the nearby planets and should be able to find them. But if they ended up in open space, then silver-haired girls could survive a little while in space, but Federation humans couldn't. As for Empire humans, they could endure the space environment, though they would still starve to death. I have an idea. What idea? The Federation has a signal device targeting us. If we can get the Lieutenant Colonel to search, he might be able to locate us. But we've already left Federation space. Can he still find us? Let's try. This area used to be Federation territory, so maybe he can pick up a signal. But even if he can detect Su Zin's signal, would the Lieutenant Colonel waste time and resources for a silver-haired girl? What about the commander? I think the Lieutenant Colonel seems quite concerned about him. Su Ran's earnest expression gave the other silver-haired girls confidence. All right, contact the Lieutenant Colonel. The screen before them lit up, showing the Lieutenant Colonel working in his office. Zhao Yi, what's up? Have you reached the mission site? What did the Bloodwolf mercenaries say? What do you need? Lieutenant Colonel, the commander is. Where is he? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu looked up, frowning. Why is it just you? Where is 9844? Where is your commander? They were swept away by a turbulence during the space jump. What? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu jumped to his feet. He had just introduced Zhao Yi to the Wang family, and now this guy was dead. Dead? No. Su Yin quickly explained. They were swept away at the very last moment, so they should be nearby. We wanted to request your help in searching for Su. 9844 signal. She is likely with the commander. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu fell silent. Being swept away by a space turbulence offered slim chances of survival. But just searching for a signal wouldn't be a problem. It would only cost some energy. 9844 didn't matter much, but Zhao Yi couldn't die. Wait for my message. With that, Lin Fu ended the communication. The silver-haired girls were restless. Is that a yes or a no? Su Huan fumed. Damn it, ill pilot, the divine might back to a NATO and put a knife to his throat to see if he gives us a location or not. The others quickly held her back. Don't get worked up, maybe he'll respond soon. Yeah, let's wait a bit. Getting anxious won't help. We should have installed a tracker on the commander while we had the chance. They all regretted it. They had once wished for Zhao Yi to disappear, but now they hoped he wouldn't. Ouch, where am I? Zhao Yi sat up and looked around. He seemed to be in a forest, but the trees were oddly yellow, making him dizzy and nauseous. What kind of bizarre planet was this? Sitting up, he recalled that he had been on the Gospel when the space distortion occurred. Su Xian. Where is Su Xian? He had pulled her along by the hand, so she must be in danger too. Zhao Yi scrambled to his feet. The surroundings were empty except for the yellow trees, and several celestial bodies hung in the sky not too far away. Holy crap, I'm not alone here, am I? Can the Gospel find me? Just as he thought that, the ground began to tremble. Zhao Yi looked up and was stunned. Dust was rising in the distance, and something was approaching rapidly. It seemed like monsters. Zhao Yi turned and ran, but he couldn't outpace them. What the hell? He glanced back and was terrified. Behind him were bizarre creatures wearing belly bands, crawling on 4 legs like spiders with upper bodies resembling human torsos holding wooden spears. These must be the planet's natives. He wondered what would happen if they caught him. They spotted him too, shouting in an incomprehensible language, pointing at him as they closed in. Zhao Yi's 2 legs were no match for their 4, and they caught up in an instant. The strange creatures didn't attack him, but circled around him, as if sizing him up to see if he was edible. Hey, what are you guys doing? The creatures seemed baffled by his words, looking at each other and continuing their incomprehensible chatter. Wait, I have a universal translator. Zhao Yi pulled a device from his pocket and stared at it in dismay. It was broken, probably damaged during the space turbulence. Seriously, what do you want? Zhao Yi grew tense as 2 of them approached him. He considered using his disintegration ray, but decided against it, remembering he had a portable energy shield that could protect him. One of the natives called out to the sky, and an echo returned from afar. Suddenly, Zhao Yi felt himself lifted off the ground. Looking up, he saw a giant bird clutching him and flying toward the distance. The ground natives followed behind. Were they taking him back as emergency food? He hadn't expected these planet dwellers to have developed animal husbandry. But being in the sky was not bad. He could also observe whether he could spot Su Xian. Zhao Yi looked around. This planet seemed small in size, and if Su Xian were really on this planet, she should be quite easy to find. Gradually, the large bird carried him over the yellow forest, arriving at an open space. This open space was on a cliff with some mud-made buildings and caves hollowed out of the mountain, apparently the home of these natives. What is that? Zhao Yi looked at a figure not far away. Wasn't that Su Xian? She sat on a chair, while below were these strange natives chattering away about something unknown. The large bird set Zhao Yi down beside her and left. Commander, I didn't expect they actually found you. Su Xian walked over with a look of surprise. She had been worried that Zhao Yi might have encountered trouble, but now seeing him safe and sound, she was relieved. The other natives, seeing Zhao Yi, shouted excitedly, appearing very happy. Zhao Yi asked curiously, where are we? Su Xian shook her head. I don't know, but it shouldn't be far from the Fuin. I wonder if Su Ran and the others can find us. Zhao Yi turned to look at the natives not far away. What are these guys saying? They seem to know me. Know you? Su Xian nodded shyly. I have a simultaneous translator, and they say I am the Empress. Zhao Yi was speechless. Impossible. This planet obviously doesn't participate in interstellar wars. How could they have seen you? Did you crash land here before? Su Xian shook her head again. I'm not very sure either, but judging by their appearance, they really do worship me. So I asked them to find you, and I didn't expect they actually succeeded. Zhao Yi pondered for a moment. The urgent matter now was to return to the Fuin. Although it would be nice to live a simple life here with Su Xian, he couldn't abandon the people on the Fuin. At this moment, a native with a few feathers stuck on his head walked over and chattered something. Su Xian nodded silently and turned to Zhao Yi to translate. He wants to take us somewhere. Where? Don't know. Should we go? Zhao Yi nodded. All right, let's see what they want. This place is close to the Federation and the Empire. Maybe some starship or spacecraft has landed here. If we find one, we might be able to contact the Fuin. Okay. Seeing Su Xian agree, the feather-adorned native was very happy and blew a whistle. 2 large birds flew from afar. Zhao Yi saw this and was very speechless. Again, couldn't they change the mode of transportation? This time the strange bird did not grab Zhao Yi and fly away. Instead, it crouched down and waited for Su Xian and Zhao Yi to mount. Su Xian turned to look at Zhao Yi, and he nodded. Only then did she climb on, lying on the strange bird's back. After Zhao Yi got on, Su Xian felt much more at ease. It was a good thing she had come to this place with the commander. If she had been alone, she would definitely have fallen apart. The strange bird let out a cry, spread its wings, and flew into the distance. Another large bird carried several natives. After flying for a while, Zhao Yi and the others arrived in front of a waterfall on this planet, where there was a stone-carved human statue. The strange bird circled the statue a few times and finally landed in front of it. After dismounting, Zhao Yi looked at the giant statue before him with astonishment. Su Xian, why does this look like you? Su Xian looked up and was equally amazed. This statue was actually colored, obviously not something these natives could have made. The face and body were lifelike, indeed extremely similar to her. But I don't have wings. This statue does look like me, but only the face. They must have mistaken me for someone else. Zhao Yi walked around the statue and took a look. The hair, ears, and eyes were very similar. It just had a pair of wings, which was quite strange, but similar to the angels on Earth. Could it be that the angel race also exists in the universe? Perhaps angels really did come to Earth before, recorded by humans, but later never encountered again, so they became legends. It seems we were indeed mistaken. This statue is at least 100 million years old, Zhao Yi said while stroking the statue. That long ago? Yes, this technology is beyond their capabilities. Obviously some other civilization landed here before, or this planet once had an advanced civilization that later became extinct due to some accident. Several natives chattered a lot, pointing at Su Xian, and then at the statue, then knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. What did they say? They said there's no mistake, I am the person in the statue. Zhao Yi smiled. They probably think this statue is a miracle, and since you look exactly like it, that's why they are so devout. Just then a huge object floated down from the sky. The natives looked up and were dumbfounded. Their bodies trembled incessantly. They wanted to run, but dared not. The Fuyin. Su Xian was overjoyed. They found us. You came quite quickly. The enormous Fuyin floated above Zhao Yi. A dozen silver-haired girls descended from it, led by Su Ran. The little girl saw Su Xian and rushed over, hugging her tightly for a long time. Sister Su Xian, we finally found you. It's okay, but you found us quite quickly. Zhao Yi walked over and said, yeah, I thought it would take you a few days to discover us. By then your sister Su Xian would have become the empress here. Oh. Su Xian interrupted Zhao Yi's teasing. Never mind the commander. How did you find us? Su Ran wiped away her tears. We contacted the lieutenant colonel. He searched for Sister Susan's location and told us. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. Yes. This surprised Su Xian a bit. Although Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu did not look down on or curse them like ordinary Federation people, there was still some disdain. She hadn't expected him to use search equipment this time. The other natives, seeing so many silver-haired girls descending, quickly knelt on the ground. Su Ran asked curiously, are they the people of this planet? Yes, but since you're all here, let's go. Wait, when we explored this planet earlier, we discovered that this planet has energy crystals. Energy crystals? Zhao Yi was even more excited than Su Ran. This stuff was money. Where are they? About 300 kilometers from here. Zhao Yi looked into the distance. That's not right. If there were energy crystals here, wouldn't the Federation or the Empire have discovered them? If they had discovered it, they would have mined it. Su Ran shrugged. I don't know then. Maybe it has to do with some characteristics of this planet. We didn't detect it from outside, but after entering the planet's atmosphere we found that there are indeed energy crystals, though probably not many. Come on, take us there. Okay. Several mechas descended from the Fuyin, landing on the ground with a thunderous roar that stirred up clouds of dust. The local natives were dumbfounded, having never seen such massive iron behemoths that could actually move. This was a miracle. They must be divine beings sent from the heavens. Let's go. Yes. Zhao Yi, Su Xian, and the others boarded the Qinghuan and flew toward the energy crystal signal point. The Qinghuan was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye they arrived. 10 mechas hovered in the air above a vast crystal-clear blue lake that stretched endlessly into the horizon. The crystal is down there. Yes, the Fuyin's crew said the signal is coming from the center of the lake. Without a second thought, Zhao Yi plunged into the lake. The mecha's immense speed split the water apart, sending torrents cascading on either side. Reaching the bottom, Zhao Yi spotted an exposed energy crystal. Jackpot. This was a real jackpot. Who would have thought that a spatial anomaly would lead them to a hidden cache of energy crystals? It was a blessing in disguise. The location of this energy crystal was perfect for mining. If the reserves were substantial, the proceeds might even be enough to build an entire fleet. Zhao Yi surfaced above the lake and exclaimed joyfully, there's indeed an energy crystal down there. Let's start mining. Su Xian frowned. We can't afford to delay here any longer. The Federation ordered us to reach Teohidi Star as soon as possible. If we're late, we could face a court-martial. Zhao Yi stroked his chin, realizing that if this mission was delayed, even if they made it back alive, they would be open to accusations. But he couldn't abandon the energy crystal either. It would be like finding money on the road and not picking it up. How about this? We leave some people here to mine the crystal, while the rest head to Teohidi Star. Both operations proceed simultaneously, and we'll come back to pick them up after the mission is complete. Is that feasible? Zhao Yi nodded. Of course. The Federation can't monitor your positions in real time. How would they know we have people on this planet? As long as everyone is back when we return, it's fine. Then, let's do it that way. Su Xian also felt it would be a shame to leave empty-handed and agreed to Zhao Yi's plan. Zhao Yi and the others returned to where the natives were. Su Xian explained the situation, and the natives willingly offered their help. With their assistance, things would be even smoother. No one knew the planet's ecology better than they did. Next came the decision of who would stay behind. We'll leave 100 people here, but we need a captain. I think we should choose from among you. Zhao Yi looked at the group before him: Su Huan, Su Ran, Su Wan, Su Yen. He had frequent contact with all of them, and they were well suited in terms of prestige among the silver-haired girls, as well as their personalities and abilities. The others exchanged glances. Zhao Yi spoke up: time is limited. You'll draw lots to decide. Wait. Su Wan raised her hand. Why doesn't Su Xian have to draw? Yet isn't Su Xian more suitable than all of us? They looked up at Su Xian. Zhao Yi shook his head. No, Su Xian is my deputy commander. I have plenty of work for her. Su Xian spread her hands helplessly, but with a hint of smugness and a suppressed smile. It wasn't that she refused to stay, the commander wouldn't allow it. If you're not secretly interested in our Su Xian, are you? Su Huan said casually. Everyone was stunned. Only someone as blunt as Su Huan could blurt out such a thing. Hey, don't talk nonsense, Zhao Yi stammered, his mind blanking. How could she say it so directly? Who wouldn't like a beauty like Su Xian? But was that something you could just say? Su Huan shrugged nonchalantly. I was just joking. How could a Federation person be with us? Commander, I was just kidding. Don't take it to heart. Zhao Yi murmured quietly. It's not impossible. Beside him, Su Zin's face instantly flushed. Su Huan didn't catch it and asked, What did you just say? The others were also curious, blinking their big eyes at Zhao Yi. Su Huan seemed to realize something and covered her mouth in surprise. Commander, you don't actually have a thing for Su Xian, do you? You talk too much. I think you want me to draw lots. You'll stay, Zhao Yi said, feigning anger. No, let's draw lots. I was just rambling. After drawing lots, the result was that Su Huan would stay. That worked out well. Su Huan was a mechanic, so she could handle any equipment or robot malfunctions. Su Huan stretched lazily. Alright, I'll stay then. It'll be like a vacation. Good. Just focus on mining the crystals here. Try to avoid contact with other life forms on this planet. Understood. Just then a native standing on the mountain suddenly blew a horn. The natives reacted as if they had seen a ghost. Some grabbed weapons and rushed outward while others hid in caves. What's going on? Su Xian asked a native who was running past. The person babbled something rapidly and then ran off. Su Zin's expression turned serious. They said the running wolves are coming. Running wolves? Sounds like a predator on this planet. Let's go check it out. Alright. They reached the village entrance and saw enormous wolf-like creatures emerging from the yellow forest ahead. They looked like wolves, but seemed to float in the air. So these are the running wolves, Su Huan took a glance and dismissed them. They didn't look as formidable as the creatures on M787. The natives were on high alert, chattering frantically, seemingly trying to urge Zhao Yi and the others to retreat. The running wolves were numerous and looked momentarily confused at the sight of the newcomers. But that didn't deter their hunting instinct. After a brief hesitation, they charged toward Zhao Yi's group. The running wolves were incredibly fast, compressing like springs before leaping, jaws wide open, their bodies appearing to fly through the air. The natives quickly raised their spears, bracing for the first wave of the assault. Zhao Yi chuckled. Fast indeed. No wonder they're called running wolves. These natives will be doing manual labor for us later. Don't let them get hurt. Wipe out these running wolves. Yes. The silver-haired girls didn't even need mechas. They drew their sidearms, which were more than enough to deal with these monsters. The airborne running wolves made perfect targets. As the wolves fell one by one, the natives' eyes nearly popped out in astonishment. They regarded Zhao Yi and his people as gods. This made Zhao Yi understand what it meant to deliver a crushing blow from a higher dimension. These creatures were the natural enemies of the natives, but to him, they were less than toys. Zhao Yi didn't linger on the planet. After giving Su Huan some instructions, he boarded the Fuyin and departed. The gospel ship advanced along the Woboer White Dwarf. The most dangerous segment had already been traversed using spacefold technology, and now it was merely a slight detour. Lieutenant Commander Lin Fu wants to connect. Put him through. Lieutenant Commander Lin Fu sat in his office, smiling at Zhao Yi on the screen. Zhao Yi, congratulations on surviving. Thank you for your concern, Lieutenant Commander. Without your help, we wouldn't have met so soon. Alright, let's skip the small talk. How long until you reach the territory of the Blood Wolf mercenaries? Estimated 3 or 4 days. Good. We can offer the Blood Wolf mercenaries at most 1 million energy crystals or equivalent value items. They must join us. What if they don't join? Zhao Yi asked curiously. If they don't join, try to keep them neutral at least. For that, the Federation is willing to give 500 energy crystals. This seems like a very good deal. Just staying neutral and doing nothing nets that much money. Zhao Yi pondered. It does look tempting, but it also shows the Federation lacks confidence. They'll follow the mission briefing, but it's best not to hold out much hope. Whether we succeed or not, the Empire will certainly know where you are. Be careful. The journey back will be fraught with dangers. Yes, sir. After ending the communication, Zhao Yi asked Su Xian beside him, what do you think the Blood Wolf mercenaries will choose? Su Xian analyzed seriously. I think the Blood Wolf mercenaries might not accept 500 energy crystals is a lot, but if they can participate in this war, they could gain much more. Moreover, the Federation's weakness is showing. The Blood Wolf mercenaries might even ally with other mercenaries to fight together. Zhao Yi nodded. Su Xin's thoughts aligned with his own. She was indeed a clever woman. Yes, keeping them neutral is already difficult, let alone persuading them to defect. And if the Blood Wolf mercenaries choose to help the Empire, well, be in danger. Since they're already preparing to fight the Federation, they won't hesitate to strike at us first. Su Xin blinked. Commander, you don't seem nervous. Do you have a good plan? Zhao Yi smiled slightly. The Blood Wolf mercenaries would help the Empire because they believe the Empire is bound to win. But if we make them realize the Federation is not so easy to topple, there's room for negotiation. When the risk outweighs the reward, as long as they're not fools, they'll refuse. But does the Federation have such capability? Zhao Yi smiled slightly. Whether the Federation has it or not doesn't matter. What matters is making the Blood Wolf mercenaries believe the Federation still has the strength to counterattack. A few days later at Teohidi Star. This was a small planet already occupied by the Blood Wolf mercenaries. The planet's natives had been reduced to slavery, forced to do all kinds of labor. At the planet's spaceport, 3 starships were docked, and from their flags, they were clearly from the Soro Empire. Lord Bloodwolf, an envoy from the Soro Empire, requests an audience. Sitting in the center of the magnificent hall, a burly man draped in wolfskin was eating meat with his right hand, while holding a scantily clad young woman with his left. She was once the princess of this planet, but now she had become Bloodwolf's plaything. Soro Empire. Yes, I speculate their visit is related to the war with the Solar Federation. Bloodwolf narrowed his eyes. It seems the Soro Empire's advance hasn't been going well to come to us. Yes, I heard that not long ago the Soro Empire's G-39 fleet was annihilated at planet M787. But even so, the Federation's defeat is inevitable. Bloodwolf nodded slightly and squeezed the young woman beside him, causing her great pain, but she dared not make a sound, fearing to anger this terrifying man. Let them in. Yes, sir. Hearing this, the young woman beside him said, Then he'll take my leave. Who said you could leave? Kneel. The men from the Soro Empire entered and saw the kneeling young woman, their emotions mixed. Was this a show of power or intimidation? Such a small mercenary group was truly overreaching. Bloodwolf walked down, hands clasped behind his back. What wine blows today, bringing people from the Soro Empire to my humble Teohidi Star. Truly an honor that makes my humble abode shine. The leading white-haired man spoke. Lord Bloodwolf, long time no see. We've come with a good deal for you. What deal? An energy star. An energy star. The white-haired man nodded. We are about to continue our military campaign against the Solar Federation, so we would like to invite you, Lord Bloodwolf, to take a share. As long as you agree, once the Solar Federation falls, we will give you an energy star, and all the energy on it will be yours. Bloodwolf sneered. What a big pie. I can barely swallow it. You. A nearby Soro Empire official was furious. They had come here as a gesture of respect, yet he was being ungrateful. The white-haired man shot him a glance to silence him. Is there something unsatisfactory, Lord Bloodwolf? Of course. We're not children. Don't try to fool me with empty promises. I want to see something tangible. Putting aside who wins between you and the Federation, who knows what kind of lousy planet you'll give me as a reward. What if you give me a depleted planet, or simply don't give it at all? Who do I complain to? The white-haired man smiled. It seems Lord Bloodwolf doesn't trust us. That's understandable, since this is our first cooperation. The Federation's decline is obvious without me elaborating. Taking it is just a matter of time. If Lord Bloodwolf misses this opportunity, who knows when the next one will come? Bloodwolf was not fooled by the empty promise. If taking the Federation were really that easy, why would you come to me? Since there's nothing more to say, please leave. My place is small and poor with nothing to entertain you. The white-haired man did not leave. Lord Bloodwolf, don't be hasty. Since you're not interested in the energy star, we are willing to offer 1 million energy crystals as long as the Bloodwolf mercenaries participate in this war. This is a war between superpowers. What use can a mere mercenary be? The white-haired man's face turned cold. Are you saying you're unwilling, Lord Bloodwolf? The mighty Bloodwolf mercenaries have never been afraid. Bloodwolf gave a sinister smile. You misunderstand. It's just that this deal needs more money. 2 million. For 2 million, I'm willing to send troops to help you. Lord Bloodwolf, you're really asking for the moon. With 2 million, we could build our own fleet. 1.5 million. 1 million. Bloodwolf narrowed his eyes. Let me think. I have another guest arriving soon. Let me see what they have to say. Guests? Who? Could it be other mercenaries? If Lord Xuelang knows any other mercenaries, we could pool our payments together. No, if you have nothing to do, you can wait. Or I could have my men show you the local customs of this planet. He pointed at the kneeling girl on the ground. There are plenty of bitches like this. No need, well, just wait here. Xuelang smiled faintly. He had just received news of the Solar Federation's arrival at the port. Perfect timing. I can use this to raise the price for the Soro Empire and then deal with them afterward. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. I've heard silver-haired girls are quite beautiful. Lord, the envoy from the Solar Federation has arrived. The Soro Empire people were startled. The Solar Federation? Why are they here? No, how did they get here? Didn't our supply fleet and patrols spot them? Damn it, contact the fleet immediately. The Solar Federation won't leave alive. Xuelang sneered. You're disregarding me. This isn't your Soro Empire. Settle your grudges outside my territory. The Soro Empire people fell silent. They didn't notify the fleet, believing the Federation couldn't possibly leave alive. Let them in. Yes. Zhao Yi entered with Su Xin. They were taken aback by the kneeling girl on the floor. Quite the extravagant entertainment. Xuelang appraised Su Xin, noting her exquisite beauty and perfect figure. The princess from before paled in comparison. So you're the Solar Federation. Too bad you didn't arrive before the Soro Empire. Xuelang glanced at the Soro envoy as he spoke. Laying the cards on the table simplified things. They only needed to drive up the price. To him, the Solar Federation was merely a pawn to leverage against the Soro Empire. Zhao Yi and the Soro envoy exchanged a glance and snorted. Lord Xuelang, we are here on orders, hoping you will side with the Solar Federation. We pledge 1 million energy crystals as a token of gratitude. Haha, I don't know how you got here, but you're underestimating Lord Xuelang, aren't you? Only 1 million energy crystals to win him over. Dream on, sneered a Soro member. Exactly. Everyone knows the Federation's current state. Lord Xuelang isn't that foolish. The Federation sure is generous. How laughable. Xuelang spread his hands and shrugged. You heard them. 1 million is far from enough. The white-haired man from Suo stood up. Lord Xuelang, the Suo Empire offers 110,000 energy crystals, provided you kill all these Federation people here. Su Xin's expression darkened. She hadn't expected the Suo Empire to pay such a high price to win over the Blood Wolf mercenaries. In comparison, the Federation's offer was indeed insincere. Xuelang nodded. Fine. If I were truly willing to fight for the Suo Empire, I wouldn't mind killing these people right now. But my minimum price is 120,000 energy crystals, and I reserve the right to refuse certain missions. Of course, as mercenaries we won't shirk our duties, but we won't take on suicidal missions. Alright, 120,000 it is, the white-haired man agreed, casting a malicious grin at Zhao Yi. He hadn't expected the Solar Federation to send a delegation, but unfortunately, unless Xuelang was a fool, why would he align with a dying Federation? 120,000 was a steal. It was practically free money. Xuelang drew his longsword. Even in this high-tech era, he still had a passion for cold weapons. The sensation of cold steel piercing an enemy's body with hot blood splattering everywhere sent his adrenaline soaring. Firearms were certainly easier for killing, but too easy meant no fun. Pity such a beautiful woman about to die. But there should be plenty more like you on the starship outside. At least 1 or 2 will beg for mercy, right? Wait. Zhao Yi stepped forward. What? Are you going to beg for mercy? The Suo people burst into laughter. They had long heard that the Federation people were cowards, and today confirmed it. Even the task of fighting was left to a silver-haired girl. Was he about to wet his pants? Are you begging for mercy? Xuelang asked curiously. Savoring the fear of his prey before running them through with his sword was a unique pleasure. No. You're siding with the Soro Empire because you think the Federation is doomed. Otherwise, you don't actually believe the Federation can beat the Empire, do you? Xuelang spread his hands. You held out on planet M787, but it's meaningless. Once the Soro supply lines are up and the fleet is ready, they'll launch an even fiercer assault. Think the Federation can withstand that? Zhao Yi smiled. You're right, but I'm telling you the Federation is not so easily defeated. If I were you, I'd stay neutral. I'm not advising you. I'm warning you. Joining the Soro Empire now might just make you cannon fodder. Bullshit. You know the Federation's situation. It's barely clinging to life. Your humanoid autonomous weapons must be nearly depleted, right? Yeah, why should I believe you? Xuelang countered. If the Federation truly had a chance of victory, it might be wise to be cautious. Lord Xuelang, if you don't believe me, why don't we find a private place to talk? Xuelang narrowed his eyes. Did this man really have a hidden card? He surely wouldn't dare to deceive him. The consequences were unthinkable. Lord Xuelang, don't listen to this brat. Who knows what he might do in a private meeting? Xuelang turned his head. Are you teaching me how to do my job? No, it's just that this guy is cunning. It's better to be careful. Xuelang snorted. Follow me. All right. Zhao Yi instructed Su Xian to wait where she was and followed Xuelang. Su Xian looked anxious, worried about Zhao Yi, but she remained in place. What a reckless fool. Did the Federation send him here to die? I think so. Could he be planning to attack Xuelang? That would be perfect. We wouldn't have to pay a cent, and the Blood Wolf mercenaries would seek revenge on the Federation themselves. True. The Suo people cast glances at Su Xian. Both envious and jealous. Why did the Alliance get a silver-haired girl while they were stuck with a bunch of old men? Xuelang led Zhao Yi into a room, then turned around and said, All right, just say what you have to say quickly. I don't have much patience. If you dare to lie to me, you'll show you what cruelty means. Zhao Yi calmly began. Lord Xuelang, I regret to inform you that the war between the Soro Empire and the Sun Federation is about to take a turn. Oh, what change? The Federation has developed a new type of weapon that can shatter energy shields. How effective do you think such technology would be in interstellar warfare? Shatter energy shields. Xuelang's eyes widened. If such technology truly existed, then energy shields would become useless. A T-1 class starship might be able to destroy a T-3 class starship. The Soro Empire currently holds the initiative because they possess a large number of T-2 class starships. If this advantage were lost, the silver-haired girl's combat power would be formidable. This was exactly what Zhao Yi wanted. To make Xue Lang afraid, the only way to keep the Bloodwolf mercenaries out of this mess. Once he was afraid, no amount of benefits from the Soro Empire would matter. Do you think I would believe you? If the Federation truly had such technology, would they be losing so badly? Xue Lang snorted coldly, nearly falling for the trick. Zhao Yi smiled. This is the Federation's trump card. They won't deploy it easily. Besides, the Federation hasn't even sent any T-2 class or above starships into battle yet. What you're seeing is only the surface. The silver-haired girl and T-1 class starships alone have been able to hold back the Soro Empire's offensive. If the secret weapon plus T-2 class starships join the fight, what would the outcome be? Xue Lang's eyes suddenly narrowed. What Zhao Yi had said so far was plausible. If the Federation's T-2 class starships entered the battle, the Soro Empire would inevitably be stalemated, and at that moment, if the Federation deployed a weapon capable of penetrating energy shields, the result. But in the end, this was merely Zhao Yi's one-sided story. I don't believe it. The Federation's technological level can't produce such a weapon. Indeed, the Federation's dark matter weapon was still in the research and development stage, but Zhao Yi had already improved it to be usable. The only drawback was that extracting dark matter was extremely expensive, but who knew that? Zhao Yi smiled. To convince Xue Lang, he had to apply some pressure. Lord Xue Lang, if you don't believe me, we can give it a try. A try. Zhao Yi nodded. As it happens, I have this new weapon here. I can let you test it. Seeing Zhao Yi's confident expression, Xue Lang felt a bit bewildered. Was this guy not lying to him? Did the Federation really have such a weapon? Alright, let's try it. Please take me to a T-2 class starship, Lord Xue Lang. Let's go. Lord Xue Lang led the way, and the two returned to the previous hall. The Soro Empire envoy stood up and said, Lord Xue Lang, have you made your decision? If you wish, we can handle these two for the Empire. Wait. Xue Lang snorted coldly and walked out with Zhao Yi. As Zhao Yi passed by Su Xian, he winked playfully, which relieved her greatly. Looking at Xue Lang, his expression was no longer as relaxed as before. They arrived at the dock. Xue Lang pointed to one of his starships and said, This is the White Tiger, a T-2 class defense ship. Can your weapon penetrate its shield? Yes. Zhao Yi answered without hesitation. Xue Lang muttered, Then go ahead and try. Alright. The mechanical arm behind Zhao Yi extended and aimed at the White Tiger in the dock. Xue Lang asked worriedly, Your weapon won't sink my starship, will it? No, this is just the minimum power of the new weapon, but it will definitely cause some damage. That's fine. Seeing no major issue, Xue Lang agreed. The White Tiger activated its energy shield as ordered, enveloping itself in a pale blue light. Alright, you can fire now. It's already fired. Xue Lang, how come I didn't see anything? Xue Lang seemed to realize, Are you messing with me? They'll make you wish you were dead. Just as he was thinking of how to punish Zhao Yi, a gap was torn in the energy shield of the distant starship, and a huge hole appeared on the hull. Xue Lang and his underlings were stunned. What happened? How did the starship suddenly get damaged? Neither the armor nor the energy shield had any effect at all. What the hell is going on? How come I didn't see anything? Zhao Yi smiled. The new weapon developed by the Federation is invisible like this. Unless you have special observation equipment, you wouldn't even know it was me if I shot at you. Are you threatening me? Not at all. I'm just stating the facts. Do you think the Soro Empire's fleet could withstand such a weapon if it appeared in interstellar warfare? Xue Lang's resolve wavered. This invisible weapon was too terrifying. All fear stems from the unknown. If Zhao Yi killed him at this moment, even his underlings wouldn't know what happened. Seeing Xue Lang's expression, Zhao Yi continued, The Soro Empire's offensive is indeed fierce, but now is not a good time to join. Lord Xue Lang, please think it over. Xue Lang stared at Zhao Yi and said, If I remain neutral, what benefits will the Federation give me? Benefits? Zhao Yi sneered. The Federation sent me to show you this weapon. That's the greatest benefit. Better than dying without knowing why. Xue Lang was furious. The Federation is truly arrogant. Aren't they afraid it'll join the Soro Empire, and we'll all end up in a mutual destruction? Zhao Yi shook his head. The Bloodwolf mercenaries are famous in this region not because of their strength, but because they've survived long enough. No amount of benefits is more important than staying alive. I need to think it over. Stay at the dock for now, don't leave. Alright. Xue Lang ordered his men to repair the frigate and investigate what kind of weapon had struck it, while warning everyone to keep the secret or else they would all die. He didn't want to be targeted because of leaking the Federation's new weapon. Returning to the hall, the Soro Empire envoy stood up and said, Lord Xue Lang, have you made your decision? Xue Lang strode angrily to the kneeling princess, drew his sword, and thrust it into her. Hot blood splattered everywhere. The Soro Empire envoy was baffled. What was going on? How could a short trip with the Federation people make him so angry? If he was really angry, why not just deal with those Federation people? The underlings came in and carried the body out, leaving the hall in dead silence. After a while Zhao Yi spoke up, Lord Xuelang, my subordinates, and I will return to the starship to await your news. Seeing Zhao Yi leave, the Soro Empire envoy asked Lord Xuelang, what exactly did the Federation tell you? If they are willing to offer a higher price, our Soro Empire can also match it. Xuelang sat in his seat silent. A higher price? What good would that do? If the Xuelang mercenary corps were wiped out or severely weakened, what use would money be? Even if he survived, his enemies would surely come for him. The money would only end up in their hands. Lord Xuelang, could you say something? A man from the Soro Empire said impatiently. Xuelang, irritated, replied, Get out. Get out of here. Come back tomorrow. What? They exchanged glances. The white-haired man didn't know what had happened to Xuelang, but he knew staying would only make things worse. Eventually, he led the group out of the hall. Outside, the Soro envoy grumbled. What's wrong with Xuelang? We had a good deal earlier. Why did everything change after he left? It seems he wasn't dissatisfied with the price, but was threatened, the white-haired man said, narrowing his eyes. Threatened? Could the Federation do that? If they could threaten Xuelang, they would have done so when the war started to force him to join. The white-haired man shook his head. I don't know. Let's see what happens tomorrow. And if Xuelang refuses to help us, if he refuses, there's nothing we can do. It will just cost more time and resources. The Federation's defeat is already sealed. They nodded. All right, let's head back to the ship. Regardless of Xuelang's final choice, we won't let those Federation people off. Right, daring to interfere with our plans. With that, they looked toward the Gospel at the harbor. It was just a T2 class starship. Even without the Soro fleet, their 3 ships were more than enough to deal with the Gospel. On the Gospel, the silver-haired girls rushed to Zhao Yi and Su Xian as they returned. Commander, how did it go? Many people were observing our ship just now. Should we prepare for battle? Zhao Yi smiled and shook his head. No need. The Xuelang mercenary corps won't oppose us. Su Xian asked curiously, Commander, what exactly did you say to him? He looked furious when he came back. I thought he might attack you. I just gave him a little warning to make him understand what he should do. A warning. The others were stunned. The Federation had sent them to beg for help or at least negotiate. Yet Zhao Yi had warned the other side. How was that any different from earning money while standing tall? And Xuelang was easily intimidated into giving up. He had no choice. Let him think it over tonight. So do we still need to give him the 500 energy crystals? No, we don't have to pay. What? They were dumbfounded. Su Xian finally understood why Xuelang was so angry. Not only did he not get a single crystal, but he was also threatened and couldn't even fight back. Let's contact Lieutenant Colonel Lin first to report the situation and request more time for the mission. Yes. In the Eniduo meeting room, everyone was frowning as they waited for news from the Gospel. Sending Zhao Yi and his team to die was one thing, but at least they hoped the problem would be resolved. Do you think Xuelang will agree? 500 is quite a sum, and we're not even asking him to fight, just to stay neutral in his own territory. But if I were Xuelang, I'd consider helping the Soro Empire symbolically to get a better reward. Yes, I think we should prepare for the worst. If Xuelang joins forces with the Soro Empire, the first place they'll strike is our Northeast Theater, since they lost there before. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu remained silent. Eniduo could barely handle the Soro Empire's movements. If another mercenary force intervened, things would become truly difficult. He felt stretched thin. Lieutenant Colonel, the Gospel is requesting a connection. The Gospel? Have they completed their mission? I don't know, but they may have intelligence to report. They exchanged glances. They must have met Xuelang. Let's see how it went. Patch them through. Yes. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu saw Zhao Yi appear before him. Zhao Yi saluted and said, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, you've arrived at Teohidi Star. Yes, but we were a bit later than the Empire. They got there first and seemed to have already reached an agreement with Xuelang. Everyone's hearts sank. The Soro Empire acted fast. What did they say? We don't know what they discussed earlier, but while we were there they finalized the deal. The Soro Empire is willing to pay 1.2 million energy crystals to hire them. 1.2 million. They all jumped to their feet. Good heavens, the Soro Empire is really throwing money around. Anyone would think they're losing the war. 1.2 million. And that's all money they looted from our resource planets. Now they're using it against us. What a scheme. We're doomed. Eniduo might have to retreat. The Soro Empire offered more money and has a higher chance of victory. What can we do? Alas, we failed after all. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu sighed. All right, I understand the situation. The Soro Empire knows about you. Be careful on your way back. The others remained silent. Being discovered by the Empire on their own turf. Could they even return? But no one dared say that out loud. Zhao Yi explained, we might be delayed by a few days. I'm requesting extra mission time. Extra time? Why? Lin Fu was puzzled. Since the Soro Empire offered such a high price, Xuelang would surely agree. Now is the time to run, not to stay and die. Didn't Zhao Yi see that? Zhao Yi explained, with my silver tongue, Lord Xuelang might agree to stay out of the conflict between us. What a... This news was like a ray of sunlight breaking through their hearts. No way. Is Xuelang stupid? Turning down 1.2 million. Yeah, that's practically free money. Lin Fu was astonished. Zhao Yi, how did you manage that? Did Xuelang really agree? Almost. It's only natural given my abilities. Send the money quickly so I can pay Shuelang. Alright, we'll allow you to return late. Make sure this gets done. After the communication ended, everyone was still dumbfounded. In just a few short minutes they had gone from confusion to despair, then ignited hope, and finally became somewhat bewildered. How could Bloodwolf have agreed? Do you think Bloodwolf tricked Zhao Yi? Tricked him out of the money and then killed him on? No way. Although these mercenaries stop at nothing, they value their reputation. If they cheated us out of 500,000, who would hire them in the future? And the Soro Empire would also be wary of them. I tend to trust Zhao Yi. What has he ever done that was normal? Everyone thought the same. This guy never did anything ordinary. When they set out, he fought pirates, and even sold their blueprints, causing the pirates to bring their fleet to settle the score. Then he triggered the M787 planet war, captured the opposing senior general, and destroyed the planet-destroying cannon. Now he's made Bloodwolf mercenaries stay neutral. That's quite a feat. Unfortunately, he won't be coming back. Alas, how could such a talented person end up on the gospel? Yeah, if he returned, it would be a great achievement. What a pity. It's fine that those unmanned weapons are scrapped, but our brave Federation soldiers are too precious. Federation people never hesitated to praise their own. After all, praising the Federation was praising themselves. As for the silver-haired girl, forget it. No matter how much they did, it was only right. After all, their lives were in their hands, and letting them live was the greatest mercy. Lin Fu had the money transferred to Zhao Yi as soon as possible. On the gospel, Su Xian asked innocently, Zhao Yi, didn't Bloodwolf say he didn't want the money? Then why are you still? Zhao Yi smiled. Bloodwolf doesn't want the money, but we do. As long as we complete the mission, the Federation won't care where the money goes. What do you think we should buy with these 500,000 energy crystals? Or treat everyone to a big feast? Everyone was speechless. Could this actually work? Bloodwolf thought all night, and finally decided to back out. This time withdrawing from the battle would cost him at most some money. But if he actually got involved, he might lose his own life. In the morning, Bloodwolf summoned both the Soro Empire's envoy and Zhao Yi. After careful consideration, I have decided to withdraw from your conflict. Both of you representatives must leave today. What? The Soro envoy was puzzled and stepped forward. Lord Bloodwolf, why is that? Weren't we negotiating just fine? Yes, if you have any concerns or dissatisfaction, just tell me, and the Soro Empire will surely satisfy you. Bloodwolf shook his head. No need to say more. My mind is made up. Take your people and get out. Don't anger me here, or I won't care if you're from the Empire or the Federation. After saying that, Bloodwolf had his men escort both sides out. Outside, the Soro envoy sneered at Zhao Yi, truly cunning. Even though Bloodwolf's mercenaries didn't join your alliance, is still doomed. Zhao Yi spread his hands. Then let's see. Why would a smart man like Bloodwolf refuse to join? Because he thinks your empire can't win. Arrogant. The moment your starship leaves Beauties, you'll die. I said it, and no god can save you. The Soro envoy left furiously. This was all Zhao Yi's fault. If not for his interference, how could Bloodwolf have had any hesitation? That brat was dead. Zhao Yi smiled slightly and said to Su Xian, let's go. We'll prepare to depart too. The two returned to the starship and ordered preparations for departure. Commander, the gospel is ready. The port is clear, we can leave anytime. Then Su Xian added, we observed the Soro Empire's ships. They seem ready to depart too, but they haven't moved yet. Zhao Yi chuckled. They're waiting for us to leave, planning to follow us out of Beauties star. Su Huan put her hands behind her head, propped her feet on the table, and leaned back. Oh, I love that. I'll make them regret it later. My sister's fighter can't wait. Don't rush. If they want to follow, let them. We won't waste time on them. All right, Target and Adu, prepare to depart. We'll pick up the others on the way back. Zhao Yi nodded. Absolutely, but before we leave, we need to go to a place. A place? What place? Zhao Yi took out a card. Since the Federation's money has arrived, we must go on a spending spree. I remember there's a neutral city around here, Pop motto, right? Su Xian checked the data. Commander, your memory is really good. It is indeed a neutral city. Merchant ships usually stop here to rest before heading to the Federation or the Empire. Because there are no resources nearby, the Federation and the Empire have no interest in this place. Alright, let's go there. But if we stay too long, we might be surrounded by the Empire. Zhao Yi waved his hand. Don't worry, we're not afraid of encirclement. Set course for Pop motto. Yes. The gospel slowly left Bloodwolf's port, followed by the Soro Empire starship. Before leaving Beauties star, the two sides were already on edge, and a fierce battle was inevitable. Inside the Soro Empire starship, everyone glared at the nearby gospel, wishing they could grind it to dust. Damn it. Those Federation bastards, I'll make you die without a burial place. At this close range, even the secondary cannons can blow them to pieces. Don't let them escape. Federation people are useless at everything, but are top-notch at running. The secondary cannons had a short range and were mainly used to prevent boarding or fighter attacks, but their power was not negligible. At such close range, with 3 starships and over a dozen secondary cannons firing simultaneously, even an energy shield wouldn't hold for long. The white-haired man sat down, took a sip of tea. Don't rush. He can't escape. The route to the Federation is all our Soro Empire's territory. He slipped in without a trace, but can he slip out as easily? You're right. He's dead for sure. On Taoti's star, Bloodwolf watched from his room as the Gospel and the Soro Empire's starship slowly disappeared into the clouds. Come, Lord, did you call for us? Dispatch a scout ship to follow the Federation starship. Yes. The Federation starship would surely be attacked by the Soro Empire. Bloodwolf wanted to know what trump card this guy had to be so confident. The starfleet of the Soro Empire was bewildered by the direction of the other ship's movement. What's going on? Shouldn't they be heading back to the Solar Federation? Why are they going this way? I don't know. Could they be defecting? Defection is possible. The way the Solar Federation treats the silver-haired girl has long warranted defection. But if they were planning to defect, why bother coming to negotiate? Why not just run? Well, I'm not sure. There seems to be a town and a neutral zone ahead. Maybe they expect us to attack and plan to flee to the neutral zone first. That's possible. I've heard that silver-haired girls have bombs implanted in them. If they defect, the bombs will be detonated. No wonder I've never heard of a silver-haired girl rebelling or surrendering. So that's the reason. The neutral zone prohibits any faction from opening fire, and violators will be unable to conduct business in the area. The Soro Empire was indeed powerful nearby, but merchants within the empire still needed to trade. Rashly opening fire would prevent the empire from engaging in planetary trade. Don't let them escape. After them. Yes, sir. The Gospel and the 3 Soro Empire starships all headed toward Portmado. The moment they left the vicinity of the Taoti star, the Gospel accelerated instantly and vanished from sight. Damn, that fast. Charge the main cannon, aim the secondary cannons, and fire. Yes, sir. As soon as they left the Taoti star, the 3 Soro Empire starships unleashed a barrage. But the Gospel was too fast. Many of the secondary cannon shots missed, and the few that hit the shields had no effect. What the hell? How is it so fast? The crew stared at the flickering light on the screen in disbelief. Starships could indeed fly, but not at such a speed. Aboard the Gospel, the crew felt a bit tense as they experienced this velocity. So this is the speed of a T3 class energy core. Truly impressive. Zhao Yi smiled. This is still because our ship is T2 class, its performance is limited. Otherwise the speed would be even greater. How thrilling. When will we get a T3 class starship? Su Huan exclaimed with excitement. The energy shield of the Gospel once again deflected an enemy main cannon blast. The pale blue shield remained unscathed. Even a particle beam cannon couldn't penetrate it, let alone these secondary cannons. Zhao Yi nodded. We will. Commander, we've left the Soro Empire's secondary cannon range, but we're now within their main cannon range. Adjust course and sail along the nearby Bidar planet. Yes, sir. This was not empty space. The celestial bodies here could serve as shields for the Gospel. In battle, both sides sought to destroy each other. But when fleeing, one could fully exploit the terrain. The 3 Soro Empire starships behind them aimed and prepared to fire, only to see the Gospel vanish. They chased for a moment, ready to strike again, but the Gospel had already taken cover behind another planet. Damn it. All it does is run. If it's got the guts, fight us like a man. Yeah, what the hell are you running for? The Soro Empire crew was furious. Should we set up a fleet ahead to intercept them? If they don't go to Portmado, we'll have the forward fleet destroy them. And if they enter Portmado, then we'll catch them there. The men nodded slightly and notified the G-88 fleet, which was patrolling nearby, to intercept. The G-88 fleet, an entire force of T2 class starships, had returned here for resupply. Major Apton is requesting a connection. The man sitting in the chair reading a newspaper had eyes like an eagle. He turned a page and asked that Apton. Isn't he supposed to be with the Bloodwolf? Patch him through. Yes, sir. The major stared at the projection of the white-haired man. Major Apton, what do you need? There's a Solar Federation starship ahead of you. Stop it. Solar Federation. Impossible. This is all Imperial territory. I'm serious. Why would I deceive you? The major asked his assistant. Are there any enemy starships in our detection range? No, sir. But there are many ships on the edge of the Empire. The edge of the Empire. You mean Portmado? Yes, sir. The major turned back to Apton. So this Solar Federation starship is heading to Portmado. Probably. We're chasing them from behind, but they're too fast. If you intercept them ahead, they'll have nowhere to go. Is that enough? Do you need me to engage? Apton shook his head. No need. It's just a rat. Once it has no escape, I'll kill it myself. All right. How did the talks with the Bloodwolf go? Failed. What a... The major stood up. How could it fail? Doesn't the Bloodwolf see the situation? Apton sighed. It was almost successful, but that suddenly appearing Solar Federation starship ruined everything. That's why I want to kill them. The major sat back down. You'll have to explain this to Her Majesty the Empress yourself. After the call ended, the G-88 fleet began to move, forming a semicircular encirclement to block the Gospel from advancing deeper into the Empire. Aboard the Gospel, the silver-haired girl detected the new fleet movements. Commander, there's a fleet ahead converging on us. We have pursuers behind and interceptors ahead. No matter. We're about to enter Portmado's territory. Zhao Yi walked to the window and looked out. Portmado was a colossal planet with a population of tens of billions, surrounded by merchants from other worlds. Countless starships crisscrossed the space. Here one could encounter beings from all kinds of planets. The gospel docked at the designated spot as instructed. A two-headed blue-skinned creature approached, rubbing its hands together. Docking fee is calculated by the day. How many days do you need? 3 days for now. 3 days. Does that include meals? No. The blue-skinned creature seemed displeased as this meant less profit. It collected the fee without a word of greeting and left. Look, the Soro Empire people. Zhao Yi turned and saw the Soro Empire starships docked right next to them. The ships were parked side by side, drawing a crowd of onlookers. A Solar Federation starship. And it's docked next to Soro Empire ships. Aren't they at war? How did they come one after the other? That Solar Federation ship is doomed. The moment it leaves, it's dead. They can't hide here forever. Port Mado doesn't allow starships to stay long. Zhao Yi turned around and just saw the envoys of the Soul Empire descending. How polite seeing me off here. You brat don't think you can escape. I'd like to see how you survive out there. The crowd trembled with rage. This guy still dared to be cheeky, not knowing how he'd die. That's none of your concern. We'll live just fine. You can be arrogant for now. Hope you can still be this carefree later. Anyway, they were here watching Zhao Yi. As long as he left, they would leave too. Su Xian walked over and said, Commander, what are we buying here? A starship. Starships. Su Xian was puzzled. We're buying that. Yes, Zhao Yi smiled. We're loaded now, no need to be so tense. Su Xian thought it made sense. They had 500 enough to buy at least 2 T2 class starships. Su ran, Su Huan, you two go buy food. Now that we have money, get some good stuff. We'll have a party tonight. Party awesome. Su Huan gave a thumbs up, drooling already. Wiping her mouth, she said, Little Su ran, let's hurry. I heard food in Portimado is much cheaper than in the Federation because of lower transport costs. Really? Then let's buy more. Zhao even looked at Su Yan. Su Yan, since Su Wan isn't here, you're in charge of buying some common materials and equipment. We might need to assemble a starship ourselves later. Yes, but do we have enough space to store them? The new gospel was indeed huge, but most of its space was used for rooms and various facilities, with the rest turned into hangars and maintenance lines. Zhao Yi smiled, just buy whatever you need. Yes. Zhao Yi wasn't worried about their safety. This wasn't the Federation and they could retaliate without restraint. Moreover, they were equipped with personal protective shields given by Zhao Yi. Let's go. Su Xian nodded, okay. The appearance of silver-haired girls was quite rare in Portimado. Many people turned to look at them. This race was quite popular in the universe. First, they were a naturally formidable combat race. Second, their appearance matched most people's aesthetic standards. And finally, because of the Federation's actions. So these are silver-haired girls. First time I've seen them. They're so beautiful. Yeah, but they became slaves of the Federation. What a pity. That guy is from the Federation, right? Don't they know how to resist? Strange, aren't the Federation and the Empire at war? The routes should be blocked. Listening to the murmurs around, Su Xian didn't care. She had never left Federation territory before. These people didn't despise or insult them like the Federation folks did. Instead, they were more curious and puzzled. Zhao Yi looked around. Indeed, all kinds of creatures were here. There were even minotaurs. That cat-eared girl with ears wasn't bad. Which planet was she from? Wonder if he could buy her back. There were also beauties with 4 thighs. The legs were nice, but too many were a bit off-putting. Commander, look ahead. Zhao Yi looked ahead. A squad of Zergs was walking across the street. The presence of Zergs here surprised him. The Zerg race had extremely strong reproductive abilities and aggression. Although this place welcomed all beings, most were humanoid. Races that were more alienated like this were rare. The Zergs were all soldiers. Marching in unison on the street was quite spectacular. The leader was a spider-like insect about 2 meters tall, with thick-looking biological armor. Pedestrians made way to avoid conflict. I heard there are many creatures with special abilities among the Zergs. I wonder if it's true, Su Xian asked curiously. Zhao Yi nodded, of course it's true. And all Zergs obey the Queen Ant. That's a true matriarchal society. Su Xian rested her chin on her finger, so that's a queen. More or less. Then the Empire also has a queen. Is that also a matriarchal society? Zhao Yi shook his head, that's different. The Empire is a country that reveres the royal family. It just happens that the current royal family is female. The Federation, on the other hand, is a council of top families. Oh, Commander, there's a starship sail ahead. Su Xian got excited and ran over to point at the sign. This kind of outing made her very happy. Yeah, let's go in and have a look. The shopkeeper inside was a wooden person who didn't look very smart. Every movement it made produced a thumping sound. What do you need? Brand new. Starships secondhand. Fighter scrap. Mechs. From new to old we have. Everything. Zhao Yi walked in and found that the shop had models of starships, scaled down replicas of existing ones which could be enlarged for details. I want to repair ship. Repair. Ship A. Zhao Yi nodded. Although he could borrow a repair ship from the Federation, the time was too short and it was inconvenient to do things. But having his own repair ship was different. He could build whatever he wanted. Moreover, the repair ship itself was a huge warehouse where he could store all the materials he bought. The wooden person thought for a moment. We happen to have 3 second-hand repair ships. Zhao Yi saw 3 starship models appear before him with their models and specifications labeled. He glanced at them, then zoomed in to check details. Among the three, only one was a T2 class repair ship, the other two were T1. How much is this T2 class starship? You have good taste. This T2 class starship is 90% new with mileage. Only 0.3 light years, sturdy and durable. The price is 20000 energy crystals. Zhao Yi smiled. You want to sell it for 200? The wooden person showed an embarrassed smile, but this is a repair ship. If it were other starships, I would definitely sell it cheaper. Don't think I don't know. Although the design and functions of this repair ship are T2 class, many of its equipment have been replaced with cheap ones. Also, you've repaired the outer armor, but replaced quite a few parts. The wooden person was surprised. He didn't expect Zhao Yi to see through just from the model projection. You have good eyes. Then give me a price. 100,000. 100,000 is impossible. I'll lose money. Zhao Yi had heard that too many times. How about this? I'll buy another starship and you give me this one for 100,000. Murin pondered for a moment and agreed, mainly because the starship would incur maintenance costs for an unknown duration if left here. Well, it depends on what kind of starship you're buying. Then get me an interstellar carrier. Next, Zhao Yi planned to mass-produce Shinwei fighters, but the Fuyin was too small to accommodate many fighters. All the silver-haired girls on the ship must be utilized as combat force. An interstellar carrier capable of parking 200 Shinwei fighters would be their strongest combat power. Here is the interstellar carrier. Zhao Yi selected a T2 class interstellar carrier. Don't you dare overcharge me. Ooh, I can tell the quality of your starship. Customer, I have already learned of your prowess. Su Xian beside him had sparkling eyes. The commander truly knew everything, even how to bargain. If it were her buying these starships, she could at most get a slight discount. Who would have thought there was so much knowledge in buying a second-hand carrier? The two starships cost 200 energy crystals. The energy core of the repair ship was not important, but this interstellar carrier at least needed a T2 grade energy core. Fortunately, the remaining money was sufficient. After purchasing the starships, Zhao Yi and Su Xian drove them to the dock and parked them. The people from the Soro Empire nearby were dumbfounded. They had been wondering why the Federation people came to Portomato only to find they were buying old second-hand starships. These Federation people are terribly stupid buying two starships. Aren't they slowing themselves down? Exactly does he think adding two starships will make them comparable to us? It's simply laughable. Look, one of them is a repair ship buying such a logistics starship now. Haha, the Federation is really generous. Won't the starships they buy now become ours later? Several people burst into laughter in the starship. Not only are these Federation people cowardly, but they are also not very bright. They are simply clowns. Leaving the neutral zone, how will he travel with two worn-out starships? The silver-haired girls, upon seeing the two starships, were extremely excited. Commander, you are so rich. You really bought two starships. These two starships are even bigger than our Fuyin. What are they called? Zhao Yi rubbed his chin. Indeed, he needed to name his starships. The repair ship will be called Xiang, and the interstellar carrier will be Qingyun. Besides, the name Fuyin is too ugly. No name goes well with it. The Federation people have terrible taste. This name sounds nice. Several silver-haired girls were very excited. Zhao Yi nodded and said, all right, next you may have to split up to different starships. Su Wan will be the new captain of Xiang, but she is currently absent. Su Yin will temporarily serve as captain. The entire repair team and some protection personnel totaling 40 people will go to Xiang. Understood. Su Yin was a bit excited. Other silver-haired girls hoped for fighters and advanced weapons, but for her, she only wished for a more professional research and manufacturing center. Although Xiang was a bit outdated with her own efforts, she could definitely restore its glory. This was their repair ship. Zhao Yi looked at the others. The command of Qingyun will be given to Su Yao. A silver-haired girl was slightly stunned. She looked very cute with two ponytails, and at this moment she appeared a bit dazed. Me. Zhao Yi nodded. Su Xian will stay with me on the Fuyin, and I think you are the most suitable. Su Yao looked around and said shyly, I didn't expect the commander to notice me. Zhao Yi nodded and looked at everyone. I remember each of your talents. Although your personality is a bit timid, you will definitely complete what you set out to do no matter how difficult. But next time be bolder. Daring to try may lead to failure, but without trying there is no growth. Su Yao's face was serious, yes. Her two ponytails swung back and forth, very cute. Su Huan said puzzledly, you didn't make her commander just because she has twin ponytails, did you? Su Yao's face immediately turned red. She touched her ponytails, lost in thought. Go to hell. Zhao Yi said speechlessly. Was he that kind of person? Among the many silver-haired girls, it was this Su Huan who was troublesome. She always acted like a dead pig that's not afraid of boiling water. Su Huan, you will also go to Qingyun. In the future, Qingyun plans to carry 200 fighters of different types along with combat robots, mechas, etc. Su Huan said excitedly, 300. 200. Did this guy even listen to what he was saying? The other combat members were very excited, clapping each other. On the Fuyin, the most frustrated were them. The gunners still had the main cannon, the command, and navigation each had their own duties. Only the combat members had nothing to do, feeling like liabilities. Although Su Xin told them not to mind that everyone was part of the team who didn't want to contribute to the Fuin. They had nothing to do except cheer in battle. But now it was different. They had their own starship and their own fighters. Starting now, Xiang will begin production of 100 Shinwei fighters. For the remaining hangar space, I will develop the next generation of fighters. Next generation of fighters? Zhao Yi nodded. That is T3 grade fighters. But this thing is not so easy to develop, and we can't get the T3 grade fighter energy core. It can only be considered T2. 5. That's good enough. I believe in you, Commander. Su Huan made a cheering gesture. Zhao Yi's mouth twitched. He arranged for this guy to leave. There would be fewer chances to encounter her later. Alright, that's it for the personnel assignment. Tomorrow we'll go to the various starships. Today Su Ran bought a lot of food. Tonight, we'll have a good meal. Yes. Great. I want to eat the fried chicken from last time. This time not only fried chicken, I heard there are other good things and desserts. Zhao Yi smiled and returned to his room. After spending 5,000 energy crystals on starships, food equipment, and materials, there was hardly anything left. With the last bit of money, Zhao Yi bought some eternal diamonds, which could extract dark matter. It was always good to have some dark matter energy reserves. In the X-22 star sector, the Black Bear Lord sat on his seat, weeping bitterly. Second brother, how could you just leave like this? How can I live as your big brother? At least return the magic cube to me before you die. Not long ago, the Black Bear Lord received the news of his second brother Lord Shan's death, a message that made him unable to breathe. His second brother died, which meant the magic cube had not been retrieved right. What a waste. I gave you a fleet, and you couldn't even retrieve the magic cube. What use are you? Black Bear smashed everything around him. His underlings dared not speak. The third in command, White Crane, stepped forward and said, Big brother, it's impossible to retrieve the magic cube now. After this incident, both the Empire and the Federation will surely increase patrols. If we go back, we'll be walking into death. Black Bear turned and sat back down. Do I not know that? But this magic cube contains something given to us by that lord. What can we do if we don't get it? White Crane said, then we just need to know what's inside. I think we can send the Shadow Clan. Black Bear pondered for a moment. You have a point. But what if the Federation has already opened it? Should we inform the lord about this? White Crane refused. No. If the magic cube has indeed been opened by the Federation, that lord would have already come after us. If we tell him now, that lord might get angry and kill us to eliminate the trouble. Right. Let the Shadow Clan come. Yes. From the shadows emerged 5 pitch-black humanoid figures. No one saw how they appeared. They now stood silently aside. You 5, if you can bring back the magic cube, do so. If not, find out what's inside. Yes. Wait. He called to the 5 about to leave. This time bring reagent no. 1, and reagent no. 2, in case of special circumstances. Yes. The 5 figures vanished again. Nightboat motto. The gospel ship was filled with laughter and joy. Su Huan and another silver-haired girl stood on the table chugging beer. Wiping her mouth, Su Huan shouted, awesome. The other silver-haired girls giggled on the side. Silver-haired girls as bold as Su Huan were rare, most were quiet. But their mouths never stopped. These delicious treats were something they had never tasted in their lives. Su Yao and Su Ran were eating desserts with their mouths full. So many delicious things. Su Ran, you're amazing, Su Yao praised. Su Ran said proudly, of course the things I bought are both tasty and cheap. After a couple of bites, Su Ran choked on bread and quickly patted her chest. Seeing this, Su Huan handed over a cup and said, drink this, it'll help you swallow. Su Ran took a couple of sips, then sprayed it all over Su Huan's face. Looking at her dirty clothes, Su Huan said irritably, what are you doing? You made me drink such awful stuff. That's why you're still a kid. Adults like us drink alcohol, right, Commander? Zhao Yi quickly shook his head. No, I don't involve me. Zhao Yi denied it 3 times. He didn't really like drinking either, preferring soft drinks. Looking at the noisy surroundings, Su Xin felt as if she were in a different world. Perhaps this was how the silver-haired girls used to live, but now everything had changed. Thank you, Commander. They haven't been this happy in a long time. Why thank me? They deserve it. They knew this mission was extremely dangerous, yet they still decided to come. The Federation doesn't care about them, that's fine. But I do. Su Xin's face flushed. Zhao Yi truly treated them like his own kin. In the final journey of their lives, meeting such a commander was their fortune. Outside, the Soro Empire was stunned. These Federation people were actually having a banquet. Are these people crazy? Celebrating that they're about to die. Don't they know that our Soro Empire has surrounded them? Or have they lost their minds? Maybe these are their last meals, but if they're not crazy, then what? Haha, you're right. Once they leave Boat Motto, they will meet their doom. 3 days passed. 20 fighters were built, not very fast, mainly because they were still adapting to this T2 class repair ship. It was cheap, so many of its equipment were outdated models. Commander, we can leave Boat Motto anytime. Let's go. Pick up Su Wan and the others. Yes. Then we must pass through 3 Soro Empire starships. I wonder if the fleet behind will follow us. Should we shoot them all down? Zhao Yi shook his head. The gospel ship now possessed dark matter energy, An AT-3 level shield indeed capable of taking on 3. But it was unnecessary, as doing so would only bring more Soro Empire starships. Let's go our own way. Accelerate once we leave the neutral zone. Yes. The Soro Empire saw the gospel ship fleeing and hurriedly gave chase. Although the Sun Federation now had 3 starships, one was a repair ship, and another was a dilapidated space carrier. It had decent long-range support and strike capabilities, but in close combat, it couldn't withstand secondary cannon attacks. Brothers, don't let them escape this time. Yes. The gospel ship sailed ahead with the Soro Empire starships in hot pursuit. A reconnaissance aircraft was watching nearby. Blood Wolf observed every move of the battle from his room. He hadn't expected the Sun Federation to buy 2 starships. Why didn't they build their own? The Federation should have the capability. He didn't know that this money was originally meant for him. Sun Federation, let's see if you'll use those special weapons when attacked. He always believed the Sun Federation was somewhat bluffing. These Soro Empire starships in hot pursuit would be the perfect test for his hypothesis. As soon as they left the neutral zone, the Soro Empire starships opened fire. Electromagnetic cannons continuously targeted Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi and his crew used their maneuverability to hide behind celestial bodies. Major Berkeley, this is Captain Apton requesting a connection. Patch him through. Major Apton said, I just detected the Sun Federation starship leaving the neutral zone. Are you following them? Yes. Should I come to support you? Berkeley smiled. Dealing with these ragtags doesn't require your support. Thanks for your help. They must have seen you blocking ahead and changed course to turn back. Alright, then I'll head back. Major Apton yawned and ended the communication. How could the Sun Federation be a match for Major Berkeley? Those starships were all top-tier T2 class, more than enough to handle the Federation's scrap metal. These guys are dodging again, so annoying. They're heading towards the uninhabited zone. Berkeley looked at the map ahead and laughed heartily. Truly, they take the road to hell instead of heaven. There aren't many celestial bodies ahead. Let's see where they hide. Charge up the main cannon, it'll blow them to the sky. Aboard the gospel, Zhao Yi was utterly perplexed. How could these people cling to him like a shadow, following him all the way here? If they insisted on making a scene, he would have to show them he was no tame kitten. Commander, what should we do now? Prepare Su Huan on the Qing Yuan. This operation will be hers. Ensure my starship sustains no damage. Understood, Su Yao replied solemnly. One by one, the Shunwei fighters roared to life, streaking toward the Soro Empire's starships behind them. Excitement surged through Su Huan within the cockpit. Finally, it was her time to shine. These Imperial fools had come seeking death. They had only themselves to blame. Oh, they've even launched fighters. Fire at will. The Soro Empire crew dismissed them with contempt. Fighters. Even if they deployed, those were merely T1 class fighters. Vessels without shields doomed upon contact. Frankly, they weren't even qualified as cannon fodder. Yes, sir. The 3 Soro Empire starships turned their secondary batteries on the fighters, unleashing a volley of electromagnetic cannon rounds that burst into radiant blooms across the void. The electromagnetic spheres had mediocre lethality, but covered a wide area. Perfect for dealing with these unarmored fighters. Yet as the battle raged, confusion crept into the Imperial ranks. These starfighters, how could they be so swift, so agile? Their performance even surpassed the Soro Empire's mass-produced T2 class Junlan's fighters. What's going on? We've been firing for ages and haven't shot down a single one. Major Berkeley fumed, his beard bristling with rage. The fighters outside buzzed like flies, their attack beams pounding relentlessly against the energy shields. Major, those fighters are unusual. They don't seem to be T1 class. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why would the Federation equip a starship carrying a silver-haired girl with T2 class fighters? A nearby staff officer considered the matter. Major, perhaps they purchased them at boat motto. Since they bought a star carrier, they might have acquired a batch of fighters as well. Purchased. That's possible, but even a purchased T2 class fighter shouldn't have such outstanding performance. Cross-reference the database and find out where this fighter was manufactured and its model. Yes, sir. The operator's fingers flew across the screen, but the results came back empty. The crew was stunned. Could it be that the fighter attacking them had never appeared before? At least the Empire had never encountered it. How is that possible? Did this fighter originate from a civilization unknown to the Empire? How can this be? Even second-hand T2 class fighters sold at boat motto are old models. How could there be a fighter we've never seen? Damn it. Where did it come from? The detection instruments showed 50 fighters, meaning this unknown model had already entered mass production. Beam after beam struck the starship's energy shields, sending ripples across the surface. Bad news. Our energy shields are failing, a soldier shouted. Without a star carrier, their only defense against these starfighters was the secondary batteries. And if the secondary batteries couldn't hit, they were nothing but sitting ducks. The firepower of T2 class fighters wasn't particularly devastating to a starship, but enduring a constant barrage. Who could withstand that? Mother of. This is infuriating. Why are these fighters so troublesome? Major, what do we do now? If we keep chasing, our energy shields may not hold. Major Berkeley was at a loss. He had thought dealing with the Federation would be a breeze, but these unexpected fighters had thrown everything into chaos. Their pilots were so skilled that not a single fighter had been shot down after all this time. Was this reasonable? Abandon the chase. Begin charging the main cannon. We'll hit them before they escape. Yes, sir. The major sneered. There were no celestial bodies here for cover. Your fighters had indeed caused him trouble. But unfortunately, once the main cannon fired, you were all doomed. A brilliant glow began to gather at the front of the massive particle beam cannon, a sign of imminent discharge. Commander, the enemy starship is preparing to fire its particle beam cannon. What do we do now? Let them come. You two ships on the flanks engage, but stay far away. Yes, sir. Zhao Yi adjusted the Gospel's angle, keeping it at the rear. There was no way the enemy could bypass him to strike the other two starships. Meanwhile, the Gospel's main cannon began charging. Since they had chosen to fight, he would take them all. Dazzling light flared as 3 particle beams hurtled toward Zhao Yi. In the command room, Berkeley howled with laughter. Scum. Do you think you can block us? We'll destroy you first, then your other ships. After a moment, a Soro Empire soldier exclaimed in astonishment, Major, they seem to be unharmed. What a... Berkeley was stunned. He shoved past the blocking soldier and saw the reconnaissance drones feed the 3 starships showed no damage whatsoever. Their surface energy shields were still intact. How is this possible? Berkeley staggered, nearly falling. 3 particle beam shots, and none had penetrated. Had they missed? No. The feedback indicated they had hit the target, but failed to breach the shields. Could it be a T3 class energy shield? The Federation had given this to a silver-haired girl. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Major, the enemy is firing back. Berkeley was shaken by his subordinate. Activate shields immediately. Yes, sir. A pale blue barrier enveloped the starship. Then the entire vessel began to shudder violently. The blinding light and energy from the opposing particle beam made it impossible for the crew to keep their eyes open. No, the energy shield is breaking. Impossible. How can we not even withstand a single main cannon shot? Berkeley suddenly remembered that the earlier fighter attacks had repeatedly struck their energy shields. The shields were not at full capacity. But still, shouldn't they be able to withstand 1 particle beam? Berkeley stood in a daze, surrounded by Soro Empire soldiers rushing about in panic. But everything they did was futile. Time seemed to slow. Berkeley could feel the particle beam tearing through the front of the starship. Everything around him began to explode and disintegrate. A searing heat wave swept over, and then everything vanished in flames. Oh. They had thought they would destroy the enemy, but instead they were the ones destroyed. They were the clowns. Boom. Berkeley's starship erupted in a massive explosion and sparks as the particle beam punched through the entire hull. Then the light faded into the void. The entire starship was reduced to a wreck, drifting silently through space. The crew of the other 2 Soro Empire starships were stunned into silence. After a long moment, they reacted. Major. The Major is dead. What on earth is that thing over there? Report this to the Empire immediately. Yes, sir. Should we still pursue? No, if we continue chasing, we might die too. Sweat poured down their faces. If the enemy had targeted them instead, they would have been destroyed. 3 particle beam shots had failed to sink that ship. It had to be a T3 level energy core. Trouble, our message can't be sent. Unbeknownst to them, all signals had been cut off. A signal jammer was nearby. Su Huan, following Zhao Yi's orders, was deploying jammers around the area. Since they had realized the Gospel was no ordinary ship, there was no way they would be allowed to escape. Don't be afraid. Their jammer's range is limited. We'll be out of it in the blink of an eye. Immediately reverse course, full speed ahead. The other 2 Imperial starships began adjusting their direction, their rear thrusters blazing with dazzling light. Just then, both starships' thrusters exploded simultaneously. Rumble. The ships trembled from the blast, throwing the Soro Empire crew off balance. What's happening? Report at once. Captain, our thrusters are destroyed. What a... Everyone was stunned. How could this be? Glancing at the screen, don't we have energy shields? How did the thrusters get hit? No idea. The shields suddenly developed a gap, and then the thrusters exploded. The crew scratched their heads in frustration. They couldn't send any messages about the situation. Now the thrusters were gone, and even though there was a backup thruster, its speed was pitifully slow. Inside the Divine Might fighter, Su Huan watched the nearly crippled starships below and laughed heartily. The commander's dark matter weapon is truly formidable. 1 shot to the right spot, and it's done. Unfortunately, Zhao Yi had told her to use that weapon sparingly. Otherwise, the 2 starships in front of her would have been no match. Switching to regular weapons, Su Huan joined the assault on the enemy's energy shields. Beams of various weapons hammered against the starship shields incessantly. The shields grew fainter, and the assault grew more fervent. Having served in the military, they rarely had the chance to overwhelm the Empire's forces like this. Now they were finally having their fill. Trouble. Our energy shields can't hold out much longer. With the final strike, the shields on the Soro Empire starship collapsed. Destroying a starship's shields with fighters was a rare occurrence. In typical starship battles, main cannons dueled while fighters provided harassment and cleanup. But now they were sitting ducks. Boom, boom, boom. Fighters streaked across the starship's surface, locating its main and secondary cannons and blasting them to pieces. Without shield protection, those weapons had little defense. After finishing the cleanup, Su Huan's team waited for Zhao Yi's arrival. With jammers in the area, she couldn't relay the situation to the gospel. The gospel raced toward the battlefield at full speed. Is everyone ready? Zhao Yi looked at the silver-haired girls before him. The combat team, led by Su Ran and Su Exine. He was preparing for a boarding operation to strip the enemy starships of all their valuable equipment. The Qing Yun and Xiang were still empty, and since the enemy had been so generous, why refuse? Ready. Into the fighters. Yes. Su Huan's team boarded the T2 level Mecha Qing Yuan. The other team was commanded by Zhao Yi and Su Huan. Commander, I see them, shouted the silver-haired girl piloting the gospel. Pull up alongside one of their starships. Yes. The gospel glided over and matched speed with a nearly crippled starship. Rumble. Two metal boarding bridges extended from the gospel's side, punching into the enemy ship's hull. With its secondary cannons destroyed, the starship had no means of resistance. Realizing they were about to be boarded, the Soro Empire soldiers aboard steeled themselves. Brothers, since we can't escape, let's take as many as we can. That's right. Fight to avenge the major. Charge. They grabbed their weapons and rushed toward Zhao Yi's boarding point. The other starship could only watch helplessly. They were being picked off one by one with no way to provide support. Clank, clank, clank. Mecha after mecha traversed the bridge into the enemy starship. The interior struck them as precise and beautiful, a stark contrast to the shabby state of the Federation's ships. The Empire's sudden rise was no accident. They poured resources into RD and shipbuilding. The Federation, on the other hand, wasted money on unnecessary gimmicks and appearances while slashing the budgets for the silver-haired girls who fought for them. Let's go, Commander, Su Exine said as she heard movement from the enemy. Wait. Zhao Yi walked to a certain spot on the starship Pride, opened a metal panel, and revealed a tangle of wires. With both hands, the mecha ripped out all the cables connecting one end to its own systems. Su Exine asked in confusion, Commander, what are you doing? Every starship has a self-destruct function. To prevent them from blowing everything up in desperation and disabling it. But we still need to hurry. Even with the jammers, the Empire might use a higher-level transmission to detonate the ship. Understood. Rumble. Soro Empire soldiers armed with energy rifles surrounded the corridor. Peeking around the corner, they were stunned to see mecha. What are you afraid of? Fight to the end. They emerged from hiding and opened fire wildly at the mecha. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Beams of light struck the mecha's surface. Then the energy shield activated, devastating the enemies. The mecha was T2 level. They wouldn't even get a chance to exchange a life for a life. When did the Federation get such luxurious equipment? Hold them off. Give me some time. Yes. The silver-haired girls returned fire from their mecha. Against flesh and blood, simple bullet-type weapons sufficed. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rotating cannon sprayed bullets like rain ahead. Soro Empire soldiers were instantly blown to pieces. Two mecha advanced side by side, mowing down any enemy they encountered. At junctions, the other two mecha were dispatched to push forward. Advancing along different routes, the people of the Soro Empire had no way to evade. Battles erupted incessantly throughout the entire ship. Protected by her mecha, the silver-haired girl was certainly no match for the mere flesh and blood of the Soro Empire. Before long, she had pushed forward to the central position within the ship. In addition, they found many useful items. Command room. Su Xin's eyes gleamed with excitement as she turned around and said, Commander, I found their command room. Zhao Yi nodded slightly, instructing the silver-haired girl to search elsewhere and ensure all threats were eliminated. Afterward, they used robots and humans to carry the items, thus speeding up the process. Zhao Yi arrived at the entrance of the command room and kicked the door open with force. A loud bang echoed as the metal door panel flew outward. Inside, the soldiers of the Soro Empire raised their weapons, aiming at the two mechas entering the doorway, as if facing a formidable enemy. You? Who exactly are you? Are you really from the Federation? The captain stood before the console, glaring angrily. Zhao Yi chuckled, of course. Have you ever seen such a beautiful silver-haired girl on any other planet? The Soro Empire people were taken aback, then grew irritated. Whether you're from the Federation or not, you're dead this time. Since we're going to die, let's die together. After saying this, the captain seated in the middle pressed a switch, his eyes slightly closed, as if sensing something. Zhao Yi quietly watched the other's performance, then after a moment asked, What are you doing? Looks quite ecstatic. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for self-destruction? The opposite side's eyes snapped open, revealing a highly astonished expression. What's going on? Why isn't it self-destructing? Inside the mecha, Su Exine smiled, a hint of admiration in her eyes. The commander actually managed to temporarily disable the ship's self-destruct system. How on earth did he do it? Could it be that he had prior knowledge of this Empire's starship model? There was always an air of mystery about Zhao Yi. The people of the Soro Empire were dumbfounded. They had prepared to sacrifice themselves for the Empire, and this was all they got. Zhao Yi raised the mecha's rotary machine gun. If you want to die, it'll give you a send-off. But I don't want to die yet, so I want to accompany you. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets flew across the command room, and the people of the Soro Empire met their death in bitterness. All right, notify the others and the robots to come over and start moving the supplies. Yes. In the Soro Empire, Major Apudin, who was waiting for good news, received a notification. What a... Major Baiklai's ship's signal has disappeared. Yes, we just stopped receiving signals from their starship. Apudin gasped. There were only a few possibilities for losing the signal, the most common being that it was jammed or destroyed. Being destroyed was unlikely, the enemy couldn't possibly defeat Baiklai's fleet. So it must have been jammed. But if it were jammed with their starship's speed, they should have been able to break out of the jamming zone quickly. Or was this jammer deployed by Baiklai himself? The purpose was to prevent the Federation starship from calling for help. That was possible. Major, what should we do now? Should we go support them? Going there now would take at least a few hours, and it's possible that Major Baiklai himself hasn't left the jamming zone. Launch the fastest reconnaissance drone. I want to see what's happening ahead. Yes. A small explorer flew out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Stripped of all functions except detection, this explorer was the fastest among all the Soro Empire's assets. Alright, we've moved almost everything. Let's head to the other ship. Yes. The mechas and robots shuttled back and forth carrying food, weapons, ammunition, energy. Given more time, Zhao Yi could have disassembled the entire starship into parts and packed them away. As for the starship itself, forget it. Zhao Yi didn't want to carry around a bomb that the Empire could detonate at any time. After the bridge was retracted, the remaining Soro Empire ship became aware. Everyone inside was probably dead, and they would face the same fate. The Fuyin adjusted its course and flew toward the other starship. Just then the last remaining Soro Empire starship self-destructed. Since they were all going to die, they certainly wouldn't hand over their supplies to the Federation. Watching the distant explosion, Zhao Yi felt a tinge of regret. Inside the ship, Su Huan was extremely excited. Commander, with this dark matter energy, we can even fight against T3 class starships, can't we? Although our fighter weapons can't sink a starship, we can still render it immobile. The previous battle felt like a dream to her. This fighter was not only powerful, but could even be effective against starships. She had never dared to imagine such a thing before. Zhao Yi smiled. Don't be careless. This weapon is our ace in the hole. It's not to be used unless absolutely necessary. The reason we used it this time is that we never intended to let them go. Yes. Commander, the reconnaissance drone that was following us has flown away, said a silver-haired girl. Was it tailing us from the Blood Wolf mercenaries? Yes, he must have seen the entire battle. Zhao Yi didn't mind, especially since the other side had already witnessed this weapon. Now that they've seen this battle, they're probably scared stiff. To avoid offending the Federation, he would only pretend he saw nothing. Even the Empire's starships were helpless, let alone his few dilapidated ones. What's our haul? Report, Commander. We've collected over 10 days' worth of food, more than 3,000 energy crystals, various instruments, and equipment. In addition, we retrieved an intact T2 class starship energy core, though slightly damaged. It can be used after repairs. That's a good find. Zhao Yi didn't care much about the other items, but this T2 energy core was definitely valuable. To build a T2 class starship, this was essential, and it was a regulated item within the Federation, not easy to purchase. Let's go. We need to pick up the others. Yes. Everyone closed the bridge passage and headed off into the distance. On the planet, Tahiti, Bloodwolf was in his room, watching the transmitted footage in shock. That weapon, capable of penetrating his own shields, had actually been used in real combat. The sudden explosion of the two Soro Empire starships' propulsion systems was caused by this special weapon. Bloodwolf felt his scalp tingle and sweat poured down. The Empire's 3-star starship was beaten without any chance to fight back. Luckily, he was smart enough not to join the Soro Empire, otherwise he would have been the cannon fodder. Someone come here. Lord, you called for us. 2 officers entered from the door, their faces showing confusion. Why did the Lord Bloodwolf look as if he had seen a ghost, his face pale as death? Delete all the data from this reconnaissance drone. Yes, sir. It seemed that the Bloodwolf Lord's strong reaction was related to the reconnaissance drone, but what kind of data could have made him so nervous? This piqued the curiosity of his 2 subordinates. Yet it remained mere curiosity. In their line of work, knowing too much often invited trouble. Go on then. Just as the 2 were about to leave, Bloodwolf called them back. Lord, is there anything else you require? Bloodwolf pondered for a moment, then looked at them and asked, what do you think about us joining the Federation's operations? The 2 were stunned. They had already found it strange that he hadn't joined the Soro Empire earlier. Why would he pass up such a golden opportunity? Though accompanied by some risks, the gains would surely outweigh the losses. Moreover, the Federation was no longer what it used to be. Joining the Federation now made even less sense. Lord, it's not impossible for us to join the Federation, but what price would they be willing to pay for our allegiance? Indeed, we could take on some easy tasks, collect our payment, and then wash our hands of the Federation's future affairs. The 2 muttered in low voices. Since Bloodwolf had already entertained the thought, they could only follow his lead. They knew how to play their cards right. Bloodwolf's concern was that he had seen the Federation's secret weapon. If he didn't join them, would they silence him? His own starship could not withstand such a weapon. But if he joined the Federation, it would mean he was on the same side as them, at least until the weapon was officially unveiled. By then, everyone would know about the new weapon and his knowledge would no longer be a problem. The Federation offered us nothing, it's just some special circumstances. Upon hearing Bloodwolf's words, his two subordinates were dumbfounded. Had Bloodwolf lost his mind, joining a nation that was already doomed to defeat without any benefit? Wasn't that simply courting death? And why would he abandon the generous offer from the Soro Empire? It was a staggering 120 million energy crystals. Well, follow your command, Lord, the long-haired subordinate said earnestly. The other inwardly cursing him as a sycophant adopted an even more obsequious tone. The Bloodwolf mercenary group owes its current success entirely to your wisdom and valor, Lord. I believe this is feasible. The long-haired one felt a wave of disgust. How dare you say that with a straight face? Is this plan even feasible? Bloodwolf nodded slightly at their words. All right, let's consider it. We'll head to Anajuo in a couple of days. What? It's decided. Bloodwolf waved his hand, and the two departed reluctantly. After Zhao Yi and his crew left the battlefield, Major Appleton of the Soro Empire's reconnaissance drone reached the location where the signal had vanished. Looking out, the cosmos was littered with wreckage. The massive starships were battered and broken, floating aimlessly in space. What happened? Is Major Berkeley dead? Appleton shot up from his seat as he saw the image, while the others were equally bewildered. They had initially assumed the jamming device was deployed by Appleton to prevent the Federation from passing information. Or perhaps by the Federation, but Appleton had considered it unnecessary to leave the jamming range. Yet never did they imagine such an outcome. All three starships had been destroyed, and the Federation's starship was nowhere to be seen. Major, it seems Major Berkeley has met a grim fate. Should we report this? Appleton sank back into his seat, dazed, wondering if the outcome would have been different had he followed. Or would he have died there as well? The enemy had only one starship. Had the Federation developed some new weapon? Send this message to the Empire immediately. Yes, sir. On the capital planet of the Soro Empire, a colossal palace floated in the sky. In one of its chambers, the somewhat adorable-looking Empress sat on her throne, visibly irked. What is the meaning of this? Can someone tell me what happened? Why did Berkeley, sent to win over Bloodwolf, die in this place? The ministers below bowed their heads, afraid to speak. Though the Empress was young, she was ruthless, and with the entire Empire's life in her hands, no one dared to defy her. Cat, got your tongues. A middle-aged man in a military cap with a curled mustache stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, according to the reports, Berkeley encountered a Federation starship while en route to the Toddy Star, where the Bloodwolf mercenary group is stationed. A battle ensued at coordinates XX24, and regrettably, he was defeated. The Empress curled her lips. How embarrassing, losing to a Federation starship. Their ships are nothing but scrap metal. How many do they even have? Well, what? You don't know the number. The middle-aged man shook his head. That's not it. They originally had only one starship, but they purchased a second-hand interstellar carrier and a repair ship in Portomato. Some ministers who were unaware of the details thought they had misheard. One starship. Even with the second-hand purchases, that's at most two starships, and a repair ship can hardly be considered combat-ready. General March, are you being serious? In the few instances the Federation has won against our empire, they always outnumbered us. Their starships are all T1 class. Exactly. If you told me they had 10 starships, I could understand, but 2. How could they possibly defeat Berkeley? An old second-hand carrier without any fighters. Does that even count as a combat asset? Are you suggesting our Empire's starships are so incompetent that they were defeated by a single Federation starship? The Empress sat back displeased. When had the Federation become so strong? Or was there another reason? March continued, the situation is indeed bizarre. I suspect the Federation has a new type of weapon. According to Major Appleton's investigation, one of Berkeley's starships was destroyed by a self-destruct, while another showed signs of internal combat. Berkeley's own starship was damaged, far more severely, likely pierced by a main cannon. The assembly was even more shocked. General March, you're saying that a single enemy starship managed to pierce ours when a boarding action against another, and scare the last one into self-destruction? This is too absurd. Are these findings reliable? If I didn't know you better, General, I'd suspect you were a Federation mole trying to demoralize our troops. March remained silent. The situation was indeed outrageous. But he had carefully reviewed the analysis report, and there were no issues. The Empress' eyes blinked. So you're saying the Federation has a new weapon, otherwise Berkeley wouldn't have lost so easily? Yes. And what is this new weapon? That is unknown, but I believe we should remain vigilant. Others disagreed. Their frequent victories in battles against the Federation had made them somewhat arrogant and dismissive. The suggestion to be wary of the Federation was unacceptable. I don't think so. If the Federation truly had a new weapon, why wouldn't they deploy it? You know, the 3 war zones of the Federation are retreating on all fronts, with a third of their planets now in our hands. Is this how they fight? I can understand General Maki's fear. Your subordinates have just suffered defeat. After all, our expeditionary force is stronger. Your city defense force hasn't fought in too long, so it's only natural they've grown complacent. What did you say? General Maki fumed, his beard bristling with rage. He could tolerate criticism of himself, but not of his men. Our city defense force may have been idle for too long, but even if we were sent to the front lines right now, we would have no problem. Better not. Losing too many planets would be troublesome, and the Federation might think our empire has become useless. You? The Empress lifted her eyelids with displeasure. Enough. All of you shut up. The crowd fell silent. The Empress, I have a general idea of the situation. Berkeley's death might be related to the Federation's new weapon, but without any clues, it's overly cautious to be on guard. The Northern War Zone and the Northwestern War Zone will continue their advance. The Northeastern War Zone will regroup and retake planet M787. Yes. And what about the Bloodwolf mercenaries? Maki, you were the one who said allying with them would speed up our advance. Maki lowered his head. Before the meeting, I spoke with Bloodwolf. They said they had already declined Berkeley's invitation and expressed deep sympathy for his fate, but they have no leads on the Federation either. Truly useless. The Empress clicked her tongue. Maki, I think you're getting old. If you can't handle it, resign and go home to rest. The position of Capital Star City Defense Commander is also critical. Oh. Maki was stunned. Was he being dismissed over such a trivial matter? He glanced at the reactions of the others. It seemed someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Your Majesty speaks wisely. I've actually been feeling unwell lately and could use some rest. Then it's settled. Your position will be discussed in a future meeting. Maki raised his head. Yes, but I still think we should be wary of the Federation's new weapon. No need. Let them come. The Empress finished speaking, rose with authority, and left the hall. The other ministers could not suppress their laughter. General Maki. Oh no, you have no military rank now. Count Maki, you'd best stick to your little corner and live well. Don't let the Federation scare you to death. Haha, new Federation weapon. They can't even figure out their own starships. What new weapon could they have? The Empire's people paid no heed to how the Federation had won. It was merely the incompetence of the city defense force. With the expeditionary force in charge, the outcome would surely be different. Commander, you're here. On the energy planet, Su-1 was visibly excited to see Zhao Yi and the others. These past days had finally come to an end. Zhao Yi stood by the lake which Su-1 had drained, transferring the water elsewhere. At the bottom of the riverbed lay a vast abyss from which robots continuously carried out energy crystals. How many have we mined so far? Reporting, Commander. A total of over 3,000 energy crystals. Though we have many personnel, the cave is not easy to mine. 3,000 was not bad. For now, the energy crystals needed to be stored. If he couldn't change the Federation, then he would have to create a new one. But either way, it required money. Alright, leave the robots here. You and the rest come back to the starship with us. We're heading home. Su-1 blinked. That's fantastic. I've been longing to return to the gospel. Zhao Yi turned and said half-jokingly, by the way, you don't need to go back to the gospel. What a... Su-1 was dumbfounded. What was going on? Was she being fired? No, that couldn't be right. Silver-haired girls were only scrapped, never dismissed. Su-Xin and the others were knowing smiles. You'll find out soon enough. Amid the prayers of the natives, Zhao Yi and his team ascended into the gospel, hovering in the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon the next moment. Once in space, Su-1 and the other silver-haired girls understood. They now possessed 3 starships. My God, we're rich. We have our own repair ship. From now on, we won't have to rely on anyone else's goodwill. Of course, this repair ship is a T2 class, and you're its captain. Su-1 nearly jumped with excitement. Does that mean we have our own research lab and manufacturing workshop? Yes. The equipment and instruments were insufficient, but the Soro Empire insisted on giving us some. How could we refuse their kindness? However, they're all general-purpose devices. Well, by specialized equipment once we reach Anadu. Awesome. The other silver-haired girls were ecstatic. They had thought their final days would be spent in darkness. But this commander had given them one surprise and hope after another. Commander, can these 3 starships return to Anadu? Su-Xin raised her concern. According to Federation war law, all spoils of war must be surrendered and redistributed. Although these 2 starships aren't spoils, we obtained them with money swindled from the Federation. If Anadu finds out. The group's spirits dampened. Indeed, these starships were theirs now, but once at Anadu that might change. All 300 of them had come from the battlefield and seized plenty of spoils, but not even food was allowed to be kept. If caught hiding things, they would be executed. Zhao Yi smiled. You're right. If these starships are discovered, well, lose them. So we need to hide them. Hide them. Near the edge of the Federation's territory lies a planet called Ingwu Meteor. It is completely lifeless. The Federation once surveyed it and found nothing but useless resources. The cost of mining and transporting those resources would exceed their value. Su-Xin understood. You mean we hide the starships on that planet? Exactly. A planet with no value and no strategic importance is rarely visited. Alright, well, follow the commander's orders. Target Ingwu Meteor. Full speed ahead. At the massive fortress city of Anadu, the brand new gospel returned to the city. After hiding the starships, everyone was brimming with excitement. Next time, no matter what mission they undertook, they could retrieve the 2 starships before acting. Moreover, Ingwu Meteor was beyond Federation territory. Without precise scanning, it would not be discovered, and no one would waste resources on a thorough scan of a worthless planet. In the universe, such celestial bodies were far too numerous. Alright, Su-Xin, and I will go report in. You all take care of your own matters. Zhao Yi looked at the group and said, there are still over 6,000 energy crystals on the Fuyin Hao. Food supplies are adequate for now, so we don't need that. What we need are instruments and equipment for the repair ship. Su-won am entrusting this money to you. Don't worry, you'll handle it well. Su-won was extremely excited, already thinking about what to buy. These were all items needed on the repair ship. With this money, they could not only build and repair, but also conduct research and development. During this time, they had survived only thanks to Zhao Yi. Though happy, there was still a slight sense of inferiority in their hearts. How could they inherently proud fall behind others? They had to show Zhao Yi what the silver-haired girls were capable of. By the way, Commander, Su-won called out to Zhao Yi, who was about to leave. What's the matter? Could you show me the data on your dark matter energy? Su-won asked in a low voice, intensely curious about this energy that could ignore shields and was invisible. Zhao Yi didn't mind. Although Su-won was a mechanic, she was just as strong in research and development as Su-yen. Before he had arrived, the fighters on the Fuyin Hao had been assembled and studied by the two of them. Go ahead and look if you want. The file is in my office document, no password. Su-won and Su-yen were overjoyed. They had never dared to dream of such a thing in the past. Not to mention the dark matter energy developed by the commander himself. Even T2 level weapons and starships had rarely been shown to them. Thank you, Commander. It's nothing. Maybe you'll discover something I missed. We're off. Zhao Yi and Su Xian left the Fuyin Hao and headed toward the office, completely unaware that in several shadows of Inuiduo members of the Shadow Clan were observing them. They had long memorized the appearance of the Fuyin Hao and Zhao Yi. If anyone knew the whereabouts of the Mafeng, or what was hidden inside, it could only be Zhao Yi. That's him. Follow him. Understood. The few of them vanished from the spot after speaking. At the Federation office, a beautiful female officer led Zhao Yi to the conference room, bowed, and left. Zhao Yi opened the door, and the senior Inuiduo officers sitting inside all turned to look at him. Zhao Yi, you're back. The officers rarely showed smiles on their faces. Thanks to Zhao Yi, their Inuiduo had gained a little more time to survive. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, Commander Zhao Yi of the Fuyin Hao has completed the mission. Please give instructions. Take a seat. Yes. After Zhao Yi sat down, everyone couldn't help praising him. Zhao Yi, you are truly young and promising. The surprises you bring us are increasing. Yes, we were still considering how to deal with the Blood Wolves joining, and you managed to negotiate it. Though it's a pity the Blood Wolf cannot join us, it's already very difficult to keep them neutral. Tonight's celebration banquet, Zhao Yi, you must come. Me? I'd better skip it. Zhao Yi smiled. He wasn't used to such occasions. He'd rather go back to Su Xian, which was both pleasing to the eye and comforting. What fun was there facing these rough men? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu saw the slight displeasure on everyone's faces and persuaded, Zhao Yi, don't refuse this time. You deserve it. Let's put aside the banquet for now and talk about the current situation. Everyone fell silent, listening to Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu's report. Lin Fu scanned the room, his face showing worry. Although the Blood Wolf mercenaries did not join the Soro Empire, the Empire is still putting a lot of pressure on our Inuiduo. According to reliable intelligence, another fleet from within the Empire is heading to planet M787, coupled with the fleets resting around the Empire. This offensive is truly menacing. There are only 5 fleets in the nearby star systems of Inuiduo, and the G-29 fleet has not yet replenished its troops and starships after the last major battle. Everyone sighed. All fronts of the Federation are stretched thin. The reinforcements I applied for from the capital star have not arrived yet. How could they possibly come? Our northwest and northeast theaters are still relatively manageable, but the northern theater is the most critical, where the Empire's elite forces are concentrated. The situation there is extremely stalemated, with logistics and reinforcements unable to keep up. How could they prioritize us? But Inuiduo cannot be easily handed over to the Soro Empire. Without the protection of Inuiduo, it will be difficult to mount effective resistance later. Everyone spoke in turn, while Zhao Yi listened silently. This matter had little to do with him. As long as he could survive, that was enough. If the Federation really fell, it might be a good thing for him and the silver-haired girls. Su Xian and the others were reluctant to leave because of their nature. They possessed traits of justice, kindness, and courage. They wanted to protect their kin behind them and the Federation people who supported them. But if the Federation no longer existed, they would lose that thought. Recently, the Elder Council issued a document proposing to allow self-propelled weapons to use T2 level weapons. What do you think? After saying this, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu looked around at the people present. The current Federation was ruled by the Council of Elders. The families on the council were the Lin family, the Wang family, the Yuan family, the Qian family, and the Sun family. These 5 were the original founding families of the Federation. Under their management, the Federation expanded continuously, eventually becoming what it was now. The proposal for the silver-haired girls to use T2 level weapons was put forward by the Lin family, with the Wang family's support behind it. Now the 5 families appeared harmonious on the surface, but in secret they had split into 2 factions. One faction believed that the silver-haired girls were nothing but weapons without human rights. Even if the Federation perished, the ancient decision would not change. They would never recognize the silver-haired girls as human. The Wang and Lin families, though agreeing with this view, had made a slight compromise given the current situation. That was, the silver-haired girls had strong combat capabilities, so they should be allowed to crush the Empire first. During this period, they could give the silver-haired girls some appropriate benefits. For example, shortening the service period, providing more weapons, and allowing injured or incapacitated silver-haired girls to live on the planet instead of being forcibly scrapped. All of this was still for the sake of the Federation, not out of sympathy for the plight of the silver-haired girls. Everyone present remained silent upon hearing this news, exchanging glances. Yuan Jianya shook his head and said, "Don't forget what we have done to the silver-haired girls. If we give them T2 level weapons, or above, I think we won't even need the Empire to destroy us. We will die by our own hands. Our patrol and escort fleets are only T2 level starships, which is what keeps these silver-haired girls from having any ideas. If they get weapons of this level, who can guarantee what they might do before they die?" Everyone nodded in agreement. The conflict between the Federation and the silver-haired girls was not something that had formed overnight. Indeed, the war has rendered countless silver-haired girls obsolete. Though they remain silent, it is because we hold leverage over them. If we were to lift the restrictions on their weapon use or grant them citizenship, who knows what the consequences would be? I think we need to think long and hard about this. Incidents of humanoid autonomous weapons harming people are not unheard of. The use of T2 level weapons requires careful consideration. Don't forget who turned the silver-haired girls into autonomous weapons. It was the Federation. Even if we were willing to accept them, the enmity of losing their homeland will not be easily resolved. Zhao Yi sat to the side with a cold sneer. The Federation had reached this point for a reason. Even with the enemy at the gates, their primary concern was still how to deal with the silver-haired girls and find excuses for their own actions. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu swept his gaze across the room, roughly grasping the situation. Those who agreed with the Lin and Wang family's proposal were still in the minority. Most continued to adhere to the old rules. It seemed changing things would not be easy. Since he couldn't change the rules, he would change the entire Federation. As long as the Federation could survive. Lin Fu's eyes sharpened and he made up his mind. We'll discuss this later. After all, no one can predict the future. Yuan Jianya stepped forward and said, "There's no need for further discussion. According to the Federation's war law and the Humanoid Autonomous Weapon Management Act, these silver-haired girls have only one purpose: to be born for war. If it weren't for their usefulness, they would have died in the war of extermination a century ago. They wouldn't have survived until now." As a member of the Yuan family, Yuan Jianya naturally stood on the opposing side. Enuiduo was currently under Lin Fu's management, but that might not last long. The most formidable contender was Yuan Jianya. The others fell silent, watching the two sides at loggerheads. This was a power struggle between two major families. They would not intervene until one side had a clear advantage. Just then a female officer knocked and entered through the door. "Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, there's news from the City Defense Forces." City Defense Forces? Everyone was taken aback. What news could disrupt their meeting? Had the Empire attacked? What news? "The Shualong mercenary has brought 28 starships and is stationed not far from Enuiduo." Shualong mercenary? Everyone was stunned. Hadn't Shualong stated not long ago that they would not participate in the conflict between the Federation and the Empire? Why had they suddenly appeared? Could their earlier refusal to join the Empire have been a ruse? Just to lull us into complacency? Actually, they might have already reached an agreement with the Empire. Lin Fu shook his head. No, that's not it. If they had truly made a deal with the Empire, they would be acting in concert. Now venturing deep into our alliance's territory would only make them cannon fodder. I don't believe Shualong is that foolish. Exactly. If they were really with the Empire, they would have taken M787 planet to pave the way for the Empire. Coming to Enuiduo with just 3 fleets, do they seriously think they can capture a fortress city? Shualong mercenary has thrived in the region for a reason. Their arrival this time must have some purpose. The female officer continued, "The Border Defense Forces report that Shualong has requested a conversation with Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu." Everyone turned to Zhao Yi. "Zhao Yi, what's this all about?" Zhao Yi spread his hands. "I have no idea. Maybe Shualong wants to join us." He truly didn't know why Shualong had come at this time. It couldn't be for tea, could it? Even if they intended to launch a surprise attack, they wouldn't approach so openly. Could they be here to surrender? The others were momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "Zhao Yi, you did well on that mission, but claiming Shualong would surrender to us is a stretch. The Federation has nothing that could keep Shualong mercenary. Indeed, these mercenaries are essentially merchants. No one does a losing deal." Many officers laughed at Zhao Yi's naivety, believing his recent success was just luck. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu was silent for a moment, then said, "Put them through." "Yes, sir." A holographic projection of Shualong appeared in the meeting room. He stood up and laughed heartily. "Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, long time no see." Lin Fu did not return the smile. "Shualong, you've got some nerve bringing your fleet to Enuiduo. Do you really think we'll let you leave alive?" Others joined in the reproach. "Shualong, do you think the Empire cooperated with you out of goodwill? They were using you, and you fell for it. You're so eager to die. Do you think the Enuiduo fortress is a joke?" Enuiduo was a fortress built by the Federation millennia ago to defend against the Empire, capable of projecting power over the surrounding star systems. To enter the Federation's interior, one had to pass through it. For thousands of years, it had never fallen. Realizing the misunderstanding, Shualong quickly explained, "You've got it wrong. I'm not here because of the Empire." "Then why? I intend to lead my fleet in joining the Solar Federation as a mercenary force." Everyone was dumbfounded, their minds buzzing. They shared the same thought as the several officers standing beside Shualong, that Shualong had truly lost his mind. The officer who had laughed at Zhao Yi earlier was left speechless, his face stinging from the sudden reversal. "You're serious?" Lin Fu and the other officers exchanged glances, trying to figure out the trick. No matter how they thought about it, it made no sense. This man would give up the more promising side, the Empire, to choose them. No one would believe that. But it must have something to do with the Empire. Lin Fu wanted to probe further. "What do you want in return for joining us? You don't expect to work for the Federation for free, do you?" Shualong smiled. "You can set the payment as you see fit. But we have certain requirements for the missions." Despite their fear of being targeted after joining the Alliance, it was irrational to take on a suicidal mission just to avoid death. How could that make sense? Zolang's demands left everyone even more bewildered. They had seen mercenaries who joined the battlefield for profit, like vultures drawn by the scent of death, following a dying creature until it collapsed. Now they were saying payment as you see fit. Since when had these guys become so charitable? Could it be for the sake of justice? Everyone turned their gaze to Zhao Yi. Could Zolang's sudden decision to join the Federation be related to him? "I want to ask you, did your choice to join the Federation have anything to do with Zhao Yi's visit to Tahiti Star as an envoy?" Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu asked curiously. Shualong naturally wouldn't reveal the existence of the Federation's new weapon in front of so many people. Who knew if these people were even cleared to know? The more he said, the more mistakes he might make. Indeed, Zhao Yi played a part. He made me realize that war cannot be judged solely by appearances. I believe joining the Federation is more prudent. Appearances? Prudent. The crowd was baffled. Anyone could see the disparity between the Federation and the Empire, whether in appearance or essence. Saying prudent is even more absurd. This Shuelang is simply unwilling to reveal the real reason. Is that the only reason? Yes, Shuelang replied earnestly. Now both the Empire and Shuelang knew about the Federation's new weapon, yet the Federation itself remained unaware. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu stared at the Shuelang before him. He wore a sincere smile, so genuine that an outsider might think this middle-aged man was harmless. But Lin Fu knew that mercenaries were as cunning as jackals. With the slightest misstep, even their masters could be bitten back. Since Lord Shuelang has put it that way, the Federation is willing to offer 500 energy crystals as the hiring fee. As a member of the Federation, you must always prioritize the Federation's interests, refrain from any actions or behaviors that harm the Federation, and respond to the Federation's calls. Of course, we will also grant you certain rights of choice. 500,000 plus the previous 500,000 makes 1 million for a period of 3 months. But this was still slightly less than the 1.2 million offered by the Empire. Everyone looked at Shuelang, wondering what he would choose. Normally, Shuelang would not accept this price. Shuelang immediately agreed. All right, the Shuelang Mercenary Corps is willing to accept. The crowd was stunned. What exactly was Shuelang trying to do? Many people shook their heads at Lin Fu, feeling that this was too suspicious and that caution was best. The best course was to let Shuelang return and remain neutral. But Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu saw this as an opportunity. If Shuelang truly agreed to join them, the situation in the Northwest Theater could be reversed, even making a counterattack possible. The Shuelang Mercenary Corps possessed 3 fleets with over 3,000 mercenaries and 28 starships, half of which were T2 class and 1 even T3 class. Such strength could dominate any region. The Soro Empire would have to see if its teeth were sharp enough to swallow the Federation and Shuelang. Since you have agreed, from now on you are part of the Federation. My first order to you is to proceed to Sector D452 of M787, and all fleets must stay tightly together. D452. Zhao Yi was slightly startled. This area was special, because it was the closest to the Soro Empire, and also within the range of the Star Destroyer cannon. If Shuelang assembled his fleet here, the Star Destroyer cannon could even destroy all 3 fleets with a single shot. Shuelang naturally understood. The feeling of placing his life in someone else's hands was far from pleasant, but what else could he do? He had learned the Federation's secret, and could only prove himself this way. All right, I will order the fleet to go there now. Everyone's jaws dropped, as if they had witnessed something incredible. No way Shuelang actually agreed to this. If it wasn't a conspiracy, then Shuelang's mind must truly be broken. The officers around Shuelang were equally astonished. The Shuelang before them was different from the one they knew. How could he entrust his brother's lives to the Federation? After ending the communication, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu looked at the others. What do you think? They exchanged glances and finally shook their heads. Having lived this long, they still couldn't understand this situation. The only thing they knew was that this must be related to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi went to Tahiti Star before. Do you think Shuelang has some conspiracy? How exactly did you talk to Shuelang? To make him join the alliance at all costs. Zhao Yi smiled half-truthfully. I guess you could say I took a risky approach. Anyone normal would choose to help the Empire, especially since we didn't offer much benefit. So I tried to see if I could bluff Shuelang. Bluff him? How did you manage that? Everyone was extremely curious. I just made him believe that the Federation's current state was because we hadn't revealed our trump card. Once it was played, they would be cannon fodder. Lin Fu frowned. Did you make up this trump card yourself? Of course. We all know the Federation has no real trump card. The only one was the silver-haired girl, and she was badly beaten. And that scared Xuelang. The crowd was still skeptical. Zhao Yi continued. I found that Xuelang is naturally alert and sharp, but also suspicious and cautious. The Empire's easy victory over us made him think there might be a possibility. But I didn't expect him to actually choose to join us. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu and the others remained silent. This was too absurd. If what Zhao Yi said was true, then they still needed to be wary of this Xuelang. However, they were all positioned within the range of the Star Destroyer cannon, so it should be fine. Broadcast the news of Xuelang joining our Federation across the universe, and see how the Empire reacts. Yes. If Xuelang sincerely joined them, it would definitely be a good thing. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu stood up and said, All right, I will report the matter of Xuelang to the higher-ups. Everyone go about your business. Don't forget the celebration tonight. Okay. Zhao Yi had wanted to skip it, but Lin Fu's gaze stopped him. Helpless Zhao Yi just shrugged and agreed. The news of Xuelang joining the Federation caused a huge stir across the universe. Various forces speculated whether the Xuelang mercenary corps had some hidden motive. Many people even thought it was an imperial conspiracy, a plan to coordinate from within and without. When the time was right, they would surely jump out and bite the Federation. There was no doubt about the strength of the Xuelang mercenary corps. It was one of the strongest in the region. Those who knew Xuelang contacted him one after another to ask for details, but he refused them all. He was also troubled in his heart. The conflict between the Empire and the Federation had dragged him in. But on the bright side, being the first to see this weapon gave him an extra way to survive. At least that was better than those mercenaries who had chosen the Empire. The Empire was equally astonished by Xuelang's choice. Perplexed, bewildered, and furious. The noble Empress could not accept Xuelang's decision. You either stay neutral and don't get involved, or you join the Empire. Now everyone knows about the conflict between the Empire and the Federation, yet you chose to join the Federation. This is a complete slap in the face to the Empire. Stevens, the Empress sat on her throne looking down imperiously. A man in military uniform bowed his head. Your Majesty, what are your orders? I order you to capture Anaduo within 3 months and crush the Xuelang mercenary corps. I want everyone to know the consequences of offending our empire. Stevens looked up. What about Xuelang himself? The Empress, with a slightly youthful face but resolute determination, said, Bring Xuelang back to me. I want him to repent for his actions in the capital. Stevens nodded slightly. Yes. Although the Empress had issued a strict order under the current circumstances, capturing Anaduo was no easy feat. Before reinforcements were ready, the offensive in the Northwest Theater had to be slowed down, and defensive adjustments might even be necessary to fend off a counterattack from the Federation. Stevens dared not say more. The Empire was not short of manpower. If you thought you couldn't do it, there were plenty who thought they could. The Federation Anaduo. The victory banquet was held at the most famous hotel in the fortress city. The hall was resplendent, filled with the enticing aroma of food. The guests coming and going were either wealthy or noble. They had no craving for the delicacies before them, as these were merely their everyday fare. Behind the vermilion gates, meat and wine go to waste. On the roadside, frozen bones lie in the cold. Zhao Yi wandered among them, occasionally greeting strangers, and when no one was watching, he'd grab a handful of tasty treats and stuff them into his pocket. Candies and chocolates were all good things. Su Xian and the others had never tasted them. If his pockets weren't too small, Zhao Yi would have taken everything away. After all, it was a waste for these people. Zhao Yi quickly turned around, stuffing the preserved fruit he had just grabbed into his bag. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. What were you doing just now, eh? Lin Fu was a bit puzzled as Zhao Yi seemed nervous. That was rare. When Blood Wolf had come before, he was the most composed and calm. Zhao Yi smiled awkwardly. Nothing, I was just thinking about something, and your sudden call startled me. Lin Fu put an arm around Zhao Yi's shoulder and said, It seems the matter with Blood Wolf is true. Not only did the Empire recall the fleet that was coming, but the nearby fleets have also started to tighten their formations, coordinating with each other. They're afraid of our counterattack. After saying that, Lin Fu burst into laughter. Moreover, Blood Wolf was placed at the forefront. If the Empire were to launch a surprise attack, it would hit them first. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. That's good. Yes, I reported the situation here. The council is very curious about you. I'm going back soon, and you'll come with me. Going back? The capital planet? Yes. Zhao Yi's mouth fell open. He had never imagined he could return to the capital planet one day. What about my subordinates? They want leave, will they? No, they'll stay temporarily in Anaduo. All right, I'll follow your orders, Lieutenant Colonel. After all, when he returned to the capital planet, they would be safe. Why not drag things out as long as possible? When the 5 years were up, he was curious to see what the Federation would do. Would they force Su Xian and the others to continue serving regardless of face, or would they choose to grant them citizenship? Either way, the Federation would become a laughingstock. This time when we go back, he'll take you to see a place. What place? You'll know when you get there. Lin Fu gave a mysterious smile and left. Zhao Yi took a bite of the cake in his hand. This Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu was not simple either, he had many things hidden in his mind. Bringing him back to the capital planet was probably not so simple. Having hidden the things well enough, Zhao Yi made an excuse and left first. At the door, Su Xian, who had been waiting, hurried over, her little face flushed from the night wind. Commander, have you been waiting long? Su Xian shook her head. No, just a little while. Zhao Yi checked the time. This girl really couldn't lie if she had been waiting for 3 hours and called that a little while. Here, try this. What is it? Zhao Yi unwrapped a candy and handed it to Su Xian. As she tasted it, her eyes widened in surprise at how sweet it was. Her gaze fell back on the candy. How is it? Sweet. Su Xian smiled faintly, as if still savoring the satisfaction the candy brought. Glad you like it. Take the rest back to Su Ran and the others. They'll definitely love them. Su Xian felt the sweetness in her mouth, and it seemed her heart tasted it too sweet and pleasant. Commander, can I have this? Su Xian pointed at the candy wrapper in Zhao Yi's hand, asking shyly. What do you want that for? It's pretty. Zhao Yi opened his hand and gave it to Su Xian. He had been about to throw it away, but since she wanted it, he gave it to her. Su Xian took it carefully, as if it were a treasure, slowly unfolding the wrapper along the opening until it became a crinkly candy paper with a pattern depicting a spaceship or perhaps a planet. I don't get you. Let's go back. Zhao Yi was puzzled at what was there to collect about a candy wrapper. The previously sharp and valiant Su Xian now seemed like a little girl. Placing the candy wrapper in her breast pocket, Su Xian quickly caught up. On the way to the outskirts, Zhao Yi suddenly stopped. This was the place where they had encountered space pirates. He felt something was off. It seemed like there were eyes watching them. This was different from the disdainful and contemptuous gazes of others. It was a gaze filled with killing intent, as if they were prey. Su Xian asked curiously, Commander, what's wrong? Zhao Yi remained silent, looking around. The desolate street had no streetlights. In a nearby alley, a few vagrants were burning something in a metal drum to keep warm. There seemed to be nothing suspicious. Strange, was he overthinking? Just as he was thinking, 2 more vagrants came toward them, their figures casting long shadows on the ground in the firelight. Commander. Su Xian turned around, curious. It was rare to see Zhao Yi so lost in thought. It's nothing. Let's go back. As they passed the vagrants, the 2 suddenly pulled out weapons and thrust at Zhao Yi. Su Xian was quick. She kicked the weapon away, then knocked down the 2 vagrants before anyone could react. Commander, be careful. There might be others. Zhao Yi looked around. The vagrants who had been warming themselves by the fire had already fled in fear, leaving only the 2 on the ground. Who are you 2? Why are you attacking us? The 2 said, nothing, standing up at an impossible angle. Su Xian frowned. Her attack should have rendered them unable to stand, but it seemed to have no effect. Had she miscalculated? Commander, they seem abnormal. I see that. Be careful. As they spoke, the 2 rushed at Zhao Yi again, moving fast, as if they were not injured at all. The mechanical arm behind Zhao Yi extended, firing a disintegration ray at one of them. After a flash of light, the vagrant in front of him turned to a pile of dust which scattered with the wind. The other one, as if seeing nothing, continued charging at Zhao Yi. Su Xian stepped forward to subdue him, only to realize the man had immense strength. She drew a dagger from her back and slashed at his tendons, but it had no effect. It was as if this person had no need for such things. Could there be a prosthetic limb? Su Xian frowned slightly, but the sensation of her blade striking down earlier had felt normal. Each cut landed on flesh. Zhao Yi suddenly spoke up. There's something wrong with their shadows. Strike their shadows. He keenly noticed that the vagrant he had just disintegrated had turned to dust, yet his shadow remained in place. Though the shadow tried desperately to disguise itself as the shadow of something else, Zhao Yi still spotted it. The shadow had not vanished along with the vagrant. That was definitely suspicious. Su Xin's eyes flashed as she thrust her dagger toward the vagrant's shadow. Clang. The sound of metal striking metal rang out, and the dagger aimed at the shadow instead embedded itself in the empty ground. The vagrant's shadow split apart in the middle, precisely dodging the dagger's attack. Su Xian was astonished. It was the first time he had witnessed such a strange phenomenon, a shadow capable of altering its form. Then 2 black figures leaped out of the shadow, hopping through the shadows of other objects, and disappeared within a few breaths. The remaining vagrant fell heavily to the ground. Ding Host has discovered the Shadow Clan, gifted with extraordinary talent, and obtained a shadow conceptual weapon. Su Xian wanted to give chase, but Zhao Yi called him back. Without knowing the enemy's situation, it was better to avoid provoking them, especially since he had just gained a new weapon. What was that thing just now? Su Xian returned, still dazed. It was utterly bewildering that a shadow could become a person. That was the infamous Shadow Clan. Their racial trait is the ability to hide within the shadows of other objects, Zhao Yi explained. Does that mean they can enter our shadows? Su Xian instinctively stomped on his own shadow. Fortunately, nothing seemed wrong. Zhao Yi smiled. No, they can only enter the shadows of non-living things. Then what about these 2 vagrants? Su Xian felt puzzled. By all appearances, the 2 vagrants were living beings. They were already dead before, so they don't count as living beings. Trying to incapacitate them is useless. The real opponent is the one hiding in the shadows. Su Xian nodded silently. I see. Commander, you know quite a bit. What about the two Shadow Clan members? They've hidden themselves, and we don't know where they've gone. They'll definitely come looking for us again. Let them. If they dare jump out again, next time they won't escape. Alright. After the two left in a corner, two black figures emerged from the shadows and gazed ahead. Failed. Yes, that silver-haired girl is truly formidable. If not for our clan's talent, we might not have made it back. Two more black figures emerged from another shadow. But if we had taken the one reagent, we might have won. No rush. We need to ensure absolute certainty. We'll make our move when Zhao Yi is alone. Agreed. Zhao Yi and Su Xin returned to their temporary lodgings, the same abandoned factory as before. Thanks to the tidying up done by Su Xin and the others, the environment was quite decent. Zhao Yi handed out small snacks like candies and nuts to the girls. Everyone was curious about these candies, having only seen them but never tasted them. Su Ran popped one into her mouth and her eyes instantly sparkled. At their age, with a natural fondness for sweets, how could they resist the allure of sugary candy? So delicious. So sweet. Su Ran rubbed her cheeks in contentment. The other silver-haired girls also wore expressions of enjoyment. Zhao Yi smiled faintly. Seeing these young girls smile like that made him happy too. Hey, where are Su Yin and Su Wan? They went out this morning to buy some equipment and are now debugging it. Is that so? We'll go take a look. Zhao Yi headed to the Fuyin. Since the Xiang was still outside Federation territory, the instruments and equipment were temporarily placed on the Fuyin. Zhao Yi walked into the Fuyin's hall and lounge, which was now filled with various apparatus. Su Yin and Su Wan were studying something in front of an instrument, so absorbed that they didn't even notice Zhao Yi's arrival. Seeing their focused expressions, Zhao Yi felt a deep sense of admiration. If the Federation could set aside its prejudice, these two would surely develop even more innovations if they joined the RD team. Ultimately, the Federation was jealous and fearful of the silver-haired girl's talents. After a brief glance, Zhao Yi didn't disturb them, merely leaving the candies aside. They would see them when they took a break. He himself hurried back to his room. Shortly after Zhao Yi left, Su Yin wiped the sweat from her brow. It's truly amazing. The dark matter energy researched by the commander is difficult to extract, but it repels everything we currently know. No wonder it can penetrate energy shields. Indeed. I wonder why the commander came to our fleet. Do you think he did it on purpose? Su Wan was startled, then nodded slightly. That must be the reason. With his talent, he could have easily stayed on the capital star. Hey, what's this? Su Wan picked up the candies nearby and looked around. There was no one. These look like candies. Candies? Did the commander leave them? Probably. Let's eat them. Both of them were thrilled. They had heard that mental workers love sweets like chocolate and candy, but they had only heard of them, never tasted them. Opening one and putting it in their mouths, they felt the sweetness fill their entire mouths. It was truly delicious. A warmth stirred in their hearts, a ripple of emotion flowing within. They hadn't expected the commander to specially bring them candies, leaving them aside so as not to distract them. Alright, let's keep working. Yes, we'll give the commander a surprise later. Zhao Yi returned to his room. When he encountered the Shadow Clan earlier, he had gained a new weapon, the Shadow Conceptual Weapon. The relevant knowledge and technology had already imprinted in his mind. Now it was time to actualize it. Taking out the necessary equipment and materials from the room, Zhao Yi began modifying his mechanical arm. This Shadow Conceptual Weapon was non-lethal, a functional weapon, and the materials required were not complex. The difficulty lay in implementation. After an unknown amount of time, the mechanical arm in front of him emitted a pitch-black radiance, as if the entire arm had dimmed slightly. Zhao Yi reattached the mechanical arm. According to the system's description, any object struck by his mechanical arm would be dragged into another space, the shadow space. This was quite similar to the ability of the Shadow Clan. It essentially granted objects the capacity to enter shadows. The same limitation applied. The Shadow Conceptual Weapon could only be used on non-living matter, which felt somewhat underwhelming. But what if it were used on a starship? Could it hide the entire vessel? But Zhao Yi quickly abandoned the idea. Setting aside the energy requirements, even if the starship could be endowed with such an ability, it could only be activated when no one was aboard. And without anyone aboard, the starship would be a sitting duck. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Yi conceived a brilliant plan. Since the ability couldn't be used on living beings, he could create non-living entities and bestow them with the power of the Shadow Clan, producing shadow robots. This idea was worth trying. He could keep them hidden within his own shadow and release them when needed. With this thought, Zhao Yi began designing such robots. Just then a knock came at the door. Who is it? Commander, it's me, Su Xin. What's the matter? Zhao Yi opened the door, curiosity in his voice. When the door swung open, Su Xin was taken aback. She saw that Zhao Yi's eyes were red-rimmed. Had he not slept last night? Commander, were you researching again? Sorry to disturb you, but Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu has sent someone. Zhao Yi glanced at the sky. Imperceptibly, it had already reached morning. Time had flown by so quickly. He had spent all that time just modifying a mechanical arm. Alright, I understand. Su Xin stood there for a moment, then asked softly, Commander, are you being transferred elsewhere? She felt a pang of disappointment, but could understand. With Zhao Yi's talent and command, he indeed deserved a better post. He had developed the gospel from nothing into what it was now. On another starship or fleet, he could probably achieve even more. Once Zhao Yi left, she might never see him again. Somehow Su Xin felt a tug at her heart. Zhao Yi realized she had misunderstood and said with a smile, "No, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu said someone from the capital planet wants to see me. I'm just going back. Wait for me here, I'll be back soon." Really? Su Xion's voice carried a hint of nervousness and anxiety. Of course. I still have the Xiang and Qingyun out there. How could I bear to abandon them? Su Xion smiled and turned to shout to the silver-haired girl behind her sister's rest assured the commander isn't leaving. Huh. Zhao Yi walked out in bewilderment only to find the corridor filled with silver-haired girls. Hearing the news, they were overjoyed, some clapped in celebration. Su Xion smiled and said they thought you were leaving the gospel, so they all came to see you off. But since you're not leaving, we'll just pretend nothing happened. Zhao Yi was speechless, yet a warmth spread through his chest. These silver-haired girls had come to see him as one of their own, even somewhat dependent on him. Leaving the gospel, Zhao Yi spotted an even more magnificent and colossal starship docked nearby. A T3 class cosmic vessel. Zhao Yi's jaw dropped. This was a genuine T3 class starship equipped not only with a T3 energy core, but also with the T3 exclusive supernova laser cannon, a weapon that simulated a galaxy explosion, devastating in power and vast in range. Such a vessel should have been deployed on the front lines, yet it now served as the Federation's transport used only when important figures traveled far. The adjutant waiting at the entrance said, "Commander Zhao Yi, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, is waiting for you." All right. After bidding farewell to Su Xian and the others, Zhao Yi boarded the colossal starship. "Zhao Yi, you're here." Seeing Zhao Yi enter, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu gestured for the others to leave. Once they were alone, Zhao Yi asked curiously, "Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, is there something urgent about returning to the capital planet?" Lin Fu leaned back in his chair. "Nothing important. Just congratulations on your upcoming promotion." "Promotion?" Lin Fu nodded. "Barring any surprises in recognition of your merits, you'll be promoted to lieutenant. You can leave the gospel and lead a small fleet of up to 5 ships. Forget it. I think the gospel is just fine." Zhao Yi didn't care. Earlier he had only wanted to slack off in the rear, but after meeting Su Xian and the others, everything changed. He wanted these silver-haired girls to truly survive. Lin Fu glanced at him. "I know you want to save the silver-haired girls on the gospel. I saw it in your behavior on your first day. But the silver-haired girls are not only on the gospel, they are everywhere. The Northern War Zone has become a meat grinder with tens of thousands of silver-haired girls dying every day. Won't you save them?" Zhao Yi fixed his eyes on Lin Fu. "Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, what exactly are you trying to say? If you leave the gospel now, you give up only 1 ship's worth of silver-haired girls, but you could save all the silver-haired girls in the Federation." Zhao Yi shook his head. "I have never considered saving anyone, nor do they need me to." Seeing Zhao Yi's refusal, Lin Fu wasn't surprised and changed the subject. "What do you think of this starship of mine? A T3 class vessel. The Empire once used such ships in the Northern War Zone. We had to deploy 50 of ours to sink just one of them." Zhao Yi sat down beside him. "Shouldn't such excellent equipment be used on the front lines? If the silver-haired girls could wield these weapons, the current situation might be very different." Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu nodded. "Exactly. But the Federation now won't even let silver-haired girls use T2 class weapons. Do you think they'd allow them to use T3 class?" Zhao Yi recalled the suggestion Lin Fu had made in the meeting. The proposal had met with unanimous opposition. Then why don't the Federation people go to the front themselves? "The Federation people won't go until all the silver-haired girls are dead." Lin Fu burst into laughter. "So the Federation as it stands is not what you or I imagine. We need change. Only change can save the Federation." Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes at Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. Was this guy planning a coup? Was that why he wanted Zhao Yi to climb the ranks? To increase the chances of success? But Zhao Yi had no interest in that. If he couldn't save all the silver-haired girls, it was still good enough to save Su Xian and the others. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu continued, "You and I both know the current Federation is doomed. To change this, we must start with the silver-haired girls. You want fair treatment for the silver-haired girls, oh, we want the Federation to survive." Zhao Yi asked curiously, "So why me? My existence shouldn't matter much to you, should it? It's not just you. We have been searching for like-minded people. Although your views are somewhat different from ours, the goal is the same. To ensure the Federation's victory, we are willing to ally with anyone who can help." Zhao Yi finally understood. This group truly intended to overthrow the Federation. "All right, we've arrived at the capital planet." Zhao Yi looked outward and saw the familiar scenery. The capital star was the planet where the 5 great families first established themselves, and in the subsequent development, it became the capital star. Neon lights and revelry painted a scene of prosperity and peace. The entire planet exuded an air of thriving vitality, its bustling ambience making Zhao Yi feel as if he had returned to Earth. To the uninformed, there was no hint that the Federation was on the brink of life and death. A massive screen was broadcasting frontline news. The Federation achieved victory in a battle with the Empire, losing 2 hero soldiers, while the Federation suffered only 20 casualties. Zhao Yi was speechless. The Empire's losses were probably accurate, but the Federation likely hadn't counted the silver-haired girl. Indeed, autonomous weapons weren't considered human. A massive T-3 class interstellar ship was docked at the designated location. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, ready to disembark, adjusted his cap and said, "Zhao Yi, let's go. We still have some time before the meeting. Hey, let's take a look around." All right. They traveled through the capital star's roads in a vehicle, soon arriving at a military base. In his understanding, this place was heavily fortified, impossible for ordinary capital star residents to enter, with armed patrols everywhere. Robots patrolled around the clock. But with Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu leading the way, Zhao Yi easily passed the inspections and entered the base. "Do you know what this place is?" Zhao Yi shook his head. "No. This is the production center for autonomous weapons." "Autonomous weapons?" Zhao Yi was startled. Weren't autonomous weapons Su Xin and the others? That meant this production center was where they were made. Suddenly, Zhao Yi felt a surge of curiosity. He wanted to see how Su Xin and the others had lived as children. Descending underground, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu led Zhao Yi through the base's metal corridors, flanked by small rooms of varying sizes and environments. Some resembled classrooms, others activity rooms. Zhao Yi peered into one room and saw about 103 or 4-year-old children standing motionless, perfectly straight. Were these silver-haired girls? Inside the room, the children were filled with curiosity about Zhao Yi outside the window. At that age, they were naturally active and full of wonder, unable to resist stealing a glance, only to be immediately scolded and beaten by the nearby Federation personnel. Zhao Yi looked into other rooms. Each one had such silver-haired girls. The younger ones stood learning movements and basics. The older ones had already begun studying various subjects and maintenance. "Are all of them silver-haired girls?" Zhao Yi asked curiously. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu nodded slightly. "Yes, the cultivation of silver-haired girls is highly mature. They are produced here, undergo systematic learning and training, and every moment and every stage is strictly controlled. Only in this way can qualified autonomous weapons be produced." Zhao Yi remained silent, observing his surroundings. These silver-haired girls had never been treated as human from birth. They were raised according to requirements. But how did so many silver-haired girls come into being? Suddenly, he spotted a little girl who looked much like Su Xin, her young face already bearing an inappropriate indifference and maturity. Combined with Su Yun he had encountered earlier, there were such similar individuals. Zhao Yi exclaimed in surprise, "Could silver-haired girls be?" Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu turned and replied, "Yes, they are produced through cloning technology. Currently, there are tens of thousands of types of silver-haired girls, each with different abilities. The one on your Fui number 9844 excels in command, but is not sensitive to machinery. Some autonomous weapons specialize in maintenance, others in scientific research. This is the result of a century of Federation research, ensuring that silver-haired girls can find suitable roles." Zhao Yi gave a bitter smile. Hearing this, it was as if they were helping the silver-haired girls. "I don't understand your thoughts and intentions, but the Federation occasionally does have people like you who care about the silver-haired girls. However, to save them, you must change the Federation itself. That means joining us. Your strength alone is insignificant, but together our power is enough to overthrow the Federation." They continued forward, arriving at a vast room filled with countless hibernation pods covering the walls and ceiling. It was awe-inspiring, magnificent, yet tinged with a hint of eeriness. The life forms in the pods required no food, but were completely motionless, as if in suspended animation. "This is the warehouse for silver-haired girls," Lin Fu explained. "After they grow to a usable stage, they are stored here and awakened when needed." At its peak, the storage of silver-haired girls reached an astonishing 3 million, but now there are only 100,000, and that's the result of continuous production. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the inventory of silver-haired girls will soon be depleted. By then, even if the Federation realizes the truth, it will be too late. Zhao Yi looked at the open hibernation pods in the room. So this was how silver-haired girls were made. No wonder Su Xin was unwilling to leave the Federation. She must have known that her countless sisters were still here. If she left, they would all die. Zhao Yi looked around. Su Xin and the others had come from here too. After serving 4 years on the outside, they would ultimately die anyway. All right, let's go. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu turned and left the military base. He had shown and told Zhao Yi everything he needed to. Now it was up to Zhao Yi to make his choice. After leaving, they drove toward the central dome of the capital star. Inside this dome lived the 5 families of the Council, protected by the Federation's most advanced defensive technology, an energy shield purchased from a 3rd-level humanoid civilization, impenetrable even by the most advanced T3 class supernova laser cannon. Security personnel at the entrance approached Lin Fu and Zhao Yi. Even with Lin Fu present, they underwent several checks, and eventually Zhao Yi's mechanical arm was temporarily confiscated to allow entry. Walking through the dome, Zhao Yi felt only beauty and leisure. The members of the 5 families seemed to dwell in a paradise, strolling leisurely and at ease. A few recognized Lin Fu and greeted him. Lin Fu nodded in acknowledgement. All right, we're here. They arrived at a building that appeared to have some age, its exterior slightly worn, but the interior completely renovated. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, the Council is already waiting for you. They entered a meeting room, and the massive door opened to reveal 4 men and 1 woman. No 5 men and 1 woman. There was even a baby present. Zhao Yi was surprised. At such an occasion, a child. "Since you're here, sit down," said the only elderly woman present, who appeared to be at least 100 years old. The lifespan of Federation people was similar to that of Earth's humans. Some lived to 80 or 90, while others might die at 50 or 60. Despite the relentless march of technology, the Federation's populace was plagued by ever-evolving viruses, bacteria, and unknown afflictions. The higher the technology, the stranger the diseases that emerged. In the room, aside from the elderly grandmother, 4 other seats were occupied: a middle-aged man holding an infant, and 2 decrepit old men who looked as if they were on the verge of death. The last person was somewhat younger, roughly 50 or 60 years old. "Is this Zhao Yi?" asked another old man, leaning on his cane with barely a few teeth left. Yes, he was the one who handled the negotiations on M787 planet with the Blood Wolves. "What planet?" The old man cupped his ear, not hearing clearly. "M787 planet. What about that planet? Did the Empire attack?" Zhao Yi was utterly speechless. What was this? Was this the Supreme Council of Federation rulers? How could they all be half dead? And this old fool couldn't even hear properly. Why hadn't he installed a prosthetic? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu patiently explained, and the group finally understood. So this young man was the one they were to meet. The man holding the infant suddenly spoke. "Elder Qian says Zhao Yi has rendered meritorious service and is promoted to lieutenant." Zhao Yi saluted. "Thank you, Elder Qian." The infant in the man's arms babbled noisily. After a moment, the middle-aged man continued. "Elder Qian asks if you are willing to join the Qian family to become his adopted son." Several old men and women leaning on canes chimed in. "Elder Qian, are you adopting another son again? How enviable. When will we get new bodies?" Now that Elder Qian looks like this, you have to admit, he's quite adorable. Zhao Yi was puzzled by the scene before him. Could it be that Elder Qian was not the man holding the child, but the infant itself? Zhao Yi looked up and caught the baby turning to stare at him. The infant looked somewhat cute, but its expression and demeanor were entirely those of an adult. Its gaze was fixed on Zhao Yi, appraising him. Indeed, a normal child of that age should be lively and active. But this infant was quiet except when babbling. It must be that Elder Qian could not speak due to the baby's physical development, and this man was merely his mouthpiece. "Thank you, Elder Qian, but I think I'd rather stay on the Fuyin Hao." The youngest of the group spoke. "You must be aware of the Fuyin Hao situation. All autonomous weapons aboard will be scrapped within 5 years. Are you still willing to stay?" He was the head of the Wang family, that is Wang Ruxuan's grandfather. "I am willing." "How rare. Others would do anything to avoid it, yet you willingly go toward it." The infant babbled again, and the man holding him said, "Very well, we won't force you. Go back and prepare. The Fuyin Hao will undertake its next mission. Lin Fu will brief you on the details." "Yes, sir." "Go now? Elder Qian's playtime is here." The playtime wasn't because Elder Qian wanted to play, but because the infant needed to strengthen its body through play. Though the mind within was centuries old, the necessary growth process still had to be followed. Lin Fu led Zhao Yi outside. Once outside, Lin Fu said, "You must be confused, right?" Zhao Yi nodded slightly. "This council is not what I imagined. If it weren't for being inside the dome, I'd think it was some senior citizen's talent show." Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu chuckled. "I was also taken aback when I first saw it. At that time, Elder Qian hadn't yet become an infant. Though our technology is advanced, birth, aging, sickness, and death are unavoidable. Even with prosthetics, they're never as good as one's own body. So the Federation adopted brain-computer interfaces to back up memories and then read them into suitable bodies for immortality. That infant was the suitable body for the Qian family head." Zhao Yi wasn't surprised, but matched his earlier speculation. This infant was the true authority in the Federation. The lust for power made these people unwilling to leave, a stark contrast to the Empire. "By the way, what is the Fuyin Hao's next mission?" "An expedition mission. If I were you, I'd get out while you can. As the days draw closer, the council members are growing anxious. According to the plan, the Fuyin Hao should have been destroyed long ago, yet it hasn't suffered a single casualty. So this mission, I can only say it's fraught with peril." Zhao Yi was unconcerned. "The Fuyin Hao has never had it easy. Even in a death trap, I can come back alive." "I hope so." Zhao Yi suddenly asked, "By the way, can I visit the RD department?" "RD department?" Lin Fu was curious, but granted Zhao Yi's request. Before leaving, he had to return to the Lin family, so he dropped Zhao Yi off at the capital planet's RD center. While Zhao Yi toured the center, Lin Fu went back to the Lin residence within the dome. "Patriarch Wang, you're here as well." Lin Fu entered and saw the Wang family head, the youngest in the council, still some time away from his next body swap. Where is Zhao Yi?" "At the RD center." Patriarch Wang said, "This man is just as my granddaughter described. He really didn't leave the Fuyin Hao. Do you think he'll help us?" As he spoke, the Lin family matriarch hobbled over. "This Zhao Yi seems promising. If he truly accomplished the M787 planet and Blood Wolf affairs, his abilities are formidable. Most importantly, he seems to have a good relationship with the silver-haired girl." The others nodded in agreement. Toppling the entire Federation was no easy feat. The old monster of the Qian family had existed since the Federation's birth, and who knew how many cards he held. To bring down such a towering tree, they had to be 120 prepared. Currently, only the Wang and Lin families were allied. The other three opposed restoring the silver-haired girl's identity. Any upheaval would inevitably lead to a great war. At this critical juncture, Zhao Yi's role was vital. He might be able to rally the silver-haired girl, a force not to be underestimated. 9844 was the silver-haired girl's emotional anchor, and the relationship between them was delicate. Lin Fu sat down and said slowly, "No rush. Once the Fuyin Hao is completely scrapped, Zhao Yi might very well stand with us. Even if he doesn't, he could still aid our plan." Patriarch Wang voiced concern. But if so, wouldn't Zhao Yi be in danger? There might be some danger. After all, he's the commander of the Fuyin Hao. It's uncertain whether he'll survive this mission. But Su Yun is with us. She is the same model as Su Xin and holds authority among the silver-haired girls. If Su Xin dies, she will agree to our plan. The head of the Wang family nodded slightly. It seems your suggestion for me to send Wang Rushuan to G29 for training was all for this day, wasn't it? Yes, not to mention our 5 great families. Even the other major families are unwilling to go to the front lines. But if we go, we can gain contact with the silver-haired girls who will be a crucial force in the future. He sighed. The 5 great families have been within this dome for too long, losing sensitivity to the outside world. It's time for a change. The few of them exchanged smiles. Zhao Yi was nothing more than a pawn to them. If this pawn were alive, it would be fine, but if he died, that would also serve their purpose. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi was being guided by a staff member through the largest research and development base on the capital planet, where most of the models currently in use by the Federation were created. This place gathered the Federation's most elite researchers and state-of-the-art equipment. Is this the Mecha Research Lab? Zhao Yi stopped at the sight of the sign by the door. The staff member accompanying him nodded yes. I thought Mecha Research had been discontinued. The staff member smiled. It was indeed halted before, but after something happened on planet M787A, the Federation's high command decided to allocate some funds to resume mecha development. Zhao Yi realized. It turned out this matter was related to him. Can I go inside? Of course. Zhao Yi was introduced by the 5 great families, and Mecha Research was not classified anyway. Entering, Zhao Yi saw many staff members drawing blueprints and discussing matters. On the large screen in the office were the parameters and appearance of the latest generation of mecha. This was a T3 class mecha. With previous data and theories, the redevelopment of the mecha was progressing smoothly. Unlike T3 class starships, T3 class mecha did not require much energy. The energy core of a T2 class fighter was sufficient. To give the mecha more versatility, consideration was needed for what abilities to equip it with. Ding, observing T3 class mecha development, gifted talent acquired T3 class combat robot, Shinta technology and blueprints. Hiss. Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected that visiting the research lab would trigger a system reward. He had only wanted to see the Federation's current level, but this was an unexpected bonus. Lieutenant Zhao Yi. The staff member beside him asked with some confusion, would you like to see other areas? If possible, that would be great. But unfortunately, subsequent visits to shield research, main cannon starships, and other weapon development did not trigger the system. That was understandable. The research on starships and main cannons was just old wine in new bottles, a routine affair. Zhao Yi had already mastered such technologies, so naturally the system did not prompt him. By the way, could I borrow a workspace? Of course. The staff member led Zhao Yi to a workshop, took the materials Zhao Yi needed, and left. Zhao Yi began constructing his own T3 class robot Shinto. Robots differed from mecha. They were entirely controlled by commands. Originally, both the Federation and the Empire had shown a trend toward automation research, but later they realized that if such a thing fell into someone's hands and was controlled, it would be a terrifying existence. Apart from some industrial and a few combat robots, automation had not developed much. What use are robots when silver-haired girls are so much better? Zhao Yi slowly assembled and tested at the workbench. The materials required for Shinto were not complex. The difficulty lay in the automation aspect. Fortunately, the system had solved that part. Before long, a small robot half the height of a person stood quietly in front of Zhao Yi. Through the camera and sensors on its head, it was observing the world. In terms of weaponry, it was equipped with the latest melee weapon, the Star Blade, a close combat weapon forged using plasmalite maintenance technology. Its compact size made it more agile when facing enemies. The drawback of this weapon was its melee range, but its advantage was high attack power, capable of cutting through even the shields of T2 class fighters. For long-range armament, it carried a spiral electromagnetic cannon and star bombs with a wider area of effect. Additionally, the robot itself was a particle beam bomb capable of unleashing tremendous power when destroyed or upon self-detonation. Transform. Under Zhao Yi's command, the robot crouched down and changed its form, soon becoming a spider with 8 legs. This was a modification Zhao Yi had made based on a game from his previous life on Earth. It could infiltrate fighters or starships to cause destruction, though he wasn't sure how effective it would be. Finally, he needed to grant the robot the ability to meld into shadows. Robots were not biological, so they did not violate the conditions of the shadow concept weapon. The mechanical arm on Zhao Yi's back rose, and a beam of black light struck the robot. The robot's surface luster dimmed, its entire body seemed shrouded in shadow. Now the robot could burrow into the shadows of non-living objects. This was also a troublesome matter because Zhao Yi was certainly a living being. Only when dead would he cease to be. So how would the robot follow him normally? Zhao Yi turned his gaze to his own mechanical arm. He wondered if it could hide in the shadow of this thing. Just then a knock came at the door. "Come in." The staff member entered, looked around, and saw nothing. Strange, what was this person doing in the workshop? He glanced at Zhao Yi with curiosity. Zhao Yi smiled. "Oh, I'm just repairing my mechanical arm." "I see. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu is looking for you. If there's nothing else, we should go." "Is that so? Then let's go." Zhao Yi placed the repair tools on the table and followed the staff member out. Outside, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu was already waiting for him. After returning to the spacecraft, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu informed him of the mission. "Your mission this time is to head to the Northern Theater." The Northern Theater? Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned. Among all theaters, the Northern Theater was the most brutal and fierce. Of the 300 silver-haired girls on the Ark, fewer than 10 came from the Northern Theater because most of them had died there. Though still there were greenhorns, but there was no choice. There was simply no one else to use. Lin Fu nodded. "Yes, this mission is more dangerous than any you've faced before because the Bloodwolf mercenaries have joined the Northwestern Theater. The Empire seems to have no intention of acting for now and has redeployed some fleets to the Northern Theater. Our task is to stop their reinforcement or the Northern Theater will fall quickly." "Then how many people are participating in this mission?" "The Empire's Northern War Zone has deployed 3 fleets in total: T-23, the 88th Fleet, and an elite deep-sea fleet. Our side has deployed 5 fleets in total because the enemy has been transferred away, so there's no need for so many troops here." "Then what about the mission of the Gospel? The Gospel's mission has nothing to do with these fleets." Zhao Yi frowned slightly, sensing that things were not simple. Lin Fu continued. "Although Bloodwolf has joined our Northwestern War Zone, there are still various other mercenaries of all sizes that have joined the Empire. Your mission this time is to hinder a mercenary named Sinmin, at least to prevent them from arriving before our fleet is in place." "Sunmin? What's their configuration?" "The Sinmin mercenaries are not large. They have about 8 starships, 4 of which are T2 class, and 4 are T1 class." This configuration was indeed smaller than Bloodwolf, but it was still a genuine fleet. "This mission doesn't seem too bad. It doesn't feel as perilous as the M787 planet mission. Which fleet are we going with for this one? Should I harass or provide support?" Lin Fu shook his head. "Because our fleet numbers are limited, this mission requires you to complete it alone." "Alone?" Zhao Yi was stunned. The Gospel was just a single starship. Sending a single starship to fight against a fleet. "Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, are you serious?" Zhao Yi exclaimed in surprise. "Of course I'm serious. This mission is assigned to the Gospel. As for the purpose, I think it goes without saying." Zhao Yi nodded slightly. "You want the Gospel to be sunk?" Lin Fu spoke earnestly. "Such a federation is indeed not worth clinging to. If you wish, I can find a reason to let you rest first, and then have someone temporarily replace you. But this trip might not come back, and even you might not be able to turn the tide." Zhao Yi shook his head again and refused. "Forget it, it'll stay on the Gospel." Lin Fu did not insist. Whether Zhao Yi lived or died, he would be useful to him. "Let's go." Back at NATO, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu dropped Zhao Yi off at the port, and the two stood there chatting. It was already night in NATO, and the city was brightly lit. Lin Fu stood still, gazing into the distance. "After I return, I'll send you the mission. You'll set off tomorrow." "Yes. Be careful. Though the odds are slim, I'm still waiting for you to come back. You always manage to surprise me." "I'll try my best." Zhao Yi turned and left, heading toward the abandoned factory. He wondered what Su Xin and the others were doing during his absence. Though it hadn't been long, he actually missed them a bit. This might be what they meant by a day apart feels like 3 years. Clatter, clatter, clatter. In the silent night, the sound of Zhao Yi's footsteps on the metal surface was especially loud, echoing endlessly in the empty alley. This place again. Zhao Yi looked around. He had returned to this very alley. He had been ambushed here twice, so there must be a third time. Not far away stood several black figures, their bodies seemingly shrouded in a dark mist, making them hard to see clearly. "Are you Zhao Yi?" The leading shadow spoke, his voice as hazy as his form, barely audible if one didn't listen carefully. "Shadow Clan. What do you want with me coming back again and again? Since you're here this time, don't think about leaving." The shadow spoke. "Rest assured we won't leave until you tell us what's inside the cube." "The cube?" Zhao Yi understood. These guys were sent by that Black Bear. The cube was very important to them. "So it's that thing. How about this, you tell me where Black Bear is, and he'll give you the cube. You have no room to negotiate. Today either hand over the cube or reveal its secret." After saying this, one shadow dashed forward, sinking into the shadow of a nearby object upon landing. The shadow flickered rapidly through various shadows, moving at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached Zhao. He leaped high and swung a sharp blade toward his ankle. It didn't want to kill him, but temporarily incapacitating him was fine. Just then a black blade of light suddenly extended from the shadow beneath Zhao Yi's feet. The Shadow Clan member couldn't dodge in time and was cut in half by the protruding blade spilling red and yellow everywhere. The three in the distance were stunned. How could this happen? How did a blade of light emerge from a shadow? Then they saw a small shadowy figure crawl out of the shadow standing beside Zhao Yi, staring intently at the remaining three Shadow Clan members. Zhao Yi smiled. You know the Shadow Clan aren't the only ones who can move through shadows. Bullshit. Kill him. Seeing their comrade dead, the remaining three charged at Zhao Yi simultaneously. The mechanical arm behind Zhao Yi began to spin and a disintegration ray shot forward, but the enemy dodged it, having anticipated the attack. When they hid in the shadows, they could evade most attacks. Die. One shadow leaped from the shadow of an object behind Zhao Yi, swinging a weapon at his head. With a sharp clang, a ripple spread across Zhao Yi's surface, and a faint blue energy shield blocked the fierce strike. The shadow was stunned. He hadn't expected anyone to carry a personal energy shield. Failing to hit, he submerged back into the shadows. Then a second one jumped out from another direction. Knowing Zhao Yi had an energy shield, they didn't panic. Personal energy shields had limited capacity and drained energy quickly. If they were patient and attacked in turns, they could wear Zhao Yi down. Another shadow leaped high, slashed at Zhao Yi several times, then retreated. A mocking voice came from the shadows at Zhao Yi's feet. Haha, weren't you going to deal with us? You can't even track us. How can you fight us? Second brother, stop wasting words with him. They'll make him spill everything he knows, then avenge fourth brother. Look at his pitiful state. He's about to be toyed to death by us. Zhao Yi's shield had dimmed considerably, and the energy barrier was starting to crack, nearly broken. Brothers, he's done for. Zhao Yi smiled, and as one shadow submerged, he ordered the robot to follow. Sounds of a struggle seemed to come from within the shadows. Damn, how did this thing get in? Shit, its interstellar blade is too sharp. Everyone watch out. Zhao Yi fixed his gaze on the shadow where the robot had just entered. Capturing the three would be no easy feat, as they could emerge from different directions to confront him. But this time he only needed to guard the entrance to await their emergence. Before long, a black figure darted out from within. The mechanical claw behind Zhao Yi seized the figure's head and slammed it against the metal wall with a resounding thud. The captured Shadow Clan member struggled desperately, but to no avail. He could not break free from Zhao Yi's mechanical arm. Then Zhao Yi's mechanical arm began to rotate. No, no, no. The Shadow Clan member screamed in terror, knowing what was coming. The disintegrating ray, once struck, death was certain. Save me. A flash of light passed, and the head gripped by the mechanical arm dissolved into dust. With a flick of his hand, it was gone. Since you refuse to come out, I'll have the robot find you. This is a T3 class robot, surpassing the Shadow Clan in both agility and strength. The Shadow Clan's strength lies in hiding within shadows. Once that skill is countered, they become useless. Soon a Shadow Clan corpse emerged from the shadows, its stealth ability lost with its life. Immediately after, the last Shadow Clan member leaped out of the shadows as well. Shin-Tu followed closely. Although the robot bore some damage, it could simply replace its parts later. What the hell is that thing? The Shadow Clan member stared at the robot beside Zhao Yi. It looked small, but its speed was astonishing, even faster than the Shadow Clan's own. If he hadn't fled quickly, he would have died in the shadow world. Now can you tell me where Black Bear is? You're asking for death. A cold glint flashed in the Shadow Clan member's eyes. His three brothers were dead, and he would make Zhao Yi pay. He pulled out the enhanced serum Black Bear had given him and shoved it into his mouth. Power. He felt something surging and colliding within his body. Rage, exhilaration, a desire to destroy everything. Zhao Yi watched the Shadow Clan member transform. His form fluctuated, the mist around him thickened, and his body grew hazy, as if becoming fog itself. Go! Zhao Yi commanded. Shin-Tu charged forward with the star blade moving at incredible speed. The enhanced Shadow Clan member caught it effortlessly. Haha, this thing is useless to me now. Die. Though the transformation was incomplete, the Shadow Clan member felt confident enough to defeat the robot. With a slight squeeze of his hand, the robot's armor crumpled like paper. It was this very machine that had caused his three brothers' deaths. Shin-Tu exploded with a deafening roar. When the smoke and flames cleared, a deep crater scarred the metal street. As for the Shadow Clan member, not even a trace remained. Zhao Yi fanned away the smoke. Didn't I tell you? This thing explodes when damaged. Maybe I didn't mention it. Zhao Yi shrugged. Whatever he said, now the other party couldn't hear it. Though Shin-Tu was destroyed, its first combat performance was still commendable. Moreover, capable of hiding in shadows, Shin-Tu could follow him anywhere. Commander. Zhao Yi turned to see Su Xin and the silver-haired girl rushing over in a panic. What are you doing here? We heard a noise and thought you might be in trouble. Didn't expect it to be you. Su Huan said bluntly. Commander, are you alright? Su Xin anxiously scanned Zhao Yi for injuries. Finding none, she sighed in relief. I'm fine. The Shadow Clan we encountered earlier ambushed me here. Them again. Su Huan clenched her fists. Those bastards are so annoying. Next time I meet them, I'll make them taste my iron fist. No need. They're already gone. Gone. The group was puzzled, but they roughly understood the situation. Given the explosion and the scene, the enemy had been obliterated. Let's head back. The higher-ups have a new mission for us. They returned to the Gospel's operations room, where all department heads had gathered. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu's mission order had just arrived. The group stared, wondering if they were seeing things. Their eyes were wider than ever. The mission was to halt an entire fleet's advance. Are you kidding me? One Gospel against a fleet. This mission is more absurd than the last. First destroying the planet killer cannon and acting as a delegation in the Empire. Now this. Zhao Yi smiled. How about we take the mission and run? We'd just need to leave Federation territory. Su Exine shook her head. We can't. If we don't go, other silver-haired girls will take our place. The others nodded. Su Ran looked at Zhao Yi. But Commander, will you still come with us this time? Of course. If I don't go, who will bring you all back safely? Smiles appeared on their faces. They were used to Zhao Yi by now. Alright, since everyone's fine with it, let's start briefing. According to the mission, we're heading to Hugh's Star. The Sunmen mercenaries will depart from there to the Northern War Zone. Suwon raised her hand. If I recall, that planet is in the Empire, right? Yes, but since they're traveling from within the Empire to the Northern War Zone, we can only intercept them there. Interception is fine, but they have 8 warships. Can we stop them? Zhao Yi smiled. Not with just the Gospel, but we have 2 more ships. Once we reach the Xiang, we'll keep producing Divine Might fighters. Their firepower is sufficient against T1 class warships. Su Huan, I'm not afraid of T2 class ships either. We can pierce them with dark matter energy. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. Do you think dark matter is as common as cabbage? We only have the reserves for emergencies. This mission isn't to destroy the enemy, but to stall them. Understood. Zhao Yi continued. As for the enemy's composition, we currently know there are 4 T2 class and 4 T1 class ships, though Imperial warships might also appear. We have 1 week. Once the time is up, our other fleets will be in position, and the mission will be complete. Su Exine tapped her chin thoughtfully. Though the mission seems daunting with our T3 grade shield and the Divine Might fighter, I feel we still have a fighting chance. Absolutely, I must make them know my might. Su Huan rolled up her sleeves and punched the air a few times like a tomboy. Don't be careless. The Sunmen mercenaries may not be as fierce as the Blood Wolf, but they are a veteran mercenary company with strong combat experience. Luckily, they only joined the Empire to claim a share of the spoils. If their casualties are heavy enough, they should withdraw on their own. After the meeting, Zhao Yi went to his room to construct the Shinchu robots. He recalled how the Shadow Clan had consumed the enhancement drug. No one knew how powerful it truly was, and it was rather amusing that they were simply blown to death. But this also proved that the Shinchu robots were indeed effective. Using the available materials, Zhao Yi built 4 robots and endowed them with the abilities of the Shadow Clan. Then he ordered them to lurk within the mechanical arm Shadow. Next, he prepared to carry out the mission. Zhao Yi walked to the safe in his room and took out a slip of paper. This slip of paper had been obtained when he retrieved the Rubik's Cube. The 1-month deadline indicated on it now had only 2 weeks remaining. Roughly, this mission would be completed by then. If he had time, then he might as well go and see what would happen. The next day, the massive Gospel departed the harbor heading toward the Yingwu meteor. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, along with some officials, waved farewell to the departing fleet. An officer beside him remarked, "The Gospel's mission this time is fraught with peril. These people should have died long ago. Who knows how they've survived until now? The best outcome would be for them to perish together with the Sunmen." Haha, the group laughed heartily. It would be a win-win to eliminate their long-standing trouble while accomplishing something. Enough. Wang Ruchuan, standing nearby, was extremely displeased. As the commander of G-29, she had no specific task this time, only to stay near the M787 planet. Major Wang, why such a temper? It's just because I'm annoyed with you all, no other reason. You. The few were speechless with anger, but due to her status, they could only snort and fall silent. Wang Ruchuan was also becoming increasingly confused. Since getting along with the silver-haired girl of G-29, she had discovered many virtues in these silver-haired maidens, integrity and kindness. Yet it was precisely because of this that they were manipulated by the Federation people. Facing the silver-haired maidens who fought for them, the Federation repaid kindness with enmity, which made her sick. She now increasingly looked forward to the post-upheaval Federation when true peace would reign. With better weapons and starships, the silver-haired maidens would surely drive the Empire out. On the M787 planet, the Blood Wolf received orders and began to move as well. Over 20 fleet vessels would travel from Federation territory to the Northern Theater. Blood Wolf sat in the meeting room issuing orders to his subordinates. "Lord Blood Wolf, are we really heading to the Northern Theater? I've heard the fighting there is intense. Not only us, but many other mercenaries are also going. Except for us, Blood Wolf, all the others have joined the Empire's side." "Yes, the Empire is coming with great force. I've heard they plan to reach the Federation's capital planet within 3 months. Blood Wolf smiled. "Those fools probably didn't know the Federation had new weapons. They'd be heading to their deaths." Blood Wolf looked at the group. "Since we've announced our joint fight with the Federation, how can we go back on our word? Who would hire us afterward? But the Northern Theater means certain death. 50000 energy crystals aren't worth this much effort." Blood Wolf's decision to join the Federation caused great dissent among his men. Mercenaries always took money for the job, but this time they were only getting 5 energy crystals for so much work, not like Bloodwolf style. I often hear my men wondering why we joined the Federation. Bloodwolf's face turned cold. What? Do I need your approval to make decisions now? If the men have such strong opinions, let one of them step forward and tell me. Everyone stepped back. No one dared to step forward. Bloodwolf sneered. Since you have no other objections, move out quickly and don't waste time. Yes. The entire fleet began to move along the interstellar route as instructed by the Federation. Every move they made was monitored by the Federation, yet the slightest sign of trouble the escort patrols would surround them. Since they were a mercenary group with a T3 grade starship, the escorting ships were all Federation-owned. After Bloodwolf dismissed the meeting, a group of officers gathered among themselves. Several people huddled in a small room whispering, "Lord Ho, what's really going on? Didn't Lord Bloodwolf tell you?" Lord Ho was the deputy leader of the Bloodwolf mercenaries, but he usually did nothing. All authority rested with Bloodwolf alone. Lord Ho shook his head. "I don't know either. Lord Bloodwolf hasn't told me anything. But we don't need to worry. Lord Bloodwolf knows his limits, we just need to follow him." An officer murmured. I overheard subordinates grumbling on the way. Grumbling? About what? They say that Lord Bloodwolf sold us out to the Federation, which is why he agreed to join for just 500. Behind the scenes, Bloodwolf has taken who knows how much money, and this trip to the Northern Theater is meant to make us fight to the death. Lord Ho was slightly taken aback. Don't speak nonsense. Lord Bloodwolf has been through life and death with us, how could he betray us for money? Several officers sighed. That was true before, but this time things are too suspicious. The old Bloodwolf would never have involved us in such a dangerous mission. Yes, we used to get the highest rewards with the smallest casualties. That's how we grew. At this, everyone nodded in agreement. The Bloodwolf mercenaries had survived and accumulated so much over time, largely due to Bloodwolf's leadership. But this time his choice was too strange, so strange that they couldn't understand it. Lord Ho took a deep breath, his face troubled. He had indeed noticed the recent changes. Lord Ho, some even say that Lord Bloodwolf has been controlled, that the current Bloodwolf is not the previous one. Lord Ho immediately stood up. Who said that? I don't know, it's been spreading among the ranks. Lord Ho, if Lord Bloodwolf really has a problem, you must help the brothers. You mean? Bloodwolf is dead, oh Lord Ho, you. Lord House hair stood on, and he had never imagined such a thing. If Bloodwolf Lord found out, even 10 heads wouldn't be enough to save him. Lord Ho looked at the people before him, his eyes tense and fearful. You. We all feel the same. Since Bloodwolf Lord wants to sell us out, we can't just sit idly by. If we want to survive, we must be ruthless. That's what Bloodwolf Lord taught us. The others nodded in agreement. They had already discussed among themselves before coming to Lord Ho. Dragging Lord Ho into the scheme was to increase the chances of success. If he refused, they would kill him. When do we strike? Once we reach the Northern War Zone and the Federation's escort leaves, we'll make our move. Lord Ho remained indecisive. If they failed, they would surely die. Don't worry, Lord Ho. Half of the starships are in our hands. Even though Bloodwolf has a T3 class starship, our people are on board. As long as the energy shield isn't activated, what can he do? Besides, we can find a good opportunity to directly place Bloodwolf under house arrest and take him down. Without shedding blood, we'll rename the Mercenary Corps. From now on, it won't be the Bloodwolf Mercenary Corps. It will be yours, Lord Ho. Mine. Lord Ho was startled, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, but he quickly realized it wouldn't work. Bloodwolf has a mechanical core. It's difficult for an ordinary person to kill him, and blowing him up along with the T3 class starship is even harder. The other starships won't just stand by and let that happen. A shifty-eyed officer pulled out an object and said, "This is called Ling Long. It's a good thing that can disable the mechanical core. With it, Bloodwolf Lord's mechanical core will be useless, and even an ordinary person can easily kill him." Ling Long, where did you get it? The officer didn't hide the truth. The Empire gave it to me. The Empire? You. Blame Bloodwolf for being too foolish. The Empire offered him so many benefits, but he refused, insisting on joining the Federation and leading his brothers to death. This is the consequence. The shifty-eyed officer's eyes darkened, revealing a venomous glint. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Lord Ho took a deep breath. Things had come to this. Even if he refused, the investigation would eventually point to him. Bloodwolf's nature would never let him off. Moreover, the people before him wouldn't let him learn of this plan for nothing. What are the odds? 6 out of 10. If Lord Ho joins us, we have 9 out of 10. And after we eliminate Bloodwolf. The sharp-faced officer whispered, after we eliminate Bloodwolf, we'll defect to the Empire. When the battle comes, we'll turn our backs on the Federation. Can the Federation pursue us? This. Lord Ho was still uneasy. The Bloodwolf mercenaries were all hot-blooded men. Our rebellions had occurred more than once. But each time Bloodwolf suppressed them with overwhelming force. Lord Ho, time waits for no one. This is our chance. Fighting for the Federation means death. Rebelling also means death. Why not take the path that offers hope? Alright, it's settled. We'll strike after the Federation leaves. The people in the room exchanged smiles. Their era was about to begin. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi arrived at Yingwuliu's star and found his hidden starship. 3 starships set course toward the target. This mission was deep within the Empire, They had to be extremely careful and maintain a low profile until the Sunmin mercenaries appeared. They adjusted their speed to the minimum to reduce the chance of detection. Commander ahead is Hughes Star. How do we plan to engage? Zhao Yi looked at the data in his hands. Hughes Star was not a habitable planet, though it had some non-sentient life. The planet had 2 moons moving in regular orbits which could serve as shields. Zhao Yi pointed at one of the moons and said Xiang and Qingyun will hide behind this moon to ensure they aren't targeted by the enemy's main cannon. Understood. The advantage of an interstellar carrier was its ability to use terrain. Its unique starfighters allowed it to avoid direct confrontation. All it had to do was launch the fighters. As for the repair ship, it had no combat capability and was purely logistical. Su Yao with her twin ponytails spoke up, Commander, what about you? Well, fight guerrilla style. The T3 class energy shield is quite resilient. But even a T3 class shield can't withstand multiple hits from a particle beam cannon. Don't worry, the Gospel has excellent maneuverability. We'll hide first, fire a shot, and they'll come after us. That's when the Divine Might fighters will strike. First we eliminate all their T1 class starships. Su Xian nodded slightly. Half of their fleet is T1 class. If they suffer heavy losses, they might withdraw. Zhao Yi snapped his fingers. Exactly. We just need to block them, don't get drawn into a prolonged fight. Alright, proceed with the plan as discussed. The silver-haired girls in the meeting room saluted, their young faces revealing determination and resolve. Zhao Yi patted Su Yao's head and told her to hurry to the interstellar carrier. As the captain, she needed to focus on her own starship's issues. Everyone began to bustle about. Energy, firepower, and deployment were all in place. Su Huan and the others conducted final checks on the fighters. A great battle was about to begin. They were about to face a real fleet. This was completely different from all previous operations. Fortunately, they now had more than just the Gospel. 2 days later, a fleet emerged from the interior of the Empire. Leading the formation was a T2 class escort frigate, followed by interstellar carriers, destroyers, battlecruisers, and other starships. Although they maintained formation, the crew on the starships were quite lazy. They still had several days' journey to their destination. This was Empire territory. There was no way Federation personnel would appear. Pair of twos. Can't beat that. Several Sunmin mercenaries sat on the metal floor playing cards, arguing with flushed faces. The game was intense. Damn it, can you even play? I play a pair of threes, and you play a pair of twos. Screw you, do you know how to play? My pair of twos is bigger than your pair of threes. You're an idiot. We're both farmers, and you're suppressing my cards. Why don't you wait for him to play big cards before suppressing? Looking for a fight. One mercenary pulled out his dagger and gestured, a cruel smile on his face. He was going to teach the other a lesson. Such scenes were all too common among mercenaries. At the slightest disagreement, they would resort to fighting. Fortunately, the starship had medical facilities, as long as one was still breathing, they could be saved. The others immediately began to jeer. Zhang Xin, stab him. Just kill him. Coward, can you even do it? Fight him. Li Si, he's already drawn a blade, what are you waiting for? Pull out your gun and finish him off. The crowd cheered and urged them on while Zhang San and Li Si brawled in the center, like clowns trading blow after blow. Suddenly a flash of light blazed outside the window. The onlookers turned their heads in curiosity, their mouths agape, as a nearby T1 class destroyer exploded into a brilliant firework blooming across the cosmos. Before they could comprehend what had happened, the ship's interior began to flicker with red warning lights and blare with sirens. This signified an enemy attack. What's going on? Isn't this Imperial territory? Who's firing at us? I don't know, get back to your stations. Everyone scrambled to their posts. The Sunmin Lord, a green-skinned Eridon named Anchuan, rushed anxiously into the command center of the interstellar carrier. What's the situation? Where did the attack come from? According to the trajectory, the attack originated from the nearby Xiaoshu star. Wasn't it predicted? The enemy must have been lying in ambush here from the start. It was impossible to detect. Anchuan was furious. One of his starships had been destroyed just like that. Return fire. He'll destroy them. Yes, sir. Main energy cannon charging, particle beam cannon charging. Energy shields activating, supply predictions, starting frigate defense formation deploying. Orders were issued one after another, and the rear starships accelerated to catch up, maintaining a linear formation with their gun ports aimed at Xiaoshu star. As long as the enemy activated their thrusters, they would be detected. They're moving. Anchuan immediately demanded, how many ships? Which direction are they heading? Just one ship, and it's pulling away from our main cannons. One. Anchuan was dumbfounded. A single ship dared to ambush them. Was this suicide? Their only advantage was the ambush, and now that the enemy had revealed their position, what was there to fear? Wait, could this be a trap? Lure him in and annihilate his fleet. After calming down, Anchuan sensed a hint of conspiracy. Did they think he was a fool? Conduct a precise scan of Xiaoshu star. Yes, sir. The scan results show 2 more starships near the second satellite of Xiaoshu star. Launch reconnaissance drones immediately. Yes, sir. Several small reconnaissance drones flew out of the hangar heading towards Xiaoshu star. But before they reached their designated positions, they were obliterated by Su Xian piloting a T2 class Shenwei fighter. In typical interstellar warfare, enemy reconnaissance drones were often ignored. They were useless beyond transmitting images, and battles were too intense to bother with such trivialities. Zhao Yi, however, was different. He knew the enemy had detected his Qingyun and Xiang, but they were unaware of the specific models. Damn it. They blew up our reconnaissance drone. Anchuan fumed. This guy had no sense of honor. And he ambushed them only to flee, utterly shameless. Couldn't he fight fair and square? My lord, do we continue the pursuit? Are they really just 3 ships? Anchuan remained skeptical. 1 ship or 3 made no difference. Either way, they would be destroyed if they encountered a fleet. The precise scan indeed only detected 3 starships. Anchuan pondered for a moment. What if there were more than 3 ahead? Wouldn't he be walking into a death trap? Report this to the Empire. Yes, sir. How far was their attack range? About the same as our battleships. Anchuan nodded slightly. Be cautious of a trap. Well, hold off pursuit for now, and wait for the Empire's response. Yes, sir. In the Soro Empire, the supreme commander of the northern war zone, Gusatafu, stared at the incoming message in shock. What? Federal starships, near Xiushi Star. The Empire and the Federation occasionally infiltrated each other's territories given the vastness of space. But such missions were usually reconnaissance, and both sides turned a blind eye to a ship or 2. If they were on any other mission, it was suicide. Too few ships to complete the task, too many to escape encirclement and gradual annihilation within enemy territory. The Federation must be worried about mercenaries increasing the pressure on the northern war zone, so they sent a starship here on a suicide mission to buy time. Gusatafu nodded slightly. To dare to set up a blockade at this position, I have to admire their courage. But unfortunately, they will die here. How many ships total? What class? According to the Sinman's report, only 3 have been detected so far, one of which is at least a T2 class battleship with a devastating main cannon. It blew a T1 class destroyer apart with a single shot. 3 ships. Gusatafu was bewildered. 3 ships can stop the Sunmin mercenaries. Even if they fired while moving, they could blast a path through right. They might be afraid of an ambush. They're asking for our support. Gusatafu waved his hand. These mercenaries were indeed unreliable, never willing to take risks. If the Empire had encountered this, they would have charged in roaring. Fine. Are there any other starships nearby? 3 Eagle-class T2 destroyers are patrolling nearby. If they come from this direction, they can form a pincer with the Sunmin ships, leaving the enemy no room to dodge. Good. Send the order for those 3 ships to provide support. Yes, sir. Aboard the Gospel, Zhao Yi was puzzled when the enemy stopped pursuing. He had been waiting for the encirclement, but they had given up. Didn't they want revenge for their destroyed ship? Su Xian frowned, perplexed. Commander, did they sense something? Zhao Yi replied. I don't know if they sensed something or just got scared, but they're not falling for it. What do we do? Zhao Yi smiled. How long until our main cannons are charged and cooled? At least 10 minutes. Then we'll wait. Are they within our range? Yes. Su Zin's eyes lit up. Commander, did you refuse to fire at maximum range earlier to make them think our main cannons have the same range as theirs? Zhao Yi snapped his fingers. Exactly. Since they don't know our ship uses a T3 class energy core, they'll assume our particle beam cannons have a similar range to their main cannons. They've stopped moving now, probably thinking we can't hit them, but they don't know our main cannon's range exceeds their estimates. 10 minutes, and we'll give them another surprise. Yes, sir. The crew erupted with excitement. The thrill of being able to strike the enemy while remaining out of their reach was intoxicating. Su Xian asked with a hint of concern, but isn't this risky? If they're holding position, might they have alerted nearby Imperial starships? Possibly, but our mission is to block them. Even if reinforcements arrive, our objective stays the same. Su Xian nodded. The commander is right. Let's fire another shot. The Gospel halted its course, maintaining distance from the distant Sunmin fleet. Aboard the Sunmin star carrier, Antoine frowned at the blinking light on the screen. They've stopped. Yes. Looks like there's a trick. They stopped running when we stopped chasing. Antoine smirked with smug satisfaction. Did they think they could fool him? Was he that stupid? His subordinates gave thumbs up. You're brilliant, Lord. If they really wanted to flee, why would they stop and wait for us? Clearly something's fishy. Do they take us for fools? They must have an ambush ahead. Antoine waved dismissively, basking in the flattery of his men. The sting of losing those starships faded slightly. Any word from the Empire? Yes, 3 Eagle-class T2 destroyers are en route from the Empire. They'll strike from the enemy's flank. Excellent. Once they're in position, we'll attack. Ambush or not, we'll annihilate them. Antoine smirked at the screen. Brother, I'm waiting for reinforcements. What are you waiting for? Just then a flash of light burst outside the window. Someone had fired a main cannon. He rushed to the window and saw a blinding beam hurtling toward the fleet. The forward frigate launched an intercepting energy bolt. The entire cosmos seemed to ignite. The frigate's main cannon fired a counterbeam at the incoming light, but it was futile. The distant beam still struck an adjacent T1 battleship. The battleship erupted in a colossal explosion. Its massive hull prolonged the fireworks display, giving everyone a clear view of the spectacle. Antoine was stunned. What was happening? Another of his starships gone. What kind of main cannon had such power obliterating a huge battleship? How did that battleship explode? Could there be enemies from another direction? The crew grew tense. Had the Federation hidden their ambush not ahead, but on the flank? A staff officer in the command center spoke. Based on the trajectory, the shot came from that starship ahead. No other vessels nearby. What a... Antoine couldn't believe his ears. That distance was beyond any T-2 starship's range, even the longest-range battleship main cannons. Are you sure it's the same Federation ship? Yes. Antoine drew a sharp breath. In just over 10 minutes, he had lost 2 starships, and couldn't even catch the enemy's tail. Damn, this was a disgrace. When had the Sun Men ever suffered such humiliation? Antoine slammed his fist on the table, sending a cup clattering to the floor. The entire hull fell into a heavy silence. Lord, what do we do now? Their range is inexplicably long, and they even pierced the frigate's counterfire. Could they be T-3 starships? Nonsense. Why would the Federation send a T-3 on this mission? Even if it were a T-3, it would be destroyed in Imperial territory. Antoine refused to believe it was a T-3. If it were, why wouldn't it use a supernova laser cannon? One shot from that would have taken out at least 3 or 4 of his ships, even with them spread out. A supernova laser simulates planetary destruction. Its power is beyond imagination. But staying here is no solution. If they recharge, the next shot could. Antoine understood. Staying still made them a sitting duck. But advancing might mean walking into an ambush. Move to this area and wait for Imperial reinforcements. Antoine pointed to a spot on the map. Yes, sir. The Sunmen fleet adjusted course, hiding behind a nearby planet. Unless the enemy came within their range, there was no angle to hit them. Aboard the Gospel, Su Xin reported, Commander, they've taken cover. Should we pursue? Zhao Yi shook his head. No need. Our mission is just to block them. If they stay there for a week, we can head straight back. The silver-haired young women on the bridge smiled. If only it were that simple. But things never go so smoothly. Commander, trouble. What? We've detected 3 starships approaching from our 6 o'clock. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes. The Empire's arrived. With that angle, we can't keep an eye on the Sunmen. Launch reconnaissance drones. Yes, sir. Several drones shot out from the Gospel. Soon they reached the range of the 3 Imperial destroyers. The Imperial fleet paid them no mind. They were coming at full speed, unconcerned about being detected. Better to get there quickly. The Imperial starships contacted the Sunmen. What's the situation? How many ships are they? The Imperial commander asked. Antoine hesitated. It seems they have 3. We engaged one of them earlier and lost 2 of our own. The Imperial commander frowned. A whole fleet against a single enemy ship, and they'd lost 2 already. Then why are you hiding? Charge. You don't understand. Their weapons are peculiar, extreme range and power. We can't break through. In truth, they could have charged since main cannons need cooling and recharging. But Antoine suspected an ambush. Of course, he couldn't admit that to the Empire. Otherwise, they might not join the attack. New type weapons. Could it be? Not long ago, rumors spread within the Empire that the Federation might possess new type weapons, and it was precisely this new type weapon that had eliminated Major Berkeley. Could it be that this is the very new type weapon? If it truly was, he was eager to see whether this new type weapon was as formidable as legend claimed, or merely an exaggeration. He glanced at Antoine before him, choosing not to mention the matter, lest he frighten away the timid mercenary. What new type weapon? I think you're just making excuses because you're scared. Antoine laughed awkwardly. Then, sir, what should we do? The Empire commander did not wish to waste time here. Enough. You may begin your assault, and we will launch a coordinated attack from here. Yes. After ending the communication, Antoine ordered his men to slow down and only advance leisurely after the Imperial starships had entered the enemy's range. Meanwhile, the entire crew of the Gospel was prepared. Commander, the 3 Imperial T-2 class destroyers have entered firing range. Commander, the 6 Sunmen starships have begun moving. They are advancing toward us in unison. Our only option at present is to retreat toward the 12 o'clock direction, but doing so would lead us deeper into Imperial territory, and the Xiang and Xingyun would lose the protection of the satellite. Everyone looked up at Zhao Yi, waiting for his orders. Whether to advance or retreat, they would execute without question. Command was entrusted to Zhao Yi, and they need only have faith. The entire crew of the Gospel was already a unified whole, with Zhao Yi at the helm. Even if Zhao Yi chose to use the Xiang and Xingyun as bait, it would be fine. They would see no issue. Zhao Yi sat in his seat, deep in thought. The Empire had arrived faster than he had anticipated. Fortunately, the enemy seemed to underestimate him, dispatching only 3 T-2 class starships. The Sunmen had lost 2 ships, but with the addition of the Empire's 3, the enemy's strength now exceeded that of before. Retreat was impossible. That would not only cede the path, but also lead to being encircled upon entering Imperial territory. Abandoning the Xiang and Xingyun was also out of the question. That left only one option: breakthrough toward either the Sunmen or the Empire, using limited force to crush one side first. Under normal circumstances, this would have been impossible, but the enemy's pincer movement from both directions gave him the opportunity. Zhao Yi lifted his head, having made his decision. Su Xin, I intend to crush the Sunmen. What do you think? The Sunmen. Are we going to engage in a frontal confrontation? Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Our original mission was to intercept the Sinmin, but I didn't expect the Empire to arrive so quickly. Even if we repel the Empire this time, they will return. Holding out for 7 days is simply impossible. In that case, let's rout the Sunmin completely. That way they won't be able to reach the northern theater, and our mission will be accomplished. Su Xian smiled. The thought of Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu's reaction to this, most likely dumbfounded, was amusing. You were ordered to fight a delaying action and you turned it into an annihilation battle. Commander, we support you unconditionally. Su Huan laughed heartily. Being defensive is too dishonorable. Oh, I think an annihilation battle suits us better. Good. Seeing that everyone agreed, Zhao Yi began issuing the battle plan. Su Yao, your Qingyun will orbit the satellite and avoid direct engagement with the Imperial destroyers. Yes. The holographic projection showed Su Yao nodding vigorously. Su Huan lead the Shunwei to support Qingyun. Preferably avoid using dark matter. Its deployment might attract the Empire's attention. Yes, understood. The Gospel will adjust course to engage the Sinmin. Our shields should hold. We must crush them before the shield energy runs out. Yes. The 3 starships began maneuvering. The Xiang and Qingyun adjusted their positions based on the locations of the 3 Imperial starships, always keeping the enemy from having an angle to fire their main cannons. It was a game of cat and mouse. The Gospel flew toward the Sinmin. Antoine was dumbfounded. He had witnessed the Gospel's power before. Why was this ghost-like thing heading straight for him? There were Imperial destroyers much closer. Why was it targeting him? Get out of here fast. I just wanted to pass through. Antoine hastily contacted the Empire. Sir, the enemy is moving. They're coming toward us. So what? Fight them. Sir, you need to support us, or we're doomed. The Imperial commander rolled his eyes. Even a failure had to have limits. The enemy had only 1 starship, and they were asking for reinforcements. Was this a joke? Hold your ground. Don't let them escape. We'll eliminate the 2 starships hiding behind the satellite, then come to support you. With that, the Imperial commander terminated the communication. This time, not a single Federation starship would escape. Captain Ale, we can't get a lock on the enemy starships. They seem to be deliberately evading us. Captain Ale sneered. Do you know their starship models? No. Our reconnaissance drones were destroyed by enemy fighters. They have fighters. Yes. A type not in our database, never encountered before. Possibly T2 class fighters. Ale nodded. That means at least one of their ships is a star carrier. That's a big target. Even without shields, it can withstand a few main cannon hits. But a carrier without protection is a sitting duck. Captain, should we pursue? Pursue. Since they're hiding, let's show them their place. The Snow White will pursue clockwise, we too will go counterclockwise. Let's see how they evade. Yes. After a pause, his subordinate added, but this is suspicious. The Federation shouldn't be sending T2 class starships and fighters into Imperial territory. Should we report this to Commander Gustav? Captain Ale shook his head. Forget it. Commander Gustav is busy with the overall northern situation. We don't need to trouble him with such a small matter. Yes. The 3 starships split into 2 groups near the satellite. 1 ship blocked ahead, while the other 2 pursued from behind. No matter how they evaded, the destroyers would find them. Su Yao, what's your situation? Zhao Yi, sensing something amiss, contacted Su Yao. The enemy has split their forces. They seem determined not to let us hide. Despite her nervousness, Su Yao had already devised a countermeasure. What are you going to do? Su Yao spoke up. If all 3 ships had come in one direction, I would have been forced to be separated from the Fuyin. But now they split into 2 groups, which gives me an opportunity. I plan to follow behind the Fuyin and first sink the interstellar destroyer blocking our path. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Just so happens the Qingyang is missing a first kill, so we'll leave it to you. Understood. Now there were 70 divine might fighters, a considerable combat force. T2 level starships were indeed powerful, but facing such a large number of T2 level starfighters, they could not hold out for long. Whoosh! All the starfighters emerged from the hangar, their target naturally the lone destroyer. Interstellar destroyers were fast and had strong armor, but their firepower was not very intense, and they had few secondary cannons. If they wanted to heat and engage an interstellar carrier, it depended on whether the opponent would give them the chance. Captain AI, Air, we are getting closer to the enemy. Very good. I see on radar that they are heading in your direction. Be careful. Yes. Just as the communication ended, the Baishue discovered rows of starfighters appearing in the cosmos. They flew in neat formation, continuously launching attacks with spiral electromagnetic cannons. Ripples spread across the surface of the Baishue. At that moment, the Baishue had not yet realized the severity of the situation. It was preparing to activate its shields, fixating on the fighters' attacks to locate the Qingyun. The advantage of an interstellar carrier lay in annihilation battles and long-range support harassment. Although it used this satellite as a shield, it also left itself no escape route. The commander of the Baishue curled his lips slightly. The 2 dots on the screen were still approaching him. How reckless. Although he didn't know what model the other starship was, it must be a T1 level starship. Otherwise, they would have engaged Heaton long ago. Why would they be hiding? Meanwhile, the Sinmin on the other side went mad, seeing the Fuyin accelerating toward them. Their minds were filled with, don't come. Lord, we are entering their firing range. What should we do now? The Sunmin mercenaries trembled with fear. Their range is much longer than ours. Should we retreat or attack? Anchuan took a deep breath. Retreat was not an option now. They could only advance under the enemy's fire. If the enemy retreated, they would be attacked by the Imperial starships. If they ran away elsewhere, that would be even better. They were not originally planning to chase this strange starship. Charge! All the Sunmin mercenaries silently prayed. It was like a lottery. Whoever was drawn by the enemy would die. A beam of light once again lit up the cosmos. This beam came from the Fuyan's main cannon. Although the escort ships desperately intercepted T1 level starships, without energy shields were like paper blooming into a brilliant flower in the cosmos. This flower was called death. The people on the T1 destroyer died before they could react. Anchuan's mind was steady. His good fleet had already lost 3 ships before reaching the designated position. Now he would make the enemy know his power. Fire. Do they think we're pushovers? Yes. The remaining 5 starships, except for 1 interstellar carrier, all aimed their main cannons at the Fuyan. Go to hell. For beams of light flew from different directions, lighting up the entire cosmos. Anchuan's expression was ferocious. If it weren't for his worry about an ambush behind, would he be afraid of you? They even dared to come out. How reckless. Meanwhile, the Baishua destroyer under attack by starfighters gradually realized something was wrong. How were these fighters' attacks so fierce? How could they be so fast? And their firepower seemed endless. Ripples on the energy shield came one after another like rain. The crew of the Baishua trembled in fear inside the starship. Boom! A loud crash and the entire hull began to tremble, a sign that the energy shield was about to break. Captain AI Air, we are under heavy attack. The energy shield cannot hold much longer. AI Air was startled in his own starship. What's going on? Did you encounter 2 enemy starships? Hey. No, it's starfighters attacking us. Counterattack. Use the secondary cannons to shoot them down. Hold on, we're almost there. The secondary cannons on the Baishua never stopped firing. But these fighters were like ghosts, impossible to hit. The only one that was hit was blocked by the energy shield. Over 70 fighters were all T2 level. Such a configuration was too powerful. Was this really not the Federation's main starship? Rumble. Another loud crash, and the Baixu's energy shield broke, exposing its armor. Su Huan smiled slightly. Daring to come with just 1 starship to block us, sisters? Let them know our might. Beams of energy lasers struck the Baishua, and the entire starship erupted with explosions and flames. When the Divine Might fighters ran low on ammunition or energy, they would return to the Qingyun to resupply. This was the advantage of a star carrier. It could launch attacks through starfighters before you even saw it, and could also replenish the fighter's ammunition. Baishua. AI Air stared at the dot disappearing on the screen, frozen in place. No way an interstellar destroyer was wiped out so quickly. These starfighters were quite powerful. Captain, Baishua is gone. What do we do? Pursue. The Sunmen on the other side are coming. They'll see where they can run. Yes. As long as they found the enemy, they could use the particle beam cannon to attack the carrier. They must avenge the Baishua. But the premise was that the Sunmen would not retreat and would block them ahead. Su Yao looked at the signal on the screen and smiled. Su Huan, well done. You don't need to tell me that. Su Huan still hadn't gotten used to Su Yao, this little girl, becoming his boss. Qingyun and Xiang adjust course and pursue toward the Fuyan. Yes. On the Sunmin carrier, Anchuan's smile froze. Lord, the enemy seems to be fine. Off. Anchuan was stunned. How could this be? He stumbled and nearly fell to the floor. Their main cannons had clearly hit the enemy, but the enemy's signal had not disappeared. Impossible. Impossible. Are you sure the previous attacks hit the enemy? The subordinate quickly said, they definitely hit. The enemy's energy signature was so large, there's no way we missed. And even if one attack missed, the remaining attacks could still penetrate a T2 level energy shield unless what? Unless their starship is not T2 class. Hiss. Anchuan drew a sharp breath. If this starship was not T2 class, then everything could be explained. This thing was T3 class. So that was why they could hit them from such a distance, and why they remained unscathed when hit. Was this something formidable that he had provoked? Damn it. Anchuan slammed his fist on the table. It's a T3 class starship. They were playing the fool by retreating at first, and we all fell for it. The Empire is using us as cannon fodder. Didn't they say the Empire's T3 class starships wouldn't be sent to the front lines? This must be a trick by the Empire. Lord, what should we do now? We just detected that the enemy is still heading our way. Who knows who their next main cannon shot will hit? What can we do? Anchuan roared, to hell with the Empire. Retreat. Yes. The others were just waiting for this order. They had already adjusted course and were fleeing silently, praying that the enemy wouldn't pursue them. Couldn't they just not go? On the Gospel, everyone was overjoyed to see the Sunmen fleeing. The energy shield had indeed blocked all of the enemy's attacks, but it couldn't withstand much more. If the enemy chose to fight Hedon and launch starfighters, the Gospel could fire its main cannon at most twice before being sunk. But the Sunmen were not fools. If not now, when? Commander, shall we fire again? They are fleeing, but if we follow, we can prepare one more shot, asked the gunner on the Gospel. Zhao Yi shook his head. Forget it. If we push them too hard, they might decide to fight to the death. Everyone laughed upon hearing this. This mission had been quite dangerous at the start, but they never expected these mercenaries to just run. That meant they wouldn't have to stay here for a week. Wondering if Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu would be dumbfounded when he learned about this. Commander the Qing Yun and Ziyang are behind us. Su Yao. She destroyed the destroyer. Yes, but the other two destroyers are right behind them. What should we do? Should we take out the other two as well? Zhao Yi shook his head. Tell them to converge on us and not engage. We're returning to the Federation. Killing them would be a waste of time and might attract more fleets. Yes. As long as the Sun Men did not appear in the Northern War Zone, his mission would be accomplished. Even if the Federation wanted to make things difficult for Su Xin and the others, they couldn't. Inside the Empire destroyer, Captain Ayer trembled with rage upon learning that the Sun Men had retreated. He had lost one starship and was about to encircle the Federation, but the Sun Men had run. They actually retreated. These mercenaries were indeed unreliable. Connect me to the Sun Men. Yes. After a moment, the Empire soldier shook his head. They have rejected all communications. It seems they are determined to leave this battlefield. Damn it. Captain Ayer slammed his fist on the table. Not only had this mission failed, but he had also suffered losses. This was an utter disgrace. Captain, what should we do? Immediately connect to Commander Sidafensi of the Northwest War Zone. Yes. Before Captain Ayer appeared the figure of Commander Sidafensi of the Northwest War Zone. Among the three war zones, Sidafensi was currently the most relaxed. Due to the deployment in the Northwest War Zone, he could not launch an attack at the moment. Although the Empress had only given him 3 months, there was still plenty of time. As long as the Northern War Zone made progress, his offensive pressure would be much lighter later. Ayer, what's the matter? 3 Federation starships are fleeing toward the Northwest War Zone. Please help intercept them, Commander Sidafensi. Federation starships. How did they get here? Ayer briefly explained the situation. Because the Sun Men had been stopped, they were ordered to come and support. Unexpectedly, the Sun Men had fled, and they even lost one ship, the Baishua. Sidafensi sighed upon hearing this. I've long said these mercenaries are unreliable, but Her Majesty the Empress is too stubborn. This time the Sun Men not only provided no help, but also caused losses to the Empire. Captain Ayer also felt resentful. Yes, that's how it is. Now those Federation starships are just running away. I could catch them if I pursued, but it would take some time, and there are starfighters nearby harassing me and slowing me down. Sidafensi took a sip of coffee. Let me check. There happen to be 3 squadrons from our Northwest War Zone nearby. They can be used for this mission. That would be excellent. Thank you for your support, Commander. It's nothing. We're all against the Federation. After ending the call, Captain Ayer smiled slightly. Let's see where you can run this time. On the gospel, the silver-haired girl responsible for detection shouted in alarm. Commander, bad news. Over 30 starships are heading our way. Over 30. Zhao Yi hurried to the screen and indeed saw many dots around them. They were surrounding them, and they would meet in an hour. So many. Su Xin was also surprised. The enemy was determined to kill them. Commander, there are starships converging from all directions. Even the gospel can't withstand so many attacks, especially with the Qing Yun and Ziyang following behind us. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Indeed, the enemy's encirclement is tightening. We can't break through ahead. What should we do? Zhao Yi's expression was grave. Since we can't return to the Federation through the Northwest War Zone, we'll have to go to the Northern War Zone. First reach the Northern War Zone, then return to Anadu through Federation territory in the Northern War Zone. But I'm not sure our energy crystals can last such a long voyage, Su Xin said with some concern. Zhao Yi sighed. We'll just have to take it one step at a time. The Northwest War Zone has no fighting, so those fleets are idle, but in the Northern War Zone, there's almost nothing to block us as long as we don't approach the Empire's inhabited planets. Yes. Zhao Yi contacted Su Huan and Su Yao. Su Yao adjust course, head from the Jelenhan star domain toward the Northern War Zone. Understood. Su Yao did not ask why, as she just needed to execute the mission. Su Huan fired dark matter energy and destroy the thrusters of the 2 interstellar destroyers behind us. Yes. Su Huan piloted her fighter covered by other Shinwei fighters and flew toward the Empire destroyers. The energy shield on the starship was still glowing, but an explosion occurred at the thruster. Captain Ayer was stunned by the explosion transmitted from the starship. What's happening? Why did the thruster explode? His subordinates hurriedly investigated the starship's condition, unknown. The energy shield is intact, but the thruster is damaged. It seems someone tampered with it. Tampered? Captain Ayer was taken aback. All present were from the Empire. Could there be a spy among them? It shouldn't be. Even if there were Federation spies within the Empire, everyone knew the Federation was on the verge of collapse. Would anyone choose to reveal themselves at this moment, instead of lying low? That would be suicide. Report. Speak. The thruster of the Scorching Sun destroyer is damaged. We can no longer pursue. What? Another destroyer damaged as well? Captain Ayer sensed that this matter was far from simple. Yes, it seems there is an internal issue. The specifics require further investigation. Captain, what do we do now? Ayer was furious. 2 interstellar destroyers malfunctioning simultaneously. This was definitely no coincidence. Something must be at work. Can the thrusters be repaired? How long will it take? We are replacing them with spares now, but it will take about half an hour. Moreover, the spare thrusters are somewhat lacking in speed. Damnation! Captain Ayer was exasperated. In half an hour the enemy could be anywhere. Fortunately, they were still within Imperial territory. As long as they sailed at maximum speed, detection would not be difficult. Repair as quickly as possible. Let them run for half an hour. I'd like to see how they escape General Sidafensis encirclement. Yes. At that moment another Imperial soldier reported, Captain Ayer, we have detected that the 3 enemy starships have adjusted their course. Where are they heading? They are moving toward the northern war zone. We could have intercepted them, but now. Ayer understood. This must be the work of the Federation forces. It was a maneuver to cover their retreat. Sidafensis' fleet was rushing from the northwestern war zone for the encirclement. There was no way they could catch up. Captain Ayer, they are already behind us. Damn it. Contact General Gusatafu immediately. Yes. Gusatafu was in the war room studying the battle situation. The situation in the northern war zone was extremely tense, but with the support from the northwestern war zone, they could tear a gap in the enemy's defensive line. It was a race against time. Would their fleet arrive first, or the Federation fleet? This campaign in the northern war zone would achieve a brilliant victory. General Captain Ayer requests a line. Put him through. Gusatafu sat in his seat, and a holographic projection of Ayer appeared before him. Is it done? How many Federation starships? 3. 3. Gusatafu was slightly startled. Those 3 starships have caused quite a stir. Who is their commander? I don't know. Is there nothing in the database? No, all are brand new starships. We've never encountered them before. Gusatafu merely asked casually, since that's the case, forget it. Can the Sunmin fleet arrive on time? We're launching the general offensive in 5 days. The Federation has also dispatched considerable forces, but if we strike first their arrival will be futile. As for the Shualong, they were originally assigned to Sidafensi, but since they fled to the northern war zone, Her Majesty the Empress has ordered me to deal with them. This time they have no escape. Captain Ayer said apologetically, we've lost contact with the Sunmin mercenaries. They've probably already fled. What? Gusatafu nearly jumped. What happened? Why would they flee? Do they no longer care about money? Mercenaries may be unreliable in their duties, but they have always valued their reputation. Alas, they were routed by the Federation starships. We have also lost 1 starship, and another 2 have lost power. Gusatafu wondered if he had heard correctly. What exactly happened? Explain it to me clearly. The situation is like this. Ayer recounted the events, leaving Gusatafu dumbfounded. So the Federation starships suffered no damage while our side has the Sunmin routed, and the Snow White is lost. Gizidafis' eyes widened. This was absurd. Yes. General Sidafensi wanted to intercept them, but they had already adjusted course toward the northern war zone. General Gusatafu, there is something suspicious about these starships. I suspect they possess new weapons. Otherwise it would be impossible for both of my destroyers to have their thrusters damaged simultaneously. Enough. Gusatafu was speechless with rage. Don't make excuses for your incompetence. All my starships are on the front line. I have no time to help you catch mice. Return to your designated position and await the military tribunal's punishment. But Gusatafu did not want to hear Ayer's explanations. Including the Senmin's 8 starships, a total of 11 starships had been sent to hunt down 3 enemy vessels. Not only had they lost 4 ships, but they were also being chased. What a disgrace. Ayer had the nerve to report it, but Gusatafu himself was embarrassed to hear it. Forget it, he had to focus on the northern war zone. Even without the Senmin, the offensive would still proceed. Did the Federation think the Shualong mercenaries could hold out? Impossible. They were barely surviving themselves. Ha ha ha. Captain Ayer hung up the call, humiliated and furious. He called me incompetent. Gusatafu has no idea what happened here. They must have a new weapon, or else they couldn't have destroyed our thrusters. Captain, should we return now? Return? Ayer sneered. Returning now would be suicide. Not only did we fail the mission, but we also suffered heavy losses. Then what do we do? To survive, we must capture those 3 Federation starships. Gusatafu doesn't believe they have new weapons. We'll prove him wrong. His subordinates were shocked by the order. But their firepower is no less than ours. We already know 1 starship has a devastating main cannon, and another is an interstellar carrier. Those 2 alone are beyond our capability, let alone the fact that we can't match their speed. Captain Ayer smiled faintly, true under normal circumstances. But to reach the northern war zone, they might pass through the Zeta B7 star. The Death Star. Ayer nodded. Exactly. Zeta B7 is extremely peculiar. Within its range, all energy shields, thrusters, main cannons, and fighters become inoperable. The only way to traverse it is by inertia. And we will engage them in a landing battle there. Aren't they formidable? I want to see if their close combat prowess matches their starships. His subordinates looked troubled. Zeta B7 star was indeed such a planet, hence its name, the Death Star. Most would choose to bypass it lest they encounter unknown dangers during passage. But what if they don't pass through? To reach the northern theater, this route is the fastest. If they truly bypass it, then we have no choice but to return. After finishing, L glanced at the others. Any more questions? The group pondered for a moment. Whether the Federation starships arrived at Zeta B7 star or not, it seemed to incur no loss for them. We follow the captain's orders. Good. First repair the thrusters, then, take the Imperial Star lane to reach Zeta B7 star ahead of them. Yes. Aboard the Gospel, Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing no pursuers behind. Commander, they've stopped chasing. Should we return to the Northern Theater, or head to the Northwestern Theater? Let's go to the Northern Theater first. If we go back, we'll be surrounded and intercepted again. They won't let us off so easily. Indeed. Zhao Yi reclined in his chair, exhaling in relief. This mission wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. It seemed almost too easy. In the end, it was due to his own enhanced strength. The Federation was unaware that he still possessed 2 starships, which were truly his. Zhao Yi now harbored an idea to expand his own power while remaining concealed so that he could play a crucial role at the critical moment. Connect me to the Lieutenant Colonel. Yes. At that moment, the Lieutenant Colonel was still in a meeting on Inada. After the Northwestern Theater's Imperial fleet was redeployed, their good days had finally arrived. Not only had they sent Zhao Yi on a suicide mission, but they had also shifted the battlefield away. The Northwestern Theater had finally ushered in peace. Alright, let's first discuss what to have for dinner. We always eat at the same place. Why not try somewhere else? Somewhere else. How many decent places are there to eat on Inada? Why not head to the nearby Bimon Star? It's a food production planet after all, with plenty of good eats. Sounds good. We've been busy day and night resisting the Empire's invasion, never getting a chance to leave Inada. Now that we finally have time, we need to relax. Everyone burst into laughter. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu was speechless. He had called them here to discuss military equipment and supply preparations. Although the Empire had shifted its focus to the Northern Theater, Inada still needed to be prepared for any eventuality. This place was the gateway from the northwest to the Federation's interior. How had they suddenly started discussing dinner? What do you think, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu? Yuan Jianya asked with a smile. I'm fine with anything. Lieutenant Colonel, you're not worried about the Gospel, are you? What's there to worry about? If they fail the mission, they'll all die. What does the Northern Theater have to do with us? Mission accomplished. They couldn't possibly have succeeded. The speaker laughed heartily. The others around gave thumbs up. That was absolutely right. They discussed loudly, long accustomed to this way of undermining their own people, especially since the target was a silver-haired girl who should have died long ago. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu glanced at the crowd. This Federation was truly beyond redemption. From Elder Qian on down, everyone was corrupt and obstinate. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, Zhao Yi from the Gospel requests a connection. Zhao Yi. By now they should be on Hugh's star, right? Maybe they've already run into the Sun Min and are begging for support. Huh. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu said calmly, put him through. Inwardly he was puzzled. Given Zhao Yi's character, it was unlikely he would ask the Federation for help. Because he knew the Federation wouldn't save him, and besides they were in Imperial territory. Even if Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu wanted to help, he couldn't. Zhao Yi's hologram appeared before the gathering. Zhao Yi glanced at the many people in the meeting room and smiled. Honorable officers, you truly are busy with 1,000 affairs each day. Every time I see you, you're handling official business. I am truly in awe. The officers scratched their heads awkwardly as they had just been discussing where to eat. Zhao Yi noted their reactions and sneered inwardly. Zhao Yi, if you have something to say, spit it out, Yuan Jianya said irritably. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, we've been spotted by the Empire's fleet. Zhao Yi turned to report to Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, completely ignoring Yuan Jianya. The officers exchanged glances, smirking. As expected, they had been discovered by the Empire. Come to think of it, lurking on Hugh's star wasn't problematic. Just be cautious and stay out of trouble. But to stop the Sinmen, you'd have to fight, and once you fight, the Empire would know, wouldn't it? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu's face darkened. He sighed. He had told him not to go earlier, and now look at the trouble. So, do you need support? Zhao Yi shook his head. It's not support. We're leaving Hugh's star for the Empire's Northern Theater, so we may not be able to communicate afterwards to prevent the Empire from intercepting our calls. Leaving Hugh's star. The officers leaped to their feet. Zhao Yi, what are you trying to do? Are you disobeying orders? Your mission was to block the Sun Min mercenary reinforcements. Deserting in the face of the enemy is a capital offense. You've lived long enough. Not only you, but all those autonomous weapons will be forcibly decommissioned. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu remained silent. Zhao Yi wouldn't act recklessly without consequences. Was there something he was hiding? Zhao Yi smiled. Honorable officers, there's no need to worry. Unlike some shameless people, we have already routed the Sun Min. They won't be heading to the Northern Theater. Bullshit. Yuan Jianya jumped up. You really dare to say that? The Gospel is at best a pseudo T2 class starship, and the enemy has an 8-ship fleet. You routed them. It would be impressive if you could hold them off for half a day. Zhao Yi sneered. So you know we're only a pseudo T2 class starship, Lieutenant. Then what was the point of sending us here? Did you think the Gospel couldn't intercept them? Now that we say we've routed them, you don't believe it. Yuan Jianya was furious. Zhao Yi, you are a Federation soldier. You just follow orders without questioning the reasons. Then he'll say it again, the Sun Min have been routed, the mission is complete. Now we're heading to the Northern Theater to take a detour back. Is there any problem? Yuan Jianya was at a loss for words. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu interjected. Alright. Since you claim you've completed the mission, what if the Sun Min appear in the Northern Theater? Everyone looked up at Zhao Yi. They simply couldn't believe that Zhao Yi could defeat the Sinmin. What a joke. A single starship against a squadron of starships, and even chasing them. If the Sunmen appear in the northern war zone, the gospel is willing to bear the consequences. Good. Before Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu could say anything, Yuan Jianya stepped forward. You said it yourself. Military orders are as firm as mountains. If the Sunmen appear in the northern war zone, it will be the responsibility of your gospel. Then don't complain. Of course. Zhao Yi lifted his chin slightly with a hint of arrogance. All right then, well, wait and see. Lin Fu stepped forward and said, you said you were discovered by the Empire and chased. Yes. Then fine, we'll leave the on-site command to you. Contact us when you reach the Federation's northern war zone. Yes. Yuan Jianya added, don't think about letting 9,844 and the others escape. According to the collective punishment system, if they run, there will be plenty of people to bear the consequences for them. Rest assured, I've only heard of Federates running away, never of silver-haired girls running away. Zhao Yi finished with a meaningful smile. This angered the crowd, making their faces burn. If the Anajuo really couldn't hold on, they would definitely run away. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu looked at the crowd with a slight smile. All right, let's forget about him. Let's think about where to eat. As they were speaking, an officer walked in and said, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, there's a situation. Situation? What situation? The Sunmen have withdrawn. What? Everyone was shocked, their expressions extremely varied. Some were astonished, some puzzled, and some bewildered. The Sunmen have really withdrawn. Yes, according to the news just released by the Sinmen, they have withdrawn from the Empire and are preparing to head to another planet. This news seems to be meant for our Federation, indicating that they are now neutral. Everyone gasped. When Zhao Yi had said it earlier, they had mocked him. Now it turned out to be true. They stared at each other, momentarily speechless. This didn't make sense. They had sent the gospel to its death, not to earn merit. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu looked at the crowd and clapped. Good news. Now that the Sinmen are not going to the Northern War Zone and have even withdrawn from the Empire, it's a big relief for the Northern War Zone and the Federation. Everyone smiled awkwardly. The Northern War Zone was indeed relieved, but what did that have to do with them? They weren't from the Northern War Zone. Instead, they felt somewhat humiliated. The gospel scrapping time had long passed, yet it repeatedly slapped them in the face. It survived again and again. Oomph. Yuan Jianya snorted coldly, pushed back his chair, and left the conference room. The entire meeting ended abruptly, and there was no plan for what to eat in the evening. Aboard the gospel, Su Xin and the others laughed as they watched Zhao Yi's retort. Su Huan laughed heartily. I've only seen Federates running away, never silver-haired girls running away. Commander, you really dare to say that? Zhao Yi spread his hands. I'm just telling the truth. Su Ran spoke up. Every time we fight to protect the Federates, it makes me uncomfortable, but knowing the Federation still has people like you, Commander, I feel our past sacrifices and efforts were worth it. Zhao Yi looked at the many silver-haired girls before him. They were all cloned, and the path they walked was preordained by the Federation. Do you have any memories of your past, eh? Past? You mean after we went to the battlefield? A silver-haired girl asked curiously. We only remember growing up in the welfare home. Every day we had to do different tasks, and if we couldn't finish them, we'd be punished. Yeah, when we left there were still many younger sisters there. We don't know how they are now. Seeing the longing in the silver-haired girl's eyes, Zhao Yi didn't continue. Their younger sisters were probably already on the battlefield. Newly grown silver-haired girls couldn't even be preserved before being put to use. Keep an eye on the movements. After all, we're still within the Empire's territory. Yes. 2 days later, the gospel continued moving within the Empire's territory, but they avoided the Empire's inhabited planets in advance, taking remote routes. Perhaps because the food was slightly better than before, the silver-haired girls looked even more beautiful both in complexion and facial features. Wherever Zhao Yi went, he could see a beautiful sight. Commander, ahead is the Zeta B7 star. In 2 more days we'll reach the Empire's northern war zone. Su Xin walked up to Zhao Yi and reported. Zhao Yi nodded blankly, but his mind was elsewhere. That was the suggestion Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu had given him earlier. Obviously, Lin Fu and his group were planning to overthrow the entire Federation and wanted him to join. Of course, their goal wasn't like his own, to liberate all silver-haired girls. That was just a step along the way, or something necessary to achieve their objective. Was their true goal power, or as they said, to save the Federation? Regardless, the persecution of silver-haired girls would not stop. Once the situation stabilized, the new Federation would still not let silver-haired girls go. Commander? Su Xin asked curiously beside him. She hadn't expected the commander to be absent-minded. Zhao Yi snapped back to reality, saw Su Xin's face so close, and stepped back. What's wrong? Why so close? Su Xin looked suspicious, a slight blush on her face. I was wondering what the commander was thinking about. Nothing. Where are we now? In a little while we'll reach the Zeta B7 star. This planet is special. Our starship will. Before she finished, the entire starship's thrusters shut down, and even the main cannon and energy shields became inoperative. The silver-haired girls inside the ship didn't find it strange. After learning about the Zeta B7 star, they knew this would happen. Su Xin shrugged. Our starship just does this. From now on we can only rely on the previous inertia to coast through. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. This reminds me of what happened at V12 Star. Back then I had just arrived on the gospel, and you were quite hostile toward me. Everyone smiled upon hearing this. In the blink of an eye so much time has passed. Su Xian nodded slightly. Yes, at that time we thought a commander had come to die, but instead you led us to survive. Zhao Yi looked around. If you recover your citizenship after 5 years, what would you do? Everyone was taken aback, then smiled bitterly, and shook their heads. That day will never come. What if? Look on the bright side. Even if it did, we would still enlist. Su Xian said seriously. This was beyond Zhao Yi's expectation. I thought you would find a peaceful place to live. Haven't you had enough fighting? Su Xian explained. That's because our entire lives have been prepared for war. Suddenly becoming calm would make us uncomfortable instead. Moreover, we know nothing else but fighting. Regardless of whether we regain our identities, we will remain in the military until we die in battle. Yes, it's fine to relax occasionally, but if we stop and have nothing to do, we'll think of our sisters who fought alongside us. Only by staying on the edge of life and death can we avoid overthinking. Everyone nodded in agreement, which stirred some emotions in Zhao Yi. At their age, they should be carefree, yet now they have to numb themselves with war. Commander, the time spent with you has been very joyful. When one day we are no longer here, you must live on well alone. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. Don't say such unlucky words, tui tui tui. At that moment the alarm inside the ship began to sound. Zhao Yi abruptly stood up and asked, what's going on? Reporting, Commander, 2 starships are approaching us. Approaching us? Zhao Yi was slightly stunned. That's not right. Within this planet's range, aren't all planetary thrusters supposed to be shut down? How can anyone still approach us? The ones opposite don't seem to be planetary thrusters. Zhao Yi walked to the window, and indeed saw a massive interstellar destroyer. Up close, it turned out to be a colossal behemoth with the Empire's emblem clearly visible. Zhao Yi's pupils suddenly contracted. Wasn't this the Empire starship that had chased them from Shiosi Star? Why is it here? Commander, there's also one on our flank. 2. That's right. 3 starships, and he had destroyed 1, leaving these 2. But how could their planetary engines, which he had clearly destroyed, have gotten ahead of them? Commander, they are starting to approach us. Don't worry, their main cannons and energy shields are also unusable. Prepare for boarding action. Yes. Zhao Yi stared at the starship outside. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for them to get this close. They would have been destroyed long ago. Zeta B7 Star gave them this opportunity, but only an opportunity. At long range, they couldn't defeat the Fuin. Oh, at close range, they were even less capable. These guys were simply delivering supplies to them. Boom. With a loud crash, the metal armor on both sides of the Fuin was pierced, and several boarding bridges began to connect. Su Yao and Su Wan ahead were extremely anxious. They could only see through the window that the Fuin behind was under attack, but there was nothing they could do. What do we do? The Fuin is under attack. It'll take us several hours to cross Zeta B7 Star. It's okay, they definitely can't defeat Sister Su Xian and the commander. Normally they would have rushed forward fearlessly, but now all they could do was silently pray. Captain AI Air laughed heartily when he saw the connection successful. No matter what new weapons you have here, everyone is the same. Let me show you the fearless spirit of the Imperial soldiers. Everyone prepare for battle. Yes. The boarding bridges began to open and Imperial soldiers and combat robots swarmed in. When they reached the interior of the Fuin, they were stunned. There was not a single person. No one was guarding the boarding bridge. Strange, where are they? Did they abandon their own starship? The other side seems quiet too. Are they hiding? Haha, they say the silver-haired girls are brave and skilled in battle, but in the end, aren't they afraid of us? Everyone laughed heartily, their tone tinged with pride. If they could defeat these 3 starships, they would surely receive commendations when they returned. If they could also find the legendary new weapon rising to prominence, would not be a dream. AI Air walked over from behind. I was wondering what those 2 hidden starships were. Turns out one of them is a repair ship. How ridiculous. Indeed, we were actually scared by them then. Captain AI Air is truly formidable, ambushing them here, so they have no escape. AI Air sneered. Alright, most of their personnel should be on the interstellar carrier. Quickly blow up this spaceship. After we leave Zeta B7 Star's range, use the main cannons to destroy the interstellar carrier. Yes. A group of people quickly rushed into the Fuin. But everywhere they went there was no one. Strange, where are their people at? Everyone looked up at the command room before them, which was still empty. AI Air had intended to activate the self-destruct program, but this starship was not in his database, and after fiddling for a long time, he couldn't find it. Damn it, prepare bombs and blow up this starship from the inside. Yes. Soon the sound of gunfire came from inside the starship. AI Air was startled. What's happening? Where is the gunfire? A soldier rushed over in panic. Captain, the silver-haired girls have entered our starship. They just exchanged fire with the soldiers who went back to fetch explosives. AI Air was completely dumbfounded. He had come to find them, but they had slipped into his own starship from another place. Damn it, where are the people stationed on the ship? Have them hold them off, and while pincer from behind, combining internal and external forces to eliminate them. They have already fallen. What? AI Air was incredulous. The people he had brought were all elites. Although some had come to this Federation starship, those left behind should have been able to hold out for a while. Captain AI Air, they have fought back and brought a lot of things. AI Air hurried out of the command room and saw the figures of the Federation's silver-haired girls in the corridor. They were holding items from his own starship equipment, energy crystals, and many canned foods. Holy shit. AI Air was devastated. He was searching for them inside this starship, and they had gone to his starship to do some shopping. Zero-price shopping. Su Xin also saw the enemy. She told the silver-haired girls carrying goods to hide, while she piloted a T2 class mech and walked ahead. Instantly, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Various weapons and lasers flew wildly, and the entire interior of the starship fell into chaos. Although the mech's energy shield could not be activated, its powerful firepower and sturdy shell still suppressed the Imperial soldiers, making them unable to raise their heads. How do they have such a powerful mech? Could this be their new weapon? Captain AI Air, we can't hold on any longer. Fall back to the command post. Wait for support from the other starship. Yes. Captain AI Air led his people back to the command room, hastily closing the door. All weapons were aimed at the door, and no one dared to breathe. Now they were trapped, their only hope resting on the other Star Destroyer's crew, who had gone to execute the propulsion system demolition mission. They expected rescue once it was done. Little did they know the other side had already been neutralized by Su Ran's team. In the command room, L gasped as he stared at the door. An invisible hand seemed to clutch his throat, suffocating him. Was this the sensation of impending death? The other Empire personnel were equally tense. Dying in battle and waiting for death were entirely different experiences. They could feel the seconds slipping away, as if hearing the sound of life's end. Creak! A noise suddenly came from behind them. Turning around, they were stunned. A strange object emerged from behind, wielding a star blade, and decapitated an Imperial soldier in one stroke. Then from another direction, a similar small robot appeared. With a sweep of its star blade, it cleaved an Imperial soldier in two. L hastily ordered his troops to retaliate. Various weapons fired at Shin Tu, who swiftly dove into the shadows. This drove the Imperials to the brink of madness. What kind of twisted contraption was this? It could even hide in shadows. Throughout the universe, they had only heard of the Shadow Clan, and the Zerg possessing such abilities, never a machine. Shin Tu gave them no time to react. Seizing their moment of hesitation, it leaped from behind and cut down two more. The Imperial soldiers fell into chaos. Every time they tried to attack, the robot vanished, only to reappear from the ground walls or even the ceiling on another side. L wanted to report the situation, but the Zeta B7 star's interference made it impossible. A new generation of mechs and combat robots that could infiltrate shadows. The Federation seemed to possess many secrets unknown to the Empire. Mach had warned them, but no one had heeded his words. The Empire would surely pay for its arrogance. Before long, the command room fell silent. Su Xian piloted the mech inside and frowned. He felt no pity for the dead Imperials, only annoyance at the mess that would need cleaning. After eliminating the Empire forces, Zhao Yi and his team systematically transferred all useful items from the Imperial destroyer. Even useless things were dismantled into parts and stored on the repair ship. Once they left the Zeta B7 star zone, Su Yao and Su Wan urgently contacted Zhao Yi. Learning that everyone was safe, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The repair ship docked with the gospel for maintenance. Zhao Yi gazed at the warehouse with excitement. Aside from food supplies, the materials salvaged from the two destroyers could be used to manufacture more divine might fighters, though the T2 level energy cores for starfighters had been exhausted. But that was fine. They had also acquired a substantial amount of energy crystals. This was no assassination squad, it was a delivery service. Commander, we found a lot of good food. What's in this? Su Ran asked excitedly, holding a can. Zhao Yi glanced at it. An ordinary military ration. In truth, Federation soldiers also ate this, but only the soldiers, not these silver-haired girls. Zhao Yi opened a can and handed it to Su Ran. Su Ran squinted, sniffed it like a kitten, and said, this seems like meat. Yes, it's common on Federation starships. I'm surprised you've never seen it. Su Ran explained, we've seen it, but never knew what was inside. Eat up. Haha. With Zhao Yi's permission, Su Ran took out a dagger and scooped up a bit. The meat seems processed, more flavorful. Yeah. Zhao Yi was speechless. A Mirkan made him so happy. Zhao Yi planned to develop in secret, but he lacked reliable allies. Days later, the Bloodwolf mercenaries arrived at their designated position. Their mission was to pin down the Empire's movements on the northern front. Bloodwolf looked at the news and smiled. The Sun Men had withdrawn from the Empire so quickly. Though no reason was given, it was obvious they had suffered a blow. He was smart to have joined the Federation early. Huh. Knock, knock, knock. Bloodwolf looked up at the door and said, come in. Lord Bloodwolf, you called for us. Lord Ho and some cadres entered Bloodwolf's T3 class starship. Yes. How are the arrangements I assigned you coming along? Lord Ho looked at Bloodwolf, fearfully, his heart trembling. If the truth came out, they were doomed. Lord Ho, what's wrong? Bloodwolf sensed something and asked warily. A cadre nearby quickly explained, to be honest, Lord Ho and I both have concerns. Concerns? Speak. The cadre explained, Lord Bloodwolf, in the past our battles were all about raiding and plundering, harassment missions, stealing starships inside enemy territory, committing atrocities, burning and looting. Whenever the enemy chased us, we ran. That gave our employers some help and drew fire. But a full frontal engagement like this is rare. Lord Ho pretended to nod. Lord Bloodwolf, it's not that the brothers are scared, but confused. Bloodwolf nodded slightly. I understand your thinking, but times have changed. There are many things about joining the Federation I can't tell you, but I promise you, I will consider every brother's safety. We won't execute suicide missions. Then we naturally trust Lord Bloodwolf. The men smiled, but their hearts grew dark. Lord Bloodwolf indeed didn't care about their lives. The tide was turning. Either Bloodwolf died, or they did. Lord Ho stepped forward. Lord Bloodwolf, as ordered, all fleets have reached their designated positions. Excellent. We must not be careless this time. Yes. Lord Ho continued. Lord Bloodwolf, I have a small suggestion. Speak. With battle imminent, I propose we hold a grand feast tonight. First to reward the brothers, and second to boost morale. Old Ho, that's a good idea. I'll leave it to you. Make sure it's done properly. Bloodwolf thought nothing of it. Mercenaries held feasts every few days, especially before a major battle. Yes, we'll take our leave. Once they left Bloodwolf's starship, their smiles vanished. It seems Lord Bloodwolf really doesn't care about us anymore. He claims to consider us, but the Federation is pushing us into the fire, and he thinks it's normal. The cadre turned to Lord Ho and said, Lord Ho, don't hesitate any longer. Bloodwolf has brought this upon himself. Since he shows no mercy to his brothers, don't blame us for being disloyal to him. That's right. Lord Ho, are you prepared? Ready. It all depends on tonight. When night fell, Bloodwolf's T3 class starship, the Bloodwolf, was ablaze with lights and filled with the aroma of wine. The entire hall was packed with mercenaries. They drank, chatted, bragged, and joked, having a grand time. Some eyes began to grow glazed. Lord Ho and several cadres sat together, drinking, their gazes constantly shifting to Bloodwolf at the main table. Everything was set. The next step was to make the move. Lord Bloodwolf, I toast to you. Lord Ho stood up, raising his glass high, and Bloodwolf picked up his cup in response. Lord Bloodwolf, I have a question. Speak. I've heard that for your own gain you sold all of us to the Federation. Is that true or false? The previously lively hall instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at Lord Ho in shock. When had this guy become so bold? How dare he ask Bloodwolf such a question to his face? Was he afraid he wouldn't die fast enough? Bloodwolf narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Lord Ho. This man was as timid as a mouse. Suddenly asking this question was suspicious. Who said that? Lord Ho's heart was pounding, but on the surface he remained calm and cheerful. Whoever said it, Lord Bloodwolf, just tell us if it's true or not. What if I say it's not? If it's not, then I suggest we leave this position. Helping the Federation is a dead end, especially since we're risking our lives for a mere 500,000 energy crystals. It inevitably makes people suspicious. For the sake of our brothers, we shouldn't wade into this muddy water. Bloodwolf pulled out a cigarette and lit it, wondering what Old Ho was up to. Do I need to report everything I do to you? Song Biao, standing beside Bloodwolf, cursed angrily. Old Ho, are you asking for death? Lord Ho turned to look at the crowd behind him. I believe many of you think the same as I do. Why are we helping the Federation? But Lord Bloodwolf has never given us an explanation. Don't you all feel the same? The people below began whispering. Indeed, they dared not question Bloodwolf's decisions, but when someone stepped forward to challenge him, it was different. Song Biao flew into a rage, drew his weapon, and aimed at Lord Ho. Are you asking for death? Whoever agrees with you will kill them. The people behind Lord Ho immediately stepped forward. Lord Bloodwolf, please don't be angry. How about this? We withdraw from this contract, even if the Federation demands compensation. The brothers are terrified. If we run into the Empire, the Federation won't care about us. That's right, Lord Bloodwolf, please consider it. Bloodwolf stood up and said, I've spared you because you came through hell with me. Old Ho, tell me who put you up to this, and I'll let it go. Bloodwolf's eyes revealed cruelty and the coldness of a ruler. He certainly wouldn't let Old Ho off, but before he died, he could do Bloodwolf a favor. Old Ho's heart was thumping like a drum, but he still spoke. Bloodwolf, this is the will of all the brothers. If you've got the guts, kill us all. You're asking for death. Bloodwolf had always kept the secret. Half of his body was actually prosthetic, and he had a T3 level mechanical core installed in his chest. This not only protected him, but also granted him formidable abilities. Even starship weapons might not be able to kill him. Bloodwolf's hands began to morph, eventually turning into two long cannons aimed at the trembling Lord Ho. Old Ho, farewell. Just as Bloodwolf was about to fire, he suddenly found his body couldn't move. Impossible. How could a T3 level mechanical core have problems? Then a cadre beside Old Ho pulled out a glowing object. Old Ho hurriedly leaned over. Weizui, are you sure this is safe? Of course. Otherwise, do you think Bloodwolf would have let you live this long? Bloodwolf's eyes showed a hint of shock. How could this be? Why wasn't his mechanical core working? Lord Ho laughed heartily, his eyes crinkling with joy. Bloodwolf, you really thought you were something. How could we have brought you down without a perfect plan? I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Now prepare to die. The other starship captains saw the situation was bad and turned to flee, their personal guards following behind. They just wanted to get back to their own ships. This place was anything but safe. Lord Ho didn't stop them. As long as Bloodwolf was dead, those who knew the score would naturally submit. Protect Lord Bloodwolf. Song Biao shouted, launching an attack on Lord Ho and the others. Blood Wolf's personal guards also acted, some blocking, others counterattacking. Others carried Blood Wolf and ran toward the back. Don't let Blood Wolf escape. Everyone understood that since they had come this far, they couldn't leave Blood Wolf alive. Song Biao and his men fought desperately to buy time. To give Blood Wolf a few more moments to flee, he used his massive body to block the door. But soon he was blown to pieces. Wei Zui spat in contempt, stupid idiot, throwing away his life for Blood Wolf. How foolish. A few people quickly chased after Blood Wolf, while others headed to the starship's exits to ensure Blood Wolf couldn't escape. Lord Blood Wolf, what do we do now? Several people carried Blood Wolf in panic, with various sounds echoing behind them. Everyone was very familiar with this starship, so escaping was impossible. Blood Wolf knew this well. To my room. Yes. Blood Wolf's own room had protective measures. After entering the group, took a breather. Contact Ainodwa immediately. Yes. Meanwhile, Old Ho sent some people back to the starships, publicly announcing that Blood Wolf was dead. The other starship captains either left alone or joined Lord Ho's faction. Of course, some were still loyal to Blood Wolf, knowing that Lord Ho would eventually come for them, so they banded together to fight. The cosmos was filled with flashes of fire and myriad beams of light. The Federation starships stationed in other regions were bewildered. Was Blood Wolf drunk? Why were they fighting among themselves? At Ainodwa, the officers gathered to discuss what to do about the gospel. The head of the Qian family was furious upon learning that the gospel was still operational and ordered them to find a way to dispose of it quickly. He didn't want a silver-haired girl to actually survive for 5 full years. What a headache. How did they manage it? An officer, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, wore a troubled expression. He really couldn't figure out how the Fuin had been driven off by the forest folk. Commander Lin Fu, something terrible has happened. A shapely female soldier rushed in, her face etched with fear and urgency. What's going on? Blood Wolf. Blood Wolf and his men. Blood Wolf. The group was stunned. The fact that Blood Wolf had joined them had indeed seemed suspicious. Could it be that they were pretending to join? The soldier's frantic report suggested that Blood Wolf had betrayed them. The female soldier caught her breath. Blood Wolf's men are slaughtering each other. 5 starships have already fled and 7 have been destroyed. Commander Lin Fu gasped. They had suspected Blood Wolf might be pretending to join, but they never imagined they would turn on each other. Why? No one knows. The northern war zone of the Federation is completely at a loss. They want to get closer, but are afraid of being caught in the crossfire. The group frowned. With a major battle looming, these mercenaries had gone mad. Maybe this is a good thing. If Blood Wolf's men are killing each other, we don't have to worry about their schemes. But what if the Empire is causing trouble? With Blood Wolf's mercenaries joining us, we could have had an easier fight. But now we can't intervene at all. There's no telling what's happening. As they spoke, a communication request from Blood Wolf came through. Blood Wolf. What the hell is going on? Lin Fu demanded as he answered the call. Blood Wolf's face was filled with rage and helplessness. Damn it, those little bastards dared to rebel against me. Rebel? Can't you even control them, Blood Wolf? The Empire might be involved. Something strange is suppressing my power, or else this wouldn't have happened. Commander Lin Fu, tell the Northern War Zone to help us. If they can suppress the rebellion, I, Blood Wolf, owe you one. The group exchanged glances. Was this genuine or a trap? Commander Lin Fu spoke up. We need to discuss this further. Discuss? Blood Wolf was stunned. The rebellion was a direct result of his decision to join the Federation, and now the Federation was hesitating. By the time you finish discussing, you'll be dead. Lin Fu explained. Blood Wolf, the Northern War Zone would be better suited to help you. Our escort fleet has already left. Fine, but hurry up. My Blood Wolf can hold out a little longer, but not forever. If you're too late, I won't be able to participate in the upcoming battle. Understood. After ending the call, Lin Fu turned to the group. What do you think? Could this be a conspiracy? Why would a rebellion happen so suddenly? It's too suspicious. We should proceed with caution. A conspiracy seems unlikely. Blood Wolf's mercenaries are taking heavy losses themselves. There's no need to go this far. I suspect the Empire is behind this. The rebellion was probably orchestrated by them. The Empire must be furious that Blood Wolf didn't join them, so they turned his men against him. As Lin Fu listened to the discussions, he suddenly said, Contact Commander Yuan of the Northern War Zone. Yes, sir. Soon a middle-aged man appeared before Lin Fu, the eldest son of the Yuan family, currently serving as the commander of the Federation's Northern War Zone. Lin Fu, what's the matter? I heard Blood Wolf is in trouble. Do you know anything? That's exactly what I'm here about. Lin Fu briefly explained the situation. If the Northern War Zone intervenes now, there's still a chance to save Blood Wolf. Hello us a favor, making it easier to integrate him later. Commander Yuan refused without hesitation. I can't help with that. The Northern War Zone starships are all locked in a standoff with the Empires. We can't spare any. Besides, who knows if this is a trick? Blood Wolf and his mercenaries are notoriously cunning. But if Blood Wolf joins the Federation, our chances of victory will increase significantly. Commander Yuan shook his head again. I never trusted these mercenaries. They work for whoever pays the most with no honor or dignity. And you said intervening might save Blood Wolf. What if it doesn't? We'd lose everything. Seeing that Commander Yuan was unwilling, Lin Fu had no choice but to end the call. He let out a long sigh, feeling helpless. The 3 starships of Blood Wolf's crew were still exchanging fire. This mercenary force was no longer reliable. The Federation's strength had taken a severe blow. Commander Lin Fu, we've done what we could. If the Northern War Zone won't help, there's nothing more we can do. Yes, this is Blood Wolf's own doing. The others tried to console him. In truth, Blood Wolf's fate didn't matter to them as long as their own position in the Northwest War Zone remained secure. Just then the female soldier who had left earlier returned. Commander Lin Fu, the Fuyin, is requesting a connection. The Fuyin. Lin Fu was momentarily confused, then realized they must have reached the Northern War Zone. Put it through. Wait. Yuan Jianya suddenly called out. What? The Fuyin should be in the Northern War Zone now, right? Seeming to guess Yuan Jianya's intentions, Lin Fu warned. The Fuyin is a starship of the Northwest War Zone. It has no authority to carry out combat missions in the Northern War Zone. Doing so would disrupt Commander Yuan's plans and lead to unavoidable consequences. Yuan Jianya smiled. I wouldn't harm our own family. The Fuyin can't perform combat missions in the north, but it can carry out rescue missions. Rescue? The group understood immediately. You mean send them to help Blood Wolf? Exactly. Yuan Jianya nodded. The Fuyin should have been scrapped long ago. It's just lucky to have survived till now. But hey, race a perfect chance to send them to their doom. In a chaotic battle of over 20 starships, the Fuyin would be doomed if it went in. Commander Lin Fu wanted to refuse, but then reconsidered. If the Fuyin was destroyed, Su Yun would be the silver-haired girl's pillar of support. Wang Ruxuan had a good relationship with Su Yun, but that wouldn't change the future. Alright, let's first see where the Fuyin is. If it's really in the Northern War Zone, well, assign it the mission. After connecting, Zhao Yi saluted. Commander Lin Fu, the Fuyin has arrived at the Federation's Northern War Zone. From here it will return to Anado with an estimated travel time of 1 week. No rush. How far are you from the Federation's Northern Fleet? Approximately an hour of voyage time. Everyone smiled upon hearing this. Zhao Yi seemed to understand. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, the war in the Northern Theater is on the verge of breaking out. The Ark has sustained some damage and needs to return immediately for repairs. There's no time to wait. You need to head to the Northern Theater now. Why, oi? The Blood Wolf mercenaries have run into trouble. His subordinates have mutinied and taken control of part of the fleet. Internal fighting is underway. After a unanimous decision, the Ark is tasked with the rescue mission. Coordinates will be sent to you shortly. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow. Sending him into the heart of the conflict was yet another suicide mission. But according to the laws of war, they had no right to refuse. Yes, sir. Zhao Yi said with a hint of resignation. Set off immediately. This matter cannot be delayed. After Zhao Yi ended the communication, Su Exine beside him gave a bitter smile. I didn't expect we'd have a mission even here. Yeah, but I never thought Blood Wolf would run into trouble. Zhao Yi was puzzled. He had met Blood Wolf once before. That man was a true warlord, sharp-witted and resourceful, yet he never expected to meet his own doom. Let's go. Change course and head for Blood Wolf. Yes, sir. In the Empire's Northern Theater. Gustav stroked his mustache as he read the report. Haha, this Blood Wolf is truly foolish and his men are all idiots. Go ahead, destroy each other slowly. The officers under his command all gave thumbs up. The commander's scheme is brilliant. With a little instigation, Blood Wolf has lost his combat capability. Soon they will even deliver Blood Wolf to us. Indeed, although the forest people haven't reached their designated positions, the Federation seems to have suffered even greater losses. Issue the order. Once Blood Wolf's people return to the Empire, we launch the attack. This time we will definitely take Erica. Yes, sir. Erica, a border fortress city like Inat. This city had held back the Empire for far too long. But this time no one could save them. The Empire's fleet began large-scale maneuvers, all arriving at their designated positions. The Federation was equally prepared. The loss of Blood Wolf's forces left their troops stretched thin. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Blood Wolf mercenaries. Their battle would be the prelude to a full-scale war between the Empire and the Federation. Blood Wolf hid in his room. The sounds outside gradually faded. He knew that by now everyone on this starship belonged to Lord Ho. His own men had been slaughtered. Damn it. How dare these bastards do such a thing? If he survived, he would make these people know what fear truly meant. Blood Wolf's eyes burned with hatred. He had never imagined that those cowards would dare to do this, and even get their hands on the device that disabled his mechanical core. Lord Blood Wolf, are you in there? The voice of Rymouth sounded from outside along with Lord Ho and others. Blood Wolf, stop hiding. Come out. This is disgraceful. No one is coming to help you. Just come out like a man. Oh, I forgot. Your mechanical core is useless now, so you can't move, can you? Let the brothers beside you give you a hand. Everyone looked at Blood Wolf in silence, their eyes fixed on the door. Their palms were sweaty. It would be a lie to say they weren't nervous. Blood Wolf reassured them. Don't be nervous. They can't get in. Once the Federation arrives, we'll be safe. The others nodded, forcing themselves to think positively. Outside, Lord Ho continued, De Zhuang, are you in there? I remember you have a younger brother, don't you? You wouldn't want your brother to die, or yourself, would you, eh? How about this? Open the door, and I won't harm any of the brothers inside. Our only target is Blood Wolf alone. Everyone inside was taken aback, their hearts beginning to waver. They exchanged glances and then looked at Bloodwolf, but no one dared to be the first to step forward. The lingering fear of Bloodwolf's might and ferocity still echoed in their minds. Lord Ho pressed on, "You don't need to worry about Bloodwolf. He can't move now, otherwise he wouldn't be in this state. Take your time thinking. We have all the time in the world. Once the outer starships are dealt with, well, tow the Bloodwolf to the Empire. By then, even if you open the door, it'll be useless. Don't say I didn't give you brothers a chance." With that, the voices outside fell silent. The dozen or so people in the room were anxious. What do we do? Should we hand over Bloodwolf? They deliberated right in front of Bloodwolf, unable to make a decision. Bloodwolf grew urgent. "They're bluffing you. They can't open this door, so they want you to do it. They can't escape Federation territory. Federal reinforcements will be here soon." The men's hearts were torn. If they didn't come out, they would surely die once they reached the Empire. But if they did come out, they would be betraying Bloodwolf. If the Federation actually arrived, they would still die. De Zhuang spoke up. "Brothers, we banded together as mercenaries for profit. No one can blame anyone else. If the Federation hasn't shown up in 2 hours, well, hand Bloodwolf over." Everyone nodded in agreement. De Zhuang turned to Bloodwolf and said, "Lord Bloodwolf, don't blame us. Even if the brothers hold out, returning to the Empire means death. Give us a way out." Bloodwolf said nothing more. When faced with death, people wouldn't listen to him. Besides, they had indeed come together for profit. Outside the room, Lord Ho and Rymouth smiled. They had succeeded. Bloodwolf was trapped inside, unable to do anything. Even if those inside didn't open the door, it didn't matter. Their mission was to capture Bloodwolf alive and bring him to the Empire, and this situation worked perfectly. How many starships are left outside? Of the 12 we controlled, 5 have been destroyed. 6 have fled. No idea where they went. Of the 10 that resisted, only 2 remain. Lord Ho nodded, slightly feeling a bit regretful. These would have been his assets. Rymouth reassured him, "Don't worry. Once we reach the Empire, we'll be high-ranking officers." What are these starships worth? Lord Ho thought it over. Becoming an Imperial citizen meant a life of luxury, no more running around risking his life. "Report. A starship is approaching us." "What a—" Lord Ho was shocked. "Are the Federation starships here? Didn't you say they couldn't come to reinforce?" Rymouth was equally bewildered. "Right, the Federation's fleet should be fully deployed defending against the Empire. They can't possibly dispatch a starship here. If it's not the Federation, could it be the Empire?" Rymouth tried to calm him. "Don't panic. How many starships are approaching?" "One. Just one." Lord Ho breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought an entire fleet was coming. In the end, it was only a single starship. What was there to fear about that? Smirking, he said, "Lord Ho, you were quite startled just now. And you weren't." The two burst into laughter. A single starship was utterly insignificant. It was obviously a Federation vessel sent to survey the situation. Given the current state of battle, the Federation would not intervene. Acting rashly would only create a defensive gap on the front lines. The gospel. Zhao Yi naturally could not allow Xiang and Qin Yuan to follow him to the battlefield. After temporarily hiding the two starships, he headed toward the Bloodwolf with the silver-haired girl. Flashes of light and explosions came from the distant battlefield. Everywhere outside, starship debris and corpses drifted, a scene of apocalypse. "Bloodwolf has suffered a heavy loss," Zhao Yi murmured. "Indeed, I wonder if he's still alive. It's such a hassle that we had to come all this way for nothing." Su Xian asked curiously, "How do we get there?" "According to Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, Bloodwolf should be on the T3 class starship Bloodwolf. We'll go straight there." "Straight?" Zhao Yi nodded slightly. "Hoist the Federation flag. Let's see who dares to fire at us." "Yes, sir." The Gospel cruised through the wreckage of battle, boldly approaching the Bloodwolf. The T2 and T1 class starships engaged in combat were stunned. What was this? A starship appeared out of nowhere and reached the center of the battlefield. Were they truly unafraid of death? "Report. A starship is approaching." "What? What starship?" Both sides in the conflict noticed the Gospel at the same time. Seeing the Federation insignia, they were dumbfounded. The mercenaries on Bloodwolf's side naturally would not attack the Gospel. It was a Federation starship, surely here to rescue them. The starships on Lord Howe's side also dared not fire. They were merely rebels, but this was still an internal matter among Bloodwolf's mercenaries. Whether Lord Ho or Bloodwolf emerged victorious, these subordinates might still have to serve the Federation in the future. Attacking a Federation starship now would be suicide. Zhao Yi looked at the starships on both sides and chuckled. "See, I told you they wouldn't dare attack us." Su Xian nodded with a hint of surprise. "You're right, they seem rather afraid. Of course, after all, they're just mercenaries. They don't have the courage to strike at the Federation. Let's hurry to the Bloodwolf." "Yes." Aboard the Bloodwolf, Lord Ho watched the Gospel drawing closer, utterly bewildered. This guy had quite the nerve, daring to cross the combat zone. And his own starships were just watching. "That starship looks familiar," Smirk muttered, unable to place where he had seen it. Lord Ho recalled, "Isn't that the starship we saw on Tahiti? The Federation envoy who came then was on that very vessel." Smirk realized with a start, "I thought it seemed familiar. But how did that starship escape the Empire's pursuit and make it all the way here? Who knows? Are we still fighting or not? If not, it's coming over. Smirk sneered, of course we fight. It's just one ship, nothing to fear. Besides, once we join the Empire, we'll have to fight the Federation anyway. Let's capture this starship first, maybe we can get something out of it. Well said. Lord Ho grabbed the communicator and ordered all starships to target the Gospel. At this range, firing the main cannon was pointless. The time it took to charge would be enough for the battle to end. Though reluctant, the crew adjusted their aim using secondary cannons and other weapons to target the Gospel. Electromagnetic cannons, antimatter bombs, cosmic missiles. All kinds of weaponry were thrown at the Gospel. A barrier shimmered on the Gospel's surface, deflecting every attack. Damn, we were so close. Zhao Yi clicked his tongue in frustration. If he had only reached the Blood Wolf's vicinity, these starships would not have dared to fire. But just as they were about to arrive, the attack came. Su Huan laughed. Commander, since they started it, don't blame us. Let us out quickly. I want to show them what we're made of. Zhao Yi shook his head in refusal. Return fire with the secondary cannons. There's no point in deploying you now. Our mission is to rescue Blood Wolf. Fine. Su Huan sighed, a little disappointed. She had hoped for a big fight, but in the end there was nothing to do. The Gospel's secondary cannons returned fire at the surrounding T-1 class starships. Those ships lacked energy shields, so every shot hit its mark. Lord Ho and Smirk sensed something was wrong. With so many starships attacking simultaneously, even an energy shield shouldn't hold for long. Why hadn't it been destroyed yet? Instead, their own ships were taking damage. The mercenaries on Blood Wolf's side felt a sinking dread when they saw the Gospel under attack. These bastards dared to fire on a Federation vessel. But seeing the Gospel completely unscathed astounded them. This starship seemed different. They had only seen such resilience on the Blood Wolf, a T3 class energy shield. The dying hope in their hearts reignited, and they joined the ranks fighting alongside the Gospel. Lord Ho and Smirk panicked. What do we do? That thing seems to have a T3 class energy shield. T3? Impossible. The Federation's T3 starships are all on the front lines. Whether it is or not, they've already reached the Blood Wolf. Boom. A loud crash told them the enemy was about to enter the starship. At that moment, the other ships ceased fire to avoid hitting the Blood Wolf. Smirk, Lord Ho, and even Blood Wolf were all aboard this vessel. The Blood Wolf's command was under Blood Wolf's control. Without him, the ship couldn't be activated. Don't be afraid. Their starship is powerful, but they won't have as many people as we do. If he wanted to sink us, would have no chance. But since he's opting for close quarters, we might have an opportunity. Right? Gather men immediately to wipe them out. Squads of Blood Wolf mercenaries rushed to the airlock, training their weapons on the metal door. As soon as it opened, they would blow the silver-haired girl to pieces. Boom. A deafening crash echoed, and everyone present swallowed hard. Nervous, fearful, timid. The silver-haired girl was infamous across the cosmos for her recklessness and superior combat skills. Ordinary people had no chance of getting the better of her. The metal door opened. Just as the men prepared to fire, they froze in shock. Inside the airlock stood not a silver-haired girl, but rows of mechs exuding a chilling aura. While the mercenaries were still stunned, the mechs launched their attack. In an instant, the Blood Wolf was filled with screams as if it had become a living hell. The mercenaries dared not resist any longer. They turned and fled. There was no point in fighting anymore. In this situation, only those equipped with prosthetic limbs could still put up a fight. The rest stood no chance. A few stray shots struck the mecha, only to ripple across its surface. The mecha's core was derived from a T2 class interstellar fighter originally designed to withstand the secondary cannons of starships. Defending against such handheld weapons was more than sufficient. Wei Zue staggered back in terror and said urgently, Lord Ho, we must flee at once. The Federation has sent someone formidable. Where there's life, there's hope. He turned to look, but Lord Ho was already gone. Though not the smartest or bravest, Lord Ho was the most adept at escaping. He had already taken his men and fled in an escape pod when the metal door opened. Damn it, you left without me, Wei Zue was shattered. Without a second thought, he rushed toward the escape pods. Now the Blood Wolf and the Empire no longer mattered. Survival was paramount. But when he reached the escape pod bay, he was stunned again. That bastard Lord Ho had launched every single pod. He'll fucking kill you. Everyone was in despair. They never expected Lord Ho to be so ruthless, leaving them behind to buy time. The starship outside has fled. Wei Zue and the others hurriedly looked out. The starship that had been following them had turned around and was heading toward the Empire. Damn it, Lord Ho must have informed them. Those were mine for the taking. Wei Zue punched the metal wall in fury. Anger, regret, and resentment surged within him. Behind him came more screams and the clang of metal. They knew there was no escape. He had calculated everything and success was within reach, until this starship appeared. Zhao Yi, piloting the mecha, saw the group gathered there and raised his electromagnetic cannon. Wei Zue fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy. I was forced into this. It was all old house idea. Please spare me. I'll be your loyal servant. Before he could finish, Zhao Yi blasted his head off. He had no time to listen to their nonsense, nor did he care about old Ho, nor did he need any servants. Commander, what is this? After dealing with the group, Su Xian noticed something rolling out from beside Wei Zue's corpse. Zhao Yi opened the cockpit and climbed out. Is this Ling Long? Ling Long. What is that? Zhao Yi explained, Linglong is a mineral from the Linglong star. It is rare, but highly useful. It emits a special magnetic field that can disrupt mechanical cores. I see. Su Xian nodded slightly. She understood mechanical cores. All these semi-mechanical beings equipped with prosthetic limbs needed a core, a mechanical core. Without it, most prosthetics were useless. A prosthetic without a mechanical core was merely an ordinary mechanical part. I didn't expect them to have this. It's quite expensive. Zhao Yi picked it up, wiped it on a nearby corpse, and pocketed it. Su Xian asked curiously, why were they carrying this? To deal with the Blood Wolf, probably. The Blood Wolf. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. People like Blood Wolf usually have a backup plan. His might have been his mechanical core, but he never expected someone to bring Linglong to counter him. Let's go. Find the Blood Wolf. They searched the ship and eventually found a sealed door in Blood Wolf's quarters. Inside the room, De Zhuang and the others were speaking to Blood Wolf. Blood Wolf, don't blame us. The Federation hasn't come for so long. They've probably abandoned us. We have to hand you over to Wei Zue and his men, or we'll all die. Yeah, we'll burn plenty of incense for you on your death anniversary. With that, they stuffed a rag into Blood Wolf's mouth. Let's go, brothers. They opened the door only to find Zhao Yi and his team standing outside. Everyone froze. They found the man familiar, and a glance at the silver-haired girl beside him confirmed it. These were Federation people. If they were here, it meant Wei Zue and his crew were done for. Blood Wolf was ecstatic at the sight of Zhao Yi shouting desperately through the gag. De Zhuang quickly pulled the rag from his mouth. Lord Blood Wolf, don't blame us. We were forced into it. Blood Wolf's eyes flashed with malice, and he sneered. De Zhuang, you've held out this long, that's not easy. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. If I were in your shoes, I'd probably have made the same choice. De Zhuang trembled, regretting his decision. The men behind him quaked with fear. If they had stayed loyal to Blood Wolf, their fortunes would have soared. Now they didn't know if Blood Wolf would settle the score. Besides, the Federation was right there, resistance was futile. Blood Wolf saw they weren't getting up and ignored them. Zhao Yi, I didn't expect you. What about Wei Zue? Wei Zue? Zhao Yi thought for a moment. I don't know him. But everyone on this ship is dead. All dead. That's fine. Blood Wolf felt a pang of regret. Head wanted to personally punish the traitors, but survival was paramount. Did you find anything on them? You mean this? Zhao Yi pulled out the Linglong. Blood Wolf's eyes lit up. This was the thing that had jammed his mechanical core, leaving him paralyzed. Yes. Turn that off, and I can move. Consider this a debt I owe you. De Zhuang, still kneeling, dared not lift his head. If Blood Wolf regained mobility, he might be the first to be dealt with. Fear and helplessness. They only wanted to live. Why was it so hard? Zhao Yi looked at Blood Wolf, then at De Zhuang and the others. I'm not so sure about turning it off. Blood Wolf was stunned. Zhao Yi, don't joke. How can I move without turning it off? And didn't the Federation send you to rescue me? Zhao Yi nodded slightly. Yes, they sent me to rescue you. But they don't know if you're still alive. From what they said, most people probably think you're dead. Zhao Yi ignored the stunned Blood Wolf and looked at De Zhuang, who was still on the ground. What's your name? Li Zhuang. Everyone calls me De Zhuang. Da Zhuang, do you think you'll still be alive if Xuelong can move? Da Zhuang looked up, his face full of shock. What do you mean? Xuelong exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Yi, what are you trying to do? Turn this thing off now, or it'll make you regret it. Don't have any crooked ideas. The Federation sent you here to save me. Seeing Zulang's insolent words, Su Xian wanted to step forward to teach Xuelong a lesson, but Zhao Yi stopped her. Can't let him get the upper hand. Su Xian stood aside, extremely curious what exactly was the commander trying to do. What do you mean? Da Zhuang asked timidly. My meaning is simple. If you think Xuelong won't attack you, he'll turn this thing off. But if you think Xuelong won't let you off, now is an opportunity. Kill him, and you won't have to live in fear. Xuelong grew anxious. Da Zhuang, I already said I don't blame you for this. Don't overthink it. We're like brothers. When this is over, every one of you can become an officer. The kneeling crowd looked at Zhao Yi, then at Da Zhuang. What exactly did they want to do? Da Zhuang picked up a weapon from the ground and walked tremblingly to Xuelong. Yes, he knew it all along. When he chose to hand Xuelong over regardless of the outcome, Xuelong would never let him go. But he was still a bit afraid, worried that Zhao Yi was playing him for a fool. I think Xuelong will let me go. I'd better listen to Lord Xuelong, Da Zhuang finally said timidly. He only hoped that Xuelong would spare him after this. Lord Xuelong breathed a sigh of relief. His life was spared thanks to Da Zhuang. However, this vicious and cautious man would not let Da Zhuang go. Once this was over, he would find a random excuse to kill Da Zhuang. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Xuelong fell to the ground with shock in his eyes. The people around were astounded, including the silver-haired girls. They couldn't believe Zhao Yi had actually fired. Wasn't the Federation supposed to send them to save Xuelong? He had killed Xuelong. Xuelong lay in a pool of blood, not yet dead, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why? You said you wouldn't kill me. Zhao Yi smiled. I never said I wouldn't kill you. I said if Da Zhuang forgave you, I'd turn this thing off, but I didn't say I'd spare your life. Xuelong was unwilling, but he could do nothing. Linglong was still in effect, and the mechanical core couldn't pull him back from the brink of death. Zhao Yi had his own reasons for killing Xuelong. He planned to support a mercenary who would fight for him, which would serve as a cover. When necessary, he could also lend a hand. Clearly Dazhuang, who was timid and afraid of trouble, was easier to control than Xuelong. Dazhuang was dumbfounded. He hurriedly knelt and kowtowed for mercy. Seeing this, the other underlings also knelt. With Xuelong dead, any misstep would mean their deaths too. You're Dazhuang, right? From today onward, you're the head of this mercenary group. Me? Zhao Yi nodded slightly. That's right. But to make you obedient and able to control others, I'm going to install Zulang's mechanical core in you. Zhao Yi himself didn't want to install that thing. It would require replacing most of his internal organs and limbs, and it could be targeted. If that day ever came, he would be just like Xuelong, unable to move. Okay, Dazhuang naturally agreed. Although he would have to obey Zhao Yi from now on, at least he had survived, and he had become the leader of the mercenaries. It didn't matter if the other starships were gone. The Xuelong under his feet was a genuine T3 class starship. Zhao Yi dragged Zulang's body to the command center, used his fingerprint to revoke Zulang's privileges, then edited himself as the administrator of the Xuelong and gave Dazhuang usage rights. The name was changed to Tianyuan. Next was the surgery on Dazhuang. Zhao Yi had medical experience, so he quickly replaced the mechanical core. Zhao Yi sat beside him and warned, Dazhuang, the mechanical core is installed. Most people are no match for you, but with just a thought, I can make you die without a burial place. During the surgery, Zhao Yi made some slight modifications. As long as he wished, Dazhuang's power would be useless. I wouldn't dare. Dazhuang quickly knelt to show his submission. Very good. How many of Zulang's starships can you retrieve? Dazhuang shook his head. I'm afraid it's difficult. Most of the starships from the battle have already fled. If they know Xuelong is dead, they probably won't come back to obey me. The starships that left with Lao Ho won't come back either. They've gone to the Empire. Currently, aside from this Tianyuan, there's nothing left. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. He didn't care about the loss of the other starships. Xuelong must have quite a bit of savings. Yes, the assets are distributed among the various starships, but the Tianyuan holds the most. Having said that, Dazhuang quickly led Zhao Yi to Zulang's vault. Zhao Yi used his authority to open it, and was instantly stunned. There were countless energy crystals and various rare items inside. This time he was going to be rich. Zhao Yi forced himself to stay calm, coughed twice, and said, this is not much really. Dazhuang nodded slightly. Indeed, there are about 5 million energy crystals here. If only we could add the energy crystals from the other starships. But this is all there is for now. Zhao Yi nodded slightly. He'll take half. The other half is for you to recruit soldiers. Yes. Dazhuang asked quietly, should we change the name of our mercenary group? Change it. Call it the White Phoenix Mercenaries. White Phoenix. Dazhuang was a bit puzzled. The name didn't seem very imposing. Yes, from now on we are the White Phoenix Mercenaries. The silver-haired girls were carrying the energy crystals. Everyone's face was brimming with excitement and joy. If this money was used wisely, their strength would greatly increase. With an additional mercenary group outside, their hope of survival had grown even more. Commander, we've finished moving everything. We can leave. Let's. Just as he was speaking, a flash of fire burst from the distant window, as if it would illuminate the entire universe. What's going on? Zhao Yi asked in shock. Report, Commander. The Empire and the Federation have started fighting. That day, the Empire's third offensive officially began. Without the Xuelong mercenaries as a flank, the Federation's starships were quickly surrounded. Although the Federation still had a numerical advantage, the inferiority of their weapons made that advantage difficult to exploit. We retreat. After giving a few instructions, Zhao Yi followed the silver-haired girls off the Tianyuan and returned to the Fuyin, heading toward the northwest war zone. Su Xian gazed at the flames outside, silent. Those were all her sisters. After this battle, she didn't know how many would survive. What's wrong? Zhao Yi walked over and asked. Nothing. Su Xian shook her head. She knew that if she spoke, Zhao Yi would surely try to find a way. But she didn't want to put Zhao Yi in too difficult a position. Zhao Yi looked out the window, silent. He still needed some time. It was not yet the moment to break with the Federation. Most of the silver-haired girls were still within the Federation. He had to gain control over it first. Connect me to Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. Yes. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu was in his office processing documents, deploying plans in his mind. The Northern Theater would definitely fall this time. A time was running out. After the Fuyin was destroyed, Su Yun would become the spiritual pillar of the silver-haired girls. If she could join the plan and stir up trouble outside, it would draw away most of the starships from the capital planet. Then they would have an opportunity. As for the Dome, they themselves were members of the 5 great families, so removing it would not be difficult. Although Su Yun would surely die for the sake of her compatriots, she would definitely agree. Thinking of this, Lin Fu nearly laughed out loud. It seemed that overthrowing the entire Federation wasn't that difficult. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. Enter. A female soldier walked in and said, Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu, Captain Zhao Yi requests a connection. Zhao Yi. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu was slightly startled. That guy was supposed to go after Bloodwolf, wasn't he? Why was he contacting him? Calculating the time, he should have already arrived at the Northern Theater. Put him through. Yes. A projection of Zhao Yi appeared before Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu. How is the mission? Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu asked indifferently, but his heart was full of doubt. Zhao Yi seemed to have no problems. That was strange, the Fuin shouldn't be that capable. Zhao Yi, when we arrived, Bloodwolf was already dead. Many of the remaining starships had fled. Some escaped outside the Federation's borders while others turned to the Empire's side. I suspect this incident might be orchestrated by the Empire with the aim of reducing the Federation's combat strength. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu nodded slightly. What about the Shualong? That's a T3 class starship. It didn't fall into the Empire's hands, did it? Zhao Yi shook his head. No, after Shualong died, I rescued some of the people inside. They didn't want to participate in this battle anymore, and have already left. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu sighed. Zhao Yi, you were foolish. The Shualong is a T3 class starship. You should have brought it to the Federation's side. Who cares about the people on board? Since the Bloodwolf mercenaries are gone, this starship should belong to the Federation. Zhao Yi sneered inwardly. He knew it was a T3 class starship, but how could he give it to the Federation? Of course he would use it himself. However, on the surface he said with some regret, I had no choice. In a real fight, my Fuin is no match for the Shualong. Lieutenant Colonel Lin Fu sighed. Alright, I understand the situation. After you return to NATO, stand by. Yes. After hanging up, Zhao Yi sneered. The Federation, who knows how much longer it will survive. At mealtime the next day, the cafeteria was filled with laughter and joy. They no longer had to endure the unpalatable energy porridge because thanks to resource aid from the Empire and the Bloodwolf, the food on the Fuin, though not everything imaginable, was plentiful and filling. Su Ran stood by the window looking at today's menu. Fried noodles or fried rice, which one to choose? She had tried both and both were delicious. But having them both available made her conflicted. Headache. Back when she was eating energy porridge, she never had such a dilemma. Then how about half of each? Hearing the suggestion, Su Ran happily said, right, that's what it'll do. But realizing something was off, she quickly turned around and saw Zhao Yi standing behind her. Commander, can I have both? Sure, but if you waste any, you'll be punished by not eating for a day. Then he'll definitely eat it all. Su Ran chuckled, took her bowl and chopsticks, and went to eat. Zhao Yi ate the same food as the silver-haired girls. He had endured the energy porridge before. This kind of food was no challenge. Though a bit plain, the taste was still decent. Carrying his bowl and chopsticks, Zhao Yi found a spot with no one around and sat down. Soon after, a group of silver-haired girls approached. Commander, Su Yao said with some surprise upon seeing Zhao Yi, may we sit here? Of course. Zhao Yi naturally didn't mind. Having a group of beautiful silver-haired girls eating with him. What could be better? They chatted and laughed, full of hope for the future. Su Xan hurried over. Commander, something big has happened. Big thing? What is it? Zhao Yi looked up at Su Xan curiously. Commander, look. A screen appeared before Zhao Yi showing major events from the past few days. Cosmic Express, a channel that broadcasts fresh news from the universe. Zhao Yi ate while watching. Every piece of news was shocking. The first was that the Federation's Alaka fortress had been shot down, not occupied, but destroyed. The floating fortress city, as powerful as a NATO, was completely annihilated. All those who failed to escape perished. This was on one hand the Empire displaying its power, and on the other hand expressing its anger, while also warning the Federation to surrender as soon as possible or else face the same fate as Alaka. Just as we thought. When the Shualong was around with 3 fleets and a T3 class starship, there was still a fighting chance. Without that strength, the starships gathered from the Northwestern Theater and the Northern Theater are enough to destroy Alaka. Su Xian asked doubtfully, but at this moment a NATO could launch a counterattack. Yet there seems to be no movement there. Zhao Yi smiled. You can't count on that. They'll only pray that they don't become another Alaka. They won't take the initiative. That's why the Empire dared to gather the starships from 2 theaters for a general offensive. Although the Federation reacted quickly, facing the Empire's powerful firepower, large numbers, and mercenary assistance, they had no power to resist. Su Xian sighed indeed. With Alaka gone, the Federation's subsequent defense will be even harder. Yeah. Zhao Yi looked at other news. The civil war among the Bloodwolf mercenaries also made the headlines. That great battle split the Bloodwolf mercenaries into 2 mercenary groups, the Chima mercenaries who defected to the Empire, and the Baifeng mercenaries who now occupied the former Shualong, now called the Tianyuan. Su Xian smiled. This mercenary group was theirs. The subsequent news was nothing interesting.